Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 158 to Chapter 231. Second Soul Skill, Return of the White Dragon. Using the White Dragon Spear's White Dragon bloodline, he temporarily possessed the White Dragon bloodline's characteristics. With Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, the effect of his Return of the White Dragon increased exponentially. If he was the only one using it, his skin wouldn't change color, and it would only last for 10 seconds. But with Lan Xuanyu's buff, the duration was doubled, and its power increased greatly. With this, the three of them glided forward for more than 30 meters, avoiding the densest ground fire lizards at the foot of the mountain. Although there were still ground fire lizards rushing over, there were fewer of them. But at this moment, as though it sensed someone flying, the ground fire scarlet dragon roared at the sky and spat a huge pillar of fire into the sky. Lu Feng and Qianlei were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were already more than 40 meters away from the mountain wall, and there were ground fire lizards all around. They couldn't go back even if they wanted to. The meteor shower would descend in the next moment. Charge, full force. Charge towards the ground fire scarlet dragon. Lan Xuanyu didn't expect such a situation to happen, but he made a prompt decision and immediately ordered Lu Feng. So be it if we die. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and charged towards the ground fire scarlet dragon. Following the appearance of the meteor shower, the ground fire lizards curled up in fear. They didn't encounter any obstacles wherever they went. Lu Feng's speed as the top in the elite junior class was fully displayed at this moment. Even though he was carrying two people, with the buff from Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, his speed was still extremely fast. The meteor shower needed time to descend from the sky, and there was a sequence. Xianxia's team was too high up in the sky, so they were the first to be annihilated. Furthermore, they would be hit by the meteor shower while in the air. Lan Xuanyu and the rest were just gliding, so they naturally didn't receive such treatment. In the blink of an eye, Lan Xuanyu calmed down. It wasn't too difficult to avoid the initial meteor shower on the ground. The troublesome part was the sea of fire formed by the meteor shower. Qianlei was completely scared out of his wits. The ground fire scarlet dragon raised its head and continued to spit fire pillars into the sky. The ground fire lizards either curled up and remained motionless or frantically fled. The entire valley was filled with a terrifying aura of madness. Go under the ground fire scarlet dragon's stomach, Lan Xuanyu called out to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He finally understood what Lan Xuanyu meant. The ground fire scarlet dragon, which was roaring at the sky, didn't continue attacking as it had to maintain the might of the meteor shower. This process took close to 20 seconds the last time he saw it. In other words, within these 20 seconds, the safest place in the entire valley was most likely under the ground fire scarlet dragon's stomach. This wasn't the situation that Lan Xuanyu wanted to face. His original plan was to enter the valley and immediately leave the group of ground fire lizards to investigate the situation inside the valley. However, with the sudden situation in front of him, he could only improvise. Lu Qianxuan and the other two naturally didn't have a choice. Facing the meteor shower, they hurriedly stuck to the mountain wall. At this moment, they couldn't care less about what Lan Xuanyu and the other two were doing. In their hearts, the three of them were already done for. Lu Feng was still in the state of Return of the White Dragon, so he was at his fastest speed. He was really like a small white dragon, body and spear as one. In just 7 to 8 seconds, he brought Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei close to the ground fire scarlet dragon. At this moment, the meteor shower had already landed on the ground, emitting a series of rumbles. Blazing waves of fire attacked from all directions. Lan Xuanyu knitted his brows, but his eyes were very focused. He calmly released the ice mist to help his two companions dissolve the fire poison. At the same time, he constantly observed the falling meteor shower and used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to guide Lu Feng, reminding him to avoid the falling meteor shower. They had practiced this kind of change in direction countless times. Lan Xuanyu carried Qianlei with one hand and constantly stepped forward to coordinate with Lu Feng. Lu Feng was like the front of a car, bringing them along as one. The three of them reached their maximum speed. Boom! A meteor shower exploded near them, and a huge wave of air surged. Lan Xuanyu roared as a divine light lingered in his eyes. An ice wall suddenly appeared and exploded with a loud bang. He used his own explosive power to block the incoming shockwave. At this moment, Lu Feng also went all out and released his soul power without holding back. The white dragon spear suddenly propped itself on the ground and brought the three of them forward. Although their bodies were still slightly tilted by the shockwave, they finally fell towards the ground fire scarlet dragon's belly. Blazing waves of heat assaulted their faces. They were just close to the ground fire scarlet dragon, but the fiery aura made Lan Xuanyu and the others feel hot all over. Fortunately, Lan Xuanyu's water element control was able to adjust the temperature as much as possible. The three of them landed on the ground and slid over. Above their heads was the scorching heat of the ground fire scarlet dragon's body. As they got closer, they could feel how terrifying this big guy was. It was too huge. The huge scales emitted a blazing heat, and along with the roar of the ground fire scarlet dragon, its entire body was trembling violently. Everything outside had turned into a sea of fire. Only the area under its belly seemed to be pure land. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei felt as though their hearts were about to stop beating. Everything was too thrilling. But at the same time, a strong sense of excitement appeared in their hearts. They were surrounded by a sea of fire, and above their heads was the terrifying ground fire scarlet dragon. But the three of them were still alive. Wasn't this a kind of luck? It was an experience they had never experienced before. After a full 10 seconds, the ground fire scarlet dragon's roar gradually stopped, but their surroundings were already covered in a rain of fire. Lan Xuanyu used his water element control to form an ice mist to protect the three of them. What do we do now? Qianlei asked softly. They obviously couldn't rush out at this moment. The sea of fire outside wasn't something they could contend against with their current cultivation. They would be burned to death if they went out. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, "It's dark under the light. Wherever the ground fire scarlet dragon goes, we will follow. Its body is too big, so we might not be able to discover the situation under its belly. Once the surrounding fire is extinguished, we will find an opportunity to escape." Okay. This was the only thing they could do. Since they had chosen to rush in, they were prepared to take the risk. After all, this was the Douluo world in the simulation pod, not the real world. After releasing the meteor shower, the ground fire scarlet dragon seemed to be a little tired. It stood on the spot and panted for a while before continuing to walk to the side. Lan Xuanyu and the other two hurriedly followed. They were under the ground fire scarlet dragon's belly, between its two thick legs. The ground fire scarlet dragon's body was too big, and this gap was enough for them to walk upright. Beside them, there were loud thumps as the ground shook with every step the ground fire scarlet dragon took. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu didn't know why, but the scene of Tang Lu stepping on the battleship and the 8 Jinlong flipping around and destroying the battleship suddenly appeared in his mind. The feeling of the ground fire scarlet dragon stepping on the ground seemed to be similar to Tang Li's step. Now that he recalled the battle in space, he thought of the Jinlong that appeared under Tang Li's foot. Then, could the Jinlong that appeared first to save him be related to Tang Lu? The three of them followed the ground fire scarlet dragon for a while with trepidation. This big fellow suddenly slowed down and suddenly sped up, making it difficult for them to deal with. Fortunately, speed wasn't the ground fire scarlet dragon's forte. The surrounding flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind the charred ground. Lan Xuanyu whispered, "Get ready, Lu Feng." After a while, he would rush out diagonally from behind his left leg. This is the most likely blind spot. Okay, Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. Get ready, let's go. Lan Xuanyu yelled and buffed Lu Feng once again. At the same time, he pulled Qianlei along, and the three of them instantly rushed out from behind the ground fire scarlet dragon's left leg. In the blink of an eye, they were already outside. Lan Xuanyu had chosen the moment when the ground fire scarlet dragon rushed forward to attack and bite the ground fire lizards on the ground. Hence, after they rushed out, they immediately pulled away from the ground fire scarlet dragon. Qianlei, get ready to summon. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said to Qianlei. Okay. Qianlei immediately released his summoning coin martial soul. Ever since they entered the valley, Qianlei had been under the protection of Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng and hadn't been of any use. Now that they were finally going to use his summoning, how could he not do his best? There were no ground fire lizards around the ground fire scarlet dragon's body. This was because the ground fire lizards couldn't wait to avoid it and naturally didn't dare to approach it. Hence, at this moment, they were actually the safest. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Lan Xuanyu turned around and saw large chunks of rock slide down from the mountain wall where they were previously standing. A huge hole appeared in the mountain wall from the explosion, and a huge head popped out from the hole. It was the other ground fire scarlet dragon. The place where it appeared wasn't too far away from Lu Qianxuan and the other two, who were struggling bitterly. The moment this huge head appeared, Lu Qianxuan and the other two were scared out of their wits. Just one ground fire scarlet dragon was already so terrifying. Now that another one had appeared, how terrifying was this? This ground fire scarlet dragon was so huge, yet it could actually climb a mountain. The moment the second ground fire scarlet dragon appeared, a golden ray of light suddenly swept across the entire valley. The two ground fire scarlet dragons' huge bodies trembled. In the next moment, their gazes focused on Lu Qianxuan, Chang Jiani, and Yi Lingtong at almost the same time. The qualifier had entered the second stage. Regardless of the number of people, the ground fire scarlet dragon would prioritize attacking all humans. Two huge fireballs, one above and one below, flew towards Lu Qianxuan's group at the same time. Lu Qianxuan widened his eyes and shouted, "Jump!" He grabbed Chang Jiani and Yi Lingtong with both hands and jumped down instantly. At the same time, he released the golden lion roar and sent a large number of ground fire lizards flying. A violent explosion sounded again, and countless rocks fell from the sky. What was even more frightening was that the ground fire scarlet dragon on the mountain also leaped down. It spread open its wings, which could not fly, and slowed its momentum as it headed straight for them. The three of them fell from the sky. Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei saw all of this. Lu Feng was rushing forward and hadn't noticed the situation. Qian Lei sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew very well what would have happened if they were still on the mountain wall. It had to be said that in their group, not only did Lan Xuanyu handle it well, but in a sense, luck was also on their side. "Summon, quick!" Lan Xuanyu patted Lu Feng, and Lu Feng quickly stopped. He swept out the white dragon spear in his hand, sending a few ground fire lizards flying. Qian Lei released the coin of summoning's first soul skill, Gate of Summoning. The gate of summoning slowly opened. With the increase in his spiritual power and soul power, Qian Lei's summoning speed was much faster than before. Lan Xuanyu's expression didn't change. At this moment, they could at least be sure that they would get first place in the elite junior class. Although Lu Qianxuan and the rest had killed a lot of ground fire lizards, they still had to deal with two ground fire scarlet dragons. Lan Xuanyu and the rest turned a corner and happened to hide behind a mountain wall. Hiding here was where the ground fire scarlet dragon first appeared, which was enough to buy them more time. Lan Xuanyu had also noticed the golden light just now. He vaguely understood that the ground fire scarlet dragon's direct attack on the three-man team was related to that light. Ling Yi had said from the start that the most important thing was to survive. As long as they could survive longer, especially under the direct attack of the ground fire scarlet dragon, they would definitely obtain more points. However, Lan Xuanyu's goal was bigger than this because he wanted to see if there was a chance to obtain more points. He released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass in his right hand and wrapped it around Qian Lei's gate of summoning while he looked ahead. The ground fire scarlet dragon had first come out from this place. Not too far ahead, it saw a large lava pool. That's right, it was a magma pool. Many ground fire lizards were crawling out from it and heading towards them. A low growl was heard, and Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look. A sturdy body crawled out from the gate of summoning. It was over 7 meters long and was covered in black scales. Sinister spikes extended from its back all the way to its tail, and its entire body was somewhat similar to the ground fire scarlet dragon. A pair of yellow eyes revealed an ominous glint, and its entire body emitted a powerful aura. The ironback dragon was a type of ground dragon that they had summoned many times. It was a type of dragon that didn't have strong long-range attacks, but it had strong defense and great strength. It was especially good at fighting. Seeing that it was the ironback dragon that had been summoned, Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. Summoning a familiar soul beast was better than summoning an unfamiliar heavenly beast. At the very least, they were very clear about the Ironback Dragon's fighting strength and its specific condition. They just needed to make use of it. Xianxia, get on the Ironback Dragon and charge in front. Lu Feng and I will follow behind you. Lan Xuanyu grabbed Xianxia and threw him directly towards the Ironback Dragon's back. Xianxia stretched out his hands and grabbed onto the Ironback Dragon's spikes. He sat firmly between the two largest spikes on its thorax. The Ironback Dragon was his summoned creature, so it could fight according to his wishes. Charge towards the magma pool. Lan Xuanyu shouted, then followed behind the Ironback Dragon with Lu Feng. The 7-meter-long Ironback Dragon suddenly charged forward. It didn't use any techniques and simply charged forward like a bulldozer. Those 1 to 2 meter long ground fire lizards couldn't even attack it. Wherever it passed, all the ground fire lizards were sent flying. They couldn't stop it at all. Lan Xuanyu released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass from his right hand and wrapped it around Lu Feng. Without needing him to say anything, Lu Feng also knew what to do. Those ground fire lizards that were sent flying easily exposed their weak points. With Lan Xuanyu's help, the white dragon spear shot out spear lights in all directions and took the opportunity to kill the ground fire lizards. These were all points, so they couldn't let them go. Lan Xuanyu followed behind the Ironback Dragon while turning his head to look behind him from time to time. On the other side, Lu Qianxuan and the other two's good luck seemed to have run out. After jumping down from the mountainside, they had to use all their skills to resolve the momentum. However, they still had to face the huge ground fire scarlet dragon that rushed out from the mountain wall, the ground fire scarlet dragon that was charging from afar, and a large number of ground fire wax lizards. The only thing they could do was to release all their soul skills and exhaust their soul power to kill as many ground fire lizards as possible before the ground fire scarlet dragon above them landed. Then, they would be devoured by the huge horde of beasts. Boom, with a huge roar, the ground fire scarlet dragon that was pouncing towards Lu Qianxuan and the other two brazenly landed on the ground. The battle here was over. The ground fire scarlet dragon from before had already rushed in front of it and was panting heavily. The two ground fire scarlet dragons looked at each other and roared at the same time. Then, they turned around at the same time and twitched their noses as if they were smelling something. Then, with thunderous footsteps, they chased after Lan Xuanyu and the other two. Hearing the thunderous footsteps behind him, Lan Xuanyu's expression changed drastically. He understood that the two ground fire scarlet dragons didn't clash because of the concept of territory. This meant that, according to the program, they had to kill everyone who entered. They were almost at the lava pool in front of them. However, other than the walls and the lava pool, they didn't see anything else. The footsteps behind them were getting closer and closer, but there was no way forward in front of them. They also didn't see any opportunities in the high-temperature lava pool. The three of them were instantly in a desperate situation. Xianyu. Lu Feng turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. Xianxia, who was on the Ironback Dragon, did the same. At this moment, they needed Lan Xuanyu as their backbone to decide what to do next. Could it be that the person who designed this qualifier really didn't give them a chance to survive? But why did Ling Yi say that different soul beasts gave different amounts of points? There were only two types of soul beasts here. Other than the ground fire lizards, there were also the ground fire scarlet dragons. This meant that no matter what, the ground fire scarlet dragons could be killed, but even a 7-ringed soul master might not be able to defeat a ground fire scarlet dragon, let alone these youths who were only around 12 years old. Therefore, there should be a chance. Where exactly was the chance? Lan Xuanyu didn't utter a word. Instead, he kept looking ahead and around. With a stride, he arrived beside the lava pool. Indeed, other than the lava, he couldn't see anything else. Rolling heat waves continuously surged out from the lava in front of them, and ground fire lizards also emerged from the lava. The Ironback Dragon fiercely attacked the surrounding ground fire lizards, protecting Lan Xuanyu and the other two. Wait a minute, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had realized something. The ground fire lizards emerged from the lava? These soul beasts were barely 10 years old, or at most, 100 years old. How could they withstand the high temperature of the lava? How was that possible? Even 1,000-year-soul beasts couldn't survive in the lava. Only 10,000-year-soul beasts, like the ground fire scarlet dragon, could possibly survive. In other words, there was something wrong with the magma. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu was suddenly enlightened. That's right, this should be the opportunity left by the designer of the qualifier. Quick, let's enter the lava pool. Let's go in directly. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision. Without even trying, he jumped into the magma pool. Lu Feng and Qianlei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was a magma pool. How was that possible? Splash. Lan Xuanyu instantly jumped into the pool. How could he not be nervous? If his judgment was wrong, he would be swallowed by the lava in front of him in an instant. Scorching heat instantly spread through his entire body, causing Lan Xuanyu's entire body to tense up. But in the next moment, he felt it. The magma looked viscous, but when one was immersed in it, it felt no different from water. Dense fire elements lingered in the air, but the actual temperature was only around 60 to 70 degrees. He released the water elements and tried his best to lower the temperature of his skin. He immediately adapted to it. When he came out of the magma pool, he saw that Qianlei and Lu Feng were still staring at him in a daze. On the other side, the two gigantic ground fire scarlet dragons had already turned the corner one after the other and were charging toward them. Lan Xuanyu stepped on the magma and floated on the surface as he waved at them. Come down quickly, what are you waiting for? Seeing him emerge again, Qianlei and Lu Feng realized the problem and quickly jumped into the magma pool. But at this time, the ironback dragon was obviously afraid of the magma and refused to come down. Qianlei made a prompt decision and ordered it to turn around and charge towards the two ground fire scarlet dragons. He and Lu Feng also jumped down. Lan Xuanyu released 2 strands of silver-patterned blue-silver grass and wrapped them around their bodies. Before they entered the magma, a layer of ice fog surrounded them. When they jumped into the magma pool, the two of them immediately felt the scalding heat, but it was only scalding heat. Lan Xuanyu pulled them to his side. After entering his second soul ring and being able to use the blue-silver grass to amplify them, Lan Xuanyu could now easily amplify both of them at the same time. Get ready, hold your breaths. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. The three of them had been together for a long time, so Lu Feng and Qianlei immediately understood what he meant. They also opened their mouths and took a deep breath. Then, under Lan Xuanyu's pull, the three of them dove into the magma together. Their surroundings were scorching hot, and they didn't even dare to open their eyes. Even if they were in the magma, they could still clearly hear the footsteps outside. There was no doubt that the ironback dragon wouldn't be able to stop the two terrifying ground fire scarlet dragons. Qianlei quickly lost contact with his summoned creatures. The violent footsteps only stopped when they were near the magma pool. The three of them were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. In the magma pool, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As long as the two ground fire scarlet dragons discovered them, they would immediately die. They couldn't even hold their breaths for a long time. As soul masters, they were stronger than ordinary people. With their current cultivation, they could only hold their breaths for about 5 minutes at most. 1 more second was still 1 more second. This was what Qianlei and Lu Feng were thinking. Only Lan Xuanyu felt differently. Since the temperature of the magma pool was mysterious, it meant that the designer didn't design everything for nothing. There must be some mystery behind it. The footsteps of the ground fire scarlet dragons had stopped for about half a minute, but there were still no more attacks in the magma pool. This meant that the two ground fire scarlet dragons didn't have the habit of attacking the magma pool. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they were killed when they revealed themselves, they could at least hold on for another 5 minutes. In such an intense test, being able to hold on for a second longer should increase their points. 5 minutes was already a very good result. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook again. Deafening roars, and tremors resounded throughout the world. The violent tremors even caused the magma in the magma pool to fluctuate violently. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly pulled the two of them deeper into the magma pool. Seeing that they were about to lose control of their breathing, the three of them quietly poked their heads out and took deep breaths in the scorching hot air. In the next moment, they saw the reason for the violent tremors in the distance. As if they had lost their targets, the two huge ground fire scarlet dragons had collided and attacked each other. Their figures looked similar, and their attacking methods were similar as well. In an instant, sparks flew as an even more intense melee battle unfolded. They constantly collided with each other's bodies, using their front claws, tails, and sharp teeth to leave wounds on each other's bodies. The surrounding ground fire lizards were nowhere to be seen, they had obviously run away. The entire shore had long been engulfed in a sea of fire. On the contrary, only the magma pool had become a pure land. Xianlei and Lu Feng prostrated themselves in admiration of Lan Xuanyu. What kind of brain did he have to think of escaping into the magma pool? When they looked at Lan Xuanyu, they realized that Lan Xuanyu's large eyes were filled with a bright light. That's right, he saw an opportunity. Just as he had predicted, Ling Yi's words contained a deep meaning. The opportunity had come. Fatty, prepare your second soul skill and wait for my signal, Lan Xuanyu whispered to Qianlei. What are you doing? Qianlei asked, puzzled. Lan Xuanyu's lips curled into a strange smile. Taking advantage. Seeing his naughty smile, Qianlei gave him a thumbs up. Xianyu, I'm convinced. You're my brother from now on. Let's not talk about other things, everyone's spiritual power is over 400. Your mental fortitude is amazing. Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, where did his mental fortitude come from? It was probably tortured by Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin. Especially Yin Tianfan. That teaching method was simply torturing him for fun. Hold your breath and dive. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and pulled the two of them. The three of them were immediately submerged in the magma again. They had finally found an opportunity, so they definitely couldn't take the risk. If the two ground fire scarlet dragons discovered that they were still alive, everything would be over. The three of them only popped their heads out to take a look when they were taking a breath. Their bodies had also gradually adapted to the magma pool's temperature. Although it was very uncomfortable and would continue to consume their soul power, it didn't have much of an impact on the whole. It wouldn't be a problem for them to stay in the magma pool for another half an hour. The battle between the two ground fire scarlet dragons had entered a white-hot state, and they were definitely going to fight to the death. They crazily attacked each other, and the wounds on their bodies increased. Large pieces of scales were torn off, and many of the wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. Their offensive power clearly exceeded their defensive power, so their attacks were especially ferocious, and their injuries were especially severe. After more than 10 minutes, both sides were covered in cuts and bruises, and their auras had greatly weakened. At this moment, they needed to rest for more than 10 seconds before they could muster up their remaining strength to fiercely attack each other. From time to time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and it was obvious that both sides were severely injured. Qianlei, prepare your second soul skill. Wait for the two ground fire scarlet dragons to finish their next round of attacks before activating it. The target will be their eyes. Lan Xuanyu patted Qianlei beside him and said, Boss, you're really too sinister. But I like it. Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu sneakily and finally understood why Lan Xuanyu wanted him to prepare his second soul skill. This was to take advantage of the situation. If they were facing a ground fire scarlet dragon in its peak state, they wouldn't have a chance. However, after the two ground fire scarlet dragons lost their target and started a fierce battle, it was a different story. Now that they were heavily injured, it was the best opportunity to defeat them. Once they thought about the possibility of killing the ground fire scarlet dragon, both Lu Feng and Qianlei's hearts raced. They thought to themselves, how many points would we get? Qianlei's second soul ring slowly lit up as he prepared his soul skill. In the distance, the two ground fire scarlet dragons fiercely collided again. The ground fire scarlet dragon that came later bit off the front claw of the ground fire scarlet dragon that was originally on the other side. The ground fire scarlet dragon that was originally on the other side used its large head to smash into the ground fire scarlet dragon's neck, breaking its neck and causing its head to tilt to one side. Quick, attack the one coming from behind. Lan Xuanyu shouted. Qianlei immediately activated his second soul skill. A gate of summoning appeared above his head almost instantly, and a green shadow rushed out. It was the emerald demon bird, Qianlei's second soul skill, copy. It allowed him to copy the soul beast that he had summoned with his first soul skill and imprint it into his second soul skill, allowing him to directly summon it when he used it. In fact, after Qianlei obtained this second soul skill, he became much more reliable. Even without Lan Xuanyu's buff, he could rely on this soul skill to give himself the strength to fight, and his personal combat strength immediately became stronger. After all, he could choose the soul beast that he thought was the strongest among the soul beasts summoned with his first soul skill and copy it. A two-ringed soul beast could fight for 30 seconds, which was half of the battle time of a normal soul beast summoned with his first soul skill. The emerald demon bird was the one that the three of them had chosen after careful consideration. It was also the strongest soul beast that Qianlei could summon at the moment. This emerald demon bird had 1,000-year cultivation. One had to know that even 1,000-year emerald demon bird could threaten a 10,000-year soul beast. It was extremely fast and ferocious. Although its body was small, its attack power was extremely terrifying. It had always been a killer in the world of soul beasts. Furthermore, the copied soul beast could only fight for 30 seconds. A slow-moving soul beast obviously wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, they finally decided to copy this emerald demon bird. Lan Xuanyu had asked Qianlei if it was possible to copy Dong Qianqiu. Reality proved that it was impossible to copy freeze-dried qiu. They had tried to copy Dong Qianqiu, but what came out was a big fish that couldn't fight on land. It struggled for 30 seconds before disappearing. The emerald demon bird immediately sensed the existence of the two ground fire scarlet dragons. The emerald demon bird was so ferocious that even Qianlei couldn't completely control it. However, he could still give it some instructions on the direction of its attacks. The emerald demon bird was like a dark green lightning. In the blink of an eye, it arrived beside the ground fire scarlet dragon that had its neck broken. With a flash, it drilled into the ground fire scarlet dragon's eye. Why was the emerald demon bird so ferocious? This was because its food was the brain matter of soul beasts. At this moment, the ground fire scarlet dragon's neck was tilted as it let out a mournful cry. Its huge body trembled violently as it fell to the ground. The other ground fire scarlet dragon seemed to be in a daze. Its condition wasn't much better than the one that had fallen to the ground, but it clearly had a certain level of intelligence. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball. The fireball flew straight towards the head of the ground fire scarlet dragon that had fallen to the ground. A dark green light flashed, and the emerald demon bird rushed out from the other eye of the ground fire scarlet dragon. It went around the fireball and instantly arrived in front of the other ground fire scarlet dragon. The ground fire scarlet dragon closed its eyes and its entire body burst into flames. It wanted to use its body to resist the emerald demon bird's attack. The reason why the emerald demon bird was known as a terrifying killer in the world of soul beasts was because it was simply too ferocious. Not only did it not dodge, but it also accelerated and viciously slammed into the eyelid of the ground fire scarlet dragon. The jade-green figure was sent flying, and it even carried flames with it. The ground fire scarlet dragon's defense was indeed astonishing, but it still let out a blood-curdling scream. Although its eyelid had sent the emerald demon bird flying, a large hole had been torn open. More importantly, the eyeball inside had suffered from the violent impact and was ruptured. The ground fire scarlet dragon roared and bellowed crazily as it spat out large mouthfuls of flames. The emerald demon bird that had been sent flying flapped its wings, and the flames on its body were instantly extinguished. Its emerald green feathers were revealed once again. It turned into lightning once again and flew through the gaps in the large area of flames. With a pu sound, it drilled into the ground fire scarlet dragon's eyelid. The ground fire scarlet dragon's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang as it struggled violently. Lan Xuanyu and the other two, who were immersed in the magma, felt their scalps go numb. They had summoned the emerald demon bird before, and of course, it had been successful. But this time, they had truly witnessed the emerald demon bird's terrifying strength. A ferocious bird that went all out in battle was truly fearless. Lan Xuanyu even suspected that if they had released the emerald demon bird right from the start, they might have been able to resist the ground fire scarlet dragon for a while. Even if they couldn't kill the ground fire scarlet dragon, they would still be able to severely injure it. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng's gazes towards Qianlei changed. Who among their peers would be able to resist such a powerful emerald demon bird? From the looks of it, after replicating a strong enough soul beast, Qianlei was the strongest person in the elite junior class. His originally unreliable soul skill was getting stronger and stronger. Why are you looking at me? Without Xianyu's help, I wouldn't be able to summon this thing. This can be considered half a martial soul fusion technique, Qianlei said. He didn't think that he could slowly summon a ferocious soul beast like the emerald demon bird by himself. It wasn't like he hadn't tried it in private before. With and without Lan Xuanyu's help, the difference in the soul beast he summoned was like heaven and earth. We killed 2 ground fire scarlet dragons? Lu Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at the 2 of them. Qianlei's body trembled as he cried out, yes. We actually killed 2 ground fire scarlet dragons? This is too big of a gamble. Right at this moment, a hot current suddenly rushed over, and the temperature of the entire magma pool began to rise. Not good. Let's go. Lan Xuanyu quickly used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to wrap around Lu Feng's waist. Lu Feng understood and rushed out of the magma pool under Lan Xuanyu's right hand's push. At the same time, he pulled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and rushed up with Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu turned halfway and caught up with the falling Lu Feng in the air, giving him another push. Lu Feng had already released his soul skill. He struck down with his white dragon spear and borrowed the recoil force from the magma to bring Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei to the shore. Whoosh! A green light flashed, and the emerald demon bird returned to the gate of summoning above Qianlei's head and disappeared without a trace. The emerald demon bird seemed to be very satisfied. Before it left, it looked deeply at Lan Xuanyu and the other 2. The ominous glint in its eyes made the 3 of them tremble. Fortunately, this generation's ominous bird was just a copy. It was unlikely that it would appear again. Copying was actually not a true copy of a soul beast. Instead, it created a summoning link that could summon it twice at the same time, but the summoning time would be reduced. The chances of summoning the same emerald demon bird again should be very small. The 3 of them had just rushed to the shore when a wave of heat came from behind them. The temperature of the magma pool was obviously different from before. In front of them were 2 gigantic ground fire scarlet dragons. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly pulled Qianlei and Lu Feng and ran towards them. At this moment, the 2 ground fire scarlet dragons' gigantic bodies began to fade. It was as if they were about to disappear into thin air. A red door of light appeared in front of them. A door, the 3 of them hurriedly stopped, but nothing came out of the door of light. Instead, a large hand made of light stretched out and waved at the 3 of them. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the qualifier wasn't over yet? In their opinion, since the ground fire scarlet dragon was already dead, the qualifier should have ended. How could this situation before them, however, there was no time for them to hesitate. The lava pool behind them suddenly began to surge, and large amounts of lava surged toward the shore. Go in. Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision. At this moment, Lu Feng and Qianlei had no choice but to listen to him. The 3 of them quickly, Qianlei and Qianlin. The door, Qianlei and Qian, and Qian, the scarlet moon Lei Feng and Qian, Wang and Lu Qianlei. Qian. It was still a valley, but compared to the barren valley from before, everything here was different. Inside this valley, there were all kinds of lush vegetation and giant trees. The tall canopy blocked the sunlight, and life was everywhere. After running out of that world filled with flames, the 3 of them felt exhausted. They sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. Everything that had happened earlier was too thrilling. Judgment, adaptability, luck, and strength were all indispensable. It wasn't easy for them to last until the ground fire scarlet dragons killed each other. Even if they had to do it again, they didn't have the confidence to do the same thing again. What's going on? Why didn't they teleport us out? Could it be that the qualifier wasn't over yet? I don't believe that there are still people as outstanding as us, Qianlei said angrily. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the intensity of the qualifier wasn't something they could handle at their age and cultivation level. Lan Xuanyu said, since we're already here, let's take it as it comes. There must be a reason for them to teleport us. At this moment, footsteps were heard from the forest. The three of them became nervous. Lu Feng appeared in front of them in a flash. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand, and two golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lu Feng and Qianlei. Qianlei threw out his coin of summoning. He had recovered and activated his first soul skill, Gate of Summoning, for the second time. The three of them could only be described as swift. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. From the forest, a slender figure slowly walked out with a smile. Wasn't it Ling Yi who had sent them to the qualifier? Seeing that it was her, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Qianlei hurriedly interrupted his Gate of Summoning. You guys did well. You guys obtained pretty good results. I teleported you here because I have something to tell you, Ling Yi said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu said, Sister Ling, our test isn't over yet? Ling Yi said, in a sense, the qualifier is already over. Now, let's talk about the most important thing. Qianlei. She looked at Qianlei. Ah? Qianlei, who was hiding at the back, poked his head out. What's wrong, Sister Ling? Ling Yi smiled. Let me tell you a piece of good news. If you're willing, you've been admitted early. What? Early admission? Qianlei was confused. He obviously didn't understand what early admission meant. Ling Yi smiled. Your martial soul has been recognized by the Academy. Therefore, you can choose to be admitted early. In other words, as long as you're willing, you're now a new student of the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. One of the 30 spots. Qianlei was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly, so much so that he couldn't believe that it was all real. Qianlei was stunned as he pressed down on Ling Yi. Sister Ling, are you kidding me? Ling Yi smiled. Do you believe me or not? Also, you have to tell me your choice immediately. Qianlei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What was there to hesitate about? I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Thank you, thank you. He was so excited that his speech was incoherent. Shrek, that was the Shrek Academy. What kind of place was the Shrek Academy? It was the dream of all soul masters. Qianlei never thought that with his unreliable martial soul, he would be able to gain the favor of the Shrek Academy and become a student of the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. This was simply reaching the heavens in a single bound. As long as he could graduate from the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, no matter what he wanted to do in the future, there would naturally be a path to the heavens. Although he was only 12 years old, he still understood this logic. Especially at his age, who didn't like to show off? If his family knew that he was a member of the Shrek Academy, it would be a matter that would bring glory to his ancestors. Furthermore, he would also be the first person from the elite junior class to enter the Shrek Academy. Simply. Just thinking about it made him so excited that he couldn't control himself. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were shocked and envious at the same time. How could they not be envious? He had directly passed through all the tests and officially became a new student of the Shrek Academy. It seemed that Qianlei's coin of summoning martial soul had been sufficiently valued. Wasn't that so? The Emerald Demon Bird's final ferocity was so powerful. It killed 2 ground fire scarlet dragons in a row and turned the impossible into possible. Ling Yi saw that Qianlei had made his choice excitedly and nodded with a smile. All right. Come with me to register later. Okay, thank you, sister. At this time, Qianlei's mouth was very sweet. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng with regret in her eyes. You will be teleported back. I'm a little sorry because the subsequent tests set by the Academy are carried out in groups of 3. So, you might not be able to participate in the later tests? Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were stunned. Although they envied Qianlei, they were also happy for Qianlei. Qianlei went from last place in the elite junior class to being the first to enter Shrek Academy. How could he not be proud? However, they didn't expect that Qianlei's early admission would cause them to face such a situation. Lu Feng hesitated. Can't the 2 of us participate in the later part of the assessment? Wouldn't we be eliminated then? Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, Big Sister Ling, the 2 of us can also try to participate in the later part of the assessment. It doesn't matter even if we have to face 3 opponents, is that okay? They weren't the only ones who were shocked. Qianlei was also shocked when he heard Ling Yi's words. The way he looked at Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng changed, and he wasn't as excited as before. He didn't expect that his early admission would cause Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng to be unable to participate in the assessment. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, this is the rule. In fact, it's already pretty good that one of the three of you was selected. How many people in the entire federation applied? It's a good thing for Heaven Luo Academy if anyone from your group can get a place to enroll. I'm sorry, but the two of you can't participate in the later part of the assessment." Ling Yi waved her hand, and a ray of light enveloped Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. The light flashed, and the two of them disappeared without a trace. Qianlei stared blankly at the scene, then turned to look at Ling Yi. The change was too fast, and he didn't even have time to react. The light flashed again, and Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng returned to the valley they were at. The lava pool had returned to its calm state, and the surroundings were empty. At this moment, they were all somewhat dejected. The previous qualifier was extremely dangerous. They had tried their best to turn this situation around and kill the ground fire scarlet dragon. However, who would have thought that it would end up like this? Qianlei had ascended, while the other two had been eliminated. Lu Feng said angrily, "That's not fair. How can Shrek Academy be so unfair?" Lan Xuanyu hugged his shoulder and sighed, "Maybe this is luck." Lu Feng turned his head to look at Lan Xuanyu. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "How could this be? I thought we really had a chance." Lan Xuanyu patted his shoulder gently. "That's right. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? How could they not resent and blame him? No. They had put in so much effort and had been training hard for the past 3.5 years. Lan Xuanyu, in particular, had been living in an abyss of suffering almost every day. Their performance in the qualifier was not bad, and they believed that they would get good results. However, they were suddenly eliminated for a reason that they could not understand. How could they not be dissatisfied? "Xianyu, I can't accept this. Is there really nothing we can do?" Lu Feng asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "We can't change what has already happened." Lu Feng said, "Is there really no chance at all?" He could not accept this. At this moment, Lu Feng saw Lan Xuanyu suddenly raise his head and laugh. "That's right," he laughed. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. "What are you laughing at?" Lan Xuanyu sighed. "Actually, Qianlei might have it worse than us. We should be giving him our blessings right now." "Ah?" Lu Feng looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise and raised his hand to touch his forehead. "Have you gone mad from anger? Why are you suddenly saying this?" Lan Xuanyu said, "It's nothing. I just didn't think that Shrek Academy would use this kind of method to test us." "Test?" Lu Feng was even more confused. "What are you talking about?" Lan Xuanyu sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Shrek Academy was able to pass on for 30,000 years and become the #1 academy on the continent not only because of its strength, but also because of its own system. Shrek Academy never participates in battles and only trains outstanding soul masters. Let me ask you, how could such an old academy do something so unfair? Therefore, everything that we just encountered might not be real." Lu Feng said, "But that big sister Ling really did say that Qianlei was accepted early." Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, "At that time, I also believed it and felt very uncomfortable in my heart because it was too unfair to the two of us. However, it was also because it was too unfair. Don't you think it's strange? Why would Shrek Academy be so unfair to us? I have confidence in our performance in the qualifier. We really put in a lot of effort, and you could even say that we did our best. Furthermore, we weren't sent out, but were sent back here. Why didn't they let us withdraw from the qualifier? These are all questions. I just thought it through. That big sister Ling might want to test us." Qianlei's character. After Lan Xuanyu finished explaining, Lu Feng finally understood. "You're saying that big sister Ling wants to see if Qianlei will choose to be accepted early and abandon us?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "That should be the case. Furthermore, the reason why he sent us back here was probably to see if we would resent Qianlei because of this situation. After all, we were eliminated because of him. It's impossible not to resent him at all." Shrek Academy probably wants to see our reactions. Lu Feng understood everything now. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with a shocked expression. Suddenly, he grabbed Lan Xuanyu's neck and shook it vigorously. He shouted, "Are you even human? You can even see that. Wouldn't your heart be in a mess after what happened just now?" Lan Xuanyu had a helpless expression. He didn't resist and said, "If you had a teacher who attacked you from behind the first time they fought in a simulation pod, you wouldn't be surprised why I was so calm. What kind of storms have I not seen before?" Yes, the first time Yin Tianfan brought Lan Xuanyu to pilot a space warship in a simulation pod, he shot his warship from behind and almost drove him crazy. Yin Tianfan's explanation to him was that there were no teammates that he could absolutely trust. No matter what, he had to ensure that he was in a safe state. This was Yin Tianfan's reminder to him. Yin Tianfan's various cunning theories and all kinds of strange combat methods were taught to Lan Xuanyu from then on. Lu Feng let go of his hand and was suddenly worried. He said, "Do you think Qianlei can withstand the test? If he chooses to abandon us, does that mean he's done for?" Lan Xuanyu shrugged and smiled bitterly. "I don't know. But I have to say, Shrek Academy is really good at setting up traps. We're only 12 or 13 years old. Even if we're adults, we might not be able to withstand this test." Lu Feng said helplessly, "You're right. Looks like we can only pray for Qianlei." Lan Xuanyu was about to say something when suddenly, there was a flash of light and a figure stumbled and appeared not far away from them. The two of them hurriedly looked over vigilantly. The person who came was none other than Qianlei. Qianlei looked like he had lost his soul. He looked up and saw the two of them. The next moment, he fell to the ground and burst into tears. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng looked at each other and hurried over. Lu Feng recalled Lan Xuanyu's words and couldn't help but ask, "Qianlei, did you do something to let us down? Is this karma?" As soon as he said this, Qianlei suddenly raised his head, his tear-stained face suddenly filled with ferocity. He jumped up, grabbed Lu Feng by the collar, and roared, "Do you have a conscience? Don't you have any conscience at all? Do you know what I've given up for you? I've given up the opportunity to enter Shrek Academy in advance. Do you know that I've given up? You actually said that I've let you down. Where's your conscience? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" He shook Lu Feng hard, but whether it was him or Lan Xuanyu, at this moment, their hearts were filled with shock. They'd known each other for 3.5 years. Qianlei was a fatty, a greedy fatty, and ranked last in the class. He was usually as timid as a mouse, but loved money. Apart from his high spiritual power, he didn't have any good character. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu's arrival, he and Lu Feng might have been eliminated long ago. Neither Lan Xuanyu nor Lu Feng expected that Qianlei would make such a choice in such a short time in the face of such a huge temptation from Shrek Academy. "Don't shake me, don't shake me. Explain yourself first." After all, Qianlei didn't have much fighting power, and Lu Feng pulled his hands away. Lu Feng looked at him with a face full of surprise. "What's going on?" Qianlei's tears flowed freely. "If I'm admitted in advance, you'll be eliminated. How could I bear to do that? How could I do that? Without you, I wouldn't have been able to get to this point. Also, I'm a smart person. My spiritual power is more than 400. How could I not know that without Xianyu, my summoning would be useless? If I enter Shrek Academy by myself, I'll probably be kicked out in less than a month. Without you, I'm nothing. I gave up. In order to take the follow-up exam with you, I gave up the early enrollment. I can't bear to. I'm in so much pain. I'd rather not have this early enrollment." Listening to his incoherent explanation, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng completely understood. Although Qianlei's thoughts included leaving Lan Xuanyu, he'd become unreliable again. However, the temptation came from Shrek Academy. It wasn't easy for him to make such a decision. Lu Feng hugged Qianlei and said seriously, "Bro." Lan Xuanyu's ass hands his shoulders. At this moment, his gaze was unprecedentedly firm. "We'll definitely get into Shrek Academy. The three of us, together." Lu Feng's eyes, Lu Feng's, Lu Feng, and Lu Feng's, Lu Feng, and Lu Feng, and Lu, and Lu disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already at the entrance of the training ground, where they first met Ling Yi. Ling Yi stood there waiting for them with a smile. When she saw the three of them, she smiled slightly and nodded at them. Qianlei's face was dejected. His head was lowered, and it was obvious that he was still struggling with his pain. Lan Xuanyu looked around and didn't see anyone else. He asked Ling Yi, "Sister Ling, where are our other classmates?" Ling Yi said, "They all left after the auditions ended. You guys were the last to come out." Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, "If Qianlei chooses to enroll early, will Xianyu and I really be eliminated?" Ling Yi smiled but didn't say anything. Different results, different paths. You'll understand in the future. Qianlei raised his head and said, "Then if I choose to enroll early and abandon the two of them, will I really be recruited?" Ling Yi shook her head and said, "I don't know. That's up to the teachers to decide. However, I can tell you that your ability is indeed very special. Some teachers from the academy have taken a liking to you." Seeing that her words were watertight, the three of them couldn't do anything. "Sister Ling, then our results?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Ling Yi said, "The results of the entire Heaven Luo planet's auditions will be announced later. As for the specifics, we'll see the results when the time comes." Lan Xuanyu was speechless. This person really didn't want to say anything. But, forget it, the three of them ended their trip to Soul World, and the simulation pod slowly opened. When they came out of the jelly-like nutrient solution, a strong sense of exhaustion spread throughout Lan Xuanyu's body. His cultivation consumption wasn't particularly high, but his mental consumption was huge. In this audition, he had been tense the whole time, looking for all the opportunities. Finally, he had passed all the difficulties and should have obtained good results with his two companions. Now that he could relax, he suddenly felt tired. The three of them came out of the simulation pod and found that the others hadn't left. They were all waiting outside, including Ji Hongbin, Yin Tianfan, and the group of teachers. Seeing that the simulation pods of the three of them had finally opened, the teachers heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time, their eyes revealed a look of anticipation. It was because the three of them had been in there for much longer than the others. Even Lu Qianxuan, who came out before them, had only been in there for 10 minutes. It was simply unimaginable that they had lasted for such a long time. Lu Qianxuan looked at Lan Xuanyu with a strange gaze. No one wanted to know more than him why Lan Xuanyu and the rest had lasted for so long. What exactly had happened to them inside? At that time, the other ground fire scarlet dragon had also come over and attacked them. It shouldn't have let Lan Xuanyu and the rest go. Under such circumstances, they shouldn't have been able to survive. Ji Hongbin anxiously walked up to Lan Xuanyu and gave him a questioning look. Lan Xuanyu didn't get any answers from Ling Yi, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. After all, this was the qualifier of the entire Heaven Luo planet. Who knew how many geniuses would participate, and he himself wasn't confident about the results. "Teacher, we should be all right. But we don't know the results yet. They said that it would be announced together," Lan Xuanyu said to Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin nodded and felt a little more at ease. With his experience, the qualifier wouldn't take long and would be very intense. To be able to last for so long, at least Lan Xuanyu and the rest should be able to enter the next round. Yin Tianfan looked at Lan Xuanyu from head to toe. "I heard from the others that you made a good judgment. You did well. You didn't embarrass me. Alright, everyone go back and rest. The results should be announced tomorrow." "Yes." The 21 elite junior class students responded and walked out. Lan Xuanyu clearly realized that most of them had ugly expressions on their faces. For example, Jin Xiang's group that was smashed out by the meteor shower, and the few groups that fell under the fireball attack at the beginning. They didn't even have the chance to display their full strength before the qualifier ended. It was obvious that their results wouldn't be too good. Lu Qianxuan, Chang Jiani, and Yi Lingtong were relatively calmer. At least they had displayed their full strength. With the reminder from Lan Xuanyu and the rest, they managed to last for quite a long time and killed quite a number of ground fire lizards. Lu Qianxuan took the initiative to walk over and extended his hand to Lan Xuanyu. "Thanks. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and high-fived him. It's nothing. We're all classmates, so it's what I should do. It's a pity that I made the judgment a little late. Otherwise, everyone's results would probably be better. Lu Qianxuan said, after we appeared, how did you guys last for so long? I thought that you guys had already finished the competition. During the second meteor shower, he saw Lan Xuanyu and the rest disappear in the sea of fire, so he couldn't figure out how they dealt with it. Lan Xuanyu didn't hide anything and frankly told him what he thought at that time, as well as how he found out about the magma pool and how the three of them hid in it. However, that was all he said. He didn't mention how they had killed the 2 ground fire scarlet dragons in the end. After all, Lu Qianxuan's team was likely to pass this round of the qualifiers. They were likely to become opponents in the later rounds. After listening to his explanation and judgment, Lu Qianxuan's team couldn't help but feel a little shocked. It was still possible to avoid disaster under the belly of a ground fire scarlet dragon, but he was still able to determine that they could hide in the magma pool later on. The way they looked at Lan Xuanyu changed. Usually, this person didn't show off his abilities. He would even feel sleepy and yawn in class, but they didn't expect him to be so calm in a real battle. Lu Qianxuan had always boasted that he was the calmest among his peers, but he could tell from this qualifier that Lan Xuanyu was much calmer than him. More importantly, Lan Xuanyu's ability to make calm judgments far surpassed his. In a situation where he didn't display any strong abilities, he was actually able to lead his team to the end. This was definitely an outstanding performance. He didn't rely on his strength, but on his intelligence. If we can continue participating in the later rounds, let's do it together. Let's form an alliance. What do you think? Lu Qianxuan said sincerely. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Qianxuan, who had always been arrogant, to say something like this. He couldn't help but change his impression of him. Not only was he the strongest in the class, but he was also the class monitor. Naturally, he had his reasons to be arrogant. Lu Qianxuan added, "You'll be in charge. You'll be in charge." Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right. If we still move together, we'll be fine with it." Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong were both very strong assault-type soul masters, and Chang Jianyi's control was also quite good. If both parties formed an alliance, there would naturally be great benefits. Yi Lingtong stood at the side and watched coldly without saying anything. However, there was a strange feeling in his heart. She still clearly remembered that 3 years ago, Lan Xuanyu had looked for her alone. It seemed like he wanted to say something to her, but she was pulled away by Lu Qianxuan. They didn't complete that exchange. After that, Lan Xuanyu never looked for him again. Usually, they were just classmates, but because of the stress on their studies, everyone was quite exhausted. Usually, they didn't talk much. However, they did not expect that under the leadership of Lan Xuanyu, their group would not be eliminated. Instead, they seemed to be getting better and better. With his addition, Lu Feng and Qianlei seemed to have been reborn. Naturally, they had long since realized that it was Lan Xuanyu's assistance that had greatly increased their strength. Yi Lingtong also vaguely understood the reason why Lan Xuanyu had looked for her back then. He probably wanted to see if he could also support her. But some things were missed. After all, she was in the same group as Lu Qianxuan. The 3 of them were in a group, and there was no possibility of changing. She was also more optimistic about Lu Qianxuan. So, that was how it went. Until this time, in such an intense competition, when everyone was truly facing difficulties, she once again saw Lan Xuanyu's calmness and wisdom. This reminded her of the scene when Lan Xuanyu lured the 3-eyed witch ape away to save her during the elite junior class assessment. A sense of guilt arose in his heart. "Alright, don't be so dejected." When they returned to the dormitory, Lu Feng gave Qianlei a slap. "Our results won't be bad. Who can do what we did? If we rank high in the qualifiers, we should have an advantage in the later assessments. What's more, we have Xianyu." This qualifier really made Lu Feng prostrate himself in admiration of Lan Xuanyu. Qianlei raised his head and frowned. "Keep it a secret for me. Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will call me a fool." Lan Xuanyu chuckled and hugged his shoulder. You're quite cute being a fool. Xianlei is also a gentleman who loves money and earns it in a proper way. How great is that? Ha ha ha. Xianlei rolled his eyes and held his heart with both hands. He shouted, my heart hurts, my heart hurts. The three of them laughed for a while and relaxed. They immediately felt tired and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Lan Xuanyu sat on his bed and silently felt the flow of soul power in his body. After entering his second ring, he felt that the biggest change wasn't his soul power, but the power of his bloodline. After harmonizing his bloodline power once again, the aura of his gold and silver bloodlines changed very quickly. It was stronger than before, and the harmony between them had increased. Although they were still clearly separated, there wasn't the slightest feeling of collision. When he mobilized them, they could always provide him with the power he needed. Moreover, after this qualifier, he found that his ability to fight continuously had increased by a lot. He had been buffing Lu Feng and Xianlei all this time. The aura of the fusion of soul power and bloodline had been continuously released, but he felt that the consumption wasn't too great. After the infusion of bloodline aura, his soul power seemed to have become viscous. When he released soul skills, it wasn't purely supported by soul power, but also by the power of his bloodline. Therefore, he had a feeling that his true strength shouldn't be at rank 20, but should be at a higher level. Moreover, he had blue-silver grass in his hands, twin martial souls, and 4 soul skills. However, this qualifier had also opened his eyes to a whole new level of knowledge. The intensity of the Shrek Academy's qualifier was already so high, so the later tests definitely wouldn't be any easier and would only be more difficult. It seemed like he really had to be extra careful. Moreover, this qualifier didn't just test one's individual strength. It also tested one's judgment, analysis, wisdom, and even courage in a comprehensive way. Without sufficient courage, who would dare to jump into the magma pool to take refuge? In comparison, the Shrek Academy was really amazing. With these somewhat chaotic thoughts, he gradually entered a meditative state. Gradually, these chaotic thoughts disappeared silently like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Lan Xuanyu's heart was completely empty. He vaguely seemed to hear the roar of a giant dragon, as if he had returned to the dark space. The giant Jinlong swept past him and brazenly pounced on the pirate warships. He seemed to hear the dong-dong sound of the ground fire scarlet dragon stomping on the ground. It was deafening, and every step seemed to be stomping on his heart. Prince Yu walked step by step towards the giant warship. Finally, with a stomp, 8 Jinlong flew up and down, destroying the warship. Waves of warmth spread throughout his body. Lan Xuanyu gradually entered an unprecedented state, completely forgetting about everything around him. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the dormitory in the morning, Xianlei and Lu Feng got up one after another. Xianlei rubbed his eyes and looked at the bed beside him. He was surprised to find that Lan Xuanyu was still sitting there meditating. He then waved his hand at Lu Feng and pointed at Lan Xuanyu. Lu Feng was also surprised. After yesterday's test, everyone went to rest. The two of them fell asleep immediately, while Lan Xuanyu began meditating. However, when it was time to eat, Lan Xuanyu was still meditating and showed no signs of waking up. They went to eat by themselves and even brought food back for Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu didn't show any signs of waking up until dinner time. He was still meditating. They didn't dare to disturb him, and so they waited until now. He had been meditating for an entire day and night. Such a situation was unprecedented. However, Lan Xuanyu's aura was very stable, and there were faint soul power fluctuations around his body. A halo circulated under his skin, giving him a dignified aura. He was obviously in a state of cultivation. However, he wasn't waking up. What should they do? Lu Feng raised his finger and pointed outside. He then gently jumped down from the bed without making any sound. Qianlei also carefully got off the bed, and the two of them walked outside. When they reached the corridor, the two of them muttered a few words and decided to invite the teacher over to take a look to prevent any problems from happening to Lan Xuanyu. After a short while, Mu Zhongtian and Ji Hongban arrived. Initially, they were only in charge of Mu Zhongtian, but Ji Hongban happened to be with Mu Zhongtian, waiting for the results of the qualifier to come out. After hearing that there might be some problems with Lan Xuanyu, how could Ji Hongban not be anxious? He immediately followed them over. After entering the dormitory, Ji Hongbin immediately saw Lan Xuanyu, who was meditating peacefully. He squinted his eyes and gestured for the others to keep quiet. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and silently felt the spirit power and spiritual power undulations around Lan Xuanyu's body. At this moment, Qian Lei and Lu Feng suddenly felt that Teacher Ji seemed to have disappeared. He was clearly standing there, but it felt as though he had turned into a stone statue without any signs of life. He had completely merged with the surrounding environment. Union of heaven and man, Mu Zhongtian said in his heart. His eyes were filled with envy. To be able to enter the union of heaven and man state in an instant, what level of cultivation does Teacher Ji have? After a moment, Ji Hongbin opened his eyes again and waved to the others before taking the lead to walk out. Mu Zhongtian could clearly see that his face was filled with joy. Teacher Ji, what's wrong with Xianyu? Mu Zhongtian hurriedly asked after they walked out of the door. Ji Hongbin chuckled and said, it's a good thing, deep meditation. He had actually entered a state of deep meditation. This kid isn't even 12 years old yet. Seems like yesterday's qualifier had a huge impact on him. Deep meditation? Mu Zhongtian was shocked. Of course, he knew what deep meditation was. It was a state that all spirit masters dreamed of. It was a special state where one's body and mind were completely immersed in meditation and reached the best state. Deep meditation would not only improve one's state of meditation, but it would also increase one's spirit power faster. More importantly, in this state where one's body and mind were completely empty, it could greatly increase one's comprehension and allow one to comprehend to a level that was usually unattainable. It was most beneficial for breakthroughs or improvements. Not only was Mu Zhongtian shocked, he was even a little jealous as he had never done deep meditation before. Relatively speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the significance of deep meditation, and the greater the improvement. Lan Xuanyu was still young and didn't have much ability. But even so, to be able to enter deep meditation at such a young age, the benefits to him could be imagined. How could Ji Hongbin not be surprised? He was able to enter the union of heaven and man state in an instant because he had naturally achieved it after going through a deep meditation. This allowed him to unleash 100% of his combat power under any circumstances. Moreover, he clearly remembered that during one of the examinations of the Shrek Academy, the students were required to achieve a state of deep meditation. They had to keep meditating until they entered a state of deep meditation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed to come out. Exceeding the time limit would be considered a failure. For soul masters, it would be much easier for them to enter deep meditation the next time they entered it after experiencing it once. Wait a minute, suddenly, Ji Hongbin seemed to have realized something as his pupils constricted. Then, he turned around abruptly and looked at the dormitory behind him. His expression instantly became strange as he muttered to himself, so that's the case. If that's the case, then the chances are even greater. Mu Zhongtian looked at him in confusion. Teacher Ji, what are you talking about? Ji Hongbin said, I know why he entered deep meditation. It's not only because he was enlightened during the qualifier, but also because his spiritual power has reached a critical point. Do you still remember the previous test? 499 points of spiritual power. After reaching this critical point, Xianyu borrowed the stimulation of the qualifier and actually started to break through. Mu Zhongtian was dumbfounded. Breakthrough? He was very clear about what it meant to break through with 499 points of spiritual power. Spirit Sea Realm. His spiritual power would enter the Spirit Sea Realm from the Spirit Connection Realm. That was a huge leap, so shouldn't it be possible to break through after accumulating for a period of time? Did this brat not have any bottlenecks? Breaking through the level of spiritual power through deep meditation was undoubtedly a success. Was this luck or ability? Mu Zhongtian suddenly felt that he was starting to not understand this world anymore. Or rather, he couldn't understand the world of geniuses anymore. Qian Lei, Lu Feng, the two of you don't have to go to class today. Stay in the dormitory and watch over Xianyu. Don't let anyone disturb him until he wakes up. It's his first time in deep meditation, so it shouldn't be too long, but the rewards are definitely not small. When he wakes up, let him tell you about his realization. It will be helpful for you guys to enter this realm in the future. Yes, Teacher Ji. Lu Feng and Qian Lei looked at each other and quickly agreed. They weren't jealous of Lan Xuanyu. On the contrary, they couldn't wait for Lan Xuanyu to become stronger. There were 3 of them now, sharing glory and humiliation together. And the stronger Lan Xuanyu was, the better the effect of his support for them. In fact, they couldn't even figure out what type of soul master Lan Xuanyu was. If they said he was a control type, his support abilities were extremely strong. If they said he was a support, he could use ice-type soul skills to control. He even had a certain level of direct combat ability. The only problem was that his soul power was too low. But even so, in their hearts, Lan Xuanyu was definitely the true number 1 in the elite junior class. He was too well-rounded. Back in the office, Ji Hongbin crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on the chair, looking at the screen in front of him. The results of the qualifiers for the entire Heaven Luo planet would be announced in a while. According to past practice, the qualifiers were the most intense and had the highest number of eliminations. Whether one could enter the next round or not, the qualifiers were the most important. This was an absolutely comprehensive assessment. Among the tens of thousands of candidates in Heaven Luo planet, only the top 100 could enter the next round. Of course, this top 100 actually referred to 100 groups with 3 people in each group. This meant that a total of 300 people could enter the next round. How many academies were there in Heaven Luo planet? It had been many years since anyone from Tianluo College got into the Shrek Academy, which was why there was the elite junior class. They had high hopes for this year. But in the previous qualifiers, a few groups ended their matches in an instant and would undoubtedly be eliminated. How could Ji Hongbin not be anxious? Luckily, the students at the back persevered for a longer time. Especially Lan Xuanyu and Lu Qianxuan's groups. Now, they just had to see how good their final results would be. Furthermore, from the results of the qualifiers, the students' individual strength wasn't weak, but their adaptability was slightly worse. The Shrek Academy's qualifiers were really too comprehensive and even luck played a part. It's out. Mu Zhongtian's anxious voice sounded. Ji Hongbin, who was beside him, immediately sat up straight and looked at the screen. The first row that appeared was the 91st to 100th place. 3 names appeared first, then the academies and scores were displayed. Mu Zhongtian saw a familiar name at a glance. 99th place, Jin Xiang, Tang Yuega, Li Pengbin. Tianluo College. Points, 39. Haha, Jin Xiang and the rest made it. That's great. Mu Zhongtian was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although it was just entering the qualifiers and wasn't much, it wasn't easy for them to enter the qualifiers. This was definitely great news. Furthermore, from what he remembered, Jin Xiang and the rest didn't persevere for too long. There were at least 4 other groups that persevered longer than them. Hence, Jin Xiang's team being able to qualify meant that there were at least 5 teams in Tianluo College's elite junior class that could qualify, and the other 4 teams would definitely have better results. Ji Hongbin also heaved a sigh of relief. He obviously knew what this meant and couldn't help but laugh. Jin Xiang's team of 3 is really lucky, they were almost eliminated. However, from the looks of it, the intensity of the audition this time was really high. They didn't last long and actually qualified. I'm afraid that even more students would have been killed the moment they came up. Mu Zhongtian then thought about how long Jin Xiang's team lasted. Less than a minute. The names on the screen scrolled again, and this time, it was the 81st to 90th place. There were no Tianluo College students' names. This made both of them smile because this meant that the remaining teams in the elite junior class would be ranked even higher. Soon, they saw a familiar name. The 75th place was from the elite junior class, which meant that there were only 2 people left in the 2 teams below. Then, they saw another team's name at the 67th place. At this point, there were 3 teams with results, but Lan Xuanyu's team and Lu Qianxuan's team hadn't appeared yet. There are a total of 7 teams, and 5 teams qualified. This should be enough. The elite junior class didn't waste so many resources. Mu Zhongtian was completely relaxed now. Ji Hongbin said, "Don't be happy too early, it won't be too late to be happy when someone really gets into the Shrek Academy. This is just the qualifier, there are still many more waiting for them. Next up is the top 10 out of 100. Only the top 10 in Heaven Luo planet will be qualified to head to the mother planet and accept the final test at Shrek Academy. But we finally took the first step. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what the rankings of Lan Xuanyu and Lu Qianxuan's teams will be. I remember that the top 3 in every planet's qualifier have material rewards, right? Ji Hongbin subconsciously clenched his fists. It's the lucky wheel. No one knows what the reward will be, and I've never seen a lucky wheel before. Perhaps? The list was still rolling, and the names of Lan Xuanyu and Lu Qianxuan's team still didn't appear on the list of 31st to 40th place. At this moment, Ji Hongbin and Mu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel nervous again because this meant that Lan Xuanyu and Lu Qianxuan's groups had both entered the top 30. Ji Hongbin and Mu Zhongtian didn't want to see their names so soon because the later it appeared, the higher their ranking would be. Don't come out, don't come out. Mu Zhongtian mumbled. The names of the 21st to the 30th place appeared. Mu Zhongtian quickly scanned through and didn't see any familiar names. He couldn't help but wave his fist. Haha, that's great. No. Top 20. Both of their groups had entered the top 20. That's amazing. Ji Hongbin had already stood up. He placed his hands on the table and stared at the screen in front of him. The top 20 of the qualifier was the top 20 of the entire Heaven Luo planet, and it was already a pretty good result. However, he naturally had even higher expectations in his heart. What he wanted to see was more than just the top 20 results. The names of the 11th to 20th place were finally out. Nothing. Still nothing. Mu Zhongtian couldn't help but jump up and hit his head on the ceiling, making a dong sound as he laughed out loud. Top 10, top 10. That's great. 2 groups in the top 10. There's hope for continuing the elite junior class and getting into the Shrek Academy. The next round of the qualifier was a competition between the top 100 teams in Heaven Luo planet. The top 10 teams would head to the Shrek Academy to participate in the assessment. To be able to enter the top 10 in the qualifier, the chances of standing out would undoubtedly be much higher. Ji Hongbin pursed his lips tightly. He hoped to see 3 familiar names in the top 3. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's team, who had lasted for at least 10 minutes longer than Lu Qianxuan's team, should be ranked higher. If Lu Qianxuan's team could enter the top 10, then the possibility of Lan Xuanyu's team entering the top 3 was very high. Could it be that their names would be in the top 3? Finally, the top 10 names were out. 9th place, Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, Chang Jiani, Tianluo College, points, 531. 9th place. They're in 9th place. Xianyu and the rest. Mu Zhongtian looked up from the bottom, so he immediately saw Lu Qianxuan's team's names. 9th place was enough to surprise him. Then, he continued to look up and searched for the other 3 names, but he still didn't see them. Yes, there's nothing, there's nothing. Where did they go? Until his gaze landed on the top row of names, Heaven Luo Planet Qualifier winners, Lan Xuanyu, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, Tianluo College, points, 20,341. Mu Zhongtian and Ji Hongbin were instantly petrified as they looked at the name list in shock. On the screen, the fonts began to shrink and the top 100 names were all displayed. There was a golden crown in front of the names at the top, which represented the champion. Although they had been looking forward to it, Mu Zhongtian and Ji Hongbin were still in disbelief when this scene really appeared before their eyes. First place, champion of the qualifier, belonged to Tianluo College, belonged to the elite junior class. At this moment, Mu Zhongtian's tears flowed down. 3.5 years of hard work, and at this moment, he felt that it was all worth it. He never expected that the first place would belong to them. What's going on with these points? Ji Hongbin suddenly asked in shock. Mu Zhongtian was also stunned for a moment, then he wiped his tears and rubbed his eyes. He focused his gaze and looked at 20,341 points. What's going on? Second place, 1,231 points. This, which meant that the first place was more than 19,000 points higher than the second place. To put it more clearly, the points of the other 99 groups couldn't even be compared to the first place. Ji Hongbin didn't ask too much about what happened to Lan Xuanyu and the rest yesterday because Lan Xuanyu looked very tired at that time. Furthermore, Ji Hongbin understood most of the situation from the other students that survival was the key to the assessment. Lan Xuanyu's group, which had survived longer, would naturally have good results. But the points in front of them were too exaggerated. Could there be a mistake? Mu Zhongtian stuttered. Ji Hongbin said firmly, impossible. Shrek Academy is so strict, how could there be a mistake? This is impossible. There must be some special situation that gave them points as a reward. It's just that this amount is a little exaggerated. More than 20,000 points, what kind of concept was that? If every planet's assessment content was the same, then this result would probably be the first place in the entire Federation. After all, the points were too high. No, I have to ask them what exactly they did. Mu Zhongtian couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped up and walked out with Ji Hongbin following closely behind. Very quickly, they arrived at dorm 333 again. Xianlei and Lu Feng, who were trying to meditate to see if they could enter a state of deep meditation, were called out. What? We're first? Champion? Xianlei raised his index finger and looked excited. Champion, the champion of the entire Heaven Luo planet. Lu Feng was also so excited that his whole body was trembling. The second place only got slightly more than 1,000 points, and you guys got more than 20,000 points. What did you guys do? Mu Zhongtian asked. Xianlei and Lu Feng looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. We can't say, you have to ask Xianyu. We discussed yesterday that we wouldn't tell anyone about the final result. There are still assessments later, we can't expose our abilities too early. Mu Zhongtian looked at them in shock. What? Still keeping it a secret? Xianlei chuckled. Xianyu has the final say. When he wakes up, you can ask him. If he's willing to tell you, then he'll tell you. If he's not, then this is our secret. Champion, champion. Xianlei's heart was soaring, and the depression from the early admission was swept away. Looking at Mu Zhongtian's shocked expression, he even felt a little proud. He thought to himself, if I tell you that I was recruited early and rejected it, how shocked would you be? In the end, Mu Zhongtian and Ji Hongbin didn't get anything out of him. Before they even left, Yin Tianfan had already rushed over anxiously. Deep meditation? Yin Tianfan was also shocked. Spirit Ocean Realm? Is he going to break through the Spirit Connection Realm and enter the Spirit Ocean Realm? Haha, he's indeed my disciple. We'll talk about the points later. Speaking of which, when is the next round of assessment? 3 days later. Mu Zhongtian had a detailed timetable, so he quickly replied. The time of deep meditation isn't fixed. Will he wake up in 3 days? Also, he still has to spin the lucky wheel and get the prize. Yin Tianfan was excited and eager to try. Regarding the lucky wheel, he and Ji Hongbin had only heard of it and hadn't seen it before. It was said that there were good things in the lucky wheel. With the wealth that Shrek Academy had accumulated for 30,000 years, they definitely wouldn't be stingy. According to past experience, students who had spun the lucky wheel and got into Shrek Academy had a high probability of entering the inner courtyard. It would be best if they could get a prize that could increase their strength, which would be beneficial for the later assessment. It should be about time. His cultivation is low, so he won't be in deep meditation for too long, Ji Hongbin said. In fact, Lan Xuanyu didn't make them wait for too long. When night fell again, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness gradually returned. He felt refreshed all over. In the world he perceived, the gold and silver vortex was spinning naturally, and he seemed to be able to see more clearly. His meridians and bones were covered by a faint golden and silver light. The golden light and the silver light were clearly separated, but they faintly touched each other. His entire body seemed to be made up of these two colors. Lan Xuanyu didn't open his eyes, but he could clearly sense that Lu Feng and Xianlei were sitting cross-legged in the dormitory, meditating. The entire dormitory was very quiet. Even a speck of dust was within his perception. The release of his mental strength allowed him to gradually see the corridor outside, and even further away. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. His spirit was like an ocean, vast and boundless. This was, the spiritual ocean realm. Had his spiritual power broken through? He had broken through 500 points and truly entered the Spirit Sea realm. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. Compared to his soul power, which increased slowly, his spiritual power could only be described as astonishing. He wasn't even 12 years old, but his spiritual power had already entered the spiritual ocean realm. In the future, it would definitely continue to increase rapidly. And the spiritual power of the spiritual ocean realm would undoubtedly increase his overall strength by a large degree. He naturally opened his eyes. What he saw was the same as what his spiritual power perceived. Everything became increasingly clear. In Lan Xuanyu's eyes, 2 streaks of lightning seemed to flash. Lightning in the void, light in the dark room, as if sensing Lan Xuanyu's change, or being stimulated by Lan Xuanyu's release of his spiritual power. Qianlei immediately opened his eyes and looked at Lan Xuanyu. "You're awake." Qianlei's face was full of smiles. Lan Xuanyu nodded. He only felt that his entire body was in peak condition. It seemed that even the increase of his soul power had become faster. As soon as Qianlei spoke, Lu Feng also woke up. "We're the champions of the qualifiers." Qianlei laughed loudly. "Champions?" Lan Xuanyu stared blankly for a moment. Although he had guessed that the results would be good, he still felt very pleasantly surprised to actually be the champions. "Yes. I heard that there were even prizes. Fortunately, you woke up. Otherwise, the 2 of us would have had to spin the lucky wheel in your place tomorrow." "Have you heard of the lucky wheel?" "Each person spins it once." Lan Xuanyu blinked. "Is this a reward from the Shrek Academy?" Qianlei nodded. Lan Xuanyu laughed. "Right now, I just want to know if my support effect brought you luck." Hearing him say this, Qianlei and Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Champions, they were the champions. The 2 of them recalled what Lan Xuanyu had said previously. They would definitely get into the Shrek Academy together. "I'm hungry." "You've been meditating for 2 days, how can you not be hungry?" "We'll accompany you to eat." They went straight to Yin Tianfan for a special meal. Lan Xuanyu ate in big mouthfuls while listening to Qianlei talk about how he had entered deep meditation. He naturally wouldn't be stingy with sharing his experience with his companions, but he didn't have much experience. It was just that when he reached that state, he naturally entered it. Yin Tianfan tested his spiritual power. 505. This was the latest data, and he had indeed entered the Spirit Sea realm. Lan Xuanyu ate almost all of Yin Tianfan's stock before he was satisfied. The good results obtained in the qualifiers this time received great recognition from the Academy, and the Academy's support for the elite junior class increased once again. They had already decided to change the meals of the top 100 students in the qualifiers to rare and precious ingredients to help them obtain better results in the future. "How did you get more than 20,000 points? Hurry up and confess." Yin Tianfan called Ji Hongbin over as well. The 2 teachers looked at Lan Xuanyu with burning eyes. Facing these 2 teachers, Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to hide anything and recounted the process in detail. Listening to his narration, Ji Hongbin and Yin Tianfan had different expressions. Ji Hongbin's face was obviously a little dark. Yin Tianfan, on the other hand, had a look of excitement. Yin Tianfan patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder heavily and laughed. "Not bad, you're indeed my disciple. Now, I can pass on my interstellar combat experience to you without worry." Ji Hongbin snorted. "Individual strength is the foundation of everything. So your 20,000 points were obtained through opportunistic means. You guys still have to cultivate more and increase your cultivation. Don't put too much thought into it. Don't focus on those messy things." Yin Tianfan said angrily, "What do you mean messy things?" "This is called calmness, wisdom, adaptability, and alertness. You don't understand. You couldn't get into the inner court because you were too rigid and only knew how to train foolishly. Hehe, it's better than someone getting expelled. Do you want Xianyu to get expelled in the future too?" Ji Hongbin retorted sarcastically. Lan Xuanyu had the urge to cover his face. It's starting again. These 2 would quarrel whenever they met. It was the first time Lu Feng and Qianlei had seen the 2 teachers go tit for tat. Qianlei couldn't help but say, "Wait, Teacher Ji, Vice Dean, from what you're saying, you used to be students of Shrek Academy?" Hearing Qianlei ask this question, Yin Tianfan's office suddenly quieted down. In reality, Lan Xuanyu had already guessed something, but he didn't dare to ask. Every time he mentioned Shrek, Yin Tianfan's face would become conflicted. It wasn't like he couldn't see it. "Yes, that's right. I graduated from Shrek Academy's outer court, but I didn't have much success. I lost face for my alma mater," Ji Hongbin said lightly. Yin Tianfan was furious. "Who do you think you're talking to? I was expelled, and I didn't even graduate. So what? At the very least, I was able to command a fleet with my own abilities. I studied in the Interstellar Command Department of the Shrek Academy's outer court for a few years, but I was expelled due to some special circumstances." At this point, a look of pain flashed across his eyes. Even though so many years had passed, Yin Tianfan's heart still ached every time this incident was mentioned. Ji Hongbin's expression recovered a bit, and he frowned slightly. "You can't be blamed for what happened that time. Even though your combat power isn't that great, you do have a gift for commanding. At the time, we all thought you would be able to get into the inner court. Once you graduate from the inner court's Interstellar Command Department, you might become the commander of the Federation's fleet." Yin Tianfan waved his hand. "Don't say anything more. It's useless to say anything now. It's already the truth. Xianyu, since we're talking about this today, I'll tell you why I was expelled back then, so you can take it as a warning." As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Feng and Qianlei. "Why are you two still standing here and looking at me? Do you also want to hear about this old man's embarrassing past? Old Ji, they're in the same group as Xianyu. Shouldn't they practice a little?" Yin Tianfan said angrily. Ji Hongbin's eyes moved. "You two, come with me." Lu Feng and Qianlei were still in shock when they were taken away by the Great Demon King. Only Yin Tianfan and Lan Xuanyu were left in the office. "Speaking of which, I'm still not convinced that I was expelled back then." Yin Tianfan sighed softly. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that his teacher had aged a bit. For Yin Tianfan, that was definitely a very unpleasant memory. "I've always been brooding over that incident. Old Ji was right. At that time, I was determined to get into the inner court, and I was quite confident about it. When I was at the Shrek Academy, I was also proud. At that time, I was admitted to Shrek with excellent results. I wasn't as fat as I am now, and I was quite handsome. Quite a few female classmates in the class were interested in me. They were definitely the most beautiful and had great figures. If it weren't for the Academy's rule that no one under 18 is allowed to date, The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "Teacher, are you going off topic?" Yin Tianfan finally returned to the original topic. "Sigh, now that I think about it, it's so sad. He didn't know how to cherish what he had, and only felt pain when he lost it. When I first entered Shrek, under the guidance of the most advanced teaching resources, I improved by leaps and bounds in all aspects. At that time, my teacher said that I was very talented in battlecraft combat and that I would definitely become an outstanding commander in the future. He pointed out that my only problem was that I liked to win by surprise too much, so I needed to strengthen my ability to fight head-on. However, I didn't agree. I always felt that the most important thing was to obtain the greatest victory with the smallest price. As for what tactics to use, it depended on the situation on the battlefield. Therefore, at that time, I was known for my varied battle tactics. You should be able to tell this when I piloted the space warship." Lan Xuanyu nodded subconsciously. How could he not tell? The first time he took his disciple to simulate piloting a space warship, he fired from behind his disciple and destroyed the space warship. He even said that it was to make his disciple more vigilant. Yin Tianfan continued, "In the next few years of learning, I learned a lot about surprise attacks and crafty tactics. Some teachers in the academy liked my talent in this area, but some didn't. But I didn't care. I felt that it was enough for me to be myself. I had to persevere with what I thought was right. At that time, I always felt that there was no need to listen to my teacher's teachings. No matter what, the results were the most important. Until that time, speaking up to this point, a hint of pain flashed through his eyes. That was the final exam of the 6th semester. At the end of the exam, I turned 18. Generally speaking, this age is when you just entered the Advanced Academy. But I had already completed all the subjects in the Advanced Academy. The next step was to see if I could get into the inner court. If I didn't get into the inner court, I could continue my studies in the outer court for another 4 years. If I got in, I didn't know how long I would have to continue studying. At that time, I had already made my preparations and was very confident that I would be able to stand out in the final exam and participate in the inner court exam. The teacher who treated me the best told me that I had the talent to command space fleets and would definitely shine in the future. So, at that time, I was really too arrogant and didn't listen to other people's advice. My biggest problem at that time was that I didn't know how to reflect on myself. Later on, I understood, but it was all too late. That final exam was set up as a large-scale battle. All the students in the Space Command Department had to participate. 3 people in a team, each person commanding a fleet to form a joint fleet and fight against other teams. The final exam results would be determined based on the results of the battle. I'm very confident in myself. My 2 teammates are relatively weak. This was also specially arranged by the teacher. He hoped that I would be able to better display my strength under such circumstances. At the beginning of the exam, it was quite smooth. I led my 2 teammates and were invincible. Very quickly, we destroyed a force. However, we were soon encircled and suppressed. There were 3 teams of students who formed an alliance and launched an all-out attack on us. They were afraid of my strength and didn't want my results to be too good. Because if my results weren't good enough, they would have a chance to participate in the inner court exam. I immediately confronted them. I used one tactic after another, set up various ambushes, and weakened the strength of their alliance through interference, instigation, and other methods. And during this process, I needed my teammates to lure the enemy. My 2 teammates didn't have any objections to this and always cooperated with my actions. But my teammates' control ability was much worse, so their fleet continued to suffer losses. Finally, under my various tactics, the alliance of the 3 teams of students gradually began to be unable to resist. They chose to negotiate with me, hoping that I would let them go and let their results be better. They even promised to listen to my orders and were willing to cooperate with my later actions to deal with the other teams. At that time, I was really too arrogant. Facing 3 times the number of enemies, I was actually able to win and force the other party to surrender. That feeling of pride caused a problem in my mentality. I only felt that I could get first place with my own strength. Why would I need their cooperation? Moreover, the 3 teams of students joined forces to deal with me, which already made me resentful. So, I agreed on the surface, but just as the 2 sides were about to form an alliance, I suddenly launched a sneak attack and completely destroyed the fleets of the 3 teams of students. What I didn't expect was that the 2 teammates who had always supported me showed dissatisfaction with the situation. They questioned me why I didn't keep my word. I told them that all is fair in war, that there is no mercy on the battlefield, and that there is no need for mercy. Only strength can prove everything. We need to destroy the enemy with the smallest price. The 2 teammates were still very angry and said some unpleasant words. At that time, my confidence was high and I was extremely proud. In fact, the problem of me not listening to others and not knowing how to self-reflect was completely exposed at that time. I was angered by the 2 teammates, and then I made a decision that I would regret for the rest of my life. I commanded my own fleet and directly destroyed their fleet. Because they had previously lured the enemy and blocked the enemy, they had already expended a lot of energy. How could they be my match? For a moment, the world was silent. After destroying their fleet, I actually already regretted it. I regretted that I was too impulsive. But at that time, I felt that even if I did such an impulsive thing, what would it matter if I displayed such a high level of combat talent? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard this. Although he always knew that his teacher's personality was somewhat special, he didn't expect it to be this special. Yin Tianfan continued bitterly, when the exam ended, my results were first place, unsurprisingly first place. But at the same time, I never expected that the academy would expel me. At that time, I couldn't accept it. That was a battlefield, and it was only a simulated battlefield. I thought that even though I did something wrong, I shouldn't have been expelled. However, even the teacher who treated me the best said that it was acceptable to change tactics, and it was acceptable to be good at surprise attacks, but it was absolutely unacceptable to not even let off an ally and destroy an ally because of a small conflict. I didn't deserve to be a commander like that. If I really commanded a fleet, it was very likely that I would have brought disaster to the fleet. That way, I would only be a traitor, not a hero. So, I was expelled. I was expelled with extreme unwillingness, and the Academy erased all the honors I had received. Shrek Academy even told the Federation that it wouldn't allow any Advanced Academy's Interstellar Command Department to accept me to continue my studies. At that time, I was practically in a hopeless situation. Those days were the darkest days of my life. For 2 whole years, I lived in a muddle-headed state. But it was also because of that blow that I had a huge impact on. After all the anger had passed, I finally understood some things. Then, I found my former teammates and sincerely apologized to them. I couldn't go back to Shrek, but I wasn't willing to be mediocre, so I chose to join the army. I didn't have a graduation certificate from an advanced academy, and I didn't even have one from an intermediate academy, so I could only start from an ordinary soldier. I used 20 years to go from an ordinary soldier to a special forces soldier, then to a space warship pilot. Step by step, I was promoted until I was finally able to command a small fleet and had the rank of Major General. However, that was the end of it. My misdeeds at Shrek Academy stopped me there. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't continue to advance. It was only later that I came here, disheartened. I've always wanted to have a bigger stage, but unfortunately, it was my own mistakes that caused me to lose everything. I knew that I had a lot of skills, and I had my own space combat style, but I couldn't bring it to the interstellar battlefield. Everyone gave me the nickname of Demon Fox, but how could they know that I was just a demon fox with a dead heart? So, Xianxia, you must remember, no matter how strange the tactics you learn from me are, you must stand upright, because only with an upright heart can you go further. Yin Tianfan's face was full of melancholy. Memories were always painful. Lan Xuanyu nodded lightly. Isn't the Shrek Academy overcompensating? They should have given you a chance. Yin Tianfan sighed. I used to think so too, but later, I gradually understood. Perhaps, there really is something wrong with my personality. If things continue to develop smoothly like this, I'm afraid I'll be so arrogant that I won't even know who I am. That's why I stopped hating Shrek Academy a long time ago. But no. After graduating from Shrek Academy, not being able to enter the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy has always been the biggest regret in my life. Xianxia, you now have the opportunity to go to Shrek Academy. Are you willing to fulfill your teacher's wish and join the Interstellar Command Department? Yin Tianfan looked earnestly at Lan Xuanyu, tears faintly flashing in his eyes. Lan Xuanyu was also unconsciously moved by him and was about to nod in agreement. Silly boy, it's all a trick. Join what Interstellar Command Department? Your world can't only have the Sea of Stars, it should also have invincible heroes. Ji Hongbin pushed open the door and entered, looking angrily at Yin Tianfan. You bastard, you lured me away in order to induce Xianxia to agree to join the Interstellar Command Department. Fatty, do you still have any sense of shame? What happened to the promised fair competition? Lan Xuanyu was dumbstruck. Yin Tianfan rubbed his nose and said somewhat embarrassedly, what I said was the truth. Ji Hongbin sneered. The truth? How did you come down from the military? Do you want me to tell Xianxia? The academy didn't do anything wrong when they expelled you. You're the kind of person who would do anything to achieve your goals. Although you're much better now, a leopard can't change its spots. Don't expose me even if you see through me, old G. Alright, Xianxia, go back and rest first. You still have to continue participating in the qualifiers. No one knows the specifics of the qualifiers. You have to buck up and work hard to achieve good results. Yin Tianfan put his arm around Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and pushed him out of the room. Lan Xuanyu wasn't stupid. At this moment, he already understood that Teacher Yin's words were somewhat exaggerated. The reason why Teacher Yin was so sincere was mainly to induce him to apply for the Interstellar Command faculty. If it wasn't for the fact that what he saw and heard in space had affected him too much, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But now, his thoughts had more or less changed, and he didn't know which direction he should develop in. A person's energy was limited, and he knew it very well. If he chose the interstellar command faculty, then he would definitely relax in his personal cultivation, especially in the areas of mecha and battle armor. This was a bit of a headache, however, Lan Xuanyu had always been good at self-adjustment, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. It was still too early to think about this now. He would think about it after he got into the Shrek Academy. He had just returned to the dormitory when Mu Zhongtian came looking for him because it was time for the lottery. The lottery was still being carried out in the simulation pod. Lan Xuanyu, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng excitedly entered the simulation pod again, and Mu Zhongtian once again brought them to the training room. Ling Yi was all smiles and had been waiting there for a long time. Once he saw her, Qian Lei was a little depressed. Back then, she was the one who gave him so much hope, and then he had no choice but to give up. Her beautiful smile wasn't so beautiful in his eyes. Congratulations on getting first place in the qualifiers. Also, according to what I know, your total score should be first in the entire federation. This is a very impressive result. In the past, it was basically the candidates from the mother planet who were at the top. This time, you guys have won a great honor for Heaven Luo planet, Ling Yi said with a smile. Mu Zhongtian, who was at the side, was also shocked. First in the entire federation? Ling Yi nodded. First in the entire federation in the qualifiers, this result was quite impressive. The second place only had around 10,000 points, but they had more than 20,000 points. This had a lot to do with the strong welding of the emerald demon bird at the end, but at the same time, the words vegetable xian that created that opportunity also received a lot of attention. In fact, what Lan Xuanyu and the rest didn't know was that the results of first place in the entire federation could actually let the three of them be directly recruited, but the higher-ups had already informed them that they wanted to see their performance in the subsequent selections, so they weren't directly recruited. Sister Ling, is there any additional reward for being first in the entire federation, such as one more round of lottery? Lan Xuanyu looked at Ling Yi with his beautiful big eyes, revealing a look of anticipation. He was already good-looking, and with that hopeful look in his eyes, Ling Yi was a little dazed. But she quickly regained her senses and thought to herself, this kid is really impressive. She had seen Lan Xuanyu's performance in the qualifiers. He was calm, courageous, meticulous, and had the courage at the crucial moment. All of these were remarkable, completely different from this cutesy person in front of her. How old is he? How did he nurture this? Or is it his nature? No. For the sake of fairness, everyone is treated equally. Ling Yi's face darkened slightly, and she deliberately didn't give him a good look. Lan Xuanyu said, treated equally? But us first place can draw a lottery, that's not fair to the others. Why not just let us draw one more round? Ling Yi said unhappily, then you can choose not to draw. Wouldn't that be fair? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shook his head. That's not right. The first place of the other planets definitely has to draw a lottery. If we don't draw, it's not fair to us. Since we can only draw once, then let's draw once. Seeing that there was no way to go about it, he stopped arguing. Ling Yi said, all right, get ready for the lottery. She pressed her right hand in the air, and a pink door of light appeared. She made a pleased gesture to Lan Xuanyu and the rest. The three of them walked into the door of light. Inside the door of light, there was a grotesque and variegated feeling. Pink halos were projected from all directions. Above their heads was the boundless outer space, but below their feet was a colorful world. It was an incomparably huge wheel that was spinning at high speed. Because it was spinning too fast, it was impossible to see clearly what was below. You can now run one round around the roulette and choose your position. When the roulette stops spinning, your prize will appear. Once you stand still, you won't be able to move. Ling Yi's voice sounded. So this was how the Wheel of Fortune was drawn, Lan Xuanyu asked, then can the three of us stand in the same place? No. Only one person can stand in each position. Ling Yi said. Lan Xuanyu said, then what good prizes will be in this Wheel of Fortune? Does the color have anything to do with it? I don't know. After you enter, don't stop. If you stop, it means you've chosen your position. I already said it's a wheel of fortune, so of course it's based on luck. Go down. Lingyi waved her hand, and a halo wrapped around the three of them. They landed on the wheel of fortune. Don't stop. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. Although it didn't matter where they stopped, it was better to observe first before making a choice. Lu Feng and Qianlei naturally listened to him. The three of them immediately started moving as soon as they landed on the wheel of fortune. They walked forward with large strides. Below their feet was a grotesque and variegated scene. They couldn't see clearly what was spinning. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. He released his newly attained spiritual ocean realm mental power and felt all the changes in his surroundings. The higher level of his spiritual power allowed his perception to become stronger as well. Now that he was deliberately concentrating, his perception of his surroundings was immediately enhanced. He still couldn't see clearly what was below, but Lan Xuanyu could faintly feel that there were some different auras on this wheel of fortune. Some of the auras were filled with fragrant temptations, while others were incomparably fierce. There were also some auras that gave people an indescribable sense of resistance. There were also some places that didn't have any auras. How should he choose? These auras continued to revolve and did not stop. In other words, even if he could identify which aura corresponded to which one, he would not be able to truly select it. They really didn't give him any chance at all. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu sighed helplessly. He turned around and gestured, Qianlei, choose a place to stop first. All right. Qianlei's excitement came from the lucky draw. As for what the prize was, since he couldn't decide, it didn't matter. He stopped at his original spot. There was a flash of light, and a purple halo appeared beneath his feet. Then, a pleasant female voice sounded, all soul rings have their cultivation increased by 500 years. Qianlei was startled, and so were Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. A 500-year soul ring upgrade? This reward was quite good. The moment Qianlei stopped, Lan Xuanyu focused his attention on him. He clearly discovered that the aura that had appeared beneath Qianlei's feet had solidified for a moment. It was the fresh and tempting aura that he had felt earlier. And this aura was still 4 steps away from Qianlei before he stopped. The fresh aura increased the age of the soul rings. This upgrade was quite good for Qianlei. Not only would there be a return of soul power, but it would also make his soul skills stronger. His summoning speed would naturally be faster, and he might summon stronger soul beasts. Even the soul beasts he summoned would be able to last for a longer time. This was obviously a good thing for the upcoming qualifiers. But what was more important was Lan Xuanyu's judgment of the lucky wheel. Lu Feng, stop. Lan Xuanyu said to Lu Feng. Okay. Lu Feng agreed and stopped. The moment he stopped, Lan Xuanyu focused his attention to a large extent and felt the changes in the wheel. The wheel suddenly sped up, and the aura that was 7 steps away from Lu Feng's feet suddenly stopped at his feet. It was an aura that was filled with ferocity. Created by the Spirit Pagoda, a 2,000-year right arm soul bone. Comes with a soul skill. Soul bone. Hearing the 2 words soul bone, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 couldn't help but open their eyes wide. This was definitely the best thing that could be obtained. What was a soul bone? To a soul master, it was far more important than soul rings. But it was extremely difficult to obtain. In ancient times, soul bones were only born from soul beasts. When a soul beast was killed under certain special circumstances, there was an extremely small chance that a soul bone would appear. Soul bones were mainly divided into 6 types: the skull bone, the torso bone, the left arm bone, the right arm bone, the left leg bone, and the right leg bone. These were the 6 main soul bones. What was the use of a soul bone? If there was a soul bone in any location, it would greatly increase the strength of that location. At the same time, it came with a soul skill. Generally speaking, a soul master could only obtain 1 soul skill every 10 ranks. Those with 9 rings and above were divine skills. In other words, the number of soul skills was generally limited. 1 soul ring corresponded to 1 soul skill. But at the same time, they would also appear. 1 soul ring would definitely have 1 soul skill. Soul bones were different. soul bones were additional and couldn't be obtained through cultivation. An additional soul bone not only meant that that location of the body would be strengthened, but it also meant that there would be one more skill. This was extremely important to a soul master. Since ancient times, soul bones had been extremely rare and precious. Furthermore, soul rings would disappear with the death of a soul master, but soul bones could be passed down. This made them even more precious. It was only in the last few thousand years that the Spirit Pagoda, one of the most important organizations in the Federation, began to gradually develop artificial soul bones. This allowed soul bones to be popularized. But artificial soul bones cost a lot of money during the development process. Therefore, the amount of money needed to purchase artificial soul bones was also astronomical. Generally speaking, ordinary soul masters couldn't afford it. The Federation would often give out artificial soul bones as a reward for soul masters who had made great contributions. There was actually a soul bone among the prizes on this lucky wheel. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Although he didn't know what ability this right-arm soul bone had or what soul beast it corresponded to. This was definitely a good thing. Even if he sold it, he would be able to obtain a large amount of Federation coins. Lu Feng was so excited that he wanted to jump up. But after he stopped, he couldn't continue moving. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He continued to seriously feel the aura of the wheel beneath his feet. Qianlei was 4 steps away, and Lu Feng was 7 steps away. Then when he stopped, how many steps away would the aura come to his feet? Thinking of this, he continued to walk for a while. While seriously feeling the aura beneath his feet, he stopped. The moment he stopped, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt as if his body was firmly attached to the ground. Following that, there seemed to be an aura in the distance that directly attracted him, and with a swish, he flew over. This was an aura that was at least 10 steps away. There was no pattern at all. The pleasant voice from before sounded again. Reward, 1 entry into the Elementary Spirit Ascension platform. After this sentence, the 3 of them flashed with light and returned to Ling Yi's side. The only thing Lan Xuanyu felt was that the aura that stopped beneath his feet just now was the type that didn't have an aura. Spirit Ascension platform? What was that? Ling Yi brought them back. She smiled and said, your prizes will be distributed to the school in a moment. Lan Xuanyu, you and Qianlei will need to go to the Spirit Pagoda to receive your prizes. But I suggest that you wait until after the qualifiers because the Spirit Ascension platform will take a long time. If it ends in a hurry, you won't be able to make full use of it. After saying this, Ling Yi disappeared. What was the Spirit Ascension platform? Lan Xuanyu really didn't know. But Mu Zhongtian quickly answered his doubts. After hearing their prizes, Mu Zhongtian was very excited. Not to mention that all Qianlei's soul rings increased by 500 years, just Fan Chang's 2000-year soul bone was enough to make him envious. The production of soul bones was extremely rare. There were many soul masters in the few major planets of the Federation, so the demand was huge. Although 2000 years wasn't considered a very long lifespan, the advantage of a man-made soul bone was that he could continue to improve in the future. Lifespan increase. With the development of soul guidance technology, human soul rings and soul bones could increase in lifespan. And the place to increase lifespan was Lan Xuanyu's prize, the Spirit Ascension platform. In the Spirit Ascension platform, soul rings and soul bones could increase in lifespan, but the prerequisite was to kill the illusory soul beasts inside and obtain energy. Until one was killed by the soul beasts. Every chance to enter the Spirit Ascension platform was extremely precious. The value was very high. And the number of slots released by the Spirit Ascension platform every year was very limited. Therefore, although Lan Xuanyu's prize wasn't as good as Lu Feng's, it was still quite good. If he had good luck in the Spirit Ascension platform and obtained a soul ring, the lifespan increase might even surpass Qianlei's reward of 500 years. After hearing his explanation, the 3 of them were naturally very excited. But Lan Xuanyu muttered in his heart. The reason for his muttering was simple. His soul rings seemed to be different from others. He had never fused with a spirit soul before. His soul rings appeared directly after breaking through. Why was that? Furthermore, when his cultivation reached 2 soul rings, both of his soul rings turned yellow. Xianlei and Lu Feng had asked him this question before, and his answer was that his original soul ring should have been close to the 100-year level. After he got his second ring, he seemed to have triggered some changes, and it directly rose to the 100-year level. It was normal for the students of the elite junior class to have 100-year soul rings. Xianlei and Lu Feng didn't ask further. They took their prizes and left the simulation pod. Mu Zhongtian brought them to report the situation to Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin. Yin Tianfan narrowed his eyes and said, "I think the rewards for the three of you should be distributed uniformly. Once the soul bones were brought over, they would decide who was most suited to use them. Do you have any objections?" Hearing him say this, Lu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Lan Xuanyu, then at Xianlei, and suddenly said without hesitation, "I have no objections." Seeing how straightforward his answer was, Yin Tianfan was the one who was stunned. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Furthermore, the academy had already taught them about soul bones. It was impossible for Lu Feng not to know how important soul bones were. But he was willing to give up. How could this not be surprising? "You really don't have any objections?" Ji Hongbin asked in surprise. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Teacher Ji, Vice Principal, I really have no objections. Without my friends, we wouldn't have had a chance to get first place. This reward should belong to everyone. Whoever is most suited to use it will get better results later on." Yin Tianfan looked at him with his mouth agape. "You're too sensible, kid." Lu Feng and Xianlei looked at each other and laughed. How could anyone present know about their experience in the qualifier? Compared to this 2,000-year soul bone, Xianlei gave up the opportunity to enroll in the Shrek Academy's early enrollment. How much was the difference in value? Although Xianlei was in pain, he still chose to give up. Lu Feng felt that his soul bone was nothing compared to enrolling in the Shrek Academy. Needless to say, without Lan Xuanyu, they would have been eliminated from the elite junior class. Lu Feng and Xianlei remembered Lan Xuanyu's firm words after the qualifier ended. They also understood that if they wanted to enroll in the Shrek Academy, they would have to rely on Lan Xuanyu. Otherwise, with their strength alone, it was simply impossible for them to do so. Thinking about it this way, giving up a soul bone was nothing. Furthermore, it also depended on who the soul bone was suitable for. "You're all good kids," Ji Hongbin said with gratification. Yin Tianfan's breathing was slightly heavy as he exchanged glances with Ji Hongbin. "Isn't it time for us to brush up on our old faces? I'll talk to the dean." It just so happens that they drew a chance to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. After the Heaven Luo planet qualifier ends, as long as they are selected and enter the top 10, I'll give them a chance. I'll give them 2 spots and let the 3 of them enter the Spirit Ascension platform to raise their realms. Xianlei's 500-year soul ring should not be far from the 1,000-year soul ring. It should be enough to enter the Spirit Ascension platform once. This will increase their chances of enrolling in the Shrek Academy. What do you think? Ji Hongbin nodded heavily. They won first place in the Federation's qualifier. Shrek isn't the only one with rewards. Tianluo College shouldn't be stingy. They are already the glory of Heaven Luo. This time, we'll let Ling Tian and the others see that even though Heaven Luo is a latecomer, we can still surpass them. 3 chances to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. Lu Feng suddenly felt that giving up seemed to have gotten a better return. He didn't know why, but he and Xianlei had a strange feeling in their hearts. It was as if giving up something good would lead to something even better. Giving up turned out to be so beautiful. In the afternoon, the prizes were delivered. The entry into the Spirit Ascension platform was a card, and the 500-year soul ring upgrade was another card, and that soul bone was actually presented in front of Lan Xuanyu and the others. In Yin Tianfan's office, Yin Tianfan, Ji Hongbin, Mu Zhongtian, and the 3 people from dorm 333 gathered around the table and looked at the soul bone in front of them. The soul bone was a faint silver and looked very similar to a human's arm bone, except that it was much smaller. The halo was contained, but there was a faint aura of sharpness bursting out. If one got close, they would feel a faint pain on their skin. There was a special introduction for this soul bone. Silver Moon Wolf Right Arm Bone. Extracted from the bones of a silver moon wolf and made with special adjustments. Rank, 2,000 years. Additional soul skill, Silver Edge. It can be used to add sharpness to one's right arm and right hand through the right arm bone, or it can be transmitted to an object to make it sharper, forming a 3-foot silver edge. Consumes soul power. Yin Tianfan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "A good character is a good character. It's yours, you can't run away." Lu Feng. Here. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward. Needless to say, this right arm bone was the most suitable for him. To increase sharpness, it could be infused into a weapon and naturally fused with his martial soul. Coupled with his white dragon spear, it would naturally increase his attack power. His attack power was limited by his martial soul and his unreliable speed, so his combat power was greatly affected. After obtaining his second soul skill, White Dragon Return. Although it was much better. But the problem of insufficient attack power still existed, and he needed Lan Xuanyu's enhancement to be able to display his powerful strength. With this Silver Moon Wolf right arm bone, everything was different. Without a doubt, it would greatly enhance his attack power and increase his strength significantly. Fuse it. Will protect you. With your current cultivation, it might be difficult to fuse with a 2,000-year soul bone. But this isn't a wild soul bone after all. A man-made soul bone is much gentler. You should be able to complete it. Old Ji will protect you. Yin Tianfan said. Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, Teacher Ji. He had modestly declined and given up, but it still returned to him. This strengthened Lu Feng's confidence that modesty was a virtue and that modesty would bring good luck. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Feng received the soul bone that Yin Tianfan tossed to him, but he didn't know what to do. He had never fused with a soul bone before. Ji Hongbin came in front of him and said, "Focus. Release your martial soul and inject your soul power into the soul bone. After that, follow the feelings it gives you and feel the changes. The fusion process might be a little painful. You have to endure it." Yes. Lu Feng followed Ji Hongbin's instructions and tried to fuse with the soul bone. After injecting his soul power into the Silver Moon Wolf right arm soul bone, he immediately felt an extremely sharp aura explode in his hand. His right hand, which was holding on to the right arm soul bone, felt as if it had been cut off. With a muffled groan, the sharp pain spread throughout his entire right arm. Under the watchful eyes of Lan Xuanyu and Xian Lei, the Silver Moon Wolf right arm soul bone in Lu Feng's hand suddenly turned into a ball of brilliant silver light. After that, it suddenly burrowed into Lu Feng's right arm. Lu Feng's right arm instantly swelled and swelled. Streaks of sharp silver light danced on his arm and shredded his right sleeve, revealing his entire arm. At this moment, his right arm had already swelled to the size of an adult. Streaks of silver light danced and flowed on it. Lu Feng's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and large drops of sweat slid down his forehead. It was too painful. It was simply too painful. The intense pain made him feel as if he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was as if he was willing to give up his right arm. Focus. Keep your mind clear. You have to have perseverance to fuse with a soul bone that's of a higher rank. If you want to control it, you have to defeat it first. Ji Hongbin's deep voice reverberated in Lu Feng's ears. At the same time, a warm current flowed into his head and stabilized his trembling body. Ji Hongbin didn't inject his soul power into Lu Feng's body to help him fuse with the soul bone. This was because the soul bone wouldn't fully acknowledge Lu Feng if he did that. He had to rely on himself during the fusion process. Ji Hongbin could only stabilize his mind and remind him what he should do. He could also give him sufficient encouragement and ensure his safety at the same time. After receiving Ji Hongbin's advice, Lu Feng pursed his lips tightly. His body was still trembling uncontrollably, but it was much better than before. To be able to get into the elite junior class, which one of them wasn't an outstanding talent? Ji Hongbin knew that Lu Feng was tough and tenacious. Lu Feng's efforts were no less than anyone else's. In order to control his super-fast speed, he would train himself almost every day. Among the three of them, even Qian Lei, who was the least reliable, was working hard to cultivate his spiritual power, hoping to maintain his advantage in terms of spiritual power and improve the reliability of his summoning. Every one of them is working hard. As the silver light swirled around him, Lu Feng's senses were constantly changing. At first, it was a sharp pain as if his entire arm was being cut off. That sharp pain gradually turned into the feeling of a blunt knife cutting his flesh, and then the pain of his arm being cut open bit by bit. Spots of blood had already begun to appear on his swollen right arm. One could only imagine how intense the pain he was currently enduring was. Yin Tianfan's expression couldn't help but turn grave. It was indeed not easy to fuse a 2,000-year soul bone. Even if it was a man-made soul bone, it was still so tyrannical. But it was obvious that once the fusion was successful, Lu Feng's improvement would undoubtedly be huge. Lan Xuanyu looked at Yin Tianfan and said, "Teacher, can I help him? My martial soul has a very strong auxiliary effect on his martial soul, and it can also guide it." The teachers were naturally clear about the amplification effect that Lan Xuanyu had on Lu Feng. With Lan Xuanyu around, Lu Feng's fighting strength could be described as reborn. "Come on." Ji Hongbin nodded. He didn't know if it was because this silver moon wolf right arm soul bone came from Shrek Academy. Although it was made by the Spirit Pagoda, its quality was quite high. That was why it was so difficult for Lu Feng to fuse with it. Lan Xuanyu nodded. With a wave of his right hand, a strand of blue-silver grass with golden veins wrapped around Lu Feng's right arm. Suddenly, the gold and silver colors shone together. When Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lu Feng's right arm, Lan Xuanyu also felt that the sharp aura seemed to be about to cut his golden-patterned blue-silver grass apart. He hurriedly urged the power of his blood and qi. An intense blood and qi burst forth, and the veins on the golden-patterned blue-silver grass suddenly became clearer. A layer of faint golden light rippled out. The silver light was suppressed by the golden light and instantly restrained a little. The white dragon spear that Lu Feng had released earlier and placed horizontally on his knees suddenly let out a pleasant buzzing sound. It seemed to be an extremely carefree and joyful dragon roar. The white dragon spear turned into a white light that rushed towards Lu Feng's right arm and gathered with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. The white dragon spear was no longer in the form of a long spear. Instead, it had turned into a small white dragon that coiled around Lu Feng's right arm. The dragon's eyes opened and its body emitted a dazzling light as it continuously circled around the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. Lu Feng's body stabilized and no longer trembled. Even his tightly knitted brows relaxed a lot. His body also emitted a faint white light that resonated with his white dragon spear. The silver light on his right arm was obviously much gentler than before. Ji Hongbin was secretly surprised. Lan Xuanyu not only gave Lu Feng a boost, but also suppressed the silver moon wolf right arm soul bone at the same time. Lan Xuanyu only had a touring cultivation, but he was actually able to suppress a 2,000-year soul bone with his martial soul. This was definitely quite a feat. What kind of mutated martial soul was this child's martial soul? After returning this time, his soul rings had evolved to the 100-year level. Without entering the Spirit Ascension platform, his soul rings shouldn't have evolved. Could it be because of his mutated martial soul? With Lan Xuanyu's help, Lu Feng's fusion process became much easier. Half an hour later, his swollen right arm gradually returned to normal, but there were silver crescent-shaped patterns on the surface of his arm. Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. His clothes were already soaked in sweat. However, the moment he opened his eyes, a silver light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was extremely sharp, and his aura was obviously much sharper. Your soul power has increased. You're almost at rank 30. Ji Hongbin nodded in satisfaction. Fusing with a soul bone, and a soul bone with such a strong effect, the increase in soul power was obvious. Lu Feng's soul power was directly pushed to rank 29, not far from rank 30. Lan Xuanyu was somewhat envious of this. The most painful thing for him was that his soul power's increase was really unsatisfactory. "Thank you, Teacher Ji." Lu Feng grinned at Lan Xuanyu and thanked Ji Hongbin. "Quickly go back and wash up, then quickly get used to this soul bone. You guys will be participating in the qualifiers the day after tomorrow. Before that, you have to familiarize yourself with it as much as possible. This way, during the qualifiers, it can be used as your throwing copper." "Yes." Lu Feng fused with the silver moon wolf right arm soul bone. Qianlei was also brought by Mu Zhongtian to the Spirit Pagoda's Heaven Luo City branch to increase the age of his soul rings. Lan Xuanyu went back to continue meditating. His spiritual power had broken through to the spirit sea realm and needed to stabilize. This period of time would be the best time for him to increase his spiritual power. As for his soul power, it was still at rank 20, and he didn't know when it would reach rank 30. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the 5 groups of elite junior class students who passed the qualifiers gathered again and prepared to enter the simulation pods to participate in the qualifiers, the other groups of students looked at Lan Xuanyu and the other 2. It was more or less different from before. It was because their results in the qualifiers were too terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. More than 20,000 points, everyone had experienced the process and saw how terrifying the ground fire Scarlet Dragon was. Lu Qianxuan had also analyzed where the 20,000 points came from. It was obviously not obtained by killing the ground fire lizard. Unless they killed the ground fire Scarlet Dragon, how could there be such a huge difference in points? But how did Lan Xuanyu and the rest kill the ground fire Scarlet Dragon? Did they rely on Lan Xuanyu's martial soul fusion skill? Impossible. His martial soul fusion skill was strong, but his cultivation was still there. It was impossible for him to hurt the ground fire Scarlet Dragon. But no matter what, he was the first in Heaven Luo Planet's qualifier and the entire Federation's qualifier. This result brought great glory to Tianluo College. It was said that the dean had already given the order to start the next elite junior class. Lu Qianxuan's team, which was in 9th place, was not bad, but how could they compare to the first-place team? So, when they were lining up today, the always proud Lu Qianxuan took the initiative to bring Yi Lingtong and Chang Jianyi to stand behind Lan Xuanyu's team. 5 teams were participating in the qualifier and had to fight for the top 10 out of 100 teams. It was obvious that this was an extremely difficult task, so everyone was a little nervous. Jin Xiang, who was standing at the very back, glanced at Lan Xuanyu from time to time. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted provoking Lan Xuanyu when he first arrived, resulting in them not interacting much in the past few years. He wasn't stupid. After analyzing the situation that day, everyone knew that Lan Xuanyu's strongest point wasn't his individual strength, but his keen observation and commanding ability. Was he, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng strong individually? Not that strong. But it was precisely under Lan Xuanyu's leadership that their team obtained first place. Even the other teams benefited from his guidance. Otherwise, the possibility of the other 4 teams entering the top 100 in the qualifier would be very small. So, Lu Qianxuan took the initiative to express his goodwill and expressed his willingness to follow Lan Xuanyu's lead in the upcoming qualifier. The other teams naturally had the same intention. Only Jin Xiang was too embarrassed to take the initiative. The qualifier is about to begin, so I don't need to say much. What you need to do is to unleash your strength as much as possible. If we can still move as a group during the selection, Lan Xuanyu will be in charge, Ji Hongbin said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Jin Xiang felt for the first time that Teacher Ji was actually quite cute. He also relaxed a little. It was good to have a unified command. It's about time, let's enter the simulation pod, Mu Zhongtian said in a deep voice. 15 simulation pods that had already been prepared opened, and everyone entered one after another, connecting to the Douluo world. Returning to the familiar virtual world, a pleasant voice seemed to come from the sky. Welcome to the Shrek Academy's Heaven Luo Planet qualifier. The rules of the preliminaries were as follows. First, work in groups. After entering, each team would be sent to a random corner of the Soul Beast Forest. The venue of the qualifier simulated the Great Star Dough Forest of the Mother Planet. What you need to do is to go deep into the Great Star Dough Forest and kill as many high-level soul beasts as possible. The final score will be calculated based on the number of soul beasts killed. Points would be scored separately for each group. Whoever finished the last kill would get the points. Secondly, each group can kill each other. Killing other groups will give you half of the points of the other group. And the group that was killed will get half of the original points. Thirdly, the duration of the qualifier is 7 days in the Douluo world. After 7 days, the qualifier will end and the points of each group will be calculated. Get ready to enter, countdown. 10, 9, 10/8. Lan Xuanyu listened to the rules of the qualifier very seriously. With the previous experience of the qualifier, he knew that all the rules weren't aimless, and they were all meaningful. It seemed that everyone wouldn't be able to fight together this time because each group had to fight for themselves. Also, killing another group would give you half of the other group's points. Furthermore, each group would be sent to different places, so it would be difficult to work together. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Streaks of light descended from the sky and enveloped each of them. In the next moment, everything around them became blurry. As the sky and earth spun, everyone felt as though they had lost themselves. Following that, fresh air rushed towards them and everything in front of them became clear. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously squatted down and looked around vigilantly. Xianlei and Lu Feng were on either side of him. Xianlei was at a loss, while Lu Feng was observing the situation around him. At this moment, they were in a large forest. Lan Xuanyu had never seen such a forest before. There were towering trees around them, and the huge treetops made it impossible for them to see how tall the trees were. There were also thick vines and all kinds of vegetation around them. There was no path at all. They even felt as though they were surrounded by vegetation. Lan Xuanyu stood up and pulled Xianlei between him and Lu Feng. Xianlei asked in a low voice, "Which way should we go?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, let's analyze the situation first." Okay. Lan Xuanyu looked around and pulled the two of them to a large tree that needed several people to wrap around it. He and Lu Feng stood on the left and right, protecting Xianlei in the middle. From the previous notification, the qualifier is still a comprehensive test, but the duration has been extended to 7 days. This means that we first need to survive here for 7 days. This scene simulates the Great Star Dough Forest on the mother planet. At the same time, the notification mentioned that we need to go deep into the Great Star Dough Forest. Looking at it this way, the deeper we go, the higher our score should be, because the notification is definitely not meaningless. Therefore, there is a conclusion. In this Great Star Dough Forest, we need to go deep into the forest. Hunt soul beasts, kill other teams, and persevere until the end. These 4 aspects are the most important. If we are killed by other teams, our previous points will be halved, and the notification didn't say that points will be deducted if we are killed by soul beasts. This means that we would rather be killed by soul beasts than by other teams. In other words, even if we commit suicide, we can't be killed by others. Xianlei and Lu Feng nodded as they listened. It was obviously necessary to analyze the situation before taking action, because only then could they determine the general direction of the qualifier. In comparison, Xianlei and Lu Feng were more relaxed, because they knew that Lan Xuanyu's role in this kind of comprehensive test was even more important. His analytical and judgmental abilities could be used to support the two of them to the greatest extent. On the contrary, the method of the arena wasn't very beneficial to him. Because the arena only required one's fighting strength, the use of intelligence would be reduced. Then what should we do now? Lu Feng asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "We first need to understand this place." According to what Teacher Ji told us in class, the Great Star Dough Forest in ancient times was the largest soul beast forest on the mother planet, and there were all kinds of soul beasts living inside. Overall, it was divided into a few large regions: the outer region, the mixed region, the core region, and the most central region, the Great Beast region. With our strength, it's unlikely that we would be thrown into the core region. Therefore, this is very likely the outer region, or at most the mixed region. Let's first explore and feel the situation in this forest and the strength of the soul beasts, then we'll go deeper. If we rashly go deeper, once we encounter a situation that we can't contend with, the qualifier will immediately end, and there won't be a second chance. Therefore, we must be especially careful in the first few days. Let's do that. Then I'll go take a look around first? Lu Feng asked Lan Xuanyu. He was an agility-type soul master, so scouting was naturally his forte. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Scout a radius of 300 meters, we'll wait for you here. Xianlei, prepare your summoning coin. If Lu Feng encounters a soul beast, we must be ready to fight at any time. Lu Feng now had the Silvermoon Wolf right arm soul bone, and his fighting strength had increased greatly. Lan Xuanyu was more at ease letting him go out to scout. Lu Feng released his white dragon spear and in a flash, he stepped on a vine in front of him and leaped out. Lan Xuanyu got Qianlei to lean against the big tree while he released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, causing the icicles to face outwards to protect the two of them. At the same time, he silently sensed the surrounding situation. Qianlei squinted his eyes and similarly sensed their surroundings. He was extremely sensitive to danger. "I don't feel any dangerous aura at the moment," he whispered to Lan Xuanyu. "All right." Their spiritual power was the strongest in the elite junior class, so they were naturally the best in terms of perception. Not long later, Lu Feng returned and told them that there were no soul beasts in the surroundings. "Xianyu, we don't have a map and don't know where we are. How do we know how to get to the depths of the Stardow forest and how to get out?" Lu Feng asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu smiled. "There's no rush. We can judge based on the strength of the soul beasts. The closer we get to the periphery of the Stardow forest, the weaker the soul beasts. With our current strength, as long as we're not extremely unlucky, we'll at most encounter 10-year and 100-year soul beasts in the periphery. We can still deal with them. We have to be especially careful if we encounter 1,000-year soul beasts. The stronger the soul beasts, the closer we are to the center of the forest. Conversely, we'll be further away from the center." Qianlei gave him a thumbs up. "You're good. Anyway, we'll listen to you. We'll go wherever you tell us to go." Lan Xuanyu squinted his eyes and said, "Summon a soul beast and use it to scout the way. We'll head in one direction first." Qianlei was a little surprised. Summon it now? This was because Qianlei had to wait 15 to 20 minutes before he could summon it again. This was the biggest flaw of his martial soul. Lan Xuanyu said, "You have the second soul skill, duplicate, so you can use it anytime. Since we're going to survive here for 7 days, there should be a safe place like this for you to recover your soul power. With the replica soul beasts as backup, it should be enough. If there's any danger, let your summoned soul beast bear the brunt of it first so that we can deal with it calmly." "All right. You don't have to explain. I'll do whatever you say. It's good to not use my brain." Qianlei laughed as he tossed out his coin of summoning. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the color of his 2 soul rings was much deeper than before. After increasing his realm by 500 years, the effects of his soul rings had clearly increased. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around the gate of summoning to assist in the summoning. "Xianyu, why aren't you using the silver-patterned blue-silver grass to help me summon now? Dong Qianqiu's strength should be very useful." Hearing Qianlei mention Dong Qianqiu, Lan Xuanyu's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but recall the various things that happened between him and Dong Qianqiu. He scratched his head. "I offended her. If I summon her now, how would she be willing to come? Moreover, she should also be participating in the Shrek Academy's qualifiers." The selection for Shrek Academy was held simultaneously across the entire Federation. Although the distance between the planets was great, although the distance between the 2 planets was very far apart, Shrek had its own algorithm. This was to ensure the fairness of the test and prevent the different planets from knowing about the test in advance. Therefore, at this very moment, Dong Qianqiu should also be participating in the qualifiers. As for whether she passed the qualifiers or not, Lan Xuanyu was never worried. She was the disciple of a Nana teacher and had followed a Nana teacher for much longer than him. A low roar sounded, and a fiery red figure emerged from the gate of summoning. When Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 saw this summoned soul beast, their expressions became strange. The figure was about 5 meters long and was covered in scarlet scales. There were spikes protruding from its back and a huge head. Its entire body was emitting a blazing aura, and there was even smoke coming out of its mouth. A ground fire drake. This was clearly an evolved version of the ground fire lizard. It was far from being as strong as the ground fire scarlet dragon. It was also a type of earth dragon. Its defense was average, but its attack range was larger and it could spit fireballs. They had just competed with the ground fire lizard and ground fire scarlet dragon in the qualifiers, but they didn't expect to summon their close relatives. Qianlei waved his hand in annoyance. The ground fire drake immediately moved and rushed forward. It used its scales to push aside the vines and open a path in front. Lu Feng walked in front, Qianlei was in the middle, and Lan Xuanyu was at the back. His golden-patterned blue-silver grass was wrapped around Lu Feng's waist, maintaining his buff at all times. Qianlei used his spiritual power to control the ground fire drake to continue moving forward. With the increase in the realm of his soul rings, the duration of his summoning of the ground fire drake had increased by a lot. It could last for about a minute and a half. They naturally had to take advantage of this time to move forward. The forest seemed to be very peaceful, and the fragrance of various plants constantly wafted over, making them feel relaxed and happy. This feeling of being enveloped by nature was really comfortable. The ground fire drake moved close to the ground and was very fast. The scales on its head were the hardest and had a fire attribute, so the vines that came into contact with it would naturally wither. The three of them didn't know how long they had been moving forward. Just as the summoning of the ground fire drake was about to end, a sudden change occurred. The ground fire drake kept moving forward, and when it wanted to knock away a thick vine, the vine seemed to come alive as it suddenly bounced up and wrapped around the ground fire drake's body. Qianlei and Lu Feng were shocked, but they immediately recognized that this should be a plant-type soul beast, but it was rarely seen in the Douluo world. The ground fire drake was of the earth dragon species, after all, and was much stronger than the ground fire lizards they had faced before. Just as the vines wrapped around it, the ground fire Japalura's body seemed to have turned into a red-hot iron bar. Every single one of its scales turned red. Instantly, an ear-piercing crackling sound could be heard. The vines that landed on its body instantly turned yellow and withered. The strong smell of plants was also emitted. The vine-type plant-type soul beast immediately felt pain, and its vines retracted. Fire restrained wood, and the ground fire drake restrained plant-type soul beasts like them. Furthermore, the soul beasts in the outer regions of the Great Star Dough Forest weren't strong. The surrounding vines immediately separated, and the ground fire drake quickly leaped forward. Lan Xuanyu and the other two followed closely behind, moving forward quickly. After all, each summoning only lasted for a minute and a half, and they had to take advantage of this short time to move forward as quickly as possible. With their speed, they moved close to a kilometer in a minute and a half, which was much faster than them slowly testing the waters. The ground fire drake returned and floated in the gate of summoning beside Qianlei before disappearing. The three of them found a higher ground and stopped. Qianlei recovered his soul power, and after a period of time, he summoned a new soul beast and continued to move deeper into the forest. After his soul ring's rank increased, the time he took to open the gate of summoning had shortened, and he could summon faster than before. For a soul master like him who didn't have much fighting strength, this was undoubtedly very important. I really want to go to the Spirit Ascension platform as soon as possible. I need to quickly raise my first soul ring to the 1,000-year rank and see how beneficial it is. If I can continuously summon soul beasts until my soul power is exhausted, that would be great, Qianlei said. If he could continuously summon soul beasts like the Earth Dragon, his strength would definitely be at the top of the elite junior class. Lu Feng said in annoyance, "What are you thinking about? If it's so easy, what are we doing?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Actually, it's not impossible, it's just that your current cultivation isn't enough. From the past few years, there are many factors that affect your summoning, such as your soul power rank, spiritual power rank, and the strength of your soul rings. This means that if your soul power rank is high enough, you should be able to summon continuously. It's just that you can't be sure of the strength of the soul beasts you summon at that time. Thus, if you want to greatly reduce the summoning time, you have to work on many aspects. For example, if you also raise your spiritual power to the Spirit Sea realm, I reckon that the summoning time will be greatly reduced. From the increase in your various abilities, it can be seen that the relationship between spiritual power and summoning should be the most important." Qianlei's eyes lit up. "That's right. That makes sense. I also feel that the stronger my spiritual power is, the easier it will be for me to summon. Furthermore, even without your help, the soul beasts that I summon are of a much higher rank than before. This should be because my cultivation has increased as a whole. I'll first set a small goal for myself, 500 points of spiritual power, 30 ranks of soul power, and strive to achieve it within a year." However, just as he finished talking about his goal, his face fell. But increasing spiritual power can't rely on willpower. It can only rely on meditation or continuous use. It's really. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. If you complain that your spiritual power is increasing too slowly, then what about me? You're just too lazy. Just use the gate of summoning more often. If it's not useful in the real world, can't you practice in the Douluo world's training grounds? Qianlei opened his eyes wide. I'm lazy? Do you know how uncomfortable it is to be mentally weak? That feeling of extreme weakness is simply like dying. Not to mention the splitting headache, you can't even use a trace of strength. It's as if your entire body doesn't belong to you. It's many times more uncomfortable than overdrawing your soul power. Your abilities don't have much to do with spiritual power. Generally speaking, you won't overdraw your spiritual power. But when I summon, my spiritual power consumption far exceeds my soul power consumption. It's easy for you to say that. Lu Feng snorted. It's precisely because it's painful that it's more effective. Do you admit that if you worked harder, you would have broken through to the spirit sea realm long ago? Qianlei curled his lips, but didn't refute. In fact, he really didn't like that painful feeling of extreme weakness. That feeling was really not wonderful. Moreover, once his spiritual power was weakened to a certain extent, he wouldn't be able to control his summoned soul beasts, and might even be devoured by them. Therefore, he generally wouldn't let his spiritual power reach a state of overdrawing. However, he had to admit that what Lu Feng said made sense. If he practiced every time in an overdraft manner, his spiritual power would definitely improve faster. Lan Xuanyu patted Qianlei's shoulder and laughed. If it's just in our elite junior class and we're together, your abilities are sufficient. But if you want to enter Shrek Academy and have a foothold there, brother, I'm afraid you have to be more ruthless to yourself. At this point, Lan Xuanyu's smile suddenly turned into a bitter smile. Qianlei asked curiously, what's wrong with you? You don't seem happy. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly, at least you have the opportunity to choose. I don't even have this opportunity. There's no need for me to be so harsh on myself. Teacher Ji and Teacher Yin have already done it for me. Ha 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 ha. Qianlei and Lu Feng laughed out loud when they heard what he said. They were very clear about when Lan Xuanyu would return to the dorm every day. Sometimes, he would really crawl back. It was already good enough that he was able to support his thoughts. Sometimes, he would even cause others to fall asleep the moment he returned. There was once when both of them fell asleep. Lan Xuanyu was too tired when he came back and directly fell asleep on the ground for the entire night. He was only discovered the next morning, so one could only imagine what kind of bitter training he had gone through. We should all work hard. Only by experiencing the toughest of hardships can one rise to the top. Xianyu is right. If we want to have a foothold in Shrek Academy, we have to put in more effort. Lu Feng clenched his fists and his gaze became abnormally firm. They were young, and although they knew how to work hard, the classmates around them also worked hard, so they couldn't clearly see the results of their hard work. However, after obtaining first place in the qualifier, Lu Feng was greatly moved. He had obtained his first soul bone. After obtaining this silver moon wolf right arm soul bone, he could clearly feel how much his strength had increased. What brought this about? It was brought about by the good results of the qualifier. What did this mean? This meant that the harder one worked, the stronger one would become. In the long run, the gap between them would widen. Just like Tianshui Academy. Although it was already a top-notch academy in Heaven Luo planet, there was still a gap between it and Shrek Academy. The harder one worked, the further one could see and experience things that students of the same level couldn't. After a long time, the accumulation of experience would create a huge gap between them. Therefore, the right arm soul bone was definitely a huge motivation for Lu Feng. It was just like when Lan Xuanyu saw Prince Yu destroy a battleship in space. They both had the motivation and goal to move forward. Only when one truly gave it his all and looked back one day, would he understand how meaningful his efforts were. Let's continue. Qianlei opened the gate of summoning once again. Just like that, they continued forward. They encountered some soul beasts along the way, but they weren't too strong. After dealing with them, they continued forward. As they encountered different soul beasts along the way, Lan Xuanyu adjusted their direction slightly in order to find the correct path to enter the depths of the Great Star Dove Forest. When night fell, the three of them judged that they were about 20 kilometers deep into the Great Douluo forest. Xianxia's consumption was the greatest because he was the one who had been summoning all along. He directly sat cross-legged under a large tree to meditate and rest. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng stood guard at the side, taking turns to rest. This was the advantage of being in the simulation cabin. The simulation cabin's nutrient solution provided sufficient nutrients, so there was no need to eat or drink. In the Douluo world, one wouldn't feel hungry either. The qualifier lasted for a total of 7 days. The first day was about to end, and they didn't encounter too much trouble. There was only one time when they encountered a group of soul beasts, and the three of them climbed up a tree to avoid them. They also didn't encounter any other teams. Although there were 100 teams participating in the qualifier, in the vast Great Douluo forest, they weren't much. The next morning, the three of them had already recovered their energy. Xianxia was about to open his gate of summoning again, but he was stopped by Lan Yanyu. "Aren't you going to summon anymore?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. "Yesterday was a little too peaceful. Do you guys feel uneasy?" Xianxia said doubtfully, "No. My senses are so sharp, but I didn't sense any danger." Lu Feng said, "It's not danger, it's uneasiness. Don't forget how we obtained good results in this qualifier. We have to go as deep into the forest as possible and kill as many soul beasts as possible to obtain more points. Yesterday, we were very careful and didn't go too deep into the Great Douluo forest. This means that we won't have too many points." "Then, what's the situation of the other teams going deeper?" "We don't know. This means that our score is very likely to be behind. In the end, only the top 10 teams will be able to win. This means that we, who are lagging behind, will very likely be eliminated. The uneasiness that Xianyu was talking about should be this." Lan Xuanyu nodded. Xianxia was a little dazed as he listened. He looked at Lu Feng and asked doubtfully, "How did you suddenly become enlightened?" Lu Feng pointed at his own head and said, "I'm good at observation and thinking. I learned it from Xian. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you?" Xianxia was furious. "Why are you scolding me?" Lu Feng laughed. "I'm praising you. Stupid people have stupid luck." Xianxia said, "You're the stupid one." "Okay, let's go. Lu Feng will lead the way in the front. We'll use the same formation as yesterday. Today, we'll try to increase our speed and see what kind of soul beasts we'll encounter. Xianxia, be prepared to summon at any time. From yesterday's situation, we can't be too careful. This qualifier is very likely to test our adventurous spirit, as well as our ability to adapt during the process. Courage, meticulousness, strength, and adaptability are likely to be the main points of the test. Of course, it also depends on luck." The three of them continued on their journey. Lu Feng was in front with a golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around his waist. With Lan Xuanyu's assistance, Lu Feng's speed was extremely fast. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass was also wrapped around Xianxia's waist to facilitate any changes. Lu Feng was in front while Lan Xuanyu was behind. With the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, the two of them were practically pulling Xianxia along as they moved forward. The speed at which they moved forward became much faster, but at the same time, their safety was also lowered. Xianxia squinted his small eyes, which radiated light as he silently sensed the surrounding situation. He didn't need to expend any effort to rush, so he used his spiritual power to sense the surrounding situation. After moving forward for a short while, a low groan suddenly came from the left. Xianxia turned his head to look in that direction and whispered, "There's danger." Lu Feng, who was in front, immediately stopped. The three of them restrained their auras and squatted down in a bush. "Should we summon?" Xianxia asked Lan Xuanyu. "Wait. Lu Feng, go take a look." Lan Xuanyu gestured to Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass from his waist. Taking advantage of the fact that the buff hadn't disappeared, he leaped up and quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. With a few whooshes, Lu Feng's figure disappeared. Xianxia held his coin of summoning in his hand and was ready to summon at any time. Not long after, Lu Feng returned. "There are two soul beasts fighting." They seem to be fighting over something. Their strength isn't weak, around 1,000 years of cultivation. One of them is a golden silk ape and the other is a palm tree bear. Neither of them are particularly strong soul beasts. The two soul beasts are fighting very fiercely and are both injured. As an agility-type soul master, Lu Feng was best at scouting. With Lu Feng's description, Lan Xuanyu and Xianlei immediately understood the specific situation and their eyes lit up at the same time. The 1,000-year soul beasts were already the strongest opponents that the three of them could face together. Two of them had appeared at once, and they were killing each other. Their luck was pretty good. If they could kill them, their points would definitely increase. Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and take a look." Under Lu Feng's lead, the three of them stealthily made their way towards where the 2,000-year soul beasts were fighting. The distance wasn't too far. Soon, they heard a series of roars and muffled sounds of bodies colliding. Lan Xuanyu gently pulled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and Lu Feng and Xianlei slowed down immediately. Lan Xuanyu pointed at the coin of summoning in Xianlei's hand. Xianlei nodded and kept the coin of summoning. "They're close." There was a gust of air rushing out in front of them, accompanied by a low growl. Under Lu Feng's lead, the three of them hid behind a large tree and secretly watched. Not far away, there was a large area of broken branches and broken trees. The bushes were in a mess. Two huge bodies collided and separated again. They were fighting happily. The gold silk ape was also known as the gold silk ape. Its golden hair was exceptionally eye-catching. Under the illumination of the light, it sparkled. It was about 2 meters tall and had slender arms. When it leaped, it was like a golden light. It was extremely fast. From time to time, it would leap up and use the thick branches to change its direction. Its long arms were like iron hammers. Not only was its golden hair beautiful, but its defense was also extremely strong. It could also be used as a weapon to launch an extraordinary attack. However, the gold silk ape cherished its hair very much and would not release it easily. The gold silk ape's opponent, the palm tree bear, was over 4 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in brown fur. Its eyes were also brown and there was a large white V pattern on its chest. The strange thing was that there was a faint light circulating on the pattern. The palm tree bear was not fast, but it was powerful. When the gold silk ape's attack landed on its body, it would produce a muffled sound. However, it was only able to push it back and was unable to truly injure it. Its seemingly clumsy attacks were unable to land on the gold silk ape. The palm tree bear stood in place without moving. It stood upright and stared at the gold silk ape that was constantly moving around and attacking it. As long as the gold silk ape got close, it would wave its powerful arms to defend and counterattack. The two soul beasts were injured. The gold silk ape had 3 obvious claw marks on its shoulder that extended all the way to its chest. Blood was faintly seeping out. It was obviously caused by the palm tree bear. On the other hand, one of the palm tree bear's eyes was closed and blood was flowing out. There was also a lot of golden fur on its neck. It seemed like the gold silk ape had used its own golden fur to shoot out one of its eyes. The two 1,000-year soul beasts were clearly enraged as they continuously clashed. For a moment, the airwaves surged and the surrounding plants suffered a calamity. Xianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu excitedly, as if asking when they should make a move. Lan Xuanyu quickly shook his head. As the saying goes, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. A soul beast's final counterattack was the most terrifying. Furthermore, they did not have a soul beast like the emerald demon bird, so how could they easily participate in the battle? The earth dragon-type soul beast that Xianlei had summoned was only at the 100-year rank. Against two 1,000-year soul beasts that were truly enraged, it was completely useless. Obviously, it was not a good time for them to make a move. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu felt that it was very strange. Regardless of whether it was the gold silk ape or the palm tree bear, they were not bloodthirsty soul beasts. They were rather gentle soul beasts and would not take the initiative to attack. But now that they were fighting so intensely, there must be a reason. Under such circumstances, it would be unwise to rashly attack without observing clearly. Thus, he gestured to his companions to wait and carefully observe the battle. Very quickly, Lan Xuanyu discovered a problem. The 1,000-year palm tree bear was fighting upright, but its legs did not move from its original position. It only twisted its upper body and waved its front claws. The palm tree bear's innate soul skill was gravity control. It could suddenly increase the gravity within a certain range. This was also the reason why the gold silk ape was so fast but was still injured by its claws. However, Lan Xuanyu realized that the palm tree bear rarely used its innate ability, as if it was worried about something. He gestured to Lu Feng and Qianlei not to move while he quietly went around to observe the ceremony from a different angle. After walking for a few dozen meters, Lan Xuanyu finally discovered the problem from behind the 1,000-year palm tree bear. He saw a plant on the ground between the palm tree bear's legs. This plant was not big. Compared to the palm tree bear's enormous body, it was very small. It was only about a foot tall and was dark purple in color. Its top was like an umbrella while its bottom was connected to the ground. Beside it was a broken tree. It was unknown which of the two soul beasts had done it. This meant that this plant originally grew under the tree. Lan Xuanyu had read some literature regarding plant-type heaven and earth treasures, and after seeing the intense battle between the two soul beasts, he immediately understood the situation before him. The plant on the ground should be a purple zoysia. Judging from its size, it should be at the 1,000-year level. Regardless of whether it was a soul master or a soul beast, it was definitely a good item. A 1,000-year level soul beast could increase their cultivation by 1,000 years after eating it. It was also beneficial to all aspects of a person's body. These two 1,000-year soul beasts were obviously fighting over this purple zoysia. Who wouldn't want to increase their cultivation by 1,000 years? However, this thing's medicinal properties were strong and required time to digest. It could only be eaten under safe circumstances. Otherwise, if they were to eat it rashly, they would not be able to fight and would be killed by the other party. This was why they were fighting so intensely. They wanted to chase or kill the other party so that they could properly enjoy the purple zoysia. This 1,000-year palm tree bear was actually very smart. In terms of speed, it was definitely not as fast as the gold silk ape, so it stood in place and used its body to protect the 1,000-year purple zoysia, planning to make the gold silk ape retreat. But when the gold silk ape suddenly saw such a rare treasure, how could it be willing to give it up? Thus, both sides started fighting for it. After understanding the situation before him, Lan Xuanyu quietly returned to his teammates and whispered his judgment to the two of them. 1,000-year purple zoysia. With our current cultivation, eating it will probably increase our soul power by 5 ranks or more, right? I'll directly reach rank 30. Awesome. Qianlei said excitedly. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. You don't like to hear that you're stupid. Is this real life? This is Douluo world, what's the use of eating it? There's only energy in the simulated world, how can there be real food? Where's your brain? Qianlei's expression froze. This time, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't even refute. Wasn't that right? This thing was useful for spirit beasts in the simulated world, but what use was it to them? This was still the qualifier's venue, not even the normal Douluo world. They couldn't even exchange it for Douluo coins. What do we do now? Qianlei quickly changed the topic. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and said, it's time for you to shine. Qianlei was startled. Me? Summon? Now? Lan Xuanyu smiled. No, it's not a summon, it's a communication. Give it a try. Communication? I'm afraid that won't work, right? If it's not a spirit beast summoned by me, it'll probably be very hostile. How do I communicate? Also, Qianlei had a look of astonishment. His coin of summoning had a special innate ability. Qianlei himself couldn't fight and had no strength, but because of this, he had some innate abilities that ordinary soul masters didn't have. This innate ability was to communicate with spirit beasts. If he couldn't communicate with soul beasts, how could he command the soul beasts that he had summoned? Mu Zhongtian once said that if Qianlei was born tens of thousands of years ago, he would have become an outstanding spirit master just by being able to communicate with spirit beasts. Soul beasts were more or less intelligent, but different levels of soul beasts had different levels of intelligence. The higher one's cultivation, the higher one's intelligence. soul beasts that reached the 10,000-year or even 100,000-year level would not be inferior to humans in terms of intelligence. However, low-level soul beasts had limited intelligence, and it was very difficult to communicate with them. Xianlei's communication ability allowed him to communicate with soul beasts using his spiritual power. At the very least, he could let soul beasts understand his thoughts. The summoned soul beasts would naturally have an affinity with him, and he would be able to control them through communication. He had tried to communicate with non-summoned soul beasts before, and it was indeed possible. However, most of those soul beasts would immediately attack him. He tried it in the Douluo world. Therefore, when he heard that Lan Xuanyu wanted him to communicate with the two 1,000-year soul beasts in front of him, Xianlei was instantly alarmed. If those soul beasts attacked, what would they do? Lan Xuanyu said, "If you do as I say, there's a high chance of success." As he spoke, he whispered a few words in Xianlei's ear. When Xianlei heard it and looked at Lan Xuanyu again, he was simply stunned. "How did your brain grow? This works too? I think there's really a chance." Xianlei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was also filled with excitement. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "How far can we go with pure combat power? If we don't use some special methods, it won't be easy to be at the top. Lu Feng and I will be prepared. If things don't work out, we will immediately turn around and run. With Lu Feng's speed, it shouldn't be a problem to run away. You should also prepare your second soul skill and use instant copy to cover our retreat." "Okay." Xianlei rubbed his hands, excited and a little nervous. Although Lu Feng didn't understand what they were going to do, he had more confidence in Lan Xuanyu. Furthermore, he had obtained a new soul bone, so he really wanted to test the sharpness of the silver moon wolf right arm bone. The three of them stealthily moved forward, and Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lu Feng's and Xianlei's waists. Xianlei walked at the front and quickly approached the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, the 1,000-year gold silk ape had already launched another round of attacks, but the 1,000-year palm tree bear's thick skin still repelled it. They were still in a stalemate, and the palm tree bear had learned its lesson. It used one of its paws to protect its other eye, not giving the gold silk ape a chance to attack. Xianlei turned his head to look at Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu nodded at him. Taking a deep breath, Xianlei's eyes began to show a hint of emptiness. In the center of his pupils, a square hole vaguely appeared. He released his spiritual power and slowly moved towards his target. The 1,000-year gold silk ape, who was vigilantly watching the 1,000-year palm tree bear, suddenly trembled and looked towards the three of them with vigilance. At the same time, it let out a low growl. Lan Xuanyu took a step forward and blocked in front of Xianlei. The golden bloodline in his body was activated, and a blazing bloodline fluctuation surged up as he let out a clear and melodious whistle. The whistle was like a dragon's roar, long and impassioned. The golden bloodline aura fused into it, and it immediately carried a special aura. Regardless of whether it was the 1,000-year gold silk ape or the 1,000-year palm tree bear, when they heard this sound, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xianlei's lips subconsciously moved, and his spiritual power continued to transmit his thoughts. The gold silk ape cautiously retreated a distance, but as if it sensed something, it let out a series of low growls. It could retreat, but the palm tree bear could not. Because it still had the 1,000-year purple zoysia under it. Unable to determine whether the newcomer was friend or foe, it could only watch the direction of the whistle with vigilance. After a long while, the gold silk ape seemed to have calmed down. After a moment of silence, it let out a low growl and pounced towards the 1,000-year palm tree bear again. This time, its speed was even faster. The golden fur all over its body emitted a layer of wave-like golden halo, dazzling under the sunlight shining down from the shadows of the trees. Its speed was also incomparably fast and incomparably ferocious. In a flash, it rushed into the air and waved its arms. Hundreds of golden hair turned into golden needles and shot towards the palm tree bear. At the same time, it raised its fists and smashed towards the 1,000-year palm tree bear's head. The sudden all-out attack gave the 1,000-year palm tree bear a fright. It let out a ferocious roar and used its paws to protect its eyes. However, its chest puffed up, and the V-shaped white mark on its chest burst out with light, transforming into a strong light that blasted towards the 1,000-year gold silk ape. Right at this moment, a golden vine silently appeared behind the gold silk ape and coiled around its right leg. With a gentle tug, the gold silk ape immediately changed its direction and dodged the white light by a hair's breadth. Not only that, the gold silk ape's golden hair instantly released a dazzling golden light, and its entire body swelled up. Due to the change in direction, it landed on the ground, but in the next moment, it suddenly rushed up and smashed its fists onto the 1,000-year palm tree bear's chest. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the 1,000-year palm tree bear was smashed backwards. Right at this moment, a white figure flashed past like lightning and grabbed the 1,000-year purple Xianxia before the 1,000-year gold silk ape could grab it. The figure then soared into the air and rushed into the distance. The 1,000-year gold silk ape was about to give chase, but the aura of the golden patterned blue-silver grass that was originally wrapped around its leg and gave it a strong boost suddenly changed. The suppression from the bloodline level suddenly descended, causing the gold silk ape's aura to drop. Not only that, its body also went soft. How could it still catch up to the white figure that flashed away? The palm tree bear groaned and retreated. It put down its paws and looked down, only to see that the 1,000-year purple Xianxia was gone and the gold silk ape was at the spot where the 1,000-year purple Xianxia was. The palm tree bear was instantly enraged and charged towards the weakened gold silk ape. The gold silk ape's mind emitted a spiritual wave and it quickly nodded. Immediately, the golden patterned blue-silver grass that wrapped around its legs glowed once again. The gold silk ape's body was like a light bulb that was lit up as it suddenly emitted an intense golden light. It leaped forward and welcomed the palm tree bear. At the same time, a strand of golden patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around the palm tree bear's sturdy leg. The palm tree bear that was frantically pouncing on the gold silk ape suddenly felt a strong sense of fear spread throughout its entire body. It was as if a huge dragon had appeared beside it and its aura dropped drastically. How could the gold silk ape let go of such an opportunity? It rushed forward and swung its fists upwards, smashing towards the palm tree bear's arms like a rocket. Then, it used its extraordinarily strong arms to wrap around the palm tree bear's neck and flipped it over to its back. It used its legs to support the palm tree bear's back and exerted all its strength with its arms. A gotcha sound was heard as the gold silk ape broke the palm tree bear's neck. Under normal circumstances, with the palm tree bear's strength, how could it be so easy to deal with it? However, one of them was buffed while the other was suppressed by the bloodline. Under such circumstances, the palm tree bear was instantly defeated by the gold silk ape. The gold silk ape landed on the ground and panted heavily because it realized that the moment the palm tree bear fell, the buff on its body turned into suppression. It lowered its head to look at the slender vine and for a moment, its eyes were filled with bewilderment. Lan Xuanyu brought along Qianlei and Lu Feng as they slowly walked out from behind the tree. They maintained a certain distance and looked at the gold silk ape cautiously. "Tell it to give us the last hit to kill the palm tree bear." Lan Xuanyu gestured to Qianlei. Qianlei hurriedly conveyed their intentions. The gold silk ape looked at the three humans in front of it and bared its teeth. But when it saw the 1,000-year-old purple Xianxia in Lan Xuanyu's hand, it slowly retreated unwillingly. Lan Xuanyu withdrew his golden-patterned blue-silver grass and turned to signal to Lu Feng. Lu Feng leaped up and released the white dragon spear. A layer of silver hair appeared on his right arm, flowing with brilliant light. The white dragon spear immediately shot out a 3-feet-long silver moonlight that pierced through the palm tree bear's eyes, completing the final attack. After killing a 1,000-year soul beast, Lan Xuanyu and the other two immediately felt their bodies heat up, as if they had gained something. They instantly realized that this should be the reason for the large increase in points, and were secretly delighted. This was a 1,000-year soul beast. With their normal strength, there was no way they could fight back. During the qualifier, defeating a ground fire lizard would only give him a few dozen points, but defeating a ground fire scarlet dragon would give him 10,000 points. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge difference in the points obtained in this test due to the different ranks of soul beasts. The initial goal was achieved, but this was not Lan Xuanyu's final goal. He gestured to Qianlei, then waved the 1,000-year-old purple Xianxia in his hand at the gold silk ape. The gold silk ape bared its teeth. Lan Xuanyu handed the 1,000-year-old purple zoysia to Qianlei. At the same time, he extended both his hands, and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass flew out at the same time, spreading on the ground. His eyes also emitted a strong aura. 2 soul rings of each type of blue-silver grass appeared on his arms, and the aura of the golden and silver bloodlines were emitted without reservation. Previously, the gold silk ape had already felt the amplification and suppression of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, so it immediately retreated a few steps and looked over with some unease. Lan Xuanyu said to Qianlei, "Tell it to cooperate with us, and the 1,000-year-old purple zoysia will be its. It only needs to follow us for 6 days and help us deal with other soul beasts. At the same time, I will continuously amplify it. If it doesn't agree, then we will destroy the 1,000-year-old purple zoysia and fight it to the death." Qianlei hurriedly transmitted his thoughts through his spiritual power. Lan Xuanyu had previously asked him to take the initiative to contact the gold silk ape. The message was very simple, which was to tell it that he was willing to cooperate with it to kill the palm tree bear, help it obtain the purple zoysia, and ask for its help. The reason why Lan Xuanyu chose the gold silk ape was after careful consideration. Firstly, the gold silk ape was an ape, and its intelligence was obviously higher than the palm tree bear, so it was easier to communicate with it. Secondly, the gold silk ape was faster and more proficient in fighting in the forest, so it would be of greater help to them. When Lan Xuanyu saw the 2 soul beasts killing each other, he had this idea in his mind. He communicated with Qianlei through his spiritual power and tried to cooperate with one of them. Under normal circumstances, wild soul beasts naturally wouldn't cooperate with them, but it was different with the 1,000-year-old purple zoysia. The gold silk ape was afraid of taking action, and with Lan Xuanyu's display of strength, they had the capital to negotiate. If both parties really fought, with Qianlei's 2 summons, Lan Xuanyu's ability, including the martial soul fusion technique, and Lu Feng's overall strength, they had the strength to fight. The victor would only be determined after the fight. With the increase in their strength, they were confident that they could fight a 1,000-year-old soul beast alone. This was where Lan Xuanyu's confidence came from. Without strength, they didn't have the qualifications to negotiate. As expected, with his threat and the existence of the 1,000-year-old purple zoysia, the gold silk ape was a little moved, and the ominous glint in its eyes gradually disappeared. It was especially afraid of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, so it slowly went forward and used its front paw to gently touch it. Lan Xuanyu controlled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to coil around its forearm and transmitted the feeling of his bloodline's amplification. Then, he kept the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. To him, the difference between amplification and suppression was just a thought. If he transmitted a kind emotion, his bloodline's power would amplify it. If he transmitted a malicious emotion, it would immediately become a suppression effect. Lan Xuanyu had cultivated for so many years, from the time when he faced Yi Lingtong until now, how could he not understand the miraculous use of his bloodline's power? Finally, the gold silk ape nodded to Lan Xuanyu's group. Qianlei was overjoyed and said excitedly, "It agreed. But it said that if it meets an enemy it can't handle, it will leave." Lan Xuanyu smiled. "That's what it should do. If we can't defeat it, we have to run. Agree to it and tell it that I can help it clean its wounds to show our sincerity." Qianlei relayed the message, and the gold silk ape hesitated for a moment before coming closer. Lan Xuanyu maintained his vigilance while releasing a water ball that slowly landed on the gold silk ape's wounds and helped it clean them. The water condensed from the water element was extremely pure and could wash away the dirt and the poison on the palm tree bear's claws. The gold silk ape looked at them with a much gentler gaze. The initial stage of the alliance between both parties was completed. Lu Feng and Qianlei were now full of admiration for Lan Xuanyu, not to mention that they settled this matter so easily. The key was that they dared to think and do so, which was already very impressive. This was equivalent to Qianlei summoning a super soul beast, and there was no time limit. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, this was a native of the Great Star Dough Forest and was extremely familiar with the situation of soul beasts. What do we do next? Kill our way into the depths of the forest? Qianlei's eyes lit up. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and smiled. We can't do that. Although this gold silk ape has reached an agreement with us temporarily, it definitely won't trust us. Furthermore, it's a soul beast, and it definitely won't be willing to kill other soul beasts for no reason. After all, soul beasts will definitely reject humans. Qianlei was startled. They had all attended Ji Hongban's classes and more or less understood the situation between humans and soul beasts. After humans and soul beasts coexisted peacefully, they gave soul beasts a special living space, which allowed them to maintain their current harmonious relationship. The soul beasts simulated in Soul World were obviously set according to their original appearance, otherwise, there would be no meaning in training. Then what should we do? Qianlei asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu said, tell it to bring us to its enemies or the soul beasts it hates the most. We will help it get rid of its enemies. As long as it gives us the right to kill these soul beasts, it will be fine. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and so did Qianlei. The two of them gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up at the same time. Without a doubt, doing this would naturally resolve the gold silk ape's unwillingness to help them kill soul beasts and also pull their relationship closer. It was simply the best choice. Qianlei hurriedly told the gold silk ape their thoughts. The gold silk ape accepted it very quickly and even seemed to be excited. It raised its front paw and pointed at Lan Xuanyu. Qianlei said, it wants you to use the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to buff it. No problem. Lan Xuanyu naturally agreed without hesitation. The gold silk ape let out a long howl and waved its front paw at them before heading into the depths of the forest. Although it only had a cultivation of 1,000 years, ape-type soul beasts had intelligence that far surpassed ordinary soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself, even if we didn't appear, the palm tree bear wouldn't be able to defeat the gold silk ape. With the gold silk ape, who was familiar with the forest, leading the way, Lan Xuanyu's group was much more relaxed. At least they didn't have to worry about any sudden attacks. As for which direction the gold silk ape was heading in, Lan Xuanyu didn't care. This gold silk ape was very smart. The soul beasts that it brought the three of them to find were definitely opponents that it could deal with within the range of Lan Xuanyu's amplification. To them, there was still time. And they weren't in a hurry to enter the depths of the great Douluo forest. They could borrow the strength of the gold silk ape to hunt as many soul beasts as possible. After walking for more than half an hour, which was almost equivalent to the distance they walked for half a day yesterday, the gold silk ape in front suddenly slowed down and lowered its body slightly, as if it was searching for something. Lan Xuanyu and the other two followed behind. Without needing Lan Xuanyu's reminder, Qianlei had already tried to communicate with the gold silk ape. It said that its enemies are nearby. They are 3,000-year-old gold-eyed leopards. This gold-eyed leopard ate its child and is its mortal enemy. It wants us to help it kill those three guys. Qianlei whispered to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flickered. Compared to what he had expected, the soul beasts they had to deal with were clearly stronger. He didn't expect the gold silk ape to have such strong enemies. Gold-eyed leopards were considered stronger among soul beasts, and they lived in packs. There weren't many of them, but there weren't few of them either. A pack usually had 3 to 7 of them. Gold-eyed leopards were fast and had strong attacks. Their main attack methods were their sharp claws and biting, but these weren't their most terrifying aspect. Their most valiant aspect was that they had an innate ability. If one were to use the human system to evaluate them, gold-eyed leopards were definitely agility-type soul beasts, but their most unique aspect was that they could restrain agility-type soul beasts. This was the result of its innate ability. The gold-eyed leopard's innate ability was gold-eyed stare, which could instantly cause the opponent's body to stiffen. The duration of the stiffening was determined by the difference in both parties' cultivations, but it was still at least an instant. With the gold-eyed leopard's speed, even if it was only an instant, it was enough to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Lan Xuanyu measured the strength of the gold silk ape and the gold-eyed leopard in his heart. There was no doubt that the gold silk ape's defensive power was stronger, and its attacks with its golden fur were a considerable threat to the gold-eyed leopard. But in terms of speed, the gold-eyed leopard was faster, and with the addition of gold-eyed stare, the gold silk ape would definitely lose in a 1 versus 3 battle. But with the addition of the three of them, there was indeed a fighting chance. The key was how to fight. Ask it what cultivation level those 3 gold-eyed leopards are and how old they are. Qianlei quickly answered, around 1,500 years. Lan Xuanyu heard his words and heaved a sigh of relief. This gold silk ape had around 2,000 years of cultivation, and if the gold-eyed leopards were 1,500 years old, they could indeed fight against them. If they were more than 3,000 years old, he was afraid that he would have to turn around and leave with his companions because there was no chance of winning. Alright, let's help it and prepare for battle, Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. After the gold silk ape received Qianlei's confirmation, it turned to look at the three of them, and its gaze became gentler. It nodded to the three of them, then suddenly leaped onto a big tree in front of it and suddenly let out a mournful howl. It's luring the three gold-eyed leopards over, Lan Xuanyu said softly. Gold-eyed leopards are fast and have sharp senses, so it's impossible to ambush them, so it's good to lure them over. We have to go all out. Qianlei, get ready to summon. The gold silk ape stood on a thick tree branch and hammered its chest with its fists. That ear-piercing howl was filled with mournful, resentful, and intense killing intent. Lan Xuanyu and the other two squatted in a bush and waited quietly. Lan Xuanyu also communicated with the gold silk ape through Qianlei. These were three 1,000-year soul beasts, and if they could successfully hunt them, it would greatly increase their points. Right at this moment, the rustling sound of leaves being blown by the wind could be heard from afar. Similarly, on top of the treetops, three figures sprinted over from afar. They were spread out, but they surrounded the gold silk ape in a pincer formation. They only stopped when they were not far away from the gold silk ape. It was obvious that they were afraid of the gold silk ape. The three figures were faintly discernible in the bushes, and it was obvious that this area was their territory. Many soul beasts had a strong sense of territory, not to mention that the gold silk ape was deliberately provoking them. Roar! The gold silk ape opened its mouth and roared ferociously at the three 1,000-year gold-eyed leopards. These three 1,000-year gold-eyed leopards were not considered big, and they were about 2 meters long, but their limbs were obviously very thick and strong. Their claws were firmly grasping the treetops as they looked coldly at the gold silk ape. Roar! The gold silk ape roared again. In the eyes of the gold-eyed leopards, it seemed to be unable to hold back and suddenly pounced towards the 1,000-year gold-eyed leopard closest to it on the left. Both of its legs kicked off the treetops like an arrow. That gold-eyed leopard did not panic at all and did not even have the intention to dodge. It stood on the treetops without moving an inch. Instead, the other two gold-eyed leopards pounced from both sides and rushed towards the gold silk ape's back. With a flash of golden light, the gold-eyed leopard that was targeted by the gold silk ape released its innate ability, Gold-Eyed Stare. The gold silk ape's body stiffened for a moment and lost its balance. The two gold-eyed leopards that came from the back quickly charged forward and clawed at the gold silk ape's neck and back. These three gold-eyed leopards that lived together were undoubtedly very well coordinated. The gold-eyed leopard in front quickly pounced and clawed at the gold silk ape's head. The gold silk ape was about to be besieged by the three gold-eyed leopards. Furthermore, it was in the air and had lost its balance, so it was unable to defend against the attacks. But right at this moment, a vine with golden patterns suddenly shot up and wrapped around the 1,000-year gold silk ape's ankle. It pulled down forcefully and changed the gold silk ape's forward trajectory, causing it to land on the ground. Not only that, the golden fur on its body suddenly emitted a resplendent light, and the gold silk ape instantly understood the current situation. The direction where the gold silk ape pounced was right below where Lan Xuanyu and the rest were hiding. Both the gold silk ape and Lan Xuanyu were very clear that if they wanted to get rid of the three gold-eyed leopards, they had to inflict heavy damage on them. Otherwise, with their speed, they could find an opportunity to attack them one by one. Break. Hence, the gold silk ape used itself as bait to expose its flaws. The intelligence of a 1,000-year soul beast was limited. Although the gold-eyed leopards were very strong, they were far from the gold silk demon in terms of intelligence. Facing such a good opportunity, the gold silk ape would never let it go. The gold-eyed leopards were fast, but they couldn't fly. Their target suddenly disappeared, and the three gold-eyed leopards were about to collide. They quickly retracted their claws and slapped each other, trying to change their direction in the air. The gold silk ape's body suddenly lit up, which made them wary. The golden light on its back suddenly shone, and a large amount of golden hair turned into golden needles that shot out. This was its skill, Golden Silk Ray. This time, it really went all out, and more than a third of the hair on its back turned into golden needles. The attack of the golden silk ray completely covered the sky. The gold-eyed leopards had golden stare and were extremely fast, but their defense was weaker, so when facing the gold silk demon they had to wait for the gold silk ape to be controlled by the golden stare before they could take the initiative to attack. At this moment, they were in the air, and before they could leave the attack range, they were already covered by the golden silk ray. Furthermore, this was the golden silk ray attack enhanced by Lan Xuanyu's golden patterned blue-silver grass. PFFF, 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 with a series of sounds, the bodies of the three gold-eyed leopards trembled in the air. They were shot by a large amount of golden silk ray and could only use their claws to protect their eyes and curl their bodies up. They used their own defenses to resist the golden silk ray. However, their bodies couldn't pounce out again and fell to the ground. The ground fell. This change was too fast, and the three gold-eyed leopards weren't prepared at all. Furthermore, he did not expect the gold silk ape to be able to recover so quickly. Furthermore, it was willing to pay any price. It didn't hesitate to attack and shoot out the enhanced golden silk ray. Amidst the screams, the three gold-eyed leopards were all he was seriously injured. A ball of fire suddenly rushed up and pounced on a falling gold-eyed leopard. It grabbed it and bit it. Its neck. The golden-eyed leopard desperately dodged and slapped with its front paws, but its body was immediately engulfed in flames. His front paw was bitten. This ball of fire was actually a 4-meter-long underground fire dragon. The ground fire dragon was not fast. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for it to catch up with the gold-eyed leopard. The golden-eyed leopard's right front paw was bitten off. A dark figure pounced from the side as well. Its large tail was like an iron hammer. It smashed into the waist of the gold-eyed leopard. An ear-piercing sound of bones breaking rang out. The waist was the golden-eyed leopard's vital point. It let out a miserable cry and immediately fell down. He fell to the ground and was covered by two huge bodies. Ironback dragon, that's right, a ground fire dragon and an ironback dragon both had about 300 years of cultivation. There was no way he could threaten the 1,000-year gold-eyed leopard. At this moment, they have become the leopard's deadly pair. Hand. On the other side, a white light soared up and let out a pleasant dragon roar. The spear light bloomed. With this spear thrust, Lu Feng felt that his essence, energy, and spirit were instantly raised to the extreme. Under the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, the silver moon wolf's right arm soul bone's silver moon sharpness was released without reservation. It brought about a 5-foot-long sharp edge in the air. When he thrust out his spear, Lu Feng had a carefree and unrestrained feeling. Previously, when he thrust out his spear, Lu Feng had a feeling of being completely unrestrained. He had never felt so carefree before. The second golden-eyed leopard used its front paw to block, but it was pierced through by the silver moon spear. In a flash, the golden-eyed leopard's throat had been pierced by the silver moon spear. Under Lu Feng's lead, they landed not far away. The last golden-eyed leopard finally landed on the ground, but what awaited it was a deep dragon roar. Roar. A glaring golden light flashed and a golden dragon head rose up. It was proud and arrogant, domineering and insolent. It was gold. Dragon ascending to the heavens, after raising his cultivation to 2 rings and evolving his bloodline, Lan Xuanyu could finally use what he had learned from Nana. Jinlong ascended to the heavens. This was also his strongest attack other than his martial soul fusion skill. The brilliant golden light, the resonant dragon roar, and the indomitable aura, the golden bloodline exploded in his body, and Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned pale gold. Boom! An extremely intense collision occurred. The heavily injured golden-eyed leopard was sent flying, and Lan Xuanyu's feet sank into the ground. On the ground, the golden-eyed leopard's forearms were completely fractured. Lan Xuanyu squatted down and charged forward. He shot out an icicle and caught up with the golden-eyed leopard, accurately piercing its eyes. All of this seemed slow, but it all happened in an instant. The 1,000-year gold silk ape lured the enemy, broke away from the battle, and used all its strength to launch an area attack. This was the most important part of the battle. And what Lan Xuanyu and the other two did was to give the 1,000-year golden-eyed leopard a fatal blow. One strike. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took about 10 seconds for the 3,000-year soul beasts to finish. 3,000-year golden-eyed leopard died in their hands. After Lu Feng landed, he was in disbelief. This was a 1,000-year soul beast, and they actually killed it just like that. Decided, the gold silk ape let out a low roar, and the mournful light in its eyes became even more intense. It suddenly pounced. It pounded on the corpse of a 1,000-year golden-eyed leopard with its front claws. Lan Xuanyu and the other two frowned, but they couldn't step forward to stop it. The gold silk ape had lost its temper. It had suddenly gotten rid of the enemy who killed its son, and to it, this was the release of its emotions. It was the time to let it go. After a full 10 minutes, the gold silk ape gradually calmed down, and its eyes began to dim. It was a little weak. Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, but still walked forward and took out the 1,000-year purple Xianxia. He took it out and handed it to the gold silk ape. The weak gold silk ape was stunned. It looked at the 1,000-year purple Xianxia that Lan Xuanyu handed over, but it didn't make a move. It seemed to be a little hesitant. Qianlei, tell it to eat it and help it recover its strength. Tell it that we believe it will keep its promise. Tell it to us. Lan Xuanyu said. Qianlei hurriedly conveyed his message through his spiritual power. The gold silk ape didn't hesitate and swallowed the purple Xianxia. However, it wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, it turned around and used its front claws to fiddle with the golden-eyed leopard's corpse before taking out something. It turned around and handed it over to Lan Xuanyu. It was a golden object that looked like a small skull. The strange thing was that the head was very small. The strange thing was that the skull's eyes weren't empty, but there were two golden lenses. This is, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng's pupils constricted. Although they had never seen this before, when they compared the prize that Lu Feng obtained from the lucky wheel to the one in front of them, it was easy to guess what it was after comparing it with the other two, soul bone. And it was a skull soul bone. Among the 6 main soul bones that the human body could absorb, the skull soul bone was the rarest. It was much rarer than the skull and was naturally the most precious one. They never expected that they would be able to kill these 3,000 golden-eyed leopards. They actually obtained a golden-eyed leopard's skull. This was simply a 1 in 10,000 chance. This was luck. Wasn't this too good? But in the next moment, the three of them became dejected. The reason for their disappointment was simple. This was the virtual world. Not to mention a skull, even a 100,000-year soul bone couldn't be used. What was the use of it? If it was in the normal soul world, perhaps it could be used to exchange for soul coins. But this was the assessment area, which was completely different from the normal soul world. It should belong to the Shrek Academy. This thing couldn't be brought out and couldn't be fused into their own fighting strength. It was worse than a chicken rib. The three of them looked at the gold-eyed leopard skull and their eyes turned red. How great would it be if this was something that existed in reality? There was no doubt that the soul skill attached to this skull was most likely the gold-eyed leopard's innate ability, gold-eyed stare. It was a super powerful ability that could instantly control the enemy. I want to cry. What should I do? Qianlei's current feeling was similar to when he rejected the Shrek Academy's early admission. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. I'd rather this thing didn't appear. He was the beneficiary of a soul bone and naturally understood how much a soul bone could improve a soul master. His right arm's strength was almost 3 times that of his left arm. Even without Lan Xuanyu's assistance, his attack power was still quite strong. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand to take the golden skull and frowned. He suddenly returned the skull to the gold silk ape and said to Qianlei, tell it that it needs this thing more. Let it keep it. Qianlei was stunned. What do you mean? Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. A humanoid soul beast can also fuse with a soul bone. The gold silk ape belongs to this category, which means that it might be able to use this soul bone. It's useless to us, so we might as well give it to it as a favor. Qianlei helplessly translated. The gold silk ape looked at Lan Xuanyu in a daze and pointed at the skull before pointing at itself. It's asking if it can really fuse with it? Qianlei translated. Lan Xuanyu said, tell it what I said just now. It should be able to. Qianlei translated again. The gold silk ape looked at Lan Xuanyu and the other two with a gentle gaze. The savagery and ruthlessness from before had completely disappeared. It suddenly nodded towards the three of them and took the soul bone before prostrating on the ground. At this time, the hair on its back had become sparse. The golden silk ray was the source of its power. Previously, it had released a large amount of it and hurt its body. Now that it had eaten the 1,000-year-old purple Xianxia, its body couldn't hold on any longer. Let's protect it. Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei and Lu Feng back a few steps. The gold silk ape's body began to emit a faintly discernible golden light as though it had fallen into a deep slumber. Protect it? How long would it take? Our time is limited, Qianlei said in a low voice. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. We've already killed 4,000-year soul beasts. This progress should be hard for others to surpass. Let's wait and see. If it can't recover in a day, we'll leave. If it can complete the fusion, we'll have hit the jackpot. From the gold silk ape's attitude towards them, it could be seen that it had truly acknowledged the three of them. If they could obtain its help, their results would definitely be good. Lu Feng and Qianlei were very convinced by Lan Xuanyu. With 4,000-year soul beasts as the foundation, the three of them stayed behind. Lu Feng was responsible for scouting the surroundings while Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei protected it. Qianlei summoned a few more times with Lan Xuanyu's assistance and completed his replication summon, restoring his strength to its peak state. What surprised them was that the target of the replication summon was the emerald demon bird again. That's right, he summoned the emerald demon bird again. And Qianlei recognized that it was the same one that he had summoned before. This was definitely a good thing, but the emerald demon bird's nature was extremely ferocious, and there was a possibility of a backlash. When they summoned the emerald demon bird, it immediately pounced towards the gold silk ape. Fortunately, Qianlei stopped it. After stopping it, the emerald demon bird left in embarrassment. This emerald demon bird must be addicted to eating it. It was very satisfied with the 2 ground fire scarlet dragons previously. But I have a question. If this emerald demon bird was summoned from another place with soul beasts, then we're currently in the virtual world. Would it be helpful if it ate the brains of the soul beasts in the virtual world? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Qianlei shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? But I've heard before that in a certain sense, the soul world isn't completely in virtual world. It can be considered another plane, a plane that our Federation created. The specific situation should be a secret of the Federation, so it's impossible for us to know. Ever since the Federation started the interstellar migration, they had sufficient resources. In the recent few thousand years, technology had entered a stage of great development, and only the true higher-ups were clear about the extent of the development. And the Shrek Academy was one of the most important organizations in the Federation. The gold silk ape seemed to have fallen asleep. The golden light on its body was faintly discernible, and its breathing was very stable. Blue Xianyu and the other two took turns to rest and quickly recovered to their peak condition. As night fell, although they weren't hungry, they were still rather bored. After discussing, they decided that if the gold silk ape hadn't woken up by tomorrow morning, they would be on their way. The other teams participating in the qualifiers were definitely going all out. Although killing 100-year soul beasts didn't give as many points as killing 1,000-year soul beasts, if there were more of them, they would still be able to obtain a lot of points. They weren't clear about the reason. Given the situation of their teams, they naturally had to work harder. Although killing the other teams might be the fastest way to increase their points, the Douluo forest was huge. It was very likely that they wouldn't be able to meet the other team before the end of the qualifiers. Wouldn't that be a loss? Therefore, they couldn't place their hopes on this aspect. The next morning, the gold silk ape still hadn't woken up. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate and made a prompt decision to set off. Before they left, they used some tree branches to pile up around the gold silk ape's body and encircled its sleeping body. After all, they knew each other, so they had done their best. The three of them set off again. Lu Feng led the way and cautiously continued to walk into the forest. Their speed wasn't fast, but it was stable. Along the way, they encountered some soul beasts that they could deal with, which they took care of. The three of them determined the direction according to the strength of the soul beasts and headed towards the depths of the Douluo forest. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. They had already been here for 4 days, and the 5th day was about to arrive. It was also the last 3 days of the qualifiers. As a precaution, they didn't hunt for 1,000-year soul beasts anymore. They only hunted for 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. As they went deeper into the forest, they couldn't see any 10-year soul beasts anymore. They were at least 100-year soul beasts, and occasionally, they would encounter 1,000-year soul beasts. Relying on Lu Feng's speed and Qianlei's perception, they avoided those strong soul beasts and continued to advance steadily. Xianyu, there are only 3 days left. I wonder how our points are doing. Shrek Academy is really too much. If we can't see our points, how can we know how to work hard? Qianlei grumbled. Lan Xuanyu smiled. You can only do your best if you can't see it. Shrek Academy probably wants to see everyone's full potential. I estimate that our points should be above average, but we shouldn't be able to enter the top 10. Qianlei was a little anxious. As someone who had almost been recruited early, his desire for Shrek Academy surpassed Lu Feng's. Then what do we do? If we can't enter the top 10, we won't be able to enter the next round. Lan Xuanyu said, don't be anxious. Right now, the most important thing for us is to maintain our best condition at all times and wait for an opportunity. When the rules were announced earlier, since it was said that we can snatch points when we meet other groups, it shouldn't be aimless. It's like this during the qualifiers. Everything is meaningful. Since that's the case, we need to accumulate strength. Once we meet other groups, our opportunity will come when we are in our best condition. Lu Feng nodded. I support. Even if we need to be anxious, we should wait for the last 1 or 2 days. While they were talking, there was a sudden clamor in front of them. It seemed like there were collisions, grunts, and shouts. The 3 of them looked at each other. Without saying anything, Lu Feng jumped up a tree in a flash. Lan Xuanyu used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to connect them. Under Lu Feng's pull, the 3 of them quickly hid in the dense canopy of a large tree. Lan Xuanyu listened attentively and whispered, it sounds like a fight, and there are also faint sounds of people. It was really what he said. It was very likely that they had met a contestant from another group. A figure was running towards them at an extremely fast speed. They could see it clearly from the top of the tree. When they saw the person clearly, they couldn't help but be shocked. They knew this person, and she was their classmate. Especially to Lan Xuanyu, she was extremely familiar. It was Yi Lingtong. Yi Lingtong, who was supposed to be with Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani. But it looked like she was alone now. She was in a sorry state and her clothes were torn in many places. There were even traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Swish swish swish. 3 figures dashed over from afar and chased after Yi Lingtong. The 3 of them came over very quickly and were wearing the same clothes. It was obvious that they were from the same group. The one in the lead was a tall and skinny youth. He was in the middle of the 3 people chasing after him and had a faint yellow glow on his body. He was extremely fast and was riding on a ferocious tiger. The ferocious tiger was somewhat illusory and should be a spirit soul. One of the other 2 had wings on his back and was flying at an extremely fast speed. He was the first to catch up to Yi Lingtong. The other person was like a ghost. His figure was faintly discernible and he held a long spear in his hand. The 3 of them obviously had no intention of letting Yi Lingtong go. There were 2 big words on their clothes, Ling Tian Academy. Seeing these 2 words, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 shuddered. Heaven Luo planet had a total of 2 continents, Heaven Luo continent and Spirit Sky continent. Heaven Luo continent was slightly bigger, so the planet was named that way. Just like how Tian Luo College was the best school in Heaven Luo continent, Ling Tian Academy was the best school in Ling Tian continent. Furthermore, Ling Tian Academy was the top school in Heaven Luo planet for the past 100 years. Why did Tian Luo College have an elite junior class? In fact, they learned it from Ling Tian Academy. Ling Tian Academy had students who were able to enter Shrek Academy for 3 consecutive batches. Under this positive cycle, Ling Tian Academy became stronger and stronger. They were better than Tian Luo College in all aspects. The elite junior class was set up to go against Ling Tian Academy. In this year's Shrek Academy enrollment, Lan Xuanyu's group was ranked first while the 2nd to 6th groups were all from Ling Tian Academy. This meant that there were at least 5 groups that were above Lu Qianxuan's group. One could only imagine how strong Ling Tian Academy was as a whole. This was also why Tianluo College was so excited when they saw Lan Xuanyu's group winning the championship and increased their resources to support them and set up a second elite junior class. At this moment, the 3 people chasing after Yi Lingtong were students from Ling Tian Academy. Of the 3, 2 were 3-ringed soul elders and 1 was a 2-ringed soul grandmaster. Are you going to help? Qian Lei to ask Lan Xuanyu to help. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Why wouldn't I want the points that are given to me? At that moment, Yi Lingtong saw that she was about to be caught, but it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She leaped forward and avoided the attack from the air. At the same time, she flipped her body in the process and landed on her back. With both hands on the ground for support, she raised her legs and kicked the person who was falling from the air. Well, to be. Was to. Was to be was to. Yi Lingtong knew that if she wanted to escape, she had to get rid of the flying guy. The other party was too fast and wasn't restricted by the terrain. If she didn't severely injure him, she wouldn't be able to escape if she was entangled with him. Hence, she had been waiting for an opportunity and accumulating power for this attack. She raised her celestial body to the maximum and released her chi at the same time. It was her second soul skill, Celestial Wave. A white light with a diameter of 2 feet gathered above her feet and exploded. The flying-type soul master didn't expect his opponent to be able to unleash such a strong attack in an instant. He reacted quickly and folded the wings on his back to block in front of him. At the same time, a dark blue halo shot out from his body and turned into ripples in front of him. Boom! His body was sent flying by the kick. His left wing was broken, causing his body to instantly lose balance. He crashed into a large tree and rebounded down. Although she didn't kill the other party, Yi Lingtong was still happy. With a broken wing, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to catch up to her. But at this moment, she felt a sense of suffocation, and almost without hesitation, she threw out a punch. Dang! An illusory light and shadow bounced back while Yi Lingtong's body slid backward. Gray halos appeared all over her body, and these gray halos drilled into her body. Her celestial body felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. The illusory figure in the air flashed and a person caught the illusory spear that bounced into the air. He descended from the sky and stabbed at Yi Lingtong again. Yi Lingtong rolled backward and quickly squatted down. She clenched her teeth and raised her fists to the sky. At the same time, her celestial body emitted a white light and she couldn't care less about exhausting her energy. Dang! There was another loud bang and Yi Lingtong took 4 steps back. Every step she took left a deep footprint on the ground. But at this moment, she felt a chill behind her. She tried to dodge with all her might, but the 2 consecutive heavy blows exhausted her and she couldn't dodge no matter what. At this moment, a figure that looked exactly the same as the one in front of her appeared behind her. It's over. Yi Lingtong felt a wave of sorrow. No matter how unwilling she was, she knew that her selection this time should be over. With close to 3 days left, withdrawing from the competition now was tantamount to being eliminated. But at this moment, she suddenly felt something tighten around her waist and her whole body was pulled horizontally. He narrowly avoided the sharp blade that was stabbing him from behind. Eh? That person let out a soft exclamation but didn't continue to attack. At this moment, a low roar was heard. Immediately after, streaks of lightning suddenly exploded and covered an area with a diameter of 10 meters. The 2 identical figures quickly merged into one and the body suddenly became more illusory as it flickered in the lightning. But in the end, he was still a little affected by the lightning and staggered backward. A huge lizard-like being that was less than 1.5 meters long but had a bright purple body emerged from the bushes and looked at him coldly with a pair of similarly bright purple eyes. Purple lightning dragon. Earth dragon. It was good at controlling lightning but not good at close combat. It was one of the rare earth dragons that wasn't good at close combat but had a very pure bloodline that was close to the existence of a real dragon. That's right, this was the result of being summoned by Qian Lei and being extremely lucky. Roar. A low roar was heard. The figure riding on the ferocious tiger had also arrived, but he didn't rush over here. Instead, he rushed to the side of his teammate who had one of his wings broken. A glaring white light shot out from his mouth and went straight to the side of his teammate. And at this moment, a silver light appeared. With a boom, the silver light and the white light disappeared at the same time, and an extremely fast figure also disappeared into the forest. If it wasn't for the young man riding on the ferocious tiger in time, his teammate would have died. "It's you." At this moment, Yi Lingtong finally saw clearly who the person who pulled her to his side was. Wasn't it Lan Xuanyu? She didn't know why, but the moment she saw Lan Xuanyu, she suddenly had the urge to cry and an indescribable sense of security as if she had met her family. Lan Xuanyu pulled her to his side and furrowed his brows. The opponent was more difficult to deal with than expected. He originally thought that Lu Feng would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, and with the purple lightning dragon's attack to attract attention, it would be enough to finish off the flying-type spirit master. But he didn't expect the tiger-riding spirit master to be so vigilant and neutralize Lu Feng's attack. At this moment, the flying-type spirit master had already retracted the wings on his back. His face was a little pale, but he still managed to escape. He jumped onto the back of the tiger-riding spirit master and gathered together with the illusory spirit master. "They're from Ling Tian Academy. Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani were killed by them. As a teammate, their points will be transferred to me after I'm killed. Only by killing me will they get half of the points." Lan Xuanyu didn't have to ask, as Yi Lingtong had already explained the situation. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Is there such a huge difference in strength? He was very clear about Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani's strength, especially Lu Qianxuan. His golden lion martial soul was no joke, and he deserved the title of the strongest individual in the elite junior class. How could he be killed by the other party when the three of them looked perfectly fine earlier? Yi Lingtong said with grief and indignation, "They ambushed us. We encountered a Heaven's Wrath demonic lion with a cultivation of around 3,000 years, and we were about to kill it with great difficulty. But they suddenly ambushed Qian Sun. Qian Sun was severely injured and died under the claws of the Heaven's Wrath demon lion. Chang Jiani controlled the entire scene to save me, so I ran out. He was obviously killed by them too." Lan Xuanyu immediately understood. It was obvious that among the three from Ling Tian Academy, at least one of them was good at concealment and had been eyeing Lu Qianxuan's team for a long time. Finally, when they faced the Heaven's Wrath demon lion, they revealed their true intentions. Not only did they take down the 3,000-year soul beast, but they also wanted to take their points. Whether it was in terms of strength or strategy, they were the best. They were probably in the top 10 of the qualifiers. The tall and skinny youth riding on the shining tiger smiled. "Let's get to know each other." Ling Tian Academy's Li Yaoming. The illusory youth had already solidified. His face was pale as he said plainly, "Ling Tian Academy, Shu Zixuan." The youth with a broken martial soul looked at Yi Lingtong fiercely. "Ling Tian Academy Su Rongxin." Su Rongxin? Vanity? Qianlei walked out and couldn't help but sneer. But Lan Xuanyu's face was solemn. He had seen these three names before. They were ranked 5th in the qualifiers. 5th in terms of overall strength. Without a doubt, this would be their greatest competitor. Tianluo College, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu directly reported the names of the three people on his side. However, Lu Feng did not appear. He was still hiding in the forest. Hearing his name, the three people on the other side were obviously shocked. As the saying goes, a person's life is like a tree's shadow. He ranked first, and he ranked first with a high score of more than 20,000 points. He was very likely to be the champion of the Federation's qualifier. How could they not be shocked? This was especially true when one did not know the true strength of the opponent. Li Yaoming said indifferently, "So you're the champion of the audition. I've heard a lot about you. I believe you also understand that if we were to clash, it would most likely be a tragic outcome. No matter who won, they would have to pay a hefty price. As long as Brother Lan is willing to hand over the girl beside you to us, we will turn around and leave. We hope to qualify together with your team in the qualifiers." Facing the champion, he was also full of vigilance. Naturally, he was unwilling to fight with Lan Xuanyu's team at this time. However, he was really reluctant to give up the opportunity to obtain points from Yilingtong's team after so much effort. In his opinion, the other party might not be willing to fight with him. The situation was very obvious. If everyone fought with all their strength, it was hard to say who would win. But just like Lu Qianshuan's team previously, it would be easy for others to take advantage of the situation. However, what Li Yaoming and the other two did not expect was Lan Xuanyu's answer. "Do it!" Lan Xuanyu shouted coldly. The purple lightning dragon not far in front of him suddenly raised its head under Qian Lei's control. A thick bolt of lightning went straight for Li Yaoming's head. This attack came suddenly and was not held back. The full attack of the purple lightning dragon with hundreds of years of cultivation was no joke. Although it was a 100-year spirit beast, as a pure-blooded earth dragon, its strength was definitely not inferior to a 1,000-year spirit beast. Li Yaoming was shocked. He did not understand why Lan Xuanyu decided to fight them head-on so quickly. This was not what a wise person would do. The other party must be smart to be able to win the qualifiers. How would he know that the purple lightning dragon in front of him was not a spirit soul but a summoned beast? The summoning time was limited. Moreover, Qian Lei was completely relying on luck to summon such a strong spirit beast. How could he not make use of it? Moreover, the situation in front of them was not 3 against 3, but 4 against 3. Li Yaoming clasped his hands in front of him. Instantly, a light shield was erected and blocked the purple lightning dragon's attack. Amidst the roar, white light splattered everywhere, and Li Yaoming was almost blasted off the back of his shining tiger. However, his shining tiger also opened its mouth and shot out an arrow of light that went straight for Lan Xuanyu. "Yilingtong, go!" Lan Xuanyu separated a strand of golden-patterned blue-silver grass and wrapped it around Yilingtong's waist, his bloodline power surging. Yilingtong used up a lot of energy previously, but at this moment, she only felt as if something in her body had awakened. A low dragon roar sounded in her body, and her celestial aura instantly recovered to its peak and turned into a strong white light. She looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock, but she knew that she couldn't delay the battle, so she immediately pounced forward. Li Yaoming and the other two obviously did not expect Lan Xuanyu to attack so directly. In his opinion, this was not beneficial to either party. Even if the other party was ranked first in the qualifiers, due to the limitation of age, the gap between them should not be too big. It was too easy for others to take advantage of such a rash fight. But the other party had already made a move, and there was no turning back. The shining tiger under him suddenly jumped out, and he jumped down and landed behind. His body emitted a white light, and a white light shot out, but it was not an attack. Instead, it landed on Su Rongxin, who was beside him. Su Rongxin released his martial soul again, and his broken wings actually healed at an astonishing speed. Xu Zixuan, who was beside Li Yaoming, flashed out, and the spear in his hand emitted a halo that transformed into dozens of light shadows, blocking Yilingtong, who was rushing forward. The shining tiger under Li Yaoming pounced and went straight for the purple lightning dragon. Obviously, they could also see that the purple lightning dragon was quite a threat. The speed of the lightning dragon was too fast, and it was difficult to even dodge. Yilingtong's rushing figure did not stop at all. Strong celestial aura burst forth, and her second soul ring shone brightly. With the enhancement from Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, she only felt that the blood in her body was boiling violently. An unprecedented feeling of power spread throughout her body, as if it had to be released. A dazzling white light suddenly burst out from her body, and the strong white light gushed out and swallowed the dozens of spear shadows. Xu Zixuan was shocked. He was a 3-ringed soul elder with a special martial soul, and his martial soul had always been very strong. Regardless of whether it was dodging attacks or speed, he was one of the best in Ling Tian Academy. His attack power was abnormally strong and extraordinary. But when facing Yilingtong's celestial aura, he felt as if he was being destroyed instantly. The spear shadows were destroyed just like that, and a strong force came, forcing him to dodge with all his might. Lan Xuanyu pounced out almost at the same time as Yilingtong, and his target was Li Yaoming. The shining tiger and the purple lightning dragon had already started fighting. The purple lightning dragon's body was constantly emitting streaks of lightning, blocking the shining tiger's advance. The shining tiger was also releasing light attribute attacks to resist it. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. A 1,000-year spirit soul. There was no doubt that this shining tiger was a 1,000-year spirit soul, and it was a rare existence with relatively strong fighting power. Su Rongxin's wings recovered very quickly. After Li Yaoming's holy light landed on him, he took a step forward and his entire body was emitting a golden light. A golden figure gradually appeared behind him, and the 3 soul rings under his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose upwards. His second soul ring shone brightly, and when facing Lan Xuanyu, his eyes became a dazzling white. With a wave of his hands, a huge ball of light gushed out from his body. Vast, powerful, and warm. This was the feeling that the ball of light gave Lan Xuanyu. There was no doubt that the person in front of him was a light attribute controller, and he was quite powerful. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were calm, and his footsteps suddenly accelerated as he quickly dodged to the side. That ball of light was huge, and he could only barely avoid it head-on. A layer of ice wall instantly rose to block in front of him. The ball of light brushed past the ice wall, and the ice wall was instantly smoothed and disappeared. Even more holy light was rendered on Lan Xuanyu's body. A bright golden halo gushed out from Lan Xuanyu's body, and upon contact with the light, it immediately caused Lan Xuanyu's body to flourish. It was the second soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Tyrant Body. The effect of Tyrant Body was to absorb 30% of the opponent's attack for one's own use, strengthening all of one's abilities and further stimulating one's bloodline power. At the same time, it would greatly reduce the opponent's attack power. A deep dragon roar erupted, and Lan Xuanyu suddenly rushed forward. Without holding back, he directly used his strongest attack, Jinlong Ascension, a dragon head condensed in front of his fists as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. That strong aura made it difficult for Li Yaoming to breathe. His face was filled with shock. Lan Xuanyu had 2 soul rings on each of his arms. This clearly wasn't a 4-ringed cultivation, but a twin martial soul. To display the soul rings of 2 martial souls at the same time, this was using 2 martial souls at the same time. This was different from normal twin martial souls. According to normal twin martial souls, they should be switched back and forth, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about this. He could only take a deep breath, and his 3rd soul ring lit up. Behind him, a golden figure appeared. It was a human figure with its arms crossed in front of its chest, and it was filled with a holy aura. A strong aura of light burst forth, and everything in the surroundings seemed to be rendered holy by this light. Li Yaoming's entire body became incandescent, and his hands gently patted forward. His movements seemed to be completely integrated with the holy aura around him, forming a special entity. The ball of light that he patted out was no longer white, but a brilliant gold. 3rd soul skill, 1,000-year soul skill, Radiant God's Possession. This was the powerful ability that allowed Li Yaoming to stand out in Ling Tian Academy, and it was also the strongest existence among all his soul skills. In fact, in the entire Ling Tian Academy, if one were to purely evaluate the 3rd soul skill, it would be his soul skill that had the strongest amplification ability. In order to obtain this soul skill, his family had paid a huge price. It was also because of the existence of this soul skill that a powerful existence like Xu Zixuan was willing to follow him blindly. At this moment, as soon as the golden ball of light appeared, light essence rapidly condensed, and all the light in the surroundings seemed to have been sucked away. If one were to raise their head to look at the sky, they would find that it was completely dark. The light in the darkness was the purest and most concentrated existence. Lan Xuanyu was also shocked. They were all of the same age, but the other party was able to control the elements to such an extent. This was something that he could not compare to. Whether it was the water element or the fire element, he knew that he was far from reaching Li Yaoming's level. It was no wonder that the other party dared to take the initiative to attack Lu Qianxuan and the rest. Even if it was not a sneak attack, Lu Qianxuan and the rest might not be a match for him in a direct confrontation. This Li Yaoming still had a powerful light-type spirit soul. Boom! Jinlong's ascension collided with the holy ball of light. Lan Xuanyu only felt his entire body warm up, and in the next moment, a copious amount of power surged over, as though it was about to swallow his body. The golden bloodline in his body quickly erupted and circulated, and in addition to the power borrowed from his tyrant body, he was barely able to resist. Even so, his body was still sent flying by the impact. Li Yaoming did not feel good either. When Jinlong's ascension arrived, he suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression, as though the flow of his bloodline had suddenly slowed down. As a result, his attack was not able to perfectly explode. Following that, the powerful impact from Jinlong's ascension, mixed with a blazing aura that caused his bloodline to tremble, exploded. Although he was not sent flying, he was still forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. While Li Yaoming was shocked, he could not help but secretly praise him. As expected of a twin martial soul. No wonder he was able to win the qualifier. In a situation where there was such a huge gap between their cultivation levels, he was still able to push him back, and it seemed like he was not seriously injured. This guy was very impressive. However, if he wanted to defeat him, it would not be that. Just as his thoughts reached this point, they suddenly froze. In his eyes, there was a look of disbelief and shock. His entire body was completely frozen in place, and the golden figure behind him also collapsed. Li Yaoming's entire body was frozen in place, and even his hands were still in front of his body from before. Yes, he could not believe it. No matter what, he could not believe that it had suddenly become like this. In the next moment, his body had already turned into specks of light, and shattered. Xu Zixuan and Su Rongxin, who were traveling together, only felt their bodies heat up, as though something had entered their bodies. Only Lan Xuanyu could clearly see that Li Yaoming, who was previously surrounded by light, had a small bloody hole on his forehead. His life was also taken away at that moment. To be able to rank among the top few in the qualifier, one could imagine the strength of their team. The moment he decided to make a move, Lan Xuanyu was already prepared to go all out to kill the other party, and he would not leave any chance for the other party. He even judged that his Jinlong's ascension might not be able to do anything to the other party. Hence, Jinlong's ascension was not his killer move at all. The reason why he used it was because the power of the bloodline attached to Jinlong's ascension would definitely affect the other party to a large extent, especially the other party's perception, thus allowing the assassin hidden behind him to complete the fatal blow. A speck of green light flashed. It disappeared in a flash in the air. And just as Lan Xuanyu made a move on Li Yaoming, in the forest, an extremely sharp spear light had already enveloped Su Rongxin. Su Rongxin was originally a flying-type soul master, but unfortunately, Yi Lingtong took the risk to break his wings earlier, and he was recovering under the holy light. When the white spear came, he could only quickly dodge. As the only touring soul grandmaster in the 3-man team, he still had to rely on his teammates. But the enemy came too quickly. White Dragon Spear, White Dragon Rise. In the sudden spear light, Su Rongxin was still lifted into the air. He hurriedly released his second soul skill, the wings on his back stretched out, and suddenly flapped downwards. A strong air explosion bloomed. It repelled the White Dragon Spear light that came one after another. But the Silver Moon Spear light still left a deep wound on his wings. And at this moment, it was also the moment when Li Yaoming and Lan Xuanyu collided head-on. In Su Rongxin's opinion, with Li Yaoming's cultivation, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would definitely be able to win. Then, he would naturally be able to help him get rid of the enemy in front of him. Only Turing, the opponent was only a Turing Soul Grandmaster, but the movement behind him suddenly stagnated. Immediately after, a speck of green light had already arrived behind him. At this moment, he had just released his second soul skill and barely blocked Lu Feng's attack. The green light flashed and disappeared. Su Rongxin's body stiffened, from the back of his head to his forehead. In just an instant, his life was over. Emerald Demon Bird, there was no doubt that it was the Emerald Demon Bird that could instantly appear as an assassin at the critical moment and deal with the two of them. From the beginning, Lan Xuanyu didn't intend to hold back at all. Facing such a strong opponent, he naturally considered Li Yaoming's previous doubts. What if they fought until both sides were injured, and others took advantage of them? What if they encountered a strong soul beast? Hence, he could only try his best to finish off the opponent as quickly as possible while consuming as little energy as possible. That was the best way. With the opponent's cultivation and the fact that he had snatched a powerful 3,000-year soul beast, he would definitely have a considerable amount of points. It was worth using the Emerald Demon Bird. Hence, the key to victory was never Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, or Yi Lingtong. It was Qianlei who came from afar and looked harmless, but after summoning the purple lightning dragon and receiving Lan Xuanyu's signal, he had already summoned the emerald demon bird. Li Yaoming never thought that Lan Xuanyu would have such a hidden danger behind him. After the collision of both sides, he was at his weakest and the emerald demon bird, this killer soul beast, took advantage of this opportunity to suddenly attack. How could he resist it? Needless to say, Su Rongxin, who was weaker, was attacked by Lu Feng and was injured previously, so the emerald demon bird easily defeated him. Once Li Yaoming died, his spirit soul shining tiger also disappeared. The purple lightning dragon, which had already received Qianlei's command, suddenly exploded with lightning and directly covered Xu Zixuan. Xu Zixuan's speed was very fast. Everything just happened too fast. It wasn't until the moment Li Yaoming disappeared that he reacted. But the lightning had already arrived. He could only dodge left and right, trying his best to avoid it. Lightning restrained his martial soul. His martial soul was called the Nether Demon Spear, and its main cultivation direction was to become one with the spear. It could transform into the Netherworld and attack and defend at the same time. It was best at hiding and attacking suddenly. But the assault type countered the agility type. Yi Lingtong's cultivation had increased greatly under the enhancement of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and was not inferior to him, who had 3 rings. He originally had no way of defeating his opponent, but with the addition of the purple lightning dragon, he instantly panicked. More importantly, his 2 teammates were dead and all the experience was on him. He only wanted to escape now. But why would Lan Xuanyu give him this chance? When he attacked earlier, he had already planned to leave the 3 of them here forever. The emerald demon bird's summoning time was not up yet. Green light flickered as the emerald demon bird made a comeback. In just a flash of green light, it arrived beside Xu Zixuan. There were thunderbolts all around and Yi Lingtong's powerful Big Dipper wave attack in front of him. At this point, Xu Zixuan was at his wit's end and had nowhere to hide. At this critical moment, he could only ignite his 3rd soul skill. A large amount of illusory light gushed out from his body, and the Netherworld Demon Spear barely managed to block his forehead. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. The Emerald Demon Bird was also affected to a certain extent. It was blocked by the Nether Demon Spear, but it still passed through the side of his neck. With a pu sound, blood burst forth. The main artery on the side of Xu Zixuan's neck had been cut open, and a large amount of blood was gushing out. He only felt that his cultivation was also pouring out in torrents in an instant, and he was about to die. Complete victory. This was undoubtedly a complete victory. The entire battle only lasted for half a minute. Everything was coming to an end. But it was also at this moment that there was a sudden change. Something that even Lan Xuanyu did not expect happened. Yi Lingtong suddenly rushed forward and punched Xu Zixuan's face, who had already revealed his true form. With a bang, Xu Zixuan's head cracked, and his whole body turned into light spots and dissipated. One could clearly see that a bunch of red light swarmed into Yi Lingtong's body and disappeared without a trace. This sudden change stunned Lan Xuanyu and the other 2. Xu Zixuan was already doomed, and Yi Lingtong's punch was added on. What are you doing? Qianlei couldn't help but shout. Yi Lingtong's expression was slightly stiff. She forced a smile and said, I'm afraid there will be another change. He's too cunning and fast. Who knows if he can take the opportunity to escape? Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng had already walked over at this time. Lan Xuanyu's expression was solemn and very unpleasant. An indescribable anger spread in his chest. He turned to look at Qianlei and said in a low voice, copy the purple lightning dragon. The emerald demon bird would disappear once the summoning time was up, so another soul beast had to be copied to maintain Qianlei's combat power. The reason why he was willing to release it under such circumstances was that Qianlei was lucky enough to summon the purple lightning dragon. This was an existence that was not inferior to the emerald demon bird at all, and it made up for the 3's long-range attack problem. Qianlei said, she stole all the experience. Xianyu. He was really anxious. His nickname of String of Money wasn't just for show. Moreover, this selection was related to whether or not they could enter the Shrek Academy. It was easy to guess how much experience Li Yaoming and the other 2 had. Who would have thought that it would be taken away by Yi Lingtong? Lan Xuanyu nodded at Qianlei, indicating that he should get down to business first. Qianlei frowned slightly, but he still turned around to copy the purple lightning dragon. Lan Xuanyu then looked at Yi Lingtong, who lowered her head slightly, obviously feeling guilty. Why? I need an explanation. Yi Lingtong said, didn't I say? I'm afraid that he ran away. If he ran away, we wouldn't be able to catch up. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Yi Lingtong, do you think we're fools? How could he run away in that situation? Moreover, could he be faster than Lu Feng? Faster than the Emerald Demon Bird? You ran for your life and were about to be killed by the enemy. We saved you and defeated the enemy. Is this how you repay us? He was really angry. It was the kind of anger that came from being betrayed. Although he and Yi Lingtong didn't have a good relationship, they were all from Douluo city after all. Moreover, he had always seen Yi Lingtong's hard work. He didn't have a good impression of her, but she wasn't bad either. But he didn't expect that Yi Lingtong would actually do such a thing at such a time. Yi Lingtong's eyes reddened. She said softly, I'm sorry. I don't know why I acted so impulsively. It's just that the 3,000-year spirit beast was originally ours, but they snatched the experience away. I can't take it lying down. Moreover, this concerns whether we can enter the Shrek Academy or not. Your team is still very complete and strong. There will be plenty of opportunities to gain experience later on. I'm the only one left in my team. At most, I'll cooperate with you guys and help you guys hunt more spirit beasts to compensate you guys. With their experience, our team might be able to qualify for the qualifiers. Lan Xuanyu laughed. His smile was a little cold. Help us hunt spirit beasts? Then complete the final attack? We don't need a teammate like you. Yi Lingtong, do you know what you did just now? This is called repaying kindness with enmity. I really didn't expect you to be such a selfish person. Yi Lingtong stared at Lan Xuanyu with her eyes wide open. She didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to say such harsh words to her. She was instantly enraged. I'm selfish? I'm also doing it for our team. We're all students of the elite junior class. What's wrong with helping each other? Why are you so petty? Isn't it just a little experience? Do you have to go to this extent? At most, I'll just leave. I don't need your protection. Lu Feng couldn't take it anymore. You're unreasonable. You're clearly the one who snatched our experience. How is it that we're petty? Is that just a little experience? Furthermore, did you ask for our opinion when you suddenly acted? Without us, your team wouldn't have any experience. Xianyu is right. You're repaying kindness with enmity. Yi Lingtong glared at him. Cut the crap. I'm talking to Lan Xuanyu. Just as she said that, a sudden sense of weakness quickly spread throughout her body. She looked at her body in shock. Previously, the golden-patterned blue-silver grass had been wrapped around her waist because of the battle and gave her a strong support. But at this moment, not only did the strong support disappear, a suppression that originated from the deepest part of her bloodline suddenly appeared. Lan Xuanyu, you. She raised her head abruptly but only saw a blur in front of her eyes. In the next moment, a strong hand was already strangling her neck. Lan Xuanyu, what are you doing? She spat out these few words incoherently, and the tightening hand seemed to want to take away her life. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, no one can insult my brother. Lu Feng is my brother, so is Qianlei. You have your team members, and you want to get points to help your team members. However, I also have my teammates, and I have to be responsible for them. If it wasn't for my decision, we wouldn't have needed to save you at all. We would have waited for the other party to kill you, and then we would have defeated them. You can see that with our combat power, we can totally do it. It's because of my wrong decision that the results that should have belonged to us were snatched away by you, and your team's points definitely won't be as much as Li Yaoming's team. Even if we kill you, the total number of points we originally obtained will also be reduced. This is my mistake, and I have to be responsible for it. Yi Lingtong, listen carefully. Your decision today made it impossible for us to be friends, let alone partners. You betrayed our trust. From now on, we'll go our separate ways and go our separate ways. Goodbye. You dare. Yi Lingtong suddenly realized something, and her eyes widened as she screamed. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Lu Feng, who was beside him, also couldn't help but feel a little worried. He said softly, "Xianyu, you, crack." Lan Xuanyu's wrist suddenly exerted force and finished off Yi Lingtong. A white light flashed, and Yi Lingtong disappeared. A ball of thick red light also entered Lan Xuanyu's body and disappeared. On the other side, Qianlei, who had just finished copying, was also shocked. He looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock. "Xianyu, this isn't good, right? How are we going to explain this to the class when we go back?" Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes as his chest heaved up and down. After a long while, he finally calmed down. "It's my responsibility, I'll take it." "I'm sorry, it's my fault," he said in a deep voice. Lu Feng's expression was somewhat complicated. Just now, Lan Xuanyu's words of brother had deeply touched him. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by you have to bear the responsibility? Aren't we one? We are a team. Everything is decided by us. If there is any responsibility, we will bear it together." The madman is right. Qianlei also walked over and patted Lan Xuanyu on the shoulder. In fact, getting rid of Yi Lingtong, even in the virtual world, had quite a big impact on Lan Xuanyu. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "I have to do this. I have no choice. She betrayed us and took the points. How could such a person be our temporary teammate? She will become a ticking time bomb that could threaten our upcoming assessment at any time. If it only affected me, perhaps I could leave in a huff. But she affected us as a whole." Teacher Yin said before that on the battlefield, the most terrifying attack never comes from the enemy in front, but from the allies behind. I can't entrust our backs to such a person, and even more so, I can't let her continue like this. If I indulge her this time, then perhaps next time, in the real world, on a real battlefield, she will do the same. If that's the case, she might really die. I hope she can learn some sense from this incident. As for the school, if they want to punish. Before Lan Xuanyu could continue, Lu Feng and Qianlei had already said in unison, "We'll bear the responsibility together." Lan Xuanyu turned to look at them. The pain from getting rid of Yi Lingtong had dissipated by a lot. He told himself in his heart that this was the virtual world after all, but he also asked himself, if this was the real world, facing such a situation, would he still be able to do it? He firmly gave a negative answer and couldn't help but laugh bitterly because of it. Just then, a series of sounds came from the bushes in the distance, causing the three of them to snap out of their current state of mind. They didn't dare to delay and immediately climbed up the surrounding trees. They had expended a certain amount of energy previously, so they weren't in their best condition right now. The sound came very quickly. The three of them had just climbed up a tree when with a swoosh, a huge figure had already landed where they were previously. That sturdy body landed on the ground with a muffled bang sound. Seeing its appearance, the three of them who were hiding in the trees were stunned. Because what appeared below was the 1,000-year gold silk ape that they had been guarding for the entire night and hadn't finished cultivating. Compared to before, its body size now looked bigger, and its golden fur had grown out again. As its body moved, golden light flowed like golden waves. Its pair of eyes were bright and full of expression, and its pupils had turned golden. This should be the change brought about by absorbing the gold-eyed leopard skull. It was also because of this pair of golden eyes that they were completely certain that this was the 1,000-year gold silk ape from before. Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu nodded at him. Qianlei then released his spiritual undulations and tried to communicate with the gold silk ape. Roar! The gold silk ape let out a few low growls and waved at the three of them on the tree. Its movements were actually very similar to a human's. The three of them looked at each other before jumping down. Qianlei said, "It said that it's here to fulfill its promise. It made us wait for too long and apologized to us." Lan Xuanyu looked at the 1,000-year gold silk ape in front of him with a complicated gaze and said softly, "Seems like sometimes, humans can't even compare to soul beasts. This gold silk ape was so faithful to its promise. In comparison, Yi Lingtong's selfish actions were really clumsy." How could this not make the three of them sigh? Thank you, you're not late. You don't have to apologize. This is the crucial moment, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. The 1,000-year gold silk ape let out a low growl and nodded at him. Lan Xuanyu said, Qianlei, let it be on guard first. We'll recover our strength first. Okay. With the gold silk ape watching over them, the three of them quickly meditated and recovered their energy. This was also the strategy that Lan Xuanyu came up with. No matter what, they had to maintain their best condition. From what Yi Lingtong and the rest had encountered, it could be seen that once they were in a weak state, they might meet with a calamity. This had nothing to do with strength. When the three of them recovered to their best condition, Lan Xuanyu pondered for a while and said, seems like we have to start looking for people. Qianlei asked doubtfully, looking for people? Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded silently. We have a total of 100 teams. It seems like a lot, but to meet in this vast star-dough forest is actually no different from finding a needle in a haystack. But in such a short period of time, we met Yi Lingtong and Li Yaoming's teams one after another. What does this mean? This means that in the last 3 days, it's very likely that the Shrek Academy took the initiative to let us meet. This also means that although we don't know how they did it, our 100 teams are very likely to be restricted to a certain area, and there's a high chance that we'll meet. So, I think that in these 7 days of the test, the first 4 days should be for us to accumulate points, and the last 3 days should be for us to engage in a chaotic battle to compete for points and determine the final ranking. During this process, we'll deal with soul beasts and soul masters separately, so that they can better see the overall strength of each team. So, in the next 2 days, the most important thing for us isn't to face soul beasts, but to be careful of our own kind. Lu Feng and Qianlei nodded at the same time. A calm analysis would allow them to face the upcoming situation better. Then what should we do now? Lu Feng asked. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Wait. There's no rush. Wait. Lu Feng looked at him doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Since we're going to kill each other, we have to fight. Fighting will consume energy, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of spirit. So, we have to wait now. We'll wait until they're almost done fighting. We'll stay here and not go anywhere. As he spoke, he looked around and quickly saw a towering tree. He said to Lu Feng, use the white dragon spear and open up a hole in the trunk of the tree. We can rest inside. Then, he turned to Qianlei and said, let the gold silk ape scout the surroundings and go further away. If it encounters human soul masters, immediately come back and tell us their location, but don't clash or fight with them. Qianlei's eyes lit up. You mean to wait at ease for the exhausted? When they're almost done fighting, we'll go out? This was similar to the situation in the labyrinth. If they hadn't coincidentally met Lu Qianxuan's team, they might have waited until the end. Lan Xuanyu said, in fact, many of them might not understand. The most important thing is not to snatch others' points, but to protect yourself first. As long as you don't die, the points you bring out will be complete. But if you slip up and get killed here, you'll only have half of your points left. With our previous accumulations and the points from Li Yaoming and Yi Lingtong's teams, our overall points should be quite high. As long as we don't die, the points we bring out will be enough to enter the top 10. In such a situation, we'll naturally prioritize stability and wait until they're almost done killing each other. Then, we'll go out and find an opportunity to finish them off and earn more points. With the help of the gold silk ape and your summoned soul beasts, even if we can't beat them, we can still run. You're too sinister and cunning. But I like it. Qianlei laughed. The silver moon blade was also very useful for digging holes in trees. Lan Xuanyu even made the 1,000-year gold silk ape carefully transport the wood shavings away. Soon, the three of them sat down cross-legged in a tree hole. With the protection of the big trees and the cover of the canopy, he couldn't even sense their auras. The three of them meditated and rested in silence. The gold silk ape relied on its familiarity with the great star-dough forest to constantly scout the situation outside. As expected, Lan Xuanyu's judgment was correct. Around evening time, the gold silk ape returned and informed them that they had already encountered 6 waves of human soul masters and had even encountered 3. battles between soul masters. It only watched from afar and did not approach. Wait, continue to wait. Lan Xuanyu understood that since his judgment was correct, then the battles in the last 2 days would be even more intense. As expected, on the 6th day of the selection, which was also the second to last day, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Every hour, the gold silk ape would bring back news that there were soul masters fighting and there were casualties. There had been at least a dozen battles. What caught Lan Xuanyu's attention was the gold silk ape's description of a group of people. There were a total of 9 people in that group, which meant that there were 3 groups. They worked together and used ambushes, attacks, and other methods. They specifically targeted other groups. Because there were many people, the gold silk ape had noticed them a few times. What was certain was that at least 4 or 5 groups had already fallen in their hands. And their killing was still ongoing. With 3 groups working together, it was indeed a very difficult situation to deal with. 9 people. That was too many. Relatively speaking, the consumption when killing other groups would be reduced. If they took turns to rest, it wasn't impossible to maintain their optimal state. As long as the 3 groups split the spoils evenly, they could even last until the end of the selection. It wasn't impossible to work together and advance. This was clearly an organized situation. Although there were a total of 5 groups from Douluo College, there were still 3 groups that didn't know the situation. But Lan Xuanyu was completely sure that this didn't come from Douluo College. Because the other 3 groups didn't agree on anything beforehand. They weren't strong enough either. Then, other than Douluo College, the most likely group to work together was Ling Tian Academy. If not for the fact that they had already killed Li Yaoming's group, it was hard to say if the other 4 groups would even work together. They had already experienced the strength of Li Yaoming's team. In a one-on-one situation, Lan Xuanyu knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Li Yaoming without using martial soul fusion techniques. That Xu Zixuan was also rather strong. But even so, in Ling Tian Academy, there were still teams that were stronger than them. It was conceivable that these 3 groups from Ling Tian Academy would be very difficult to deal with. From now on, just keep an eye on this group. Lan Xuanyu got Qianlei to pass on his request to the gold silk ape. Without a doubt, these 3 groups of 9 people would be the biggest obstacle to them getting a good result. Now, it was up to them to see how things would turn out. If they maintained a complete lineup and didn't expend too much energy, then Lan Xuanyu would rather avoid them. He would increase his points in other areas. After all, it was enough as long as they entered the top 10 in the qualifiers, they didn't have to be first. Safety was the most important. If they were killed now, they would really be eliminated. The gold silk ape kept sending news, and on the evening of the 6th day, the 3 groups had already ambushed and killed more than 10 groups of soul masters. Their efficiency was astonishing. And among the 9 people, 3 of them were injured, but their injuries weren't too serious. And among the 9 people, there was a healing-type soul master who could treat their injuries. After Lan Xuanyu heard the news, he couldn't help but frown. There were no flaws. Such opponents weren't easy to face. There was no doubt that there was an expert among the 9 people commanding them. His commanding ability was outstanding. Could it be that he was going to let them go just like that? The 6th day finally passed, and the last day of the qualifiers was coming. After the last day, everything would come to an end. The test would be over. And the night before, Lan Xuanyu didn't sleep much and kept thinking about something. Qianlei, Lu Feng, I have something to discuss with the 2 of you. I'd like to hear your suggestions. Lan Xuanyu said to the 2 of them in the tree hole. Qianlei asked doubtfully, why do you want to hear our suggestions? Don't mess with your thoughts. Whatever you say, we'll do it. You've never missed a chance. Lu Feng laughed. That's right, we'll do it. Xianyu, just tell us what to do. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, my plan is very bold. If we fail, we might be eliminated. But because of the other party's current situation, I can't think of any good ideas. If the plan succeeds, not only will we be able to advance, we should be able to get first place. The problem now is that if we don't carry out this plan, we might still be able to get into the top 10. Although the points are unknown, we still have a chance. So, do you want to take the risk? Lu Feng was silent, but Qianlei immediately said, Xianyu, I want to hear your thoughts. What's your chance of success? Lan Xuanyu said, 60 to 70%. But the battlefield is constantly changing, and I don't dare to say that I can guarantee it. Master Yin taught me a lot of things, and he's good at winning by surprise. That's why many soldiers use risky tactics. I've also been influenced by him, and when I carry out this kind of plan, I always want to maximize the benefits. This has already become a habitual way of thinking. If I had to make the decision, I'd choose to carry out this plan. Lu Feng said, Xianyu, I support the execution of the plan. Because you're different from Master Yin. You have a steady nature. I didn't say this, I heard it from Teacher Ji unintentionally. So, when you said there's a 60% to 70% chance, you must have considered many uncertain factors. In fact, you might have a higher chance of success. Am I right? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. I can't guarantee it. Qianlei said, then let's talk about the entire battle plan first. Then we can make a judgment? Lan Xuanyu nodded. Of course, he had to tell his companions the entire battle plan because in the upcoming battle, they had to execute every step perfectly to have the greatest chance. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Yi Lingtong. If Yi Lingtong didn't betray them, with her around, with one more person, they would have a greater chance of success. Moreover, with Yi Lingtong's participation in this plan, he could even help Yi Lingtong gain a large amount of experience. It was really possible for them to advance together. The plan is like this. Our target is the group of 9. First, what we need to do is to let Madman personally observe from afar and determine which 3 people are in the same group. Lan Xuanyu explained his plan completely, and Qianlei and Lu Feng were stunned. This is totally possible. There's no danger, we just have to see how much we can gain. Perfect, Xianyu. Qianlei said excitedly. Lu Feng said unhappily, you don't have to die, right? Lan Xuanyu said, it's not flawless, so we need your luck to be relatively good. Qianlei said excitedly, let's do it. I feel that our chances are very high. If this still doesn't work, we can only say that we're too unlucky. We can't blame anyone else. Okay. Then let's get ready. You tell the Gold Silk Ape our plan and let it be fully prepared. We need its meticulous cooperation. The 3 of them began their intensive preparation work. They were both a little nervous, but also a little excited. Bing Tianliang stood on a hillside and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He was only 12 years old, but he stood there like a javelin. It gave people a feeling of toughness. Ling Tian Academy's uniform revealed his identity. His eyes were calm and cold, with a hint of fervent wildness occasionally flashing through them. He wasn't called the number 1 in Ling Tian Academy for nothing. In the whole of Ling Tian Academy, he was recognized as a genius among geniuses. Among his classmates, there were many arrogant and unruly people, but in front of him, they were all very cautious. No one dared to challenge his position. At least, not after he was 10 years old. Not only was he strong individually, but he also had excellent leadership skills. He was a true genius in the eyes of the teachers. He was even said to be the most outstanding student in the history of Ling Tian Academy. Because of his outstanding performance, he even received an early enrollment form from Shrek Academy. However, Bing Tianliang didn't accept the early enrollment. Instead, he chose to participate in the preliminaries. This was because he felt that this was a very good opportunity for him to gain experience. He also had absolute confidence that he would be able to get into Shrek Academy. He wanted to use all his glory to send himself to the palace of his dreams. He wanted to use the Shrek Academy's path to heaven to walk to the peak of life step by step. He had always done this, and the results were always like this. Until not long ago, when the final results of the preliminaries came out. When he saw that the first place wasn't his group. Bing Tianliang's emotions changed for the first time. At that time, he left silently with a cold aura. Lost, he lost. It was the first time in his life that he had failed. And he had lost so miserably. The huge gap between the points filled his heart with an indescribable feeling. However, he told himself to calm down. One failure didn't mean that it would last forever. Furthermore, a score of over 20,000 points was definitely not something that could be achieved with strength. After all, everyone was only 12 years old, and there couldn't be such a big gap. If it wasn't strength, then what was it? Luck or wisdom? Bing Tianliang, who had calmed down, calmly analyzed the situation of the qualifier and thought of many possible scenarios. In the end, he vaguely guessed that the 20,000 points should have come from the ground fire scarlet dragons. Furthermore, it was 2 ground fire scarlet dragons. At that time, he and his team had died under the siege of 2 ground fire scarlet dragons. They were simply powerhouses that couldn't be resisted. He guessed that the other party must have used some method to make the 2 ground fire scarlet dragons fight and injure each other. That was how they had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. After coming to this conclusion, he actually wanted to meet the 3 people from Douluo College. He wanted to know the situation clearly. The preliminaries had begun. He had been looking for the opponent that had defeated him the first time. It was precisely because of Bing Tianliang's absolute dominance in the academy that he was able to pull the other groups together and form a whole when he encountered them. He told the others that as long as they listened to his arrangements, everyone would be able to advance. Reality was moving in this direction. Under his command, they had already defeated 12 groups of soul masters participating in the preliminaries. They had obtained a large number of points. There was no doubt that the 3 groups would be able to reach the top 10 just by relying on the points they had now. However, deep in Bing Tianliang's heart, he had been looking forward to the collision of that group of people. What he hoped for the most now was to see them appear and fight it out. As for whether it was fair or not, he didn't even think about it when it was 9 against 3. His father had once told him that there was no fairness on the battlefield. There was only survival. Killing the enemy and obtaining the final victory was what a soldier should do. Bing Tianliang's calmness was inherited from his father. There was only half a day left. He still hadn't found that group. Was it because they weren't in this area, or did they think that they had enough points to hide? This made Bing Tianliang a little disappointed. They had such good results in the preliminaries. Didn't they want to win another championship in the preliminaries and gain the attention of Shrek Academy? Big bang. A clear voice rang out. Bing Tianliang turned around and saw a young girl with a sweet smile bouncing over. After seeing him, she was clearly a little reserved, but the eagerness in her eyes only increased. Shushi, what's wrong? I already told you not to call me that. Why do you have to learn from them? Bing Tianliang's expression became gentler. Big Bing was the nickname given to him by his classmates. Liang Shushi was also from Ling Tian Academy's genius class and was the leader of a group. Furthermore, she grew up with Bing Tianliang and had a close relationship. Bing Tianliang was only a month older than her. The 2 of them could be said to be childhood sweethearts. It was only because of the coordination between their martial souls that they were divided into 2 groups. Liang Shushi had been depressed about this for a long time. Of course, she was more willing to be with her Big Bing. Liang Shushi giggled. You're quite cute. Then what should I teach you? Brother Bing? Okay. Bing Tianliang was a little helpless. Tell me, what's wrong? Liang Shushi smiled. What else can it be? I found another group. It looks like they have some strength. Prepare to make a move? Didn't you say that you would go all out no matter what kind of opponent they are? Bing Tianliang's eyes lit up. Can you confirm their identity? Liang Shushi said they shouldn't be from Douluo College. So, they're not the ones you're waiting for. Bing Tianliang frowned slightly disappointed, but still said, let's go and prepare for battle. In his strategy, no matter what kind of opponent they met, even if the opponent was weak, they had to attack together in 3 groups and win with the smallest price. They wouldn't give the enemy any chance. The 2 of them went down the hill hand in hand. At the bottom of the hill, people jumped down from the surrounding bushes and trees and gathered around. Big Bing! Big Bing! Everyone greeted Bing Tianliang respectfully. Bing Tianliang nodded to them and said, everything will be as usual. Prepare for battle. With more than 10 previous experiences, everyone had a tacit understanding of each other. Although 3 of them were injured, after treatment, they were no longer in a serious condition. It only affected their strength slightly. The 9 of them silently disappeared into the forest. A new hunt was about to begin. Bing Tianliang leaped up, twisting his body slightly in the air and disappearing just like that. 2 figures followed his footsteps and silently disappeared into the bushes. However, what they didn't know was that a pair of eyes were watching their every move from the top of a huge tree a few hundred meters away. Only after the 9 of them had completely disappeared did they silently disappear into the darkness. In the Great Star Dough Forest, 3 Soul Masters were advancing rapidly. They came from a Soul Master Academy on Heaven Luo planet. It was called Longfeng Soul Master Academy. In Longfeng Soul Master Academy, only the 3 of them had made it into the top 100 of the qualifiers. In the academy, they were naturally famous. They had considerable confidence in their own strength. However, when the results of the qualifiers came out, they were only ranked in the 60s. This was a huge blow to the 3 of them. After entering the qualifiers, the 3 of them trembled with fear, as if they were treading on thin ice. They had persevered until now, and their luck was pretty good. They had hunted many soul beasts. They had even encountered 2 groups of people who were both injured. They had picked up the leftovers and obtained quite a few points. This had also made them more daring. There was only half a day left. They didn't plan to go deep into the Great Star Dough Forest now. The unknown dangers were too terrifying. If they died, their points would be deducted. Therefore, they wanted to hunt some more soul beasts to increase their points and endure until the end of the qualifiers. They felt that they still had a chance of entering the top 10. Just now, they had actually discovered an injured soul beast. Moreover, its injuries were very serious. One of its arms couldn't even move, and blood was constantly dripping out. That was a gold silk ape with at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If they killed it, the points they would obtain would definitely be considerable. The 3 of them then quickly caught up. Among the 3 from Longfeng Soul Master Academy, the leader was called Niuiwei. He wasn't the fastest out of the 3, but the other 2 had always been by his side. We're almost catching up. It's heavily injured and isn't fast. It's good to exhaust it like this. When we fight later, its ability to resist will be even lower. Niuiwei said excitedly. The other 2 naturally agreed with this statement because that gold silk ape's body was constantly dripping with blood. The sturdy gold silk ape moved around in the forest. Suddenly, its golden eyes moved, and it pinched the small soul beast in its hand that had been dead for a long time. It squeezed out some blood and dripped it on the ground, then threw it far away. Its speed suddenly increased as it flew into the depths of the forest. Niuiwei and the other 2 advanced quickly, and the net of 9 people from Ling Tian Academy had already surrounded them. "En? What's going on?" Niuiwei suddenly stopped in his tracks because he could clearly feel that something was amiss with the sound of the escaping soul beast. The sound quickly became softer and more concentrated, as though it had suddenly gone far away. "Stop." He raised his hand and signaled for his 2 companions to stop as well. "It seems to have run far away. Don't chase a cornered enemy." Those who could last until this stage of the qualifiers were all elites. Sensing that something was amiss, Niuiwei immediately became vigilant. "Let's go." The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Niuiwei looked around and immediately pointed in the direction of the dense forest, wanting to escape with his companions. But right at this moment, a light flickered and a calm voice sounded. "Stay." A figure appeared in the air. He looked to be about the same age as them, with ordinary looks and a slender figure. The moment he appeared, Niuiwei and his 2 companions' pupils contracted rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 4. What did they see? 4 purple soul rings revolved around that person. He was a 4-ring soul ancestor. 4 soul rings. Most people of the same age who had 2 soul rings were already considered very good, but there was actually a 4-ring soul master here. Niuiwei and his companions were in disbelief. They considered themselves geniuses, but among the 3 of them, only Niuiwei had 3 soul rings, while the other 2 had 2 soul rings. A 4-ring soul master suddenly appeared in front of them, and the shock was too great. Not only that, but figures gradually appeared from the surroundings and surrounded them. They were Ling Tian Academy's 3 teens. The 2 words Ling Tian on their chests were especially eye-catching, and it clearly let Niu Wei and his companions know what kind of opponents they were facing. However, it wasn't 9 people who surrounded them, but a total of 6. The one with 4 soul rings flickering on his body was naturally Bing Tianliang. When he appeared out of thin air and intercepted the 3 people in front of them, Niu Wei and his companion's fate was already sealed. Niu Wei's heart had already sunk to the bottom. He knew very well what the situation in front of him meant. Surrounded by such a group of people, and with a 4-ringed soul master in charge, there was no chance of them escaping. Don't make a move first. Niu Wei raised his hands. Bing Tianliang looked at him calmly. Niu Wei said, "We're from Longfeng Soul Master Academy. I'm Niu Wei. I know what you're after. But can we make a deal? If you are willing to let us go, I am willing to use Douluo coins in exchange. 1,000 Douluo coins to buy a chance for us to live, how about that? I'm willing to sign a Douluo world contract and give it to you after we leave." Bing Tianliang couldn't help but laugh. They had wiped out so many groups of opponents before and had encountered all kinds of situations. Some wanted to escape, some wanted to fight with their lives on the line, and some even wanted to scatter and escape. However, this was the first time someone had offered to buy his life with Douluo coins. 1,000 Douluo coins was not a small sum for people of their age. Because they hadn't been allowed to enter the real Douluo world, they were all in the outer academy area. Earning 1,000 Douluo coins meant 1,000 victories in the training ground, which was not an easy task. And Douluo coins could be used for many things in the Douluo world. For example, if they accumulated enough, it was possible to enter the real Douluo world in advance. Therefore, even for Bing Tianliang, this was still attractive. 3,000 Douluo coins could buy a ticket to enter the real Douluo world. This rule was specially prepared for those young soul masters with extraordinary abilities. As for ordinary people or ordinary soul masters, they would have to wait until they turned 18 and became adults. Then, they would naturally have access to it. 3,000, I'll think about it. Bing Tianliang said indifferently. Niu Wei smiled bitterly. I want to give it, but I need to have it first. 1,000 is already the limit we can take out. Moreover, with our current points, we might not be able to enter the top 10 of the qualifiers. Bing Tianliang said indifferently, but if we kill you, you definitely won't be able to enter the top 10. Niu Wei's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, 1,500. This is our savings for a long time, and it's the savings of our entire class. Bing Tianliang's expression suddenly became a little strange. Your entire class's savings were given to you just to buy your lives in the qualifiers? Niu Wei coughed. This can't be helped. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't even have the chance to enter the next round. 1,500, brother from Ling Tian Academy. You should know that it's very difficult to accumulate at our age. You just need to work harder. With your cultivation and talent, you can enter the real Douluo world in no time and have the authority to roam the virtual world. In the real Douluo world, everything can be fed back to the real world. Bing Tianliang frowned slightly and seemed to be in deep thought. He had to admit that the other party's conditions had indeed moved him. 1,500 Douluo coins. It could indeed save him a lot of time. He had already accumulated more than 800 Douluo coins. The difference was not far. He raised his head and looked at Niu Wei again with a smile on his face. Seeing his smile, Niu Wei heaved a sigh of relief. He knew his own situation. After entering the Great Star Do Forest, their luck could be said to be quite good and they had accumulated quite a bit. As for whether or not he could enter the top 10, he still had some confidence. There was no doubt that the people in front of him were the strongest among all the people participating in the qualifiers. As long as he avoided them and was a little more cautious in the last period, he might be able to pass. And at Shrek Academy, all the tests were targeted at individualization. No one dared to say who could enter and who could not. The key was still to see if one's strength and characteristics were valued. But just as Bing Tianliang was about to speak, an ear-piercing scream suddenly rang out in the distance. Hearing this scream, Bing Tianliang's expression changed. His smile disappeared, and he waved his hand without hesitation. Kill. With a shake of his body, the first purple soul ring on his body shone. His entire body suddenly became somewhat illusory, and in the next moment, he was in front of Niuewei. Niuewei's reaction was also very fast. To be able to survive until now, not only did he rely on being tactful, but his own strength was also very important. With a flick of his right hand, 3 soul rings rose from under his feet. At the same time, a pitch-black object shot out from his hand and exploded not far in front of him. With a bang, a shockwave bloomed. A layer of light appeared around Niuewei's body, and after being hit by the explosion, he quickly retreated. Bing Tianliang's hand was also blown away by the explosion. Niuewei's first and second soul rings shone at the same time. With a flick of his hands, the same objects flew out one after another, covering the entire area. "Split up and run," he shouted. Since the other party had already made a move, there was no chance of luck. As long as one of the 3 could successfully escape, they would have a chance to take away all the points. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he was not an agility-type soul master. His speed wasn't fast either. From the speed that Bing Tianliang displayed earlier, he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Furthermore, Niuewei was also a soul master who possessed a very rare martial soul. The abilities that he was proficient in were rarely possessed by anyone in the world of soul masters. Boom, 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 boom. Those small objects were like soul bombs, quickly covering a large area. The Ling Tian Academy students who were charging forward to fight were actually blocked for a moment. Niuewei's martial soul was a button, to be precise, it should be a button bomb. His first soul skill was even more interesting. It was called Explosion Isolation. It had a very strong defense against any shockwave-type attacks. It could also 100% defend against the explosive power of the button bomb that he released. His second soul skill was the most basic button bomb. It consumed soul power to launch it, and its explosive power was not weak. Niuewei's biggest dream was not to enter the Shrek Academy, but to enter the Tangmen. The Tangmen, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, had a secret technique called the Hidden Weapon 100 Separation. He especially wanted to learn the technique. If he could, his strength would definitely increase greatly. It was just that it was too difficult to enter the Tangmen. The Shrek Academy was a shortcut. After all, the 2 were of the same origin. At this moment, when he used the button bomb, even Bing Tianliang was shocked. His 2 teammates turned around and ran without hesitation, flying in 2 different directions. Bing Tianliang's second soul ring lit up, and his entire body suddenly elongated. From his original height of about 1.6 meters, he suddenly expanded to 2 meters. However, his elongated body looked a little strange, and his entire body lit up with a layer of pale purple light. His figure flashed, and his entire body twisted violently. Like a twisted electric light, he shuttled back and forth between the explosions. All the shockwaves from the explosions seemed to only be able to pass by him. In 2 flashes, he was already in front of Niuewei. Niuewei's reaction was very fast. His third soul ring lit up directly, and the black button in his hand was thrown to both sides. In his palm, there was an additional white button. The white button instantly exploded, just like that in his hand. Suddenly, a glaring light accompanied by a strong impact bloomed outwards with his body as the center. Third soul skill, Explosive Button. This was a 1,000-year soul ring skill, and also Niuewei's strongest soul skill. Not only could the explosive button produce a strong light in an instant, but it also had an all-around pushing force. It had the same effect as the fire ring of resistance of some soul masters. Coupled with his explosive isolation first soul skill, he had an extremely strong ability to protect himself. Bing Tianliang's electric palm was about to grab Niuewei, but a sudden burst of blinding light made him lose his vision. He had no choice but to curl up his body and was once again blasted away by the force of the explosive button. The explosive power of the button bombs was enough to block the others, making them unable to approach. In an instant, Niuewei actually managed to stop the 6 people from Ling Tian Academy with his own strength. This was definitely an unexpected situation. However, Niuewei was also complaining inwardly. His martial soul was adept at mid-range combat, which was very rare among soul masters. However, the consumption of soul force was also enormous. Every button was condensed from his own soul power, and he was releasing them at all costs, causing his soul power to drop rapidly. His teacher had once told him that before his cultivation reached 7 rings and obtained a soul power vortex, the greatest limitation of his strength was the consumption of soul power. Right now, he was only hoping that his companions would be able to run a little further while he was blocking these people in front of him. At this very moment, on the other side, another battle was nearing its end. Boom! The gold silk ape struck out with a heavy punch, brazenly smashing a heavily injured soul master into a white light and disappearing in midair. At this moment, there was only one enemy left in front of it. It was Liang Shushi, who went to look for Bing Tianliang previously. And in front of Liang Shushi, there was still one more person, Lan Xuanyu. The gold silk ape's entire body burst with golden light, and its huge body stood there like a demon god descending to the mortal world. On the other hand, Lan Xuanyu constantly changed his direction and cunningly avoided Liang Shushi's pair of sharp thorns. He shot out a few ice blades, icicles, and the like from his hands to harass her and prevent her from escaping. Niao Wei and the rest discovered the gold silk ape and kept chasing after it. Since Ling Tian Academy's team of 9 discovered Niao Wei's team, how could they not discover this injured 1,000-year soul beast? Hence, Bing Tianliang directly sent a team to chase after the gold silk ape while he led the other 6 to surround Niao Wei's team. Liang Shushi and Bing Tianliang grew up together and were able to become the team leader, so her strength was naturally not weak. She had 3 soul rings cultivation, and her 2 teammates were at the peak of 2 soul rings. Among the 3 teams, although they were the weaker team, they were still able to rank among the top in the qualifiers. However, they never expected that the 3 of them would chase after a gold silk ape that was in its peak state and had a cultivation of over 3,000 years. Not only that, there was actually a soul master beside the gold silk ape, and one that was not weak at all. Liang Shushi was completely certain that this gold silk ape was not summoned by the other party because even Bing Tianliang would not be able to control a spirit soul of this level. Furthermore, this gold silk ape looked like a physical body and did not look like a spirit soul at all. She simply could not think of a reason why a soul beast and a human would work together. However, from Lan Xuanyu's attire, she could recognize that he was from Tianluo College. The gold silk ape was chased by the 3 of them and immediately counterattacked. Under the enhancement of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, how could an ordinary 3,000-year soul beast be able to unleash its strength in an instant? It pounced with all its might and got rid of one of Liang Shushi's teammates. Lan Xuanyu was only assisting by the side, enhancing the gold silk ape while using icicles and ice blades to ingeniously harass it. With Liang Shushi's eyesight, how could she not see that the gold silk ape was under his enhancement? Naturally, she wanted to get rid of him first, but Lan Xuanyu had a strange footwork that prevented him from clashing head-on with her. He only dodged continuously and relied on ice walls, ice shields, water vortexes, and other water elements to slow her down. In just a short while, the gold silk ape had already killed another teammate of Liang Shushi's. Liang Shushi saw that there was going to be a problem, so she quickly screamed and called for help from Bing Tianliang on the other side. "You're in the champions group." Liang Shushi looked coldly at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu shrugged his shoulders. "You're right." Although he said that, his hands did not stop moving. The gold silk ape had already leaped up once again. It did not know how to be gentle and protective towards the fairer sex and directly pounced towards Liang Shushi. Liang Shushi knew that it was impossible for her to outrun this forest ape-type soul beast, and if she tried to escape now, she would only be defeated faster. Her only hope now was to quickly deal with Bing Tianliang and come to save her. But at the same time, she faintly guessed that the appearance of this person and this soul beast was definitely not a coincidence. They might have been set up by the other party. At this moment, she even regretted her subconscious call for help. Waving the spikes in her hands, Liang Shushi's 3rd soul ring lit up. A layer of icy blue halo covered her entire body, and even her eyes turned the same color. Her martial soul was called Diffraction Spike. She was an assault-type soul master. Her attack power was extremely strong. But she was not good at defense. The tip of her foot tapped lightly on the ground, and she suddenly leaped up. Her body gracefully twisted in the air, and not only did she avoid the icicle that Lan Xuanyu had thrown, she even drilled through the thick arms of the gold silk ape. Third soul skill, Diffraction Flash, it could increase her speed by 100% in an instant, and at the same time, increase her attack power by 100%. She knew that it would be difficult for her to escape, and the soul beast in front of her was being controlled by that person from Douluo College. She had always been decisive, and at this moment, she would rather sacrifice herself here and do her best to injure the gold silk ape in front of her, so that it would be easier for Bing Tianliang to deal with the other party. Furthermore, she was very clear that if she wanted to escape, she had to first injure the gold silk ape in front of her. Previously, Liang Shushi had not used her third soul skill because she was waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, the gold silk ape pounced on her and blocked Lan Xuanyu's line of sight to a certain extent. In her opinion, the gold silk ape was controlled by Lan Xuanyu, so she thought that this was the best opportunity. Reality proved that her diffraction flash was indeed outstanding as it allowed her to avoid all the attacks. Her sharp tip tapped on the gold silk ape's sturdy arm, and her slender body directly soared above the gold silk ape. She raised the diffraction flash with both hands and aimed at the gold silk ape's eyes. Regardless of whether it was a human or a soul beast, the eyes were an absolute weakness. Even Liang Shushi did not expect it to go so smoothly. If she could kill this 3,000-year soul beast by herself. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. As for that person from Douluo College, he was only a touring soul master. Without this gold silk ape, she had absolute confidence in killing him. These thoughts flashed through her mind as she was about to use the diffraction flash. As Liang Shushi's body rose, the gold silk ape's head also rose. Right at this moment, Liang Shushi suddenly realized that it seemed to be grinning at her and actually made an expression that only humans had. It seemed to be, smiling, gold. Her eyes suddenly turned gold. In that instant, Liang Shushi's mind went blank and the diffraction flash that was ready to explode suddenly became powerless. Gotcha! The gold silk ape opened its mouth and bit Liang Shushi's neck. The sharp teeth pierced into her carotid artery and her entire body went limp. Lan Xuanyu, who was standing below, twitched his mouth and muttered, "Seems too cruel." Although he said that, he shot out an icicle from his hand and accurately pierced Liang Shushi's heart, ending her competition. A ball of intense red light surged and entered Lan Xuanyu's body. Rocher had been taken care of by Bing Tianshu and had accumulated a lot of points over the past few days. But now, it had all become someone else's wedding dress. Pooh! Niuewei slowly fell to the ground unwillingly. Just as he was about to use the explosive button for the third time, Bing Tiandu finally found a chance to break his chest. Bing Tianju didn't stop for even a moment. He didn't even bother to chase after the two soul cultivators. Turning around, he waved his hand and led the other five in the direction of the screams. He didn't need Niuewei's points, but he had to save Liang Shushi. What other people didn't know was that the main reason why he didn't accept the Shrek Academy's early admission was because he couldn't let go of the girl who grew up with him. It was an ignorant feeling, just like how an older brother would treat his younger sister, wanting to protect her at all times. At least in Bing Tiandu's heart, there was nothing more important than Liang Shushi. In Lan Xuanyu's plan, the gold silk ape was to lure a group of people out and give them a chance to annihilate them. On Bing Tianju's side, he would definitely chase after Niuewei's team and obtain Niuewei's points. This way, Lan Xuanyu would be able to buy enough time. But plans could never keep up with changes. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how important Liang Shushi was in Bing Tianju's heart. However, he also didn't expect Niuewei to be able to hold on for so long. Thus, Bing Tianju was delayed. Bing Tianju's body was practically twisting as he moved forward. His speed was already raised to the maximum, like a bolt of purple lightning. His eyes had already turned purple, and he could see very far. This was an absolute art that he had paid a huge price for from the Tangmen, purple demon eyes. His excellent eyesight allowed him to catch a glimpse of the figure that he was worried about. But at this moment, his eyes were about to split open because he saw that Liang Shushi had been bitten by the gold silk ape and had turned into white light in the next moment. No! Bing Tianju roared, and his entire body let out a thunderous roar. Liang Shushi's assessment had ended, and this meant that she might not be able to enter the Shrek Academy with him. He had spent so much effort and been so cautious. What was it all for? It was all for the sake of bringing her to the Shrek Academy. He regretted it. He regretted being careless and letting Liang Shushi chase after that soul beast. He never thought that the soul beast would actually be a trap. Amidst the lightning, he saw a figure leaping onto the gold silk ape's back. The enormous gold silk ape swept its head and ran into the distance, drilling into the forest. The explosive Bing Tianliang's speed was too fast, and in a few breaths, it had already caught up. Liang Shushi was gone, and so were her two teammates. What did this mean? If Bing Tianzhu was in a normal situation, he would definitely be able to face all of this calmly. But Ro was very clear. His fourth soul ring lit up, and Bing Tianzhu's entire body exploded with a glaring purple light. At this moment, Ta Shisher's death had completely disrupted this 12-year-old genius's mood. He turned into a huge lightning ball and charged towards the gold silk ape and Lan Xuanyu, who was behind it. When Lan Xuanyu saw the extremely fast purple figure chasing after him, he was also shocked, especially when he saw that the other party actually had 4 soul rings. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He never thought that there would be such a strong existence among the 9 people in Ling Tian Academy. The other party's 4th soul skill was fully unleashed, and that terrifying threat was about to arrive. Bing Tianzhu came too quickly, and Lan Xuanyu felt that he couldn't dodge. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and sank his qi into his dantian. The blood in his body flowed in reverse, and a low dragon's roar was released from his golden bloodline. His eyes were also dyed with a layer of pale gold. He didn't choose to use his strongest martial soul fusion technique because it wasn't time yet, so he could only use Jinlong's ascension. Amidst the low dragon's roar, Lan Xuanyu leaped up from the gold silk ape's back and punched out with both fists. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around his right arm, and Jinlong's head was in front as he brazenly faced Bing Tianzhu. Boom, both parties collided almost immediately. Bing Tianzhu paused in the air for a moment before falling to the ground, while Lan Xuanyu was sent flying. His entire body was surrounded by lightning and was charred black. When the gold silk ape heard the sound behind it, it hurriedly turned around to see Lan Xuanyu being sent flying. It roared and charged towards Bing Tianzhu, its pair of thick arms smashing down on Bing Tianzhu. Lan Xuanyu's body was sent flying and crashed into a large tree. The tree was charred black, obviously affected by the lightning on his body. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel any pain, and only felt that his entire body was numb. This was the first time he felt so powerless ever since his cultivation reached 2 rings. The other party's attack was too strong, and he only felt that the gold and silver vortex in his chest was about to shatter. His skin was charred black, and his entire body was emitting smoke. His body was so numb that it was difficult to even move. Lan Xuanyu was severely injured by Bing Tianzhu's all-out attack. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu finally understood a principle: no matter how meticulous the plan was, there were many times when absolute strength could turn the situation around. In terms of cultivation, he was still too far away from the other party. 2 rings against 4 rings, even if he had twin martial souls, he didn't stand a chance. He could only force his eyes open and watch the battle between the gold silk ape and Bing Tianliang. Purple lightning flashed, and Bing Tianzhu didn't seem to be affected by Jinlong's ascension. Under the curling lightning, it actually forced the 3,000-year-old gold silk ape to retreat. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were a little blurry. At this moment, the numbness was decreasing and the pain was starting to spread. Fortunately, this was the virtual world, and the pain was much lower than in the real world. Otherwise, he would have fainted from the pain. He bit the tip of his tongue and sobered himself up a little. Relying on his powerful spiritual sea-realm spiritual power, he forcefully shifted his consciousness to the gold and silver vortex in his chest. He pushed the vortex to rotate. In fact, if not for his astonishing physical strength, he would have perished under Bing Tianliang's explosive 4th soul skill. The silver bloodline gave off a cool feeling that spread from his chest to his limbs and bones, while the gold bloodline was throbbing slightly and gave off a warm feeling that urged the bloodline to flow throughout his body. One was cool and the other was warm. Under the contrast of their radiance, the pain was obviously reduced by a little. And at this moment, the other 5 people from Ling Tian Academy had rushed over. They did not see Lan Xuanyu lying on the ground and were all attracted by the 3,000-year gold silk ape. They immediately pounced forward and joined the battle. "Send someone to check if that guy over there is dead," Bing Tianliang said coldly. At the same time, lightning exploded from his body and blasted towards the gold silk ape. He did not see the white light appear and only saw Lan Xuanyu being blasted away. At this moment, he had gradually calmed down. Things had already happened, and Liang Shushi had already left the qualifier. No matter how angry he was, it was useless. Under such circumstances, there was only one way to let Liang Shushi pass. And that was to kill all the opponents in the qualifier. If there were only 2 teams left, then Liang Shushi's team, who had enough points, would be able to pass even if they only had half of the points. And the person who killed Liang Shushi must die. Among the 5 people, a fast agility-type soul master immediately split off and rushed towards Lan Xuanyu. The tree beside Lan Xuanyu was still on fire, and the target was too obvious. He could not help but complain in his heart. Although his body's recovery ability was very strong, it was impossible for him to recover his battle strength in such a short period of time. Even if he was as intelligent as a demon, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He had sent Qianlei and Lu Feng out to do other things. He didn't know when they would come back. Moreover, the situation before him had already spiraled out of control. Bing Tianliang was really too strong. His speed and explosive power were not something he should have at his age. Even if Qianlei and Lu Feng came back, it was hard to say whether his plan could continue. Instead, he hoped that they would not come back. With the points they had obtained from Liang Shushi's group, it was enough for them to successfully advance. As long as Qianlei and Lu Feng hid well, it would be fine. The only thing that made Lan Xuanyu sad was that the gold silk ape was besieged by everyone from Ling Tian Academy. Even if it had the stare of the golden eyes ability, it would be difficult for it to escape. He didn't die. I'll give you a ride. That Ling Tian Academy Soul Master had already arrived and naturally saw Lan Xuanyu lying motionlessly on the ground. In the qualifier, those who died would turn into white light and disappear. Since he was still lying there, it meant that he was not dead. Without any hesitation, he leaped up, and with a flash of light in his hand, a silver-white dagger appeared in his hand. The silver light swallowed the dagger and went straight for Lan Xuanyu's heart. Lan Xuanyu was secretly praying in his heart that Lu Feng and Qianlei would not forget his instructions. If they realized that the situation here was not right, they had to quickly escape. As long as one of the 3 survived to the end, it would be considered their victory. Especially since the 2 of them should be able to obtain Yoiwei's points. The gold and silver bloodlines in his body were still circulating and recovering from his injuries. But it was too late. Lan Xuanyu forced himself to raise his hand and instinctively used his palm to block his chest. This was the only thing he could do at this moment. The silver light pierced down, and Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes. The qualifier was over. Ding! Right at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as though his entire body was trembling violently. That crisp sound seemed to have come from ancient times, and a desolate, ice-cold aura burst forth in an instant. It was also the same crisp sound that caused everyone on the other side of the battlefield, including Bing Tianliang and the gold silk ape, to stop in their tracks. They were all attracted by the crisp sound. Dark blue, it was a dark blue color, it was erected silently, and the gigantic halberd blade pierced through the figure that was falling from the sky. It turned him into white light. It was a dark blue Fengtian halberd. The gigantic halberd blade was erected. The coldness coming from it even reduced Lan Xuanyu's pain from the electric shock by a lot. The end of the halberd was inserted into the ground beside Lan Xuanyu, and his palm was touching the halberd. What is this? Lan Xuanyu himself was completely stunned. A terrifying aura that seemed to have come from some unknown source instantly filled the entire arena. Everyone's body stiffened at this moment, including Lan Xuanyu himself. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to devour everything in the world, causing the entire world to tremble violently. It was as though this world could no longer bear its existence. Lan Xuanyu was the closest to it, so he could see it the clearest. The Fengtian halberd was pitch black, but its surface was densely covered with demonic patterns. Those demonic patterns were complicated and gorgeous, and it was unknown how they were made. The demonic patterns were enshrouded in a blue halo that was gushing out just a moment ago. Why does this demonic pattern look so familiar? just as Lan Xuanyu was puzzled, that gigantic halberd's light had already retracted, turning into a pitch-black halberd. In the next moment, the light suddenly retracted, turning into a stream of light that merged into Lan Xuanyu's right thumb. It disappeared. Lan Xuanyu instinctively raised his arm and was shocked to find that his body seemed to be able to move slightly. He was shocked to see the ring on his finger that he had worn since he was young and could not take off at all. Yes, it was that dark blue ring. In that instant, he instantly understood the cause and effect. It seemed that when the Ling Tian Academy student attacked, he had subconsciously raised his hand to block the attack, and the silver dagger had coincidentally pierced into the ring on his finger, resulting in the subsequent scene. This ring that he had worn since he was young could actually turn into a halberd? Furthermore, it did not seem to be an ordinary existence. Where did it come from, and what were its characteristics? It seemed that with his current ability, it was impossible to control all of this. With a heart full of doubts, Lan Xuanyu was somewhat stunned. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The 3,000-year gold silk ape's huge body trembled violently. Including Bing Tianliang, the remaining 5 Ling Tian Academy students were still trembling intensely, all because of the halberd that appeared for a few moments. What kind of existence was that? Bing Tianliang was overwhelmed with shock. He never expected that Lan Xuanyu actually had such a trump card that killed his teammates in an instant. And such a powerful existence was definitely not something he wanted to face. Fortunately, that aura came and went quickly. The gold silk ape turned back and looked deeply at Lan Xuanyu, and there seemed to be something else in his golden eyes. In the next moment, it suddenly pounced towards Bing Tianliang once again. The golden fur on its body suddenly gushed out, and rays of golden light shot out, not only covering Bing Tianliang but also the other 4 people. It looked like it was about to go all out. It actually burst out and blocked Bing Tianliang's group of 5 with its own strength. Xianyu, Xianyu. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind the tree behind Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu forced himself to turn around and saw Qianlei cautiously poking his head out. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, "Let's go. Hurry up and go separate ways with Lu Feng. The further you go, the better. There's a change of plans, the opponent has a 4-ringed soul master, we can't beat him. How's the situation over there?" Qianlei whispered, "Our sneak attack was successful. We killed one first and then chased after the other. However, I used up the purple lightning dragon and summoned an ironback dragon, so I could only copy one ironback dragon. Madman has also returned and is waiting for an opportunity on the other side. I can't contact him now, what should I do?" The situation that Lan Xuanyu didn't want to see the most had happened. His teammates weren't willing to abandon him and turned back to save him. It wouldn't be easy to escape now. The most ideal outcome would be for Lu Feng to escape because Lu Feng was the fastest and had the best chance to escape. But Lu Feng didn't come over and was waiting for an opportunity to attack at the edge of the battlefield. He and Qianlei had no way to inform Lu Feng. Once the 3 of them were killed, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Whether they could enter the top 10 would depend on luck. In that instant, Lan Xuanyu's brain was spinning rapidly. At this moment, the gold silk ape was counterattacking crazily and barely holding back its opponent, but there was no doubt that it couldn't hold on for long. Previously, it was just a heavenly ice tree that forced it to retreat. Right now, it was almost exhausted and couldn't hold on for long. Defeat was just a matter of time. What should I do? Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and Yin Tianfan's words appeared in his mind. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you must try your best to remain calm. Panicking will only cause you to miss the opportunity. There's no lack of opportunity at any moment. Lan Xuanyu instantly went through everything that he could use at this time in his mind, and then made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice, "Qianlei, release your ironback dragon and join the battle. Help the gold silk ape and open the gate of summoning." "I'll help you." Lan Xuanyu bit the tip of his tongue and urged the strand of soul power that he had barely accumulated to raise his left hand. Qianlei was already used to listening to Hui Yuhao's commands. He unleashed his copy soul skill, and a 4-meter-long ironback dragon immediately leapt out and charged towards the battlefield. At the same time, Qianlei tossed out the coin of summoning, and a gate of summoning opened beside Lan Xuanyu. He released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass and barely managed to wrap it around the door. It was just a simple action of releasing his martial soul, but Lan Xuanyu felt intense pain all over his body. Leave the gate of summoning here and run immediately. Return to the tree hole we were in and hide, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. Ah? Then what are you going to do? Qianlei couldn't help but feel a little sluggish before the summoning was complete. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, don't worry about me. One of the three of us has to survive to be able to bring all the points out. Remember, run back to the tree hole. No matter what happens outside, don't come out. Use your spiritual power to completely seal your aura. Don't let any of it leak out. Leave quickly. Since he couldn't inform Lu Feng, he could only place his hopes on Qianlei and hope that he could escape. Qianlei understood his intentions and patted him lightly on the shoulder before turning to run. After all, this was a virtual world, and one wouldn't really die. Completing the qualifiers was the most important thing. After Qianlei left, the gate of summoning beside Lan Xuanyu let out a soft hum. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around the doorframe and flickered with silver light. Lan Xuanyu had a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't know if the summoning would succeed. But if he only used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to summon a soul beast with the Earth Dragon's bloodline, it would be meaningless. It wouldn't be able to deal with the people from Ling Tian Academy, so he could only place his hopes on that person. Why did you summon me? A voice came from the other side. It was obviously cold and unfriendly, with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing that there was an echo, Lan Xuanyu was elated because an echo meant that there was a chance. Save me, I can't take it anymore, Lan Xuanyu said weakly. Compared to when he was talking to Qianlei, he deliberately lowered his voice. "En?" A bewildered voice came from the other side. In the next moment, a slender leg stepped out of the door, and a beautiful figure appeared beside Lan Xuanyu. She wore a light blue dress that reached her knees, and her waist was tight, showing off her slender waist. Her beautiful face had a tinge of surprise, and her long blue hair fluttered in the wind. She lowered her head, and her deep blue eyes instantly saw Lan Xuanyu lying on the ground. Seeing Lan Xuanyu's charred body, Dong Qianxiu almost couldn't recognize him and blurted out, "Why did you get roasted?" Roasted? After roasting Lan Xuanyu, he almost suffocated to death, and said unhappily, "What do you mean by roasted? Can't you see that I can't take it anymore? Do you think I want to?" Dong Qianxiu raised his head, looked at the battlefield, then looked at Lan Xuanyu on the ground, and nudged him with his foot. "This is Douluo world, right? You won't really die." Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "This is Shrek Academy's qualifiers, you didn't participate?" Dong Qianxiu was stunned. "You also participated in the qualifiers?" "I've already finished over there." Lan Xuanyu said, "Are you going to help me?" Dong Qianxiu's eyes moved, and he suddenly squatted down with a smile. He looked at the charred Lan Xuanyu at close range, and giggled, "Why should I help you? It's not like you're really going to die. Also, why should I let you get into Shrek Academy, and be an eyesore by my side?" Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "You say it as if you'll definitely get in." Dong Qianxiu said with an innocent face, "It's not as if, it's already. I've been specially recruited. Have you heard of early admission?" Lan Xuanyu was suddenly speechless. "This world, I'm here to die, but the other person has already been recruited in advance. In any case, you've hugged me before, and even kissed me. We have a somewhat intimate relationship, on account of our old friendship." Before Lan Xuanyu could finish his sentence, Dong Qianxiu had already flown into a rage out of humiliation, and slapped him on the arm. "Shut up, if you keep talking, I'll kill you, and let you directly end the competition." Once he thought of how this guy took advantage of him, Dong Qianxiu's pretty face couldn't help but blush. He really had the thought of strangling this guy to death. "Okay, I was wrong, I won't say any more." "Then what will it take for you to be willing to help me?" Lan Xuanyu's face was filled with grief, and his big eyes looked at him anxiously. Even though he was charred black by the heavenly ice tree's purple lightning, he still looked good. Especially that pair of big, clear eyes. Dong Qianxiu couldn't help but be taken aback. "Agree to my 3 conditions, and I'll help you." Dong Qianxiu stretched out 3 fingers. Lan Xuanyu said, "Okay, I agree. Isn't it just letting you kiss me back, hug me back, and at most kick me? No problem. You're talking nonsense. Who wants to kiss you and hug you? Dong Qianxiu's pretty face flushed red, and couldn't help but give Lan Xuanyu another slap. This time it hit his chest, causing his eyes to roll back. You must unconditionally agree to my 3 conditions. The next time we meet, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I guarantee that you'll be able to do it. How about it? Dong Qianxiu's eyes turned, and a plan came to her mind. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to agree to this kind of condition. Who knows what kind of strange conditions this girl will raise in the future. If it was just him, he would rather be killed and end the competition than agree. After all, even if he didn't get into the Shrek Academy this time, with his age, he would have another chance to apply next year. But, what about Lu Feng and Qian Lei? They wouldn't have another chance to participate in the selection next year. In other words, if they failed this time, they would miss their chance and never be able to enter the Shrek Academy again. In order to enter the Shrek with them, Qian Lei even gave up on the possibility of early enrollment. Lan Xuanyu even promised them that the 3 of them would get into the Shrek together. Therefore, he had no other choice. Right at this moment, a white light suddenly burst into the battlefield. It silently passed under the gold silk ape's armpit and blocked a long blade that almost hit its chest. The silver-white light then swept up and left a deep wound on the gold silk ape's body. When the gold silk ape's attack power started to decrease and was about to end, Lu Feng couldn't help but make a move. Alright, I agree. Lan Xuanyu gritted his teeth and agreed. There was a time limit to Dong Qianxiu's summoning. He couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, even if she was willing to make a move, it would be too late. Dong Qianxiu stood up in satisfaction and looked towards the battlefield. She coldly shouted, "Who hurt him?" In an instant, a cold aura gushed out from her body and her gaze locked onto her target in an instant. When she saw the 4 soul rings on Bing Tianliang's body, she was also shocked. Since Lan Xuanyu was participating in the qualifiers, then 12 years old was definitely the limit. At most, he would be 13 years old. But her opponent already had 4 soul rings and surpassed her in terms of soul power. It was her first time encountering such an opponent. Bing Tianliang naturally saw the changes on this side. The appearance of the double heaven halberd had truly shocked him. Now that he saw another girl appear, he couldn't help but be astonished. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move on Lan Xuanyu, but the gold silk ape suddenly attacked like a madman without caring about the consequences. In just a short while, it shot out more than 1,000 gold silk rays. This was the specialty of a 1,000-year soul beast, and it wasn't a joke to be hit once. Especially since the gold silk ape actually had the ability to control. With just a glare, it could make people lose control for a short period of time. So much so that one of his teammates was injured in a sudden situation. At this moment, the gold silk ape was no longer as berserk as before, and it was obvious that it was lacking in strength. However, another spear-wielding soul master appeared. His cultivation wasn't high, but his speed was extremely fast. With a sneak attack, he injured 2 people and gave the gold silk ape a chance to catch its breath. Bing Tianliang's body flashed with purple lightning. He suddenly fell to the ground and smashed into the steelback dragon. A violent explosion sounded out, and a 3-meter-wide dark hole appeared on the ground. The ironback dragon had already turned into a ray of light and returned to the gate of summoning, disappearing without a trace. Powerful and explosive. Lightning God Puppet. This was Bing Tianliang's martial soul. Assault and agility dual system. Using offense as defense was his fighting style. The distorted purple lightning bursting out of his body affected the fluctuations of the entire space, to the extent that even Lu Feng's strength was affected. Lan Xuanyu's unexpected heavy injury undoubtedly had a huge impact on their group's overall strength. Without Lan Xuanyu's amplification, Lu Feng could only rely on his silver moon spear aura. However, the difference between his cultivation and his opponent's was too great. Among the remaining 5 soul masters, other than Bing Tianliang, there were 2 3-ringed soul masters. Their strength wasn't inferior to Lu Qianxuan's by much. At this moment, Lu Feng realized that Tianluo College's elite junior class was a newcomer, and the gap between them and Ling Tian Academy's genius class was not small. After the steelback dragon fell, Dong Qianxiu saw that the other party was ignoring her. She snorted coldly and rushed out in a flash. Seeing that this great aunt was finally willing to make a move, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He still had some confidence in Dong Qianxiu. Back then, he was chased down to the point of being unable to retaliate. Upon entering battle mode, Dong Qianxiu's aura suddenly changed. A cold expression appeared on her face, and her beautiful face became as cold as ice. She quietly entered the battlefield, and her delicate body soared as she moved forward gracefully. 3 purple soul rings rose from her feet and revolved around her delicate body. Every move she made seemed to be accompanied by frost. The surrounding air suddenly turned cold, but it only affected her opponents. Bing Tianliang was mainly targeting the gold silk ape, and 2 people immediately went to face Dong Qianxiu. One was a 3-ringed soul master, while the other was a 2-ringed soul master. The 2-ringed soul master clasped his hands together, and dark green vines suddenly extended from his feet and swarmed towards Dong Qianxiu. The 3-ringed soul master was the one who was injured by Lu Feng's sneak attack. His martial soul was a long saber that was over 4 meters long, and the huge blade was shaped like a rhombus. Mo saber. There was a saying for his fighting style, extreme offense. With one saber, he would press forward with indomitable will. He was Bing Tianliang's true teammate, and to be recognized by Bing Tianliang, his strength was imaginable. Facing those vines that extended towards him, Dong Qianxiu was not afraid at all and did not even bother about them. An ice fog was released from his feet, and wherever the ice fog went, the vines immediately stopped and were actually frozen stiff. The 3-ringed soul master raised the Mo saber in his hand. He had a tall figure and was the tallest among the 9 Ling Tian Academy students. At the age of 12, he was already over 1.7 meters tall and had firm muscles under his school uniform. His short hair stood up like steel needles, and his gaze was far more resolute than his peers. Even though the wound on his chest was still bleeding, it did not affect his aura at all. He raised the Mo saber, and his first soul ring lit up. In that instant, Dong Qianxiu felt that the surrounding air suddenly turned into a hard wall that squeezed inwards from both sides, and in the center, the raised Mo saber was already slashing down towards him with an evil gust of wind. That imposing aura seemed to be determined to cut her in half. Yu Tian, Martial Soul, Mo saber, rank 33 soul power. Ling Tian Academy's genius class, Team 1. He was in the same group as Bing Tianliang. The elegance of this saber, the sudden burst of power, and the unavoidable slash all gave people an irresistible feeling. Even Dong Qianxiu was surprised. There were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers among his peers. No wonder he could even roast that fellow. Although she thought that, her hands did not stop moving. She did not attempt to dodge. If she wanted to, she could only retreat. However, she could feel that the opponent's strongest point was his aura. If she retreated, the opponent's aura would definitely increase, and his attacks would continue to erupt, making it harder to deal with him. Dong Qianxiu's combat experience was very rich, especially her judgment on the battlefield, which was exceptionally sharp. A dark blue light lit up, and a long spear appeared in her hands. Not only did she not retreat, but she also took a step forward and flicked the long spear towards the Mo saber. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The moment the two sides collided, Yu Tian's face revealed a look of shock. He was best at the combination of strength and aura, then perfectly complementing his soul skills. Even Bing Tianliang was unwilling to clash with him in a head-on battle. However, this beautiful girl in front of him did it. The moment the other party's ice spear touched the Mo saber, Yu Tian felt his entire body turn cold. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees, causing him to stiffen for a moment. Then, Dong Qianxiu's ice spear pierced the Mo saber's strongest point. The Mo saber was immediately shaken and slashed down with a fierce wind, but it slashed down from Dong Qianxiu's side, leaving a deep gully on the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The ice spear touched the Mo saber, and Dong Qianxiu had already stepped forward. Her ice spear transformed into specks of blue light that went straight for Yu Tian. Not only did he have the Mo sword, but he was also a sword. Facing the incoming spear, it was too late to retract the Mo sword. His left hand was like a sword, and he suddenly slashed forward. He didn't care about the spear light and just went straight ahead. Second soul skill, body like sword. He could give up his body, but his sword would hit. That valiant aura coupled with his unflinching aura allowed him to take the initiative. This was clearly a sacrificial strike that would take the enemy down with him. The ice spear was retracted, and with a ding, there was another crisp sound. This time it didn't hit the palm blade, but the mo sword. Yu Tian only felt an extremely cold aura spreading up his mo sword and into his right hand, causing his entire right arm to go numb. He couldn't even lift the mo sword. Just as his left palm blade was about to hit the other party's delicate body twisted in a strange manner. She actually managed to break free from his aura locking onto her. Without any hesitation, Yu Tian released his third soul skill, a 1,000-year soul ring skill. His majestic aura soared into the sky, and a gigantic mo blade condensed from pure light suddenly rose from his back. The mo blade fused with his body, causing his body to be as tough as a blade and invulnerable. This was a defensive stance, and also a stance to accumulate power before attacking. First soul skill, mo sword slash. Second soul skill, body like sword. Third soul skill, mo sword momentum. With these three great soul skills, other than Bing Tianliang, Yu Tian was practically invincible in Ling Tian Academy. Especially in close combat, he had never lost. Even if Bing Tianliang wanted to defeat him, he had to control the distance and not give him the chance to continue attacking. Once the mo sword momentum was released, Yu Tian's next attack would definitely be earth-shattering. When fighting against the gold silk ape, he had actually only used his first soul skill and wasn't in a hurry to burst out. Unfortunately, his opponent was Dong Qianxiu. Ice fog pervaded and surged. Just as the mo sword momentum was formed, the foundation of using defense as an attack appeared. The icy mist surrounding Dong Qianxiu's body began to flow to the side. Dong Qianxiu's body shrank as if he was hiding in the icy mist. However, in the next instant, he had already appeared on the other side of the ice fog that was gushing out. The spear light flashed like lightning, stabbing out without any warning. Poof! The Ling Tian Academy student who had released the vines and cooperated with Yu Tian had his chest pierced through, turning into white light and disappearing. He didn't turn his head, and he didn't even look at Yu Tian. Dong Qianxiu's slender and fair legs tapped lightly on the ground as if it was dancing. It went straight for Bing Tianliang. Once the mo saber force was used, it needed to accumulate power and pause. More importantly, it was not easy to change its direction. Yu Tian suddenly felt like vomiting blood. He had gathered all his strength to attack, but he couldn't find an opponent. This was not just strength, but also unparalleled observation skills. This girl was really strong. Boom! The gold silk ape's entire right arm exploded, and its sturdy body was sent flying. More than a third of its golden fur was charred black. Bing Tianliang's face was as cold as ice. Relying on his valiant strength, he defeated the gold silk ape almost single-handedly. But it was also at this moment that he heard a hurried scream. It was when Dong Qianxiu killed the Turing Soul Master. Bing Tianliang was shocked. The girl was only a 3-ring Soul Master, and in his opinion, Yu Tian and a 2-ring Soul Master were enough. But he didn't expect the other party to be able to kill someone under such circumstances. Among the 3-ring Soul Masters, Yu Tian was the strongest that Bing Tianliang knew of. So how strong was this girl's 3-ring cultivation? The ice fog surged. Dong Qianxiu's figure flashed, and a large amount of ice fog swarmed towards Bing Tianliang. Bing Tianliang narrowed his eyes. Bolts of purple lightning circled around him and charged towards the icy mist. But a shocking scene appeared. The electric conduction that he expected didn't happen. The purple lightning passed through the ice fog and didn't have any effect. It was only released outwards. An extremely cold aura came from the front. Bing Tianliang clasped his hands in front of him, and his palms faced each other. A ball of distorted purple lightning appeared on his chest. The ice spear pierced through, and the tip of the spear was instantly melted by the purple lightning. But she only touched the spear a little and retreated. The purple lightning that followed completely missed. Absolutely pure ice fog? Bing Tianliang blurted out. Pure water didn't conduct electricity. But generally speaking, how could water be pure? Especially water fog. Water fog in the air would naturally contain impurities and conduct electricity. But Dong Qianxiu's ice fog didn't conduct electricity. What kind of martial soul was this? Dong Qianxiu snorted coldly, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Because of the ice fog, no one could clearly see which soul skill she used. The sky was filled with coldness, and a dark shadow covered Bing Tianliang. Suddenly, an intense pain came from his surroundings. It was as if countless icicles were piercing him from all directions. A terrifying aura burst forth. Bing Tianliang couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of fear. What was this? Not daring to be negligent, Bing Tianliang took a step back and released his fourth soul skill. The glaring purple lightning turned his entire body into a huge electric ball and exploded with a loud bang. Countless ice powder splattered everywhere. A large area of dark blue light exploded around him, and the darkness was finally dispelled. But Bing Tianliang still felt his entire body turn cold, as if his blood was about to solidify. He was actually at a disadvantage in a 4-ring battle against a 3-ring battle. Dong Qianxiu appeared 20 meters away, her pretty face slightly pale. She had clearly expended a lot of energy in that attack. Lan Xuanyu had been watching the battle from afar and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. He himself was severely injured by Bing Tianliang's fourth soul skill and was almost instantly killed by the other party. But Dong Qianxiu was completely fine. This was the difference between them. The difference in strength between them was still not small. Yu Tian turned around and raised his mo sword again. At this moment, a silver-white light flashed, and Lu Feng blocked in front of him. But the other two Ling Tian Academy students had already surrounded them. 4 against 2. Bing Tianliang squinted his eyes and sized up Dong Qianxiu. A look of amazement flashed across his eyes. He didn't pay attention previously, but now that they were face to face, he realized that this lady was actually so beautiful. Slender and delicate body, beautiful face, and especially that head of dark blue hair and eyes of the same color. It was simply impossible to shift one's gaze away. Facing the absolute advantage on her side, Dong Qianxiu's ice spear had already condensed its sharpness again, but she wasn't afraid at all. She slowly raised her ice spear, and her aura continued to increase. Snowflakes began to fall around her, and the temperature in the air continued to drop. Bing Tianliang activated his soul power and forcefully dispelled the coldness that had entered his body. He looked at Dong Qianxiu with a grave expression. Although the other party only had 3 rings, he could feel from the collision just now that it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat this girl. Frenzy, Qianxiu, come over to my side. Lan Xuanyu's voice rang out. At this moment, he was already struggling to sit up. Relying on his strong recovery ability, his aura also recovered a little. There was no doubt that they didn't stand a chance in a 4 against 2 battle. But if it was a 3 against 4 battle, perhaps their chances would be higher. Dong Qianxiu glanced at him and quickly retreated in a flash, moving closer to Lan Xuanyu. Lu Feng didn't even wait for Yu Tian's mo sword to accumulate power and immediately retreated at lightning speed, moving closer to Lan Xuanyu. Even the gold silk ape on the ground struggled to crawl to Lan Xuanyu's side. A pair of dim eyes stared at Lan Xuanyu, revealing a special glow. Tianluo College? Bing Tianliang looked coldly at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, that's right, that's right. Bing Tianxiu looked at him, then looked at Dong Qianxiu and Lu Feng. You guys were the ones who got first place in the qualifier, right? Lan Xuanyu smiled. That's right. Bing Tianxiu took a deep breath. Very good. Then, you guys are destined to have no fate with the first place in this qualifier. Purple electric light lingered around him, and the 4 purple soul rings on his body were exceptionally bright. He walked towards Lan Xuanyu's team step by step, and his aura was constantly accumulating. The twisted electric light condensed around his body, and the purple light became stronger and stronger. Yu Tian followed beside Bing Tianliang and slowly raised his mo sword. Bing Tianxiu was accumulating power, and his aura was also continuously rising. He had worked with Bing Tianxiu for many years and was already used to his fighting style. He could feel the anger in Bing Tianxiu's heart. They originally had 9 people, and the other party only had 3. However, they lost 5 people, including Liang Shushi's entire team, because of the situation created by the other party. To the Heavenly Ice Tree, this was a huge blow. Furthermore, the team in front of them was the first place in the qualifier that they had been looking for. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and raised both his hands at the same time. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass stretched out and wrapped around the waists of Dong Qianxiu and Lu Feng respectively. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Dong Qianxiu's waist. Dong Qianxiu turned to look at him and revealed a look of surprise. This was because when Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around her body, she felt that her perception of the ice element suddenly became incomparably clear. Even the consumption from before was replenished in an instant. Normally, she could only exist for about a minute and a half after being summoned. At this moment, a full minute had passed, and she would return in at most 30 seconds. But at this moment, under the enhancement of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, she could clearly feel that the time she could be summoned seemed to be extended. So this guy is actually an auxiliary-type soul master. On Bing Tiandu's left was Yu Tian, and on his right was another member of his group, Lin Donghui. Above Lin Donghui's head was a faintly discernible golden-red ball of light. This was his brilliant son Martial Soul, a 3-ringed rank 32 assault system battle soul master. That's right, the 3 of them were all assault-type soul masters, but they all had different fighting styles. Bing Tiandu's lightning god puppet Martial Soul was more comprehensive in battle. Its explosive power was extremely strong, and it even had a certain degree of controllability. Yu Tian's Mo Saber was a pure attack, while Lin Donghui's brilliant son Martial Spirit was good at mid-range and long-range attacks, and could provide powerful firepower support. The Heavenly Ice Tree had always believed that once an attack reached a certain level of power, it would not require the control and assistance of others. Because in the face of such a powerful attack, everything would be reduced to ashes. Step back. Bing Tianshu said to the only remaining 2-ringed soul master on his side. Yes, Big Bing. That 2-ringed soul master immediately retreated. Bing Tianshu did not allow him to follow and attack mainly because he was the only remaining soul master in their group. If he was killed by Lan Xuanyu's group, half of his points would immediately be taken away. This was something that Bing Tianshu did not want to see. Furthermore, Bing Tianshu had absolute confidence in his own group. The only ones who were truly qualified to cooperate with him were Yu Tian and Lin Donghui. If they were in other groups, these 2 would definitely be the main leaders. The 3 of them together would be the strongest team in Ling Tian Academy. Even their teachers thought that they might be the strongest team among their peers in the entire federation. When that 2-ringed soul master retreated, the first to make a move was Lin Donghui, who was standing on Bing Tianshu's right. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding of each other, and Lin Donghui could clearly determine the situation of Bing Tianshu's accumulation of power. The dazzling sunlight above Lin Donghui's head shone brightly, and one after another, scarlet fireballs bombarded Lan Xuanyu's group like a string of cannons. Although there were 3 people on Lan Xuanyu's side, it could only be considered as 2.5. This was because he could no longer directly participate in the battle and could only be a support. Furthermore, Dong Qianxiu and Lu Feng could not be too far away from him during the battle. They had to protect him so that they could continue to receive the buffs from the dual-colored blue-silver grass. There was no doubt that they were at an absolute disadvantage. Dong Qianxiu moved. She could only be summoned for a limited time, so she had to release all her attacks within this limited time. She raised her right hand and threw out the ice spear, which turned into an icy blue light in the air. After the ice spear was shot out, it actually split into several in the air and accurately pierced through the fireballs, causing a rain of fire to explode in the air. At the same time, the ice fog spread and instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Dong Qianxiu narrowed her eyes, and her 3rd soul ring flickered. Thousands of ice spikes erupted like a geyser. From Lan Xuanyu's angle, he could see a white figure faintly appear behind Dong Qianxiu. It looked like a huge shark, and then the shark opened its mouth and spat out something. At first, it was a faint blue light, but when the light drilled into the ice fog, it grew bigger with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ice spikes, then ice awls, and finally an ice spear. No one would have thought that she would choose to go all out at this time. Bing Tianxiu's group was at a disadvantage because they did not know that Dong Xianxia was summoned here. There was a time limit for her to stay here, so she chose to go all out at this time. She had no choice but to use her strongest attack at the most crucial moment. Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu called out in a low voice when Dong Xianxia went all out. Bing Tianxiu's group was also shocked. The ice spears that filled the sky all carried an incomparably imposing aura, forcing Bing Tianxiu to go all out and unleash his fourth soul skill. Electric light blossomed, combining offense and defense, and forcefully resisting the attack. Yu Tian, who was on the left, also unleashed his third soul skill, Mo Sword Force, and became like a majestic seaside cliff. The ice spears landed in front of him and shattered, but it also forced him to retreat continuously, and the frost on his body continued to increase. The one who suffered the most was Lin Donghui, because he was of the fire element, which countered the ice element. Under Lan Xuanyu's amplification, Dong Xianxiu spared no effort in exploding. He had just shot out a fireball, and his soul power was circulating. Facing the ice spears that were pouncing towards him, he was shocked and hurriedly unleashed his third soul skill. However, this wasn't his best state. The blazing brilliant sun above his head merged with his body, causing his entire body to turn into a huge fireball. Blazing flames spewed out, melting the ice spears one after another. Yu Tian retreated step by step, but he couldn't. Although most of the ice spears were dissolved, there was still one ice spear that didn't completely melt. With a pu sound, it pierced through his right shoulder, leaving behind a bloody hole amidst a muffled groan. The ice fog surged, and the remaining ice spears all covered the strongest Bing Tianxiu. Bing Tianxiu immediately raised the power of his fourth soul skill to the maximum, and blocked it head-on. But it was also at this moment that a delicate figure silently appeared in front of Lin Donghui from the ice fog. Lin Donghui, who had just used all his strength to block the ice spears, was almost exhausted. Before he could catch his breath, he saw a slender, jade-like hand turn dark blue, gently pressing on his chest. In the next moment, the ice fog returned and instantly disappeared into the gate of summoning. It was just that Bing Tianxiu and the other two couldn't see it clearly in the large expanse of ice rice and ice fog. Lin Donghui subconsciously looked at his chest. His entire body was still emitting flames, but a layer of frost had appeared on his chest. Bang! The frost on his chest exploded. Lin Donghui was filled with disbelief as his body turned into a white light and disappeared without a trace. To be continued. Donghui. Bing Tianliang roared, but it was too late. Right at this moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard from afar. Bing Tianliang seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed drastically. He flipped over and turned into a glaring purple lightning bolt. But what greeted him was a large patch of red light that swept past him. It was his points. The silver-white light flickered, and Lu Feng smiled as he looked at Bing Tianliang. He spread his hands and made a "what can you do to me" gesture. At this moment, his body was bleeding from many wounds, but he only had a smile on his face. Electricity exploded, and Lu Feng's body was annihilated in the plasma, but he had already done what he had to do. When Dong Xianxia went all out, he had already used his fastest speed to catch up to the retreating touring soul master under the cover of the ice fog. He did not hesitate to be heavily injured by the other party and exchange injury for injury. He killed the other party before the golden-patterned blue-silver grass amplification ended and snatched the other party's points. His death was worth it. Bastard! Yu Tian was so angry that his eyes turned red. He never expected that the other party would actually kill two people when they had the absolute advantage. That girl seemed to have been annihilated after the explosion. However, the other party killed another member of their group. Even if they killed all the other party's people in the end, the other party would only get half of their points, which was enough to qualify. Most of the points that Ling Tian Academy had accumulated during this period of time had been snatched away by them. Even if they only got half, it was still a considerable amount. Yu Tian swung his Mo sword and pounced towards Lan Xuanyu. He only wanted to cut this guy in half. At this moment, how could he not see that this person was the commander of Tianluo College's group? Lan Xuanyu looked at him with a smile on his face. Although everything was dangerous, he had achieved his goal in the end. Moreover, it seemed to be more effective than what he had originally planned. Dong Qianqiu's strength made up for the flaws in his plan. When the MO blade fell, he naturally had nowhere to dodge, but he suddenly raised his right hand and used the ring on his thumb to meet the blade's edge. He wanted to try and see if he could summon that halberd again. However, Yu Tian did not repeat the same mistake. The MO sword drew an arc in the air, avoiding Lan Xuanyu's palm and directly cutting into his chest. Pooh! Lan Xuanyu's entire chest was slashed by the MO blade. Yu Tian felt a sense of satisfaction when he slashed down. He had finally killed this guy. He had absolute confidence that with this slash, his opponent's heart would be cut open. However, what he didn't expect was that at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly became especially bright. Even though his heart had been cut open, he suddenly clasped his hands together and made his final move. The rainbow-colored light blossomed along with the white light on his body. The dazzling brilliance spread out and swallowed him, as well as Yu Tian, who was still holding on to the MO blade with a happy expression on his face. Boom, the rainbow-colored light exploded. Bing Tianshu, who was far away, had just turned around and saw the rainbow-colored light engulfing the two of them. And at the last moment, the gold silk ape that was lying beside Lan Xuanyu suddenly pounced forward and disappeared into the rainbow-colored light. The light lasted for a few seconds before gradually fading away. Lan Xuanyu disappeared, and so did Yu Tian. It seemed like all the life on the battlefield had been extinguished, and only Bing Tianshu was left. Bing Tianshu stood there in a daze. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: how could this be? How could this be? He simply couldn't believe what he had just seen. 9 people, they had a total of 9 people, a total of 3 groups, and each group was not weak. With the 3 groups added together, there were a few soul masters with 3 rings and above. But the other party only had 1 group. Even with Niuiwei's group, there were only 2 groups. But in the end, the other party was completely annihilated, and he was the only one left. He was the only one left. The other party had taken away almost all the points from Niuiwei's group. Even if there was only half left. Bing Tianshu's pupils suddenly constricted because he realized that there was no huge amount of points surging towards him. Lan Xuanyu had ended the qualifiers, but there were no points. He was stunned. What was going on? He suddenly recalled the smile on Lu Feng's face when he looked at him. That was definitely not an expression of mutual destruction. What was going on? What exactly was going on? His mind raced as he recalled everything that had happened earlier. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. It seemed like after he had heavily injured that guy, there was another person who appeared. It was a fatty. That person only appeared for a short period of time before disappearing. Then, Dong Qianqiu appeared. At that time, as he was fighting with the gold silk ape, he did not pay much attention to the situation here. At that time, he already thought that Lan Xuanyu was no longer a threat. The only thing that caught his attention was that Fang Tian halberd. Yes, there was another person. It was that fatty. That fatty was in the same group as him. But that girl from before and the boy with the spear weren't in the same group as him? Ah, Bing Tianshu roared in anger as streaks of lightning shot out from his body and were released in a frenzy. The surrounding trees were blown up, but where was he going to find Qianlei now? In the distance, Qianlei was holed up in the tree hole and used his spiritual power to conceal his aura. Just a moment ago, a blazing aura surged over and lasted for half a minute. How many? Less points. Xianyu, Frenzy, how many points did you guys snatch? It shouldn't be a problem for you to qualify. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ultimate Qianlei, who was secretly laughing in the tree hole, naturally couldn't feel the pain in Bing Tianshu's heart. The simulation pod slowly opened and the surrounding nutrient fluid receded. Lan Xuanyu took half a minute to crawl out of the simulation pod. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to get out of the simulation pod, but he wanted to feel the state of his body. What he was most worried about was that after using the martial soul fusion skill, his spirit power would drop from rank 20 to rank 19. However, just as Nana had helped him determine, he was already at rank 20. Even if he used the martial soul fusion skill, his cultivation wouldn't drop back to rank 19. However, he could clearly feel that the bloodline power in his gold and silver vortex had been greatly depleted. Even the simulation pod couldn't recover it. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel helpless. He originally thought that he could find a flaw in the martial soul fusion skill and use it without restraint at rank 20. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. He still couldn't use it casually. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome if his bloodline source was overly depleted. Fortunately, he could feel that after using it again, the multicolored spot in the center of his gold and silver vortex seemed to have become clearer. At the same time, he was also secretly reflecting that he didn't have to use the martial soul fusion skill at the last moment because killing Yu Tian didn't have any practical significance. As long as Bing Tianshu didn't die, he wouldn't get any extra points. Frankly speaking, he just wanted to feel good. Lan Xuanyu was still a young man, after all, and under that kind of situation, he couldn't restrain the passion in his heart. After being severely injured by the ice sky tree, he was already suppressing the anger in his heart, and at the last moment, he finally vented it out. He could completely imagine how Bing Tianshu felt when he found out that he didn't get any points after leaving the qualifiers. Lu Feng had already come out of the simulation pod. He walked forward and pulled Lan Xuanyu out of the simulation pod. Then, both of their gazes landed on the simulation pod at the side. They were most worried that Qian Lei would also come out at this moment. If that happened, all their previous efforts would have been wasted. It's okay, don't worry. Even if Qian Lei ends the competition, half of the points will be enough for us to enter the top 10. Lan Xuanyu smiled at Lu Feng and said. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out. Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng turned around in shock and instantly saw a figure flying over. Lu Feng instinctively went to block it, but that person was extremely fast and knocked him away with a bang. Then, she grabbed the front of Lan Xuanyu's shirt. The person who came was none other than Yiling Tong, who had memorized the website of the book-seeking pavilion, Qshij.net, and read the latest chapters as soon as possible. At this moment, there were many people waiting outside the simulation pod, including teachers and students. Some students had already gone back to rest after the preliminaries ended, but there were 3 people who didn't leave. They were Yiling Tong, Chang Jianni, and Lu Qianxuan. Lan Xuanyu only realized what had happened when he heard Yiling Tong scream. After all, they had stayed inside for a few days and fought with their opponents with wits and courage. They had long put aside the matter of killing Yiling Tong. Now that she saw them coming out, how could Yiling Tong hold back? She immediately pounced forward but was stopped by Ji Hongbin, who was also waiting there. Lan Xuanyu looked over and saw that Yiling Tong's eyes were red and full of resentment. Beside her, Chang Jianni and Lu Qianxuan were also glaring at them with ashen faces. Ji Hongbin said in a low voice, Shan Yu, Lu Feng. Yiling Tong reported that you killed her in order to snatch her points. I need an explanation from you. He was not willing to do anything for points. What's more, the Shrek Academy's assessment of one's temperament was very strict. If such a problem occurred, no matter how many points Kotake had, she wouldn't be able to enter the Shrek Academy. That was definitely unwise. Therefore, even though Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 hadn't finished their assessment and would obviously obtain more points, Ji Hongbin's mood had been very bad these few days. Why was Ying Tianfan fired back then? It was because the academy thought that there was something wrong with his temperament. Lan Xuanyu was his disciple. Could it be that the same problem had occurred in this area? Without waiting for Lan Xuanyu to speak, Lu Feng said angrily, Yiling Tong, you really know how to distort the truth. You're a girl, don't you have any shame? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Ji Hongbin was also stunned and looked at Yiling Tong, who was beside him, with some doubt. As soon as Yiling Tong left the preliminaries, she cried that she was killed by Lan Xuanyu and that Lan Xuanyu did it to snatch her points. She cried emotionally for a long time and then said that no matter what, she had to wait here for the 3 of them to come out and that she wanted an explanation. However, Lu Feng refuted angrily at this time. Could it be that there was more to this matter? Lan Xuanyu patted Lu Feng's shoulder and signaled him to calm down. Then, he respectfully bowed to Ji Hongbin. Teacher, can I explain? I'm responsible for every word I say. You can verify it with the Shrek Academy later. Ji Hongbin said in a low voice, go on. Lan Xuanyu looked at Yiling Tong, his gaze so calm that there was no emotion at all. Yiling Tong, who was originally emotional, was stared at by him. She didn't know why, but her heart trembled and she looked at him angrily with an ugly expression. Yilingtong, let's confront each other face to face. Let me ask you, at that time, were you chased by 3 students from Lingtian Academy and were on the verge of death? At that time, the class monitor and Chang Jiani were already killed by the other party's sneak attack. Yes, but... Yilingtong's heart tightened. Although she felt twisted in her heart that no matter what, Lan Xuanyu shouldn't have made a move on her, she also knew that she wasn't in the right in this matter. You just have to answer me yes or no. Let me ask you again, at that time, was the group that you met stronger than all of you in terms of overall strength? Was it one of the top few teams from Lingtian Academy in the qualifiers? If we didn't make a move at that time, would you have been able to escape when the other party had a flying-type Soul Master? Yilingtong's breathing was slightly hurried. That flying-type Soul Master was already injured by me. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, but you were also caught up. Was that Soul Master who used the Nether Demon Spear someone you could handle? The other party had 2 3-ring Soul Masters. Yilingtong turned her head away and didn't answer. Lan Xuanyu turned to Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani. Class monitor, Chang Jiani, the 2 of you weren't present at that time, and only Yilingtong was left. We hid in the tree and discovered that she was being chased. As classmates, it was our duty to rescue her. Not only did we help her block the opponent, but we also launched a counterattack. The 2 of you fought with the other party and should know how strong they were. We had to use almost all of our trump cards before we were able to defeat them. Just as we were about to kill the last person, Yilingtong suddenly made a move and killed the last person, snatching half of the points from that group. What do you think I should have done to repay kindness with enmity? Our biggest trump cards were used in that battle, but we didn't get any points. The 3 of you are a team, so it's normal for her to want to get points for the team to qualify. But after we saved her at all costs, she repaid our kindness with enmity and snatched the spoils of war that we deserved. I also have to be responsible for my team. Also, I can't tolerate such a person as my comrade because I don't know when she will make a move on us for her own benefit. After hearing Lan Xuanyu's words, Ji Hongbin couldn't help but frown. Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani's gazes shifted to Yilingtong. They didn't know that so many things had happened. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, before the start of the qualifiers, I promised that if we met inside, we could work together. If Yilingtong didn't snatch that last attack, we would definitely bring her along and continue to go deeper. We would also give some points to her if we had enough points. But given the situation at that time, I couldn't have done that. Lu Qianxuan couldn't help but say, then you could have banished her. Why did you have to kill her? She's your classmate after all, Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. Class monitor, aren't you a little selfish? You know very well how many points those 3 Lingtian Academy students have. She snatched the points and I let her go. How am I going to answer to my team? Also, do you think that if I let her go under those circumstances, she would be able to survive until the end? No matter which team she meets, she would still die and her points would be snatched away by others. If that's the case, why should I let others take advantage of her? But I'm a girl. How can you kill a girl? Yilingtong said angrily. Her words undoubtedly confirmed everything Lan Xuanyu said previously. Lan Xuanyu said plainly, if it was in the real world, I definitely wouldn't kill you. I would let you go and fend for yourself. But that was in the virtual world. You did such a thing, so I have to answer to my team. I can't let your selfishness cause us to fail the qualifiers. Yilingtong was so angry that she clenched her fists tightly, but she knew that she couldn't win against Lan Xuanyu. She turned to look at Ji Hongbin and said aggrievedly, Teacher Ji, Lan Xuanyu killed a classmate during the qualifiers. Isn't he selfish? The school has to uphold justice for us. Ji Hongbin's face was a little gloomy. He looked at Lan Xuanyu and then at Yilingtong. He said in a low voice, both of you disappoint me. With that, he turned and left. To be continued. Lan Xuanyu looked at Yilingtong, then looked at Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani, whose attitudes were obviously different from before. He quietly walked to the side, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and meditated to rest. There was less than half a day left before the preliminaries ended, so he had to wait here for Qianlei to come out. Lu Qianxuan's chest heaved up and down, but in the end, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Chang Jiani sighed heavily, glanced at Yi Lingtong, and also turned to leave. Seeing that her two teammates had left, and Lu Feng was still glaring at her from the side, Yi Lingtong suddenly felt wronged. "Wah!" she cried and ran away. Deputy Dean's office. "Look at the good disciple you've taught." Ji Hongbin frowned and rolled his eyes at Yin Tianfan. "What do you mean by I've taught him? Didn't you teach him? I think you've told him everything." Xianyu did the right thing. In that kind of situation, he had to be decisive. This was not only to maximize the benefits, but also to avoid uncontrollable factors as much as possible. The rules of the preliminaries didn't say that you can't attack someone from your own school. After all, this is a competition between individual teams. Moreover, Yi Lingtong was in the wrong first. He saved her, but she repaid his kindness with ingratitude. Who can she blame? Ji Hongbin said in a low voice, "Xianyu is still young, but he's already so decisive. I'm afraid that he'll be like you in the future. Even if he gets into Shrek, there will be problems." Yin Tianfan said in annoyance, "What do you mean by like me? You're completely wrong. This kid is actually not like me at all. He's not as cunning as me, but he's more meticulous. Moreover, he has a bottom line." Ji Hongbin glanced at him and said, "So you don't have a bottom line?" Yin Tianfan snorted. "So what if I don't? I live for the sake of being happy. Didn't I get banished here because I had no bottom line? I'm doing pretty well." "What's wrong?" Ji Hongbin sneered. "Pretty well, your wife doesn't even care about you anymore. I don't see how you're doing well." Yin Tianfan jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Mr. Ji, I can tolerate whatever you say about me. You are not allowed to mention her." Ji Hongbin calmly said, "What do you want? One-on-one? Come on. Get out. This is my office." Yin Tianfan glared at him angrily, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Ji Hongbin snorted. "I'll wait for the news. If Xianyu doesn't stand out in the preliminaries, then it's your problem." As time passed, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were both waiting. Qianlei's simulation pod never opened, which was the best-case scenario for them. Finally, it was time. With a series of beeping sounds, all the simulation pods opened. But in reality, the only one from Tianluo College who persisted until the end was Qianlei. "Haha! We did it!" Qianlei excitedly climbed out of the simulation pod and gave Lan Xuanyu a big hug. Yes, he persisted until the end and brought out all the points. Without a doubt, they would definitely be able to enter the top 10. This preliminaries was even more difficult than the previous qualifiers. For 7 days, they had to compete with others in the Great Stardow Forest, especially against the 3 teams from Lingtian Academy. Every time there was a change, there was a possibility of defeat, but they managed to pull through. "Xianyu, do you think we'll be first again?" Qianlei asked excitedly. Lan Xuanyu smiled. "I'm not sure about that. Let's wait for the results." Ji Hongbin had already arrived and listened to Lan Xuanyu's narration of the entire process of the preliminaries. When he saw Qianlei come out, he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. From their previous encounters, it was indeed very likely for them to get first again. If it wasn't for the incident with Yi Lingtong, their performance would have been close to perfect. Lan Xuanyu's commanding style was very similar to Yin Tianfan's: sly, cunning, bold, and good at making use of all the conditions that could be used. To him, this was both an advantage and a problem because it wasn't stable enough. It had to be said that Lan Xuanyu's growth speed was very fast. Compared to his soul power, which increased slowly, his talent in commanding a team was even above Yin Tianfan's. "Xianyu, it shouldn't be a problem for you guys to enter the top 10. However, I have to remind you that when Shrek Academy selects students, they not only value talent, but also nature. This time, killing Yi Lingtong inside might have a negative impact on you. You have to be mentally prepared." Ji Hongbin frowned slightly as he spoke. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Qianlei and Lu Feng looked at each other. Qianlei couldn't help but say, "Yi Lingtong is too selfish and too much." "Teacher Ji, what impact will it have?" Ji Hongbin said, I don't know either, but in this aspect, Shrek Academy is very strict. No matter what, Yi Lingtong is your classmate, even if you guys were competitors in the preliminaries. Moreover, she's a female. Shrek Academy's judging standards are very detailed. Qianlei snorted. The Federation promotes gender equality every day, why aren't they saying it now? Lan Xuanyu finally understood why Ji Hongbin's expression was so ugly after they came out. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed impulsive at that time. Even without Yi Lingtong's points, they wouldn't have been affected too much. He only made a quick decision in a fit of anger and didn't consider it thoroughly enough. He only thought that it was a virtual world and wouldn't really hurt her, so he only considered the substantial results. Teacher Ji, I know I was wrong. Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin was stunned, and a trace of relief gradually appeared in his eyes. Just like what Yin Tianfan said, Lan Xuanyu had a bottom line in his heart and was good at self-correction and self-adjustment. This was what true potential was. It's great that you can learn from your mistakes. Xianyu, you must always remember that a person's heart is the most important. I'm not asking you to go overboard, but to protect your bottom line in your heart so that you can go further. Just then, Mu Zhongtian suddenly walked over and saw Ji Hongbin and Lan Xuanyu's team. He quickly walked over. The points are out. Mu Zhongtian's words attracted everyone's attention. How is it? It's out so quickly? Ji Hongbin asked in surprise. Mu Zhongtian said, yes. Maybe it's because there are only 100 teams participating. In our academy, only Xianyu's team entered the top 10 and they are ranked first. Once this was announced, Qianlei and Lu Feng instantly jumped up in excitement. Lan Xuanyu, however, looked at Mu Zhongtian in surprise. Because he realized that Teacher Mu wasn't excited by this good news, but rather, he was doubtful. Teacher Mu, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Lan Xuanyu asked. Mu Zhongtian said, Xianyu, I have to ask you about this. There's news from Shrek Academy that they want to do an additional test for you. They didn't say the reason, so what happened to you inside? Additional test? Lan Xuanyu was stunned and immediately realized that what Teacher Ji was worried about had happened. Did they say the content of the additional test? Ji Hongbin asked anxiously. Mu Zhongtian shook his head and said, they didn't say anything. They only asked him to enter the simulation pod for an additional test. If he doesn't take part in the test, his team will be stripped of their ranking, so he must take part. Immediately. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, all right. I'll take part in the additional test. Ji Hongbin stopped Mu Zhongtian, who wanted to ask more, and said to Lan Xuanyu in a deep voice, Xianyu, remember, no matter what the content of the additional test is, you must stay true to your heart. What you have to face might be a spiritual interrogation. Okay. Lan Xuanyu replied and returned to his simulation pod. The pod door closed, and he closed his eyes, trying his best to adjust his fluctuating state of mind. A familiar feeling came over him, and his surroundings became clear once again. When Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he had returned to the Great Stardow Forest. The sounds of insects and birds could be heard, as well as the fragrance of plants and the moist smell of soil. Without any warning, he had returned just like that. Lan Xuanyu looked at his surroundings, and immediately chose a large tree to climb up, hiding his body in the dense foliage. As he observed his surroundings, he tried his best to calm himself down. What was the purpose of this examination? No matter how smart he was, without any hints, he had no way of guessing. Survive for 24 hours in the Great Stardow Forest. You can pass the test. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in his mind. There was finally a hint, and this made Lan Xuanyu heave a sigh of relief. Having a hint was much better than fumbling around on his own. Survive for 24 hours? It seemed that he was very likely in the deeper parts of the Great Stardow Forest. There didn't seem to be any soul beasts around, so he was just wasting time. Right now, it wasn't easy to determine which direction was further away from the core region. Everything could only be taken one step at a time. Thinking up to this point, Lan Xuanyu didn't move, and leaned on the tree branch. Right now, he was alone, and didn't have any companions to help him. It was better to stay still than to move. If he encountered a problem, he would solve it. Speed wasn't his forte, and hiding was the best way to waste time. He simply hid in the tree, and waited quietly. Time passed by, minute by minute. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that he didn't seem to have encountered any trouble. Although there were some soul beasts passing by, they were all ordinary 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. This region seemed to be the outer regions of the Great Star Dough Forest. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye, and he didn't encounter any soul beasts that could discover him hiding in the tree. Although Lan Xuanyu felt a little strange in his heart, he did not act rashly. He wasn't anxious, but he was thinking that the Shrek Academy never spoke without thinking. Since they said that they had to survive for 24 hours, there must be some difficult situations that they had to face. But after a few hours, nothing seemed to have changed. He didn't think that the Shrek Academy would forget about him and let him pass the additional exam so easily. Moreover, there was also Ji Hongbin's reminder. Therefore, even though nothing had happened, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Time continued to pass. Lan Xuanyu silently calculated. Gradually, the sky darkened and evening arrived. It was easier for him to get tired if he constantly focused his mind, even if his mental power had already reached the spirit sea realm. The sky darkened, and night fell. The Great Star Dough Forest seemed to have become even quieter. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be careless. He could only rely on himself now, so he could only wait quietly. According to his previous estimation of the situation, coupled with his observation of the sun, he should have entered at around noon. In other words, the additional exam would end at noon the next day. More than 10 hours had already passed. The Great Star Dough Forest was a little cold in the middle of the night. Occasionally, some strange sounds could be heard. Only now did Lan Xuanyu realize how important it was to have a partner. Even if he only had one partner, the two of them could take turns to rest and recover their mental power. But right now, he had to maintain a high level of vigilance. Who knew when the test would come? Just like that, he sat there for an entire night with his eyes wide open. But still, nothing happened. Dawn came, and the sky brightened. In a few more hours, it would be time for his additional exam. But the more it was at this time, the more nervous Lan Xuanyu became. He suddenly realized that this additional exam was very likely to be more difficult than he had imagined. This was because if there was a certain amount of pressure from the beginning, then this pressure might continue, but it wouldn't be explosive. Then, if nothing happened at the beginning, it meant that he would most likely encounter something at the end, and it would definitely be an extremely difficult problem to solve. Not to mention that he had already stayed awake for almost 20 hours without sleeping, and was in a state of mental tension. Now, he didn't dare to relax. Waves of tiredness surged up. Lan Xuanyu pinched his thigh for the third time, allowing the pain to stimulate him to stay awake. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was a kind of whoosh-whoosh sound produced by something sweeping across the forest. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. His entire body's energy was instantly raised. The gold and silver patterned blue-silver grass was silently released and wrapped around his hands. The true test was very likely to come, soon. He could tell that the voice was indeed coming from his direction. Through the gaps in the leaves, he concentrated on watching. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. It quickly moved forward and dashed in his direction. Her speed was very fast, but she was clearly panicking. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and tried his best to adjust his vision to look. It was a human, a woman. He immediately identified it. As the other party approached, Lan Xuanyu's narrowed eyes suddenly widened again, and he almost cried out in alarm. How could it be her? Yes. He recognized the person who was running away in a sorry state. Not only did he recognize her, but they had also fought side by side not long ago. Wasn't that Dong Qianxiao? Dong Qianxiao looked somewhat miserable. There were obvious cracks on her long skirt. Her left calf that was as smooth as cream was exposed. Her speed was very fast, and as she ran, she released layers of ice mist behind her from time to time. To be able to chase her to such a state, there was no doubt that the person chasing her was definitely a powerful enemy. Dong Qianxiao was about to reach the tree that Lan Xuanyu was hiding under. What should I do? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was faced with a problem. Dong Qianqiu obviously didn't notice him. As long as he didn't make a sound, Dong Qianqiu should run over. However, her current situation wasn't too good. There were still bloodstains on her chest. Was he going to let her pass without coming out to recognize him? At this moment, a low roar sounded from afar. Lan Xuanyu suddenly saw that within the ice mist released by Dong Qianqiu, a nimble figure suddenly pounced out. It went straight for Dong Qianqiu, who was running at high speed. It was a ferocious tiger with black and white patterns all over its body. It had a pair of wings on its back, and there were layers of black air currents surging around its body. There was a faint purple halo lingering in the air currents. Even the black and white patterns on its body were constantly surging, as if they were alive. This was sinister dark demon tiger? The patterns were 100 years old, the black mist was 1,000 years old, and the purple light was a sign that a dark demon had formed. This meant that the 4-meter-long tiger in front of him had a cultivation of at least 10,000 years. A 10,000-year sinister dark demon tiger? What kind of concept was that? Tigers were the kings of beasts. Amongst the tiger-type soul beasts, the dark fiend tiger was second only to the golden tiger king with the golden bloodline and the mutated dark fiend god tiger. It was one of the top-ranked soul beasts. Although it wasn't the strongest, it wasn't too far off. More importantly, this sinister dark demon tiger had a 10,000-year cultivation. How could 2-ringed and 3-ringed soul masters like them contend against a 10,000-year soul beast? As the sinister dark demon tiger pounced forward, the black mist around its body surged, and a fishy smell assaulted their faces. The surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by its massive body. Dong Qianqiu was obviously affected as her movements became sluggish. She could only barely turn around and throw an ice spear. The sinister dark demon tiger slapped the ice spear away. Its eyes flickered with a purple light and the surrounding light instantly dimmed. Dong Qianqiu's body was suddenly surrounded by a purplish-black light, leaving her nowhere to dodge. She was about to be swallowed. Dong Qianqiu was so frightened that her face turned pale. No matter how she struggled, her cultivation was still there. She had used all her strength to barely escape, but in the blink of an eye, it caught up to her again. It's over. She subconsciously closed her eyes. In front of an absolute expert, no matter how talented she was, it was useless. At this moment, the sinister dark demon tiger was pouncing on Dong Qianqiu under the tree where Lan Xuanyu was hiding. Dong Qianqiu could already feel the fishy wind blowing against her face. She held her breath and frowned. But right at this moment, she felt her waist tighten as if something was coiling around it. In the next moment, she suddenly shot out an ice spear in an attempt to injure her opponent at the last moment. More importantly, the moment her waist was coiled around, a familiar feeling came from the depths of her body. Her entire body was pulled up as if she was riding on the clouds. Her bloodline undulations suddenly burst forth. When her strength returned, her soul power surged and her bloodline boiled. She opened her eyes in shock and saw a perfectly straight golden patterned vine in front of her. In the next moment, Dong Qianqiu was already at the top of the tree. Their eyes met and she said in disbelief, "Why is it you?" Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly, "Actually, I also want to know the answer to this question." While they were talking, they both felt an extremely cold aura rising from below. The tree they were on had actually turned dark purple and was rapidly dissolving. The dark purple aura was also sweeping up. Lan Xuanyu pulled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and pulled Dong Qianqiu into his embrace. He tapped his toes on the tree trunk and suddenly leaped out. At the same time, the silver-patterned blue-silver grass in his left hand was flung out and flew to a tree branch 10 meters away. With a pull, the two of them flew up like a swing. Dong Qianqiu was tightly hugged by him, and the two people's bodies were close together. A breath that she had never felt before hit her in the face. It was a refreshing breath with some sunshine, causing her beautiful face to blush. The moment they flew away, the huge tree behind them had already disappeared like snow melting away. The massive sinister dark demon tiger abruptly raised its head and looked at the two people who were swinging with its cold eyes. It then let out a deafening tiger roar toward the sky. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the sounds of insects and birds disappeared in an instant. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu clearly felt a sense of fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Roar of terror. This was one of the sinister dark demon tiger's innate soul skills. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass seemed to have been stimulated by something and emitted a dazzling radiance. Lan Xuanyu only felt that at the same time that fear arose in his heart, the core of the gold and silver vortex in his chest suddenly lit up with a faint rainbow light. In an instant, the entire gold and silver vortex was dyed in a rainbow color. A wave of anger instantly appeared in Lan Xuanyu's perception. It was like a superior being provoked by a subordinate. He opened his mouth uncontrollably and let out a long dragon's roar towards the sky. Amidst the dragon's roar, Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned gold and silver respectively. The sinister dark demon tiger that was about to pounce heard the dragon's roar and immediately staggered as if it was struck by lightning. It almost fell to the ground. Its originally incomparably cold eyes suddenly revealed a trace of fear, and it actually didn't dare to pounce at the first moment. At this moment, Dong Qianqiu had a completely different feeling. She only felt that the moment fear arose in her heart, a dragon's roar that stimulated her entire body and made her blood boil rang out. Previously, the boy who was hugging her had only exuded a faint, pleasant scent of sunshine. However, at this moment, that scent had suddenly become incomparably intense, stimulating her bloodline and causing her to feel a little dizzy. Lan Xuanyu quickly recalled his silver-patterned blue-silver grass and threw another strand of silver-patterned blue-silver grass in front of him. Once again, it wrapped around a distant tree branch and swung the two of them as they quickly swept past. That dragon's roar made him feel carefree and unrestrained, and the gold and silver vortex in his body also began to rotate at high speed. The bloodline aura that had been weakened by the martial soul fusion skill seemed to have recovered. But he was very clear that his dragon's roar could completely intimidate Lu Qianxuan and allow him to win, but it might not be as effective against the sinister dark demon tiger. After all, the difference between the two of them was too great, and they could only run first before thinking about anything else. We can't run together, so we'll split up later. I'll lure it away, and you run in the other direction. Lan Xuanyu anxiously said in a low voice. Dong Qianqiu only woke up from her dizzy state after hearing his voice. Before she could speak, Lan Xuanyu's right arm suddenly exerted force and threw her in the other direction. At the same time, the golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around her waist transmitted its bloodline aura to her, injecting an intense and blazing aura into her body, causing her aura to soar. Let's go! Lan Xuanyu bellowed. The sinister dark demon tiger was too strong when the golden-patterned blue-silver grass was about to reach its limit, and they could only have a chance if they split up. And it was obvious that his dragon's roar had attracted the big guy to a greater extent, so the possibility of it chasing after them was higher. That was what he did when he faced the three-eyed witch ape. He lured it away and created a chance for Yi Lingtong to survive, but he was severely injured afterwards. Perhaps Yi Lingtong was grateful to him. After that, Lan Xuanyu finally woke up from his coma and met Yi Lingtong again in the elite junior class. When he called Yi Lingtong out alone to see if the blue-silver grass could strengthen her celestial dragon bloodline, she was pulled away by Lu Qianxuan. She chose to leave with Lu Qianxuan and didn't listen to Lan Xuanyu's explanation. It was after that incident that Lan Xuanyu completely distanced himself from her, and even the trace of camaraderie between them disappeared. And what made Lan Xuanyu extremely disappointed in her was the qualifier. He still chose to bring his companions to save her, but she repaid his kindness with ingratitude. Although everyone was still young, Lan Xuanyu really hated her selfishness and was even a little angry at that moment. Yi Lingtong was a very beautiful girl, and the two of them could be said to have grown up together. More or less, in Lan Xuanyu's heart, he still had feelings for her as a child. But it was also because of this that when Yi Lingtong disappointed him time and time again, and even betrayed him, how could he endure it? He was only an 11-year-old boy. When Lan Xuanyu sent Yi Lingtong out of the qualifier, did he regret it in his heart? He actually did regret it a little, and he still felt that he had let Yi Lingtong down. After all, no matter what she did wrong, she was still a girl. But when he was sent here to participate in the test, when Yi Lingtong's unreasonable and angry screams echoed in his ears, that little bit of guilt disappeared. Everything that happened between him and Yi Lingtong even caused Lan Xuanyu's attitude towards girls to worsen. But when he saw Dong Qianqiu in danger, he still didn't hesitate to help. It was a feeling of wanting to protect the other party. Furthermore, in his heart, Dong Qianxiu and Yi Lingtong were completely different. Lan Xuanyu actually knew that he had offended Dong Qianxiu quite badly in Heaven Do Planet, but when they were in danger and tried to summon her, she still came without hesitation. Just based on this point, in Lan Xuanyu's heart, she and Yi Lingtong were as different as heaven and earth. Facing a terrifying existence like the sinister dark demon tiger, he didn't have time to think about the consequences. He didn't think about whether he could escape or if he failed, would he implicate Lu Feng and Qian Lei and be eliminated? Everything was done subconsciously. He didn't have much time to think and only hoped to save her. However, just as Lan Xuanyu threw out the silver-patterned blue-silver grass again and was prepared to split up with Dong Qianxiu to help her lure the sinister dark demon tiger away, the loosened golden-patterned blue-silver grass suddenly tightened and a strong pulling force came, causing Lan Xuanyu's body to be pulled, to the extent that his silver-patterned blue-silver grass missed because of the distance. He turned his head in shock and saw a palm that was tightly grabbing onto his golden-patterned blue-silver grass. The strong pulling force pulled him over. Dong Qianxiu didn't even turn around to look at him. She only used one hand to slap on a nearby tree trunk. Icy mist pervaded the air and froze her palm to the tree trunk, allowing her to stick to it temporarily. "What are you doing? You can't even escape like this," Lan Xuanyu said in shock. She had already flown over the tree trunk and Lan Xuanyu was pulled to her side uncontrollably. "Come. Stop talking nonsense." Dong Qianxiu grabbed his arm and kicked the tree trunk with both her legs, bringing him forward. "Are you stupid?" Lan Xuanyu was a little anxious. The cold aura behind them was already approaching and the surrounding area was faintly surging with a dark purple light. With the sinister dark demon tiger's 10,000 years of cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape its perception range in a short period of time. If they fled in one direction, they would definitely be caught. Dong Qianxiu turned his head and looked at him stubbornly. "I'm a fool, so what?" At this moment, Lan Xuanyu clearly saw tears in the depths of her eyes. What's wrong with her? At this moment, he even felt that Dong Qianxiu's grip on his arm was a little too strong, causing him to feel pain. But Dong Qianxiu had already sped up. As soon as the two of them landed, she immediately pulled him forward quickly. Lan Xuanyu couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly exerted strength in his legs and sprinted forward with her. At the same time, he wrapped the golden-patterned blue-silver grass around her waist again. "Qianxiu, there is a situation that I have never tried before. That is to use two types of blue-silver grass to amplify at the same time. This might result in undesirable consequences, but it might be our only chance now," Lan Xuanyu said hurriedly. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass had different amplifications, each having their own merits. It wasn't that Lan Xuanyu hadn't thought of using two types of blue-silver grass to amplify at the same time. His first test subject was Qian Lei's Gate of Summoning, and then, the Gate of Summoning directly collapsed. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to test it on Lu Feng? What if Lu Feng's body collapsed? But at this moment, he and Dong Qianxiu were almost certain to die under the pursuit of the 10,000-year sinister dark demon tiger. This was also the Douluo world, so if he didn't fight now, when would he? Lan Xuanyu knew that even if he used his martial soul fusion technique, he wouldn't be able to stop the sinister dark demon tiger. Furthermore, Dong Qianxiu's cultivation was higher than his, so if they could use two types of amplifications, they might still have a chance of survival. "Come on," Dong Qianxiu said without hesitation. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and covered his left hand with the silver-patterned blue-silver grass before pressing it on Dong Qianxiu's shoulder. Dong Qianxiu also waited with rapt attention as she adjusted her aura. When Lan Xuanyu's left hand pressed on her shoulder, she felt a sudden change in the aura of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. One was blazing hot while the other was ice-cold. Two completely opposite auras instantly surged within her body. Dong Qianxiu's body was suddenly suffused with a layer of strange rainbow light, which stimulated her body to tremble violently. An indescribable fluctuation in the depths of her blood vessels suddenly erupted. Dong Qianxiu abruptly turned around, both of her eyes turning multicolored. With her body as the center, an extremely cold aura erupted. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, but it didn't turn into the dark purple color of the sinister dark demon tiger's body. Instead, it turned into a soul-stirring dark blue color. Within the dark blue light, a pair of extremely cold eyes seemed to rise in the air. At this moment, the rainbow light in Dong Qianqiu's eyes turned into an endless dark blue color. An extremely cold aura surged as the sinister dark demon tiger charged over. The sinister dark demon tiger's enormous body instantly froze, and a layer of dark blue light seemed to burst out from within. The dark blue light instantly retreated, and Dong Qianqiu's body went limp as she fell into Lan Xuanyu's embrace. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and she instantly turned into an ice sculpture. In that instant, the cold seemed to have caused his silver-patterned blue-silver grass to tremble. His deepest memory was white paper. Lan Xuanyu was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly hugged her tightly and ran away. The pair of extremely cold dark blue eyes behind Dong Qianqiu overlapped with her own eyes. He hugged Dong Qianqiu and ran away madly. At the same time, he withdrew his silver-patterned blue-silver grass and wrapped it around his golden-patterned blue-silver grass. The extremely cold aura erupted, and the 10,000-year sinister dark demon tiger was also frozen. He transmitted his bloodline aura to Dong Qianqiu, and at the same time, sensed the state of her body. At this moment, Dong Qianqiu was extremely weak, and could even be described as hanging by a thread. This feeling was similar to Lan Xuanyu after he used his martial soul fusion skill. Even Lan Xuanyu didn't expect that it would actually succeed. To be able to freeze the 10,000-year sinister dark demon tiger, it could be seen how powerful that attack was. Lan Xuanyu ran madly, and even he didn't know how far he had run. When he gradually came to a stop, his aura also became much calmer. Dong Qianqiu fell into a deep sleep. Due to the continuous infusion of his bloodline power, her aura had already recovered a bit, and she was also slightly calmer. Her long eyelashes drooped down on her eyelids, her skin was tender and delicate, and her delicate face was just inches away. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but think of the scene when he bullied her in Heaven Do Planet. This was the first time he saw Dong Qianqiu so delicate. Looking at her, he suddenly had a feeling of wanting to love her from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Dong Qianqiu's words were still echoing in his mind, "I am stupid, so what?" These simple words deeply shook Lan Xuanyu's heart. In that kind of situation, she didn't choose to escape by herself. Instead, she chose to stay with him and face everything together. Lan Xuanyu gradually stopped in his tracks and looked around. This was still a dense forest, but for some reason, everything around him had a kind of serene feeling. Lan Xuanyu silently condensed his mental energy and strengthened his perception. At this moment, suddenly, everything around him dimmed. Lan Xuanyu discovered that he couldn't move at all. His entire body was frozen in place, and everything in front of him was like a special illusion. What's wrong? What happened? His thoughts were still there, but he couldn't do anything. A strange red light suddenly appeared, as if it had descended from the sky and shone on Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu immediately left Lan Xuanyu's embrace and slowly floated up. Then, she stood beside him, but her eyes were still closed, and she didn't move at all. "Welcome to my world." A figure slowly walked out from the pitch-black darkness. It was an extremely strange soul beast. At least, Lan Xuanyu had never seen it in any literature before. That strange soul beast's lower body was like a horse, but its upper body was raised like a human's, a bit like the legendary centaur. Only, it had two heads, one with a malevolent appearance, and the other with a kind appearance. The malevolent one had the appearance of a man, and the kind one had the appearance of a woman. "Who are you?" Lan Xuanyu blurted out. The malevolent head of the strange soul beast let out an unpleasant "ga-ga" sound. "Good and evil will be repaid in the end, we are the good and evil centaurs. Don't try to struggle, your struggles are meaningless. This is our world. Even if 100,000-year soul beast comes here, it will still have to follow our rules." "Then what are your rules?" Lan Xuanyu calmed down at this moment. After discovering that he couldn't struggle at all, he could only face it. The kind-looking female head of the good and evil centaur said, "Here, you have to make a choice. We ask questions, and you make the choice. Then, you will accept the result of your choice." The malevolent male head let out a ga sound and said, "Your luck is very bad, today it is my turn to ask questions. My question is, if only one of the two of you can live, would you choose her or you? If you choose her, I will kill you. If you choose to live, I will immediately kill her." Ga, interesting, really interesting. I like to see you humans in pain because of my question. Lan Xuanyu curled his lips in disdain. Why should I be in pain? This is only the Douluo world, a virtual world. Even if I die, to me, my greatest regret is that I lost the chance to enter the Shrek Academy. Kill me, let her live. Seeing that he didn't have any expression of pain, the malevolent head of the good and evil centaur seemed to be very dissatisfied, and let out a ga sound. "We can read your mind, your heart is still in pain. Because of your withdrawal, your teammates can't enter that Shrek Academy you mentioned, right? Don't you feel guilty at all? For a woman, you gave up on your teammates. This is called valuing a woman over a friend. It's not too late to change your mind." Lan Xuanyu's expression immediately changed, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "I don't need to change my mind. If it wasn't for her help, we would have been defeated during the selection and might have been eliminated. Furthermore, I believe in Shrek Academy's fairness. They won't affect my outstanding teammates just because I was eliminated. As for myself, I still have another chance next year. Therefore, I chose to let her live." The kind head and the evil head looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The evil head once again looked at Lan Xuanyu and said fiercely, "Fine, then you can go die." He suddenly raised his hand and a red lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking Lan Xuanyu's body and turning him into ashes. The kind head waved his hand and a white light fell on Dong Qianqiu's body. Dong Qianqiu immediately opened his eyes, but they were filled with anger. "You heard what he said just now. He chose to let you live, so he died. Now, you have to make the same choice. Let him live or let yourself live. If you choose him, you will die. We can bring him back to life. If you choose to live, he will be completely dead." The kind head said coldly. Dong Qianqiu said angrily, "Kill me. Let him live. So what if I don't enter Shrek Academy? I am still me. The relationship between the two of you doesn't seem to be that harmonious." The evil head tried to say. Dong Qianqiu looked at them coldly. "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If you want to kill me, then kill me." After saying that, he closed his eyes. The kind head and evil head looked at each other again, their gazes strange. The evil head raised his hand and a red lightning bolt descended from the sky, landing on Dong Qianqiu's head and turning him into ashes. What's wrong with children these days? One is too smart, the other is too stubborn. The evil head said helplessly. The kind head giggled. It's quite interesting. I don't believe that they don't have desires. In the future, watch how I provoke their desires. These two children are quite interesting. The fusion technique they used together just now was really powerful. It was at least close to the level of a six-ring soul master. Have they both been accepted? The evil head said, "All right, I'm too lazy anyway. You do as you see fit. I just want to sleep now." However, that kid is very smart. He probably guessed that we were deliberately set up by the academy and even used words to mock us. His intelligence is close to that of a demon. He is so cunning at such a young age. We need to observe him more and give him more experience. Let him understand what the great path is. The kind head said, "Lazy, just be lazy. When they come to the academy for the next step of the inspection, we will see. In any case, I think they are quite interesting. Let me help them and create some opportunities for them. He. When they can't stop themselves from each other, I will have a chance to torture them further. He. The evil head said in annoyance, "Up to you." Although these two little fellows aren't very strong, their potential is still good. Let's leave it at that. The simulation pod opened. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a long time before he slowly sat up. Outside the pod, there were many pairs of concerned eyes. Not only were Lu Feng and Qian Lei there, but Ji Hongbin, Yin Tianfan, and Mu Zhongtian were also there. How was it? Qian Lei pulled Lan Xuanyu up and asked anxiously. Lan Xuanyu's expression was a little strange. I don't know either. It's a little strange. This test didn't take long. Logically speaking, I seem to have failed. But the last part was too strange. I think it might be a test of one's temperament. Did you know? I met Dong Qianxiu inside. Ah? Xianlei looked at him in shock. How did you meet her? Looking at the teachers, Lan Xuanyu immediately recounted the process of the previous test. After listening to his narration, Ji Hongbin was the first to relax. Yin Tianfan also chuckled and said to Ji Hongbin, I told you, this kid has a bottom line. If I didn't guess wrongly, that good and evil centaur at the end was a soul beast that didn't exist at all. It should have been role-playing by the teachers of the academy. You handled it very well. Ji Hongbin nodded and said concisely, it shouldn't be a big problem. At least there shouldn't be a problem for him to participate in the semifinals. That's great. Qianlei exclaimed excitedly. He nudged Lu Feng beside him and laughed. We can go to the mother planet together and go to Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. I'm still a little uneasy. Let's wait until it's really announced. Mu Zhongtian immediately said, I'll go and contact them now and see what Shrek has to say. Ji Hongbin said in a deep voice, Xian Yu, you have to learn from your mistakes. Remember this lesson. No matter what, you have to be upright. You can't just play petty tricks. True wisdom is always an open scheme. Surprisingly, Yin Tianfan, who always liked to disagree with him, didn't say anything this time. Lan Xuanyu nodded seriously. Yes, Teacher Ji. I'll remember. I'll take note in the future. Although he had a clear conscience, the problem this time was indeed caused by himself. At least it made him understand that emotions would affect his judgment. There was no doubt that the Shrek Academy's qualifiers were a competition as well as a rare training opportunity. All the students who went through the qualifiers would more or less grow because of this test. Mu Zhongtian quickly brought back the news. Just as Ji Hongbin and Yin Tianfan had judged, Lan Xuanyu was allowed to participate in the next round of the semifinals. However, as the first place, they should have been able to draw a prize. Shrek Academy didn't explain the reason. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Lan Xuanyu finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could still fight for the reward in the future, but if he didn't have this opportunity, he would have to wait for another year. The ones who heaved a sigh of relief were Qianlei and Lu Feng. They were clear that even if they were allowed to participate in the semifinals, without Lan Xuanyu, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of entering Shrek Academy to further their studies. Frenzy, let's give it a try. Let's see if two types of blue-silver grass can buff you at the same time. After confirming that they could participate in the semifinals, Lan Xuanyu immediately thought of this important matter. If it wasn't for his sudden buff that allowed Dong Qianxiu to complete that special martial soul fusion skill, how could they have escaped from the jaws of the 10,000-year sinister dark demon tiger? Lan Xuanyu thought of a name for that martial soul fusion skill. For the time being, he would call it the deep blue gaze. Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei and Lu Feng into the simulation pod. But after a while, they came out. Lu Feng's face was clearly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Lan Xuanyu's expression was a little strange. Yes, it was really too miserable. When Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned and silver-patterned blue-silver grass were used on Lu Feng at the same time, the corners of Qianlei's mouth twitched. During the buff, Lu Feng exploded. His entire body exploded and was blown to pieces. His entire body first inflated like a balloon before exploding with a bang. Fortunately, they were in the simulation pod, so the pain wasn't that great. But even so, Lu Feng still felt an intense fear. Lan Xuanyu didn't understand why it was successful on Dong Qianxiu, but failed on Lu Feng. Moreover, it failed so miserably. Although it also failed on Qianlei, it was only the gate of summoning that was broken. Don't try it on me again. It's too scary, Lu Feng said, trembling. Kaka, I need to study it a bit more. Lan Xuanyu said thoughtfully, thinking about the fusion of his two types of blue-silver grass. Currently, he was the only one who could use this martial soul fusion skill, and he had succeeded on Dong Qianxiu. However, it had consumed a lot of her energy, and she had fainted. that's right, we have to go in again. Qianlei, come with me. I need to contact Dong Qianxiu. The simulation pod is the safest place. No matter what happens, it will only happen in the virtual world. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei returned to the Douluo world and entered the training grounds. The gate of summoning was opened and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Qianlei as he attempted to summon Dong Qianxiu. 1,000? Soon, a familiar voice came from the other side of the gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu didn't know why, but when he heard this voice, he felt at ease. Are you all right? Lan Xuanyu asked with concern. I'm fine. Did you make it? Slender legs appeared first, followed by Dong Qianxiu, who was dressed in a white school uniform and had long, dark blue hair draped behind her head, stepping out from the gate. Their eyes met, and an indescribable feeling arose from the bottom of their hearts. Although they were in the virtual world of the simulation pod, the experience of going through life and death together had imperceptibly brought them closer. Seeing Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianxiu's mind immediately recalled the scene of him throwing her out and luring the sinister dark demon tiger away, as well as the feeling of being summoned by the two types of blue-silver grass on her body. When Lan Xuanyu looked at her, he thought of her forcefully pulling him to her side and going through thick and thin with him. What are the two of you looking at? There's a story, there's a story. Qianlei looked from one side to the other. Ka. Lan Xuanyu coughed and lowered his head slightly to avoid Dong Qianxiu's gaze. Dong Qianxiu turned her head and looked at Qianlei. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking for a beating? Qianlei shrunk his neck and laughed mischievously. Okay, I won't say anything. You guys keep watching. Did you pass the test? Dong Qianxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded. I passed, but I was disqualified from the lottery for first place. What about you? Dong Qianxiu said, there was a ridiculous extra round. Originally, I had already been specially recruited, but they said that I affected the fairness of your assessment, so they revoked my qualifications to be specially recruited. They even asked me to take another round, and then I met you. In the end, I passed the test, but I wasn't first place, so I didn't get any prizes. You weren't first place? Lan Xuanyu looked at her in surprise. In his mind, Dong Qianxiu's individual combat strength was quite strong. Dong Qianxiu's expression was a bit serious. Yes. I wasn't first. There are really many monster-like people, just like that four-ringed person you met before. From what I know, there are 2 four-ringed people in Heaven Do planet, and they are especially strong. I'm not their match. And there seems to be someone even stronger on the mother planet. I really wonder if they are freaks. Everyone's age is about the same, how can it be? The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Stop complaining. Look at me, my soul power is only at rank 20, and I'm already at this level? You have a sense of crisis, what about me? Looks like Shrek's second round won't be easy to pass. Qianlei couldn't take it anymore. Hey, I'm still here, and you're saying I'm weak. Can't you leave me some face? Dong Qianxiu said, do your best. But to be honest, your teammates are a bit weak. Dong Qianxiu rolled her eyes. I'm saying it in front of you. I won't talk behind your back, okay, there's still some time before the second round, so you have to make yourself stronger. Although the second round is still done in groups, not everyone in the group will be selected to be in the top 30. Many times, it depends on the individual's ability. Qianlei's face fell. He knew his own ability very well. It could be said that if it wasn't for Lan Xuanyu, he wouldn't have had a chance to stand out. The only thing he could count on was the uniqueness of his martial soul. Lan Xuanyu said, do you know what will be tested in the second round? Dong Qianxiu shook his head. I don't know the details, but the teachers in our academy said that Shrek Academy's second round often tests some strange things. Also, you have to report the direction you want to major and minor in the future during the assessment. This is also very important. Sometimes, if the major and minor you report are less popular, it will be easier to be accepted. So you have to think about it beforehand. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Thank you. This news is very important. Dong Qianxiu said, what will you major in? What will you minor in? Lan Xuanyu said, is Shrek Academy's classification the same as our current academies? I hope to develop towards battle armor and mecha duo mecha master and interstellar command in the future. Interstellar command? Dong Qianxiu looked at him in surprise. Qianlei immediately assisted from the side. That's right. Our Xianyu knows how to pilot a space warship. I also learned the basics of interstellar command. Lan Xuanyu said, I like the vast universe. But it's impossible to roam the universe with just one's strength. So I like space warships and hope to become a space warship commander in the future. Dong Qianxiu nodded. I understand. Then I suggest you major in Duo Mecha Master and minor in Interstellar Command. From what I know, in Shrek Academy, the Interstellar Command is considered less popular. However, Duo Mecha Master is definitely the mainstream. Shrek mainly cultivates individual combat power and small team combat power. Lan Xuanyu nodded. I should choose that. I just don't know if I have enough energy. Dong Qianxiu said, everything depends on effort. Shrek should be a completely different place. The #1 academy for tens of thousands of years. It has nurtured too many outstanding talents. Speaking up to this point, there was a hint of contemplation in her eyes, as if she was recalling something. It's about time, Qianlei reminded. Dong Qianxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu. Then let's meet at Shrek Academy. Okay, see you at Shrek Academy. Remember that you still owe me 3 conditions. Ah? I thought you forgot. Look, I saved you too. Remember the 3 conditions you owe me. When Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei returned to the real world, a strong sense of fatigue engulfed their entire bodies. The qualifiers were too tough for them, especially for Lan Xuanyu. When the 3 of them returned to the dorm, the sound of even breathing could be heard in dorm 333. The 3 of them slept for a full 24 hours before they woke up in satisfaction. The final results of the Heaven Luo Planet qualifiers were announced. Lan Xuanyu's team won the championship once again, while Bing Tianxu's team won 2nd place. In the entire Tianluo College, only Lan Xuanyu's team managed to advance. The other teams were all eliminated. This was the cruel part of the qualifiers. It was definitely not an easy task to stand out among the peers in Heaven Luo Planet. And through his chat with Dong Qianxiu, Lan Xuanyu understood that the competition in Heaven Luo Planet was not considered intense. The competition in Heaven Do Planet was even more intense, and there were probably even more powerful peers on the mother planet. The next round of Shrek Academy's internal examination was the most difficult test that everyone had to face. It was definitely not an easy task to enter the top 30. What surprised Lan Xuanyu was that Liang Shushi's team, which they defeated in the qualifiers, was ranked 10th and advanced. Perhaps it was because they had accumulated enough points in the previous rounds. The second test would be held in Shrek Academy on the mother planet in a month's time. Taking into account the distance, they would set off in 20 days. Tianluo College announced that this year's elite junior class would end. All the students who failed to stand out in the qualifiers would be dispersed to various classes and skip 3 years to continue their studies in an intermediate Spirit Master Academy. After all, even though they did not qualify, their standards were far superior to their peers. As for Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng, Ji Hongbin would be personally responsible for the special training for 20 days. They had won great glory for the academy in the qualifiers, so the academy naturally had high hopes for them. First of all, they gave him a lot of support in terms of treatment. All the expenses to Douluo Planet would be reimbursed by the academy. Furthermore, they would be treated as business class on a spaceship. This was the 3rd-class cabin, which was much better than the 5th-class cabin that Lan Xuanyu had sat in before. Secondly, the academy had specially purchased a batch of rare ingredients for them. There were even some heaven and earth grade items, and they had hired specialized nutritionists to prepare nutritious meals for them. For Tianluo College, whether or not they could get into the Shrek Academy was very important. This would determine whether or not Tianluo College could send teachers to the Shrek Academy to further their studies. At the same time, if there were 1 or even 3 students from Shrek Academy, then Tianluo College's prestige would allow them to purchase tickets to the Spirit Ascension platform. They would be able to greatly increase their strength along with Ji Hong. After 10 days of special training, Ben would enter the Spirit Ascension platform and work hard to improve his strength. Opening an exclusive training ground would cost 5 Douluo coins per hour. This virtual currency was obtained from a certain Douluo world. At this moment, Ji Hongbin stood on one side of the training ground, while Lan Xuanyu stood on the other side. In a sense, this was much more valuable than Federation coins. Starting today, I will give you 10 days of special training. The special training will be similar to that of Qian Lei and Lu Feng. It will be simple, but it will also be painful. You must persevere until the very last second. Do you understand? Ji Hongbin said in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu and the others looked at each other. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. What did he mean by persevering until the very last second? Due to the great Demon King's prestige, none of them dared to ask. Ji Hongbin continued, whether it is during cultivation or in our daily lives, we are all one. When faced with external things, we will either accept or reject them. When pressure comes, everyone will have their own resistance. Whether it is physically or mentally, we will have our own way of resisting it. Every time the pressure is removed, we will improve. This way, we will be able to deal with it better the next time we face it. That is why there is a saying, without pressure, people are as light as a feather. Therefore, the special training for you is to stimulate your own potential through resisting pressure. Are you ready? Qian Lei couldn't help but ask, Teacher Ji, what kind of pressure is it? Ji Hongbin looked at him meaningfully. You will know soon. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. At this moment, he was about 10 meters away from Lan Xuanyu and the others. This step only covered half a meter. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. A fear that came from the depths of their hearts spontaneously arose. In their eyes, Ji Hongbin's body seemed to have suddenly expanded. An incomparably enormous pressure came crashing down on them. The three of them were unable to move in an instant. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had returned to the time when he was facing the good and evil centaur. The pressure came from all directions, not just mentally, but physically as well. Tianluo College had always said that Ji Hongbin was the strongest person in the college. But in reality, none of them had ever seen Teacher Ji in action. This was the first time the three of them had seen Teacher Ji in action. When the enormous pressure was produced, the three of them were shocked. Their soul power had a reaction to the pressure, and so did their bloodline power. But the pressure was too great, and it made them feel very painful. They felt as if their bodies were about to collapse. Lu Feng's right arm was burning. The Silvermoon Wolf's right arm soul bone automatically protected its owner. He could clearly feel that every blood vessel in his body was contracting under this pressure. He felt as if his entire body was lacking blood supply. It was the exact opposite of Lan Xuanyu's 2 types of blue-silver grass amplification. This was because one was directed outward, while the other was directed inward. Ji Hongbin took a small step forward and stood still. Soul rings began to rise from his feet one after another. And behind him, an enormous black shadow gradually appeared. As the black shadow grew larger, the fear in Lan Xuanyu and the others' hearts rapidly increased. They felt as if their bodies were about to collapse under the pressure. But compared to the enormous pressure their bodies were enduring, their hearts were extremely shaken. What did 8 soul rings mean? She was a soul Douluo. Furthermore, 6 of his soul rings were at the 10,000-year level. Simply put, if Teacher Ji had been the one facing the sinister dark demon tiger in the exam, he would have been able to subdue it easily. Other than Teacher Nana and Prince Yu, whose strength was unknown, Teacher Ji was definitely the strongest person Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. While enduring the enormous pressure, Lan Xuanyu wondered if Teacher Ji could be like Prince Yu, defeating a battleship in space. I must ask him when I return. That kind of pressure was simply too strong. The first one to collapse was Qian Lei. This was because his main ability was that his body couldn't take it anymore when he had this thought. He didn't possess any fighting strength and could only rely on his soul power and spiritual power to resist. His spiritual power wasn't too bad, but his soul power cultivation wasn't high. His body was also very ordinary, so how could he withstand it? His mouth and nose began to bleed, and his body trembled as he collapsed. Lu Feng's situation was slightly better than Qian Lei's because he had an additional right arm bone. However, he was an agility-type soul master and his body wasn't strong enough. Only Lan Xuanyu's situation was the best. With his twin martial souls and his extraordinary physique, he was barely able to withstand it. When there was pressure, there would be resistance. Just like when he faced the sinister Dark Demon Tiger's roar of terror, when the fear and pressure reached its peak, the gold and silver vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest suddenly spun violently, and a dragon's roar came out. Ong! Amidst the impassioned dragon's roar, he was barely able to withstand the pressure. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand, and 2 strands of golden-patterned blue-silver grass flew out. They wrapped around Qianlei and Lu Feng's waists, and with the power of their bloodlines, they were able to stand up straight with great difficulty. Under the immense pressure, the 3 of them were able to stand firm again. All of them clenched their teeth and resisted. Ji Hongbin's eyes flashed with astonishment. His martial soul emphasized aura. Even if he was just an outer courtyard student, he must have had some outstanding points to be able to be chosen by the Shrek Academy. His original plan was to use his pressure to cause the 3 of them to collapse, and let them truly feel the intensity of the pressure when facing a top-notch expert. Then, after reviving, he would gradually increase the pressure, and let them unleash their potential under pressure. However, he didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu would actually be able to resist his pressure, and even release his martial soul to strengthen the other 2, blocking it for a moment. No wonder they were able to stand out in the qualifiers. They indeed had their own advantages. A faint smile appeared on Ji Hongbin's face. However, the smile on his face was so cold in the eyes of Lan Xuanyu and the other 2. In the next moment, the figure behind Ji Hongbin suddenly became clear. It was a huge and sturdy human over 10 meters tall. He wore a pitch-black armor, and even his face was covered by a helmet. He held a huge spear in his hand. Ji Hongbin stomped his right foot on the ground, and purple flames immediately rose from the pitch-black figure behind him. A terrifying aura instantly erupted, and it was an indescribable feeling of immense fear. An earth-shattering pressure came crashing down in an instant. Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 widened their eyes almost at the same time. Then, blood spurted out of their 7 orifices at the same time. With a boom, they all exploded into fine powder. Ji Hongbin looked at the rain of blood that was crushed by his pressure and nodded in satisfaction. The title of Great Demon King didn't come from the students, but also from the teachers. At the very beginning, it was spread by those who truly understood him. His martial soul was the Dread Knight. It was an extremely rare martial soul that could be considered an evil martial soul. However, under the guidance of the Shrek Academy, his martial soul could be said to be used properly. Not only was there no evil, but it was even the opposite. Extreme misfortune turned to joy, and it had nurtured his incomparably upright character. Even with Yin Tianfan's pride, he was helpless in front of him. Naturally, it was not only because of his temper, but also because of his strength. Even though he only had 8 rings, his fighting strength was not inferior to that of a normal-titled Douluo. He was from Shrek Academy. Even what he did just now was only the tip of the iceberg of his formidable strength. When Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 resurrected outside the training ground, they were still in a daze. It was a feeling of being completely frozen, as if the cells in their bodies had completely stopped moving. What did it feel like to have your body crushed by pressure? Even if the pain was very low in the simulated world, it was definitely not a wonderful experience. It was as if a road roller had run over your body, and then everything in your body had collapsed. Lan Xuanyu's experience was different from Qianlei and Lu Feng's. In that instant, in a situation where he was completely invincible, he felt as if his body had shrunk, completely shrunk inwards, as if he had instantly merged with the rainbow core in his chest. In the next instant, the pain disappeared, and when his body resurrected here, it was as if everything had unfolded from the rainbow core and was here again. What kind of feeling was this? Lan Xuanyu was puzzled. This was the simulated world, and resurrection was very normal. But what was the feeling he had just now? Furthermore, there was a change that felt like destruction followed by reconstruction. The gold and silver bloodlines in his body were clearly agitated and conflicted with each other, and he had to use his willpower to forcefully suppress them before they gradually calmed down. And the rainbow core in his chest seemed to have dimmed a little. But he could also feel that it was not the consumption of his origin, but some kind of energy had been consumed, and it was gradually recovering by absorbing the power of his bloodline, and was recovering in the direction of its optimal state. This was a feeling that came from the unseen world, and even Lan Xuanyu himself couldn't tell if it was real or an illusion. But this feeling was deeply imprinted in his heart, leaving a deep impression in his heart. Again. Ji Hongbin silently appeared in front of them, and with a wave of his hand, the three of them were teleported back to the training ground with him. This time, he did not even say a word, and directly released his aura to suppress the three of them. But compared to the previous time, it was clearly gentler this time. At least he did not release his full aura right from the start, causing them to quickly collapse. Under the pressure, the three of them had rich expressions. They respectively released their soul power and martial souls, and Lan Xuanyu's amplification, bitterly resisting. The previous attack had indeed left a shadow in their hearts. They did not even know what Teacher Ji's martial soul was. The feeling of being crushed was simply too terrifying, and no one would want to experience it again. Thus, they used all their strength to resist. For a moment, the veins on their foreheads bulged, and they used all their strength to resist. And this was exactly what Ji Hongbin wanted to see. Then, Lan Xuanyu and the other two began to experience the feeling of being on a roller coaster. Ji Hongbin's aura became stronger, and when their bodies were about to collapse, the aura suddenly weakened, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. The blood and qi in their bodies became extremely chaotic, and so did their soul power. When they finally adjusted a little and thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, the aura suddenly increased, and quickly pushed them to their limits. It was truly torturous to the point where they wanted to die, and they could not stop. Ji Hongbin just stood there, but he had truly transformed into an omnipotent and terrifying demon king. He used his aura like it was his own arm, causing the three little youths to be thoroughly tortured. The three of them did not even know how they returned to the dormitory, and their mental exhaustion could not be recovered even after leaving the simulation pod. When they woke up, they only felt their entire bodies aching, and their brains were in pain as if they were being pricked by needles. Then, they welcomed a nourishing feast with heavenly treasures. After the feast, they finally felt a little better, and were brought back into the simulation pod by Ji Hongbin. And so the cycle continued. In any case, the three of them felt that these 10 days were simply like hell. They only vaguely remembered that Ji Hongbin said that during space travel, it was time for them to rest and recover. After 10 days, they rested for 2 days. To Lan Xuanyu and the other two, these 2 days of rest were actually just 2 days of sleep. When they finally recovered, they were personally sent to a place in the center of Heaven Luo City by Mu Zhongtian. It was a tall tower, a majestic tower. From the outside, it looked like it had 9 floors and was spread out in all directions. It occupied a large area, and there was a large circle of beautiful greenery surrounding it in the center. Yes, this was the Spirit Pagoda. Lan Xuanyu had only heard of it, but had never been to this place. Normally, when a soul master's cultivation reached a bottleneck, he would need to fuse with a spirit soul and then fuse with a soul ring from the spirit soul. A spirit soul could have 1 or more soul rings attached to it. And the Spirit Pagoda was the place to obtain spirit souls. They imitated the abilities of soul beasts and created man-made spirit souls. This was also the reason why humans were able to coexist peacefully with soul beasts, as they no longer needed to hunt soul beasts to strengthen themselves. However, this was extremely unfamiliar to Lan Xuanyu because he had never fused with any spirit soul before. His soul rings were naturally produced. Hence, it was his first time coming to the Spirit Pagoda. The three of them each held a card in their hands. These were the tickets to the Spirit Ascension platform in the Spirit Pagoda. Every ticket could only be entered once. What kind of place was the Spirit Ascension platform? It was similar to their training in the qualifiers. Inside the Spirit Ascension platform, it was also a simulation of a soul beast forest with a large number of soul beasts. These soul beasts had energy in their bodies, and by killing them, one could obtain a portion of the energy to fuse with one's body. It would fuse with one's soul ring. In other words, if you had a 10-year soul ring and killed enough soul beasts, you could possibly advance to a 100-year soul ring. And so on and so forth. It was the same for soul bones. They could also absorb the energy inside. The Spirit Ascension platform could be used continuously because the Spirit Pagoda spent a huge amount of effort to fuse external energy into it. It even contained some of the mysteries of the spatial laws. As for what it was exactly, it was one of the Spirit Pagoda's top secrets. Every year, only a small number of people could enter with a ticket. Hence, one could imagine how precious these tickets were. One of them was the prize that Lan Xuanyu's team had won, while the other one was bought by the academy with a huge sum of money. It was to allow them to strengthen themselves before they entered the Shrek Academy. Mu Zhongtian brought the three of them into the Spirit Pagoda. The bottom 2 floors of the Spirit Pagoda were open to the public, especially soul masters. They could purchase spirit souls here. If they purchased rare spirit souls, they could enter the higher floors. The hall on the first floor was wide and octagonal. The decoration style was mainly made of stone, and the ceiling was decorated with colorful murals of various soul beasts. It was obvious that there was a story behind it. Lan Xuanyu recognized that the current story was a scene of an ancient city being attacked by tens of thousands of soul beasts. In that era, it should be called the Beast Tide. The most eye-catching thing was a huge black dragon soaring in the sky. It had golden eyes, and all the soul beasts were attacking the human cities under its command. On top of the city walls, many human soul masters were unleashing all sorts of soul skills to resist the attacks of the soul beasts. That magnificent scene, that epic war, was completely presented on the screen, giving people a feeling of shock. It wasn't the first time that Lu Feng and Qianlei had been here. Naturally, they weren't too surprised. However, Lan Xuanyu was deeply shocked. While he was astonished, there was also a special feeling in his heart, as if he should be the one commanding the thousands of soul beasts. Perhaps he was born to be a commander, so he chose the Interstellar Command Department. Lan Xuanyu thought in his heart. Mu Zhongtian saw that Lan Xuanyu had been staring at the drawings on the ceiling and smiled. This mural shows the scene of the Beast Tide attacking the human cities on the mother planet 20,000 years ago. At that time, our soul tools had just been invented and weren't strong enough. The soul beasts might have sensed the danger, so they attacked us recklessly in an attempt to weaken us. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. For a long period of time, the soul beasts were gradually suppressed by us and were even on the verge of extinction. The Spirit Pagoda used this as a lesson to let us understand the meaning of coexisting peacefully with the soul beasts. They are also a part of the mother planet. When we are strong enough and don't have to worry about the harm they bring, we should coexist peacefully with these species. The founder of the Spirit Pagoda also invented spirit souls because of this. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded. Let's go. We have to hurry. The longer you guys can stay in the Spirit Ascension platform, the more advantageous it will be for you guys. Mu Zhongtian smiled. There were still 8 days before the spaceship to the Shrek Academy took off. This was relatively sufficient. However, the Academy naturally hoped that Lan Xuanyu and the rest could stay in the Spirit Ascension platform for a longer period of time. To maximize the effectiveness of these 3 tickets, Mu Zhongtian familiarly led them towards the elevator. At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Lan Xuanyu? This voice was relatively unfamiliar, but it accurately called out Lan Xuanyu's name. Everyone turned around in shock and instantly saw 4 people walking into the Spirit Pagoda's hall. Among the 4 people, Lan Xuanyu recognized 3 of them. Seeing them, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng's expressions became a little strange. Other than a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s, the other 3 people were familiar, and they were the ones who were miserably tricked by Lan Xuanyu. Weren't they being Tian Liang, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui from Ling Tian Academy? However, weren't they supposed to be in Ling Tian Continent? Why did they come to Tianluo Continent? And even to Tianluo City? Could it be that they were here to denounce him? Mu Zhongtian didn't recognize the 3 of them and looked at Lan Xuanyu in confusion. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. The second place of the qualifier, being Tian Liang and his team. The one with 4 rings. Mu Zhongtian instantly understood and had the same doubts as Lan Xuanyu. Why did Bing Tian Liang and his team come here? They should have set off directly from Ling Tian City. There were 2 continents in Heaven Luo Planet and the 2 largest cities, Tianluo City and Ling Tian City. Both cities had space centers, which meant that Bing Tianliang and his team could fly directly from Ling Tian City to the mother planet and didn't need to come to Tianluo City at all. In that case, what was the purpose of their trip? And they even came to the Spirit Pagoda. It's good that I bumped into you guys. Bing Tianliang walked up quickly. He looked very calm and seemed to have forgotten about being tricked by Lan Xuanyu in the qualifier. Lan Xuanyu nodded at him. Hello. Lin Donghui and Yu Tian looked at Lan Xuanyu strangely. They couldn't forget the scene of being tricked by Lan Xuanyu in the Soul World qualifier. There were only 3 or 4 of them, but they tricked their team of 9 people, 3 groups, and 1 group from another academy. In the end, only Bing Tianliang was left. And he could even take away all the points. Hello. It's good that we bumped into you here. Can I talk to you for a minute? I originally wanted to wait until we reached the Spirit Ascension platform before looking for you when we set off. Now that we've bumped into each other, we can talk to you. You guys aren't going to the Spirit Ascension platform too, right? Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, it seems to be such a coincidence. You guys came here specifically to find us? Bing Tianliang nodded and said, yes, we came here specifically to find you. Don't worry, we're not here for revenge. After all, that's the qualifier. Lan Xuanyu shrugged. I guessed it. You guys have already qualified, so there's nothing to take revenge for. At most, we'll meet at the Shrek Academy semifinals. Bing Tianliang looked at his beautiful face, full of gentleness, and big eyes that seemed harmless to humans and animals. He suddenly had the urge to go up and punch him. This guy always looked a little innocent, but when he schemed against others, it was called sinister. Before the end of the qualifier, he was really angered to death by him. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been so angry. Mu Zhongtian looked at the middle-aged man on the other side. That middle-aged man nodded at him and gestured with his eyes before making a please gesture. The 2 middle-aged men then walked to the side to have a private conversation. They left this side to the young man. This was the Spirit Pagoda, they couldn't possibly fight here. Please speak. Lan Xuanyu nodded at Bing Tianke. Bing Tianliang calmed down his emotions from seeing Lan Xuanyu again and said in a deep voice, it's very simple, I specially came to look for you because I hope to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Lan Xuanyu raised his brows slightly. Does this guy really not bear grudges at all? Bing Tianke said calmly, to be honest, I hate you and can't wait to beat you up. Do you know? Originally, we were confident that at least 4 groups would qualify for the next round, but because of you, only 2 groups qualified. There are many people in our academy who hate you. But because of this, I understand the difference between you and us in certain aspects. Your strength isn't much, but your brain is good enough, so let's cooperate. Lan Xuanyu squinted his eyes. You don't even know what Shrek Academy's second round test is about, how are we going to cooperate? Bing Tianke said, no matter what the test is about, there will definitely be a comprehensive quality content. Shrek's test has always been based on actual combat. Our cooperation is very simple, in terms of combat, we can help you, but in terms of strategizing, we need your advice. Lan Xuanyu looked at him deeply. You don't seem like someone without confidence. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be too difficult to qualify for the second round test, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're doing this for the other group? Bing Tianke's gaze focused, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Yes. Actually, it's mainly for one person. She's my younger sister who grew up with me, and I hope to always be able to protect her and let her enter Shrek with me. You've seen her strength, and it's a little difficult to rely on her own strength. I can help her, but just in case, I'd like your help, and we'll help you. Everyone was from Heaven Luo planet. Now that they were at the Shrek Academy, they should be united. Only then did Lan Xuanyu realize why this person in front of him had erupted after he had killed Liang Shushi in the qualifiers. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. Moreover, it seemed that Bing Tiandu valued Shusher very much. Lan Xuanyu said, she didn't come with you this time? Bing Tianke said, he's here. When the time comes, we will depart from Heaven Luo City to the mother planet with you. However, only 3 people can enter the Spirit Ascension platform, so she didn't come today. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "How can I trust you?" Bing Tianke said, "I've always been a man of my word. If we were allies, I would spare no effort." His words were spoken very slowly, like a solemn promise. He kept looking at Lan Xuanyu's eyes without any change in expression. After a long while, Lan Xuanyu slowly raised his right hand. "Our cooperation can start from the Spirit Ascension platform." Lan Xuanyu also looked at him with sparks in his eyes. "Let's begin." "All right." Bing Tianke raised his hand and shook it. Without a doubt, the Spirit Ascension platform that they were about to enter would be the best place to test the effectiveness of their cooperation. Whether they could sincerely cooperate was one thing, but more importantly, whether they could benefit from each other in the process of cooperation. Benefits, this was what Bing Tianke wanted to know. On the other side, the two teachers saw that they had shaken hands and walked back. The teacher who came with Bing Tianke smiled and said, "Done talking?" Bing Tianke nodded. That teacher smiled and said, "Then I wish you all the best in getting into the Shrek Academy. Let's go to the Spirit Ascension platform." The Spirit Ascension platform was on the 4th level of Heaven Luo City's Spirit Pagoda, and one needed to use the exclusive elevator to enter. Mu Zhongtian and the teacher from Ling Tian Academy could only send them to the elevator. After the 6 of them entered the elevator, they were all silent. After all, they were once opponents, and the experience of going against each other was definitely not pleasant. Although both parties had reached a preliminary agreement, it was impossible to say that there was no grudge in their hearts. The elevator reached the 4th level directly, and there was already a staff member in uniform waiting at the entrance. After checking the tickets of the 6 of them, he made a pleased gesture and said, "Please follow me." It was Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qian Lei's first time here, so they naturally looked around curiously. They were surrounded by metal walls, and everyone walked straight in until they reached a spacious hall. There were a total of over 100 simulation pods here, but they looked different from ordinary simulation pods. They were bigger and looked more sophisticated. Lan Xuanyu noticed that Bing Tianke and the other two's expressions were normal, and they didn't look around. Recalling the color of their soul rings, it was undoubtedly not their first time entering the Spirit Ascension platform. It was conceivable that Ling Tian Academy had invested more in the elite junior class than Tianluo College. "Are you guys going to be teleported together or separately?" the staff member asked. Bing Tianke said without hesitation, "We'll be teleported together." Qian Lei couldn't help but ask, "You guys aren't planning to take revenge on us, right?" Without a doubt, without sufficient preparation, if the 6 of them appeared in the same place at the same time, Jiayu and the rest would definitely not be able to defeat Bing Tianke and the rest. Yu Tian sneered, "So not all of you have brains. Do we have to move so far just for this? We can just wait until the semi-finals to take revenge." Qian Lei raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you're the one with the broadsword, right? Isn't your name Broadsword?" Yu Tian's face changed. He was one of the top figures in Ling Tian Academy, so when had he ever been ridiculed like this? His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. "All right. We're here to talk about cooperation." Bing Tian Liang frowned. Lan Xuanyu also patted Qian Lei's shoulder. Yu Tian was right about one thing. They didn't need to spend so much time coming to Heaven Luo City just to find Lan Xuanyu and the rest. Furthermore, they didn't know that Lan Xuanyu and the rest were going to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. "Let's teleport together," Lan Xuanyu said to the staff member. The staff member brought them to choose 6 special simulation pods. The pods opened, and the pods inside were much more complicated. After entering, tubes would be attached to various parts of the body, and there would be a numbing sensation like an electric shock. Relax your entire body. After entering, there will be an alarm on everyone's body. The Spirit Ascension platform is different from the outside world, and it can be said to be half real and half illusory. Pain is 50% of normal, so if you're unable to deal with it, or if you're in extreme pain, immediately press the alarm and leave the battlefield. Otherwise, the Spirit Pagoda will not be responsible for any problems, understood? 50% of pain, didn't that mean it was closer to actual combat? Lan Xuanyu was secretly shocked, but he couldn't help but look forward to it. After the simulation pods were invented, soul masters cultivated in the virtual world most of the time, but the virtual world wasn't real. Lan Xuanyu, who had experienced actual combat in space, was in the virtual world. There was still a difference between actual combat and actual combat. Furthermore, it was in the virtual world. He definitely couldn't be indifferent just because he could revive. That was because there was no such opportunity or possibility in actual combat. The 6 pods slowly closed, and Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. The numbness from all the joints in his body intensified, and in the next moment, his entire body became numb. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the first thing he recovered was his sense of hearing. Amidst the soft sounds, his other senses gradually recovered. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and discovered that Bing Tianliang, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui had all woken up. They were standing in front of him, guarding him. Beside him, Qianlei and Lu Feng, who had woken up at the same time as him, were still in a daze. This should be caused by the difference in cultivation. Who asked them to be so strong? The 3 of them only had 2 rings, while the other 3 had 1 4-ring and 2 3-ring. Bing Tianliang turned to look at Lan Xuanyu and said, "We've entered the Spirit Ascension platform before. The difference in the souls here is obvious. There are no procedures to control them, so they're more realistic and more terrifying. Although we've entered the Elementary Spirit Ascension platform, it's not impossible to encounter powerful soul beasts, so we have to be extra careful. As long as we kill the soul beast, everyone nearby will obtain the spirit soul energy released by the soul beast, which will strengthen us." Lan Xuanyu nodded. He understood that Bing Tianliang was telling him that no matter who killed the soul ring or spirit bone, the soul ring or spirit soul would be destroyed. The effect would be the same. Hearing his straightforward answer, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but have a better impression of him. This time, Bing Tianliang asked Bing Tianliang, "Are you going to command, or should I?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Bing Tianliang said without hesitation, "You do it." He said that he had specially come to find him. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. It was simple and direct. Lan Xuanyu liked his personality. People who were straightforward were simpler and easier to communicate with. If Bing Tianliang had said that he was going to command, then even if Lan Xuanyu didn't immediately leave with Qianlei and Lu Feng, he would at least have some doubts about this cooperation. If Bing Tianliang was the one commanding, then what was the point of cooperating with him? Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. He said without hesitation, "Good. Lu Feng, you scout the surroundings and observe the situation. Everyone, adjust your state first and make sure you're in peak condition before moving forward." Lu Feng nodded and soared into the sky, disappearing into the forest like lightning. The other 3 were clearly stronger, and he didn't want to fall behind, so he fully displayed his extreme speed. Bing Tianliang's trio were all assault-type soul masters, and Bing Tianliang himself was well-rounded. Whether it was strength, explosive power, or speed, they were all extremely strong. And coupled with his 4-ring cultivation, Lan Xuanyu had to admit that he felt quite safe with him blocking in front of him. The 5 remained in place, silently adjusting their soul power. Not long after, Lu Feng returned. There weren't any traces of soul beasts within a 300-meter radius, so they were safe for now. I climbed to the top of the tree to take a look. From here, the forest is denser and the canopy is higher. It should be an area with stronger soul beasts. Lu Feng told everyone the results of his observation. Lan Xuanyu said to Bing Tianliang, "Student Bing, based on your previous experience, should we go in or wander around the periphery?" Bing Tianliang thought for a moment and said, "If it were me, I would go in." Lan Xuanyu nodded. "Okay, then we'll wander around the periphery for a while." Bing Tianliang was stunned. Lin Donghui was stunned. Yu Tian had a bad temper and couldn't help but say, "Lan Xuanyu, you're doing this on purpose." Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "I just want to try and see if my command works." Yu Tian said angrily, "Aren't you childish?" Qianlei put his hands on his hips. "Silly Douluo, who are you talking about? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yu Tian glared, and an oppressive aura emanated from his body. Bing Tianliang raised his hand to stop Yu Tian and said in a deep voice, "Listen to him. How are we going to set up the formation?" His last sentence was directed at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, "Qianlei and I will be in the middle. Lu Feng will scout ahead. Brother Bing will bring up the rear. Silly. This student with the big saber will be in front. The one with the sun martial spirit will be behind him. Xianlei and I will be in front. Bing Tianliang nodded and said, okay. Lu Feng nodded. His body flashed as he charged diagonally forward. Yu Tian snorted and walked in front with large strides. Lin Donghui followed behind him. Behind them were Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, and finally Bing Tianliang. Lu Bing Tianliang walked behind Lan Xuanyu and looked at Lan Xuanyu's back with a determined gaze. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted Liang Shushi to enter the Shrek Academy, with his personality, he wouldn't have come to ask for help, much less listen to someone else's orders. He didn't believe in Lan Xuanyu as a person, but in Lan Xuanyu's abilities. Lan Xuanyu and the other two only had 2 rings, but they were able to obtain first place in the qualifiers. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He had a deep impression of how Lan Xuanyu had calmly commanded him. Even in the end, Lan Xuanyu was still able to drag Yu Tian down with him. He definitely had a special ability. He thought it was a good thing that they had met before entering the Spirit Ascension platform. He could take this opportunity to see what Lan Xuanyu's abilities were and decide whether to cooperate fully with Lan Xuanyu in the semifinals to help Liang Shushi advance. Just as he was thinking, a whistle came from the front. Lan Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. Beasts, prepare for battle. Bing Tianliang's thoughts were pulled back as Lu Feng's figure appeared in the forest ahead. 3 100-year tough porcupines and 3 10-year tough porcupines. His speed was simply too fast, to the point that he had already arrived by the time he spoke. Yu Tian, who was walking at the front, tapped his foot on the ground, and 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Following that, his gigantic Mo sword appeared as well. For some reason, the moment Yu Tian grasped the Mo sword, he recalled how Qianlei had called him and felt a burst of awkwardness. This bastard, how did I become silly big sword? Tough porcupines were extremely irascible soul beasts. They could even be said to be reckless and would immediately attack any living thing they encountered. They would only be scared away if they encountered someone whose strength far surpassed theirs. Following a series of low growls and noises, 3 big and 3 small, 6 tough porcupines appeared in everyone's line of sight. Yu Tian took a step forward and shouted, "Hey!" His shout immediately attracted the attention of the 6 tough porcupines. Among the 6 porcupines, the 3 small ones were about 1.5 meters long and were very fat. The 3 big ones were over 2.5 meters long. The tough porcupines were covered in spikes. After being provoked, they rushed over without hesitation. The 3 big ones were in front, while the 3 small ones were behind. One could see that as they ran, their eyes began to turn red and quickly turned blood red. This was one of the tough porcupine's innate abilities, bloodthirst. They could enter a bloodthirsty state for a short period of time, greatly increasing their speed and strength. They had rough skin and thick flesh, and when they ran, they were like small bulldozers. Yu Tian's second soul ring suddenly lit up. As he stood there, his entire body was like a javelin as he instantly fused with the Mo sword in his hand. Second soul skill, body like a sword. As one with the sword, a tyrannical and sharp aura rapidly increased along with his aura. His third soul ring lit up, and the Mo sword's blade lit up as its powerful aura began to increase. Third soul skill, Mo sword force. Lin Donghui cooperated well with him. The brilliant sun above his head lit up, and 3 soul rings also rose from his feet. Seeing that the 6 tough porcupines were getting closer, fireballs immediately flew out like a string of cannons. However, they didn't directly bombard the tough porcupines. Instead, they bombarded the 2 sides of them and the 3 small porcupines behind them. Every fireball accurately found the position they were supposed to fly to. In an instant, a rumbling sound rang out and flames shot in all directions. The agitated tough porcupines became even more enraged, but the formation of the 6 porcupines was also affected by the fireball and shrank inwards. The 300-year tough porcupines in front shook their backs and shot out spikes, heading straight for Lan Xuanyu's group. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Lin Donghui and Yu Tian. But at this moment, a purple light silently swept past Lan Xuanyu's side. It was a purple figure that looked somewhat like a human, but it was distorted. It appeared in front of Lin Donghui and Yu Tian, and electric light curled around it, forming a large electric net. The spikes that flew over were immediately absorbed by the electric net, and not a single one was able to enter the net. At this moment, the 6 tough porcupines finally closed in. Yu Tian roared and slashed out with his fully charged Emo sword. A dazzling sword light brazenly shot out, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Body and blade became one. Pu, 2 big and 1 small, the 3 tough porcupines were immediately sliced apart, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The other 3 tough porcupines were also sent flying. The power of a single slash was actually so great. The brilliant sun above Lin Donghui's head suddenly brightened, and a huge pillar of fire shot out, brazenly bombarding the last 100-year tough porcupine. The smell of barbecued meat immediately filled the air, and the porcupine was directly blasted to the ground. Its defenses had already been broken by the sword chi, and now it was heavily injured. Yu Tian turned around and slashed out with his Emo sword. A dazzling sword light flashed past, and the remaining tough porcupines were all killed. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only the tough porcupines were able to run. Yu Tian sheathed his sword. That slash just now seemed to have vented all the anger and grievances in his heart, and it was truly carefree. Following the death of the 6 tough porcupines, specks of white light flew out from their bodies and evenly flew towards the 6 people present. Lan Xuanyu's group of 3 felt a slight warmth on their bodies, as if some miraculous changes had occurred. This should be the effect of the Spirit Ascension platform. Yu Tian strode back, but his eyes were fixed on Lan Xuanyu. With a bit of indifference and disdain, he seemed to be asking, "What's the use of you?" The purple lightning-like figure also disappeared. It turned into a bolt of lightning and passed by Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei before returning to Bing Tianliang. 300-year soul beasts and 3 10-year soul beasts were easily dealt with. Lan Xuanyu turned around and looked at Bing Tianliang. "If the following battles are also like this, I think we can stop working together now." Bing Tianliang's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Lan Xuanyu pointed his right thumb at Lin Donghui and Yu Tian, who were not far behind him. "You call this listening to my command? Do you still need me to command you?" Bing Tianliang said indifferently, "The soul beasts that came were not strong, so we just dealt with them directly. There's no need for you to command us." He was fully deserving of the title of chief in Ling Tian Academy and was usually surrounded by others. Today, he had endured Lan Xuanyu again and again. Now that he was being questioned by Lan Xuanyu again, he couldn't control his temper anymore. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Do you think I'm being unreasonable and deliberately provoking you? Isn't that the case?" Yu Tian and Lin Donghui had already walked over, but this time, it was Lin Donghui who spoke. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Okay. Then let me ask you a few questions. First, didn't we agree that I would command the entire team? However, during the battle just now, did any of you ask for my opinion or wait for my orders on how to fight? No. You guys immediately attacked without waiting for me to say anything. At the same time, you guys must have thought that when I said to circle around the periphery and not go in, I was purposely attacking student being's self-esteem and showing off my authority as a commander. That's why you guys purposely killed the soul beasts after they appeared to put me in my place. Am I right? Okay, then I'll tell you why I wanted to circle around the periphery. It's because we don't know where we are, which means that we don't know how strong the surrounding soul beasts are. We have plenty of time to figure out the strength of the surrounding soul beasts. We have plenty of time. First, we need to confirm where we are and what cultivation level the soul beasts we will encounter. We can't just recklessly go in. You guys might be confident in your own strength. This is the elementary spirit ascension platform, so there might not be many soul beasts that can threaten your life. But what if this is the real soul beast forest and not the virtual world? Carelessly underestimating the enemy and rashly entering could lead to misfortune for the entire team. Is this how you guys develop a habit? Secondly, you guys didn't listen to my orders and acted on your own. This means that you don't need to consume your soul power. Yu Tian, right? Let me ask you, how much soul power did you consume with that slash just now? How much of your fighting strength do you have left? Yu Tian was stunned for a moment, but he still said firmly, at least 70%. Lan Xuanyu nodded. In other words, you've consumed 30% of your fighting strength alone, even when facing an opponent that isn't considered strong. Is this necessary? What if the 6 of us attacked together? At most, you would only consume 10% of your soul power. We are now in a dangerous place, so it's only right for us to maintain our peak condition at all times. We shouldn't overexert ourselves because of a moment of hot-bloodedness. Every bit of power is precious, and good steel should be used on the edge of a blade. Student Lin Donghui's soul power should be around 20%. We don't have a soul core, so we can't quickly recover. The consumption of your soul power has forced me to make a change in my command. We need to leave this bloody place immediately so that you can recover your full cultivation as soon as possible. This will prevent you from being unable to fight with your full strength if you encounter a strong enemy. In other words, your rash actions have delayed the entire team's time. Listening to Lan Xuanyu's eloquence, Bing Tianliang, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui were stunned. The first thought that came to their minds was that they couldn't win against this guy in front of them. But after thinking carefully about Lan Xuanyu's words, they had to admit that what he said made sense. What touched Bing Tianliang the most was the word habit. Yes, in the virtual world, the easiest thing to develop was the habit of not being afraid of death. Because there was no real death here. But Lan Xuanyu was right. What if it was in the real world? What if a habit that had been developed couldn't be changed? Then, what kind of ending would it bring? Bing Tianliang took a deep breath, looked at Lan Xuanyu's calm eyes, and nodded. I'm sorry. It's our fault. From now on, we will listen to your commands. Yu Tian, Donghui. We'll listen to him. Although Yu Tian and Lin Donghui were still somewhat unconvinced, they still nodded in the end. They were also very clear about the reason why Bing Tianliang came to find Lan Xuanyu. Yu Tian glanced at Lan Xuanyu. I want to see how far we can go under your command. What do we do now? Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, maintain the formation. Lu Feng will continue to scout. We'll retreat a little to the periphery. We'll find a place to let the 2 of you recover from your previous exhaustion. About a kilometer away from the previous battle with the tough porcupine, Lan Xuanyu let Yu Tian and Lin Donghui meditate to recover. At the same time, he let Lu Feng continue to scout the surrounding situation. Bing Tianliang sat at the periphery and was in charge of guarding. After a full 20 minutes, Lin Donghui and Yu Tian stood up one after the other, indicating that they had recovered to their peak state. Bing Tianliang's mind kept thinking about Lan Xuanyu's words. At the same time, he calculated Lin Donghui and Yu Tian's recovery time. He had to admit that Lan Xuanyu's words made sense. In an environment where danger lurked everywhere, they should try to maintain their peak state. This guy really needed to be calm. While Bing Xianxia was observing Lan Xuanyu was also secretly pondering. His first consideration was whether he should really cooperate with Bing Xianxia and the others in the Spirit Ascension platform. If he cooperated fully, it would undoubtedly expose his team's abilities to a certain extent. And in the second round of Shrek Academy's recruitment, everyone was ultimately still a competitor. But very quickly, Lan Xuanyu made a decision in his heart. He still had to cooperate. He clearly remembered what Dong Qianqiu had said to him before. The Shrek Academy's second round was definitely not easy. Although they were able to stand out in Heaven Luo Planet's qualifiers and even obtain first place, in a sense, in terms of pure strength, their team was very likely to be the weakest team in the Shrek Academy's second round. That's right, the weakest team. The 3 of them had soul power levels in the 20s. Not to mention the others, just look at Bing Tianqiu's team. One of them had 4 rings, while the other 2 had 3 rings. Even if they didn't use any other battle methods, as long as the Shrek Academy's second round was a broadcast competition, they had almost no chance of winning. They couldn't always hope to summon a powerful existence like the Emerald Demon Bird, right? That was unrealistic. In the second round, they were likely to face even greater challenges. Whether or not they could truly enter the Shrek Academy was completely unknown. Thus, just like how Bing Tianqiu needed his brains, they also needed a powerful ally. If they didn't display some of their abilities, how could they make Bing Tianqiu and the others admire them and cooperate with them on a deeper level and obtain greater recognition? At the same time, this was the Spirit Ascension platform, and the energy obtained here could increase one's soul power cultivation. The better the cooperation between the two sides, the more benefits they would obtain. Thus, Lan Xuanyu only needed to think for a moment to understand that cooperation was a win-win situation. Let's go? Bing Tianqiu looked at Lan Xuanyu with a questioning expression. With the previous exchange, he also wanted to see how strong the team could be under Lan Xuanyu's command. Lan Xuanyu said, "Wait a moment, let's do a simple experiment. Actually, I'm an auxiliary type soul. Master. Support type?" Yu Tian looked at Lan Xuanyu with some astonishment. He clearly remembered the scene of Lan Xuanyu's rainbow light engulfing him. Also, the dark blue halberd that Lan Xuanyu held in his hand didn't look like an auxiliary type soul master at all. Lan Xuanyu smiled. "You'll know once you try. I've already made my judgment on how to enhance Student Lin and Student Yu. I'm mainly focusing on Student Bing. I want to see which one is more suitable." Bing Tiandu and the other two looked at each other. Yu Tian said with some vigilance, "Then how are you going to enhance me? Let's try it first." And Tianqiu Yu Tianqiu's S. 2 yellow 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 souls, a vine like a golden vine like AAS immediately. A vine like vine like a vine S immediately. Yu Tian's eyes focused and he subconsciously mobilized his soul power to prepare a defense. However, in just an instant, his expression changed. Yu Tian only felt a sharp aura that originated from his bones suddenly being mobilized. His entire body seemed to have become sharp. A powerful aura gushed out without being mobilized, transforming into an incomparably sharp blade aura that soared into the sky. Almost subconsciously, he raised his hand and summoned his Mo sword into his palm. Just by standing there, he had a kind of powerful aura that could cause 3 armies to flee. His fighting style was extremely focused on aura. When his aura reached its peak, his attack power was also at its strongest. At this moment, he only felt that the aura in his body was increasing more than twice as fast as usual. For a moment, he actually had a carefree and unrestrained feeling that he couldn't wait to find a strong opponent to slash at. Lan Xuanyu also raised his left hand and released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, wrapping it around Lin Donghui's waist. A faint layer of red light faintly appeared on the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. Lin Donghui also revealed a look of surprise. He only felt a blazing aura enter his blood vessels. His soul force was like gunpowder that had been ignited, triggering his martial soul. The brilliant sun appeared, but it was much larger than usual. Furthermore, there was an additional touch of faint gold in the original fiery red color. Good. Yu Tian couldn't help but shout in exultation. Lan Xuanyu withdrew the 2 types of blue-silver grass. The amplification on Yu Tian and Lin Donghui immediately began to weaken, and then gradually disappeared. The two of them suddenly felt as if they had lost something. Lin Donghui said to Bing Tianke, "The amplification he brought is very powerful. I feel that my fighting strength can increase by 30%, or even 50%. Bing Tianke also had a look of surprise because he deeply remembered that Lan Xuanyu had clashed with him before. At that time, he used his strongest 4th soul skill in anger. Although Lan Xuanyu was severely injured, he was also stopped by Lan Xuanyu. Even his strength was weakened by a bit. Lan Xuanyu was able to resist a 4-ringed opponent with his 2-ringed cultivation and didn't die immediately. This was already an excellent performance. But now, he actually said that he was an auxiliary type soul master, and Yu Tian and Lin Donghui seemed to have confirmed this. "I'll give it a try too." Bing Tianke nodded to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and first threw the silver-patterned blue-silver grass over, letting it wrap around Bing Tianke's body. Bing Tianke's entire body emitted electric light, and the power of the electric current increased significantly. Lan Xuanyu then tried to use the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. Relatively speaking, the golden-patterned blue-silver grass amplification effect wasn't that obvious. This also made him understand that Bing Tianke's martial soul, in a sense, still existed in the form of an energy body. In other words, Bing Tianke's martial soul relied more on the power of the lightning element, so it was more suitable to use the silver-patterned blue-silver grass to amplify it. Lan Xuanyu tried a few more times, and the results showed that if he wrapped the blue-silver grass around the opponent's waist, it would continue to amplify it. As long as the blue-silver grass was retracted, the amplification would disappear. But if he wrapped the blue-silver grass around his palm and slapped it on their body, it would produce a 5-second amplification, and the effect would only disappear after 5 seconds. Different amplification methods should be used for different people to achieve the best effect. For example, a close combat soul master like Yu Tian was suitable to wrap the blue-silver grass around his body, and Bing Tianke's lightning-fast soul master was more suitable for slapping his body. After a few experiments, the way Bing Tianke and the other two looked at Lan Xuanyu changed greatly. They were a little doubtful. Was this guy really just a touring soul master? His amplification was definitely not something an ordinary 100-year soul skill could achieve. What was the standard of a touring soul master under normal circumstances? It was said that when a touring soul master used the strongest auxiliary-type martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, he could use 2 soul skills that amplified other soul masters by 20% to 30%. One had to know that this was an amplification that only the strongest auxiliary-type martial soul could produce. And Lan Xuanyu's current amplification wasn't an amplification of a soul master's ability, but an all-round amplification that was based on the characteristics of different soul masters. This amplification seemed to originate from the depths of one's bloodline. In other words, this was an amplification of one's origin, and was more comprehensive than a single amplification. More importantly, once this amplification was produced, the degree of amplification wasn't as simple as 20% to 30%. According to Lin Donghui's preliminary judgment, the amplification was above 30%, and even reached 50%. And for Qian Lei and Lu Feng, this amplification was even more terrifying. Especially for Qian Lei, his summoning had a success rate. In other words, under normal circumstances, it would be good if he could summon a reliable soul beast 4 or 5 times. But because of Lan Xuanyu's amplification, he could summon a soul beast with a dragon-type bloodline every time. All of them were strong, and were at least much stronger than soul masters of the same rank as him. Was this still a 30% to 50% increase? It could be said that Lan Xuanyu was definitely the strongest support-type soul master that Bing Tianliang's team had ever seen. He deserved to be called a support-type soul master. What's more, he had decent fighting strength, but no one knew exactly how he fought. Was he already like this with only 2 rings? What would happen if his cultivation increased in the future? This was also the reason why Bing Tianliang's team was so shocked. No wonder he was able to get first place in the qualifiers and qualifiers. He indeed had a strong foundation. Originally, Yu Tian and Lin Donghui had reservations about Bing Tianliang coming to find Lan Xuanyu, but now their views had clearly changed. Let's go. Lan Xuanyu wrapped a golden-patterned blue-silver grass around Yu Tian's body, and a silver-patterned blue-silver grass around Lin Donghui's body. The team set off once again. Bing Tianliang was still the one overseeing the rear. This time, they finally looked like a complete team, and they had established a preliminary trust between each other. Lan Xuanyu also carefully sensed the energy from killing the 6 tough porcupines. The increase in his strength seemed to be different from the others, as if the energy had been absorbed by his bloodline. It made his gold and silver vortex brighter, and the bloodline aura in his body seemed to have strengthened a bit. It wasn't very strong, but it was definitely strengthened. This made him wonder, could the power of his bloodline be the origin of his soul rings? Was it his bloodline that gave him his soul rings? That was why he was different from the others and could strengthen their bloodline. Lan Xuanyu naturally didn't think that he was an support-type soul master. It was just that he had to take on different roles at different times. Support type, control type, assault type, he felt that he could take on all of them. He actually preferred control-type soul masters, and the feeling of controlling the entire battlefield was very wonderful. Ji Hongbin had taught him before that control-type soul masters would never rely on their soul skills to control the battlefield. They had to combine their wisdom and soul skills to create the most suitable battlefield for themselves. This was what a control-type soul master should do. Therefore, the reason why Lan Xuanyu was able to perform so well in the auditions and tryouts was because Yin Tianfan had taught him the art of craftiness and unconstrained imagination. However, what Ji Hongbin gave him was his powerful control. The combination of the two gave birth to the current Lan Xuanyu, Of course, this was only the beginning of what he possessed. His biggest problem was that his cultivation was not high enough. The tough porcupines weren't particularly strong soul beasts, and the fact that they were able to survive in this area meant that there weren't any natural predators in this area. The soul beasts around them weren't too strong, which meant that they were currently in the outskirts of the soul beast forest. Lan Xuanyu gave the order and decisively moved towards the denser forest that Lu Feng had scouted before. There were more people this time, and there were even 3 assault-type soul masters. Naturally, he was much more decisive in his actions. Lu Feng scouted the path in front, while the other 5 followed behind. Very quickly, they encountered several waves of soul beasts, all of which were around 100 years old. Under Lan Xuanyu's buffs and commands, they didn't have to pay any price to kill these soul beasts and turn them into energy buffs. Lin Donghui and Yu Tian could clearly feel that with Lan Xuanyu's buffs, their battles were much smoother, and their energy consumption was much lower. The effects of this buff were excellent. They also began to have a good impression of Lu Feng, the agility-type soul master in charge of scouting the path. Not only could he report back to them in a timely manner, but he could also help them in battle. Lu Feng didn't actually do much, he just used his first soul skill, Rise of the White Dragon. However, the effects of his Rise of the White Dragon were extremely good. The Rise of the White Dragon had a special effect that was inevitable. Unless the opponent was far stronger than him, he could at least make the opponent float slightly and lose control temporarily. Yu Tian and Lin Donghui were both very experienced in battle and were true geniuses among their peers. How could they let go of such a situation? Naturally, they responded to the call and reduced their energy consumption by another step. After killing 3 waves of soul beasts, Lan Xuanyu ordered everyone to rest and reorganize, allowing everyone to recover to their peak condition. As for Bing Tianliang, he was the strongest in the team, but he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Qianlei also didn't summon his own soul beast. The 6 of them were very efficient, and they quickly went over 3 kilometers deep into the forest. It was also at this moment that they encountered their first 1,000-year soul beast in the Spirit Ascension platform. Lu Feng shot out from the treetops in front of them. His body changed directions in the air like lightning, and a jet-black shadow swept past his previous position. It's a 1,000-year tree demon. Be careful, it can move. Lu Feng's figure flashed, and he drilled into the forest to the side. Behind him, thick, jet-black branches fell into the air, but the surrounding trees were smashed into pieces. A tree demon? A 1,000-year one? Lan Xuanyu immediately made a judgment. Student Yu, protect Student Lin. Student Lin, you will be the main attacker in a moment. Qianlei, Gate of Summoning. Student Bing, prepare to provide support at any time. Advance. Following his order, everyone quickly moved forward. Sure enough, not far ahead, a large tree that required at least 4 or 5 people to wrap their arms around it appeared. Its entire body was as black as ink, and every branch was like an arm, waving its claws and brandishing its claws. A powerful pressure burst forth in the air, and the branches whipped the air with a crackling sound. A terrifying aura spread out as well. A huge mouth even grew out of the tree trunk in front of the tree demon, opening and closing continuously. There were faint bloodstains on its large mouth, and it was unknown what soul beast it had swallowed. Below its trunk, there were many vines, as if they were about to burrow out of the soil. It must have been angered by Lu Feng's touch earlier. At this moment, the surrounding plants were all being whipped by it. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Its cultivation should be below 3,000 years, because it hasn't grown legs yet. Soul beasts like tree demons used to be relatively common in the Great Stardow Forest. With so many dense, towering trees, the chances of it cultivating intelligence were quite high. Generally speaking, a 1,000-year tree demon would be able to produce a very strong attack, and it would be able to grow a mouth under the effects of its intelligence. The majority of tree demons were very gentle, and even if they had intelligence, they would continue to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and absorb the nutrients in the soil to continue growing. However, there were also some tree demons that would undergo an evil mutation, and their entire bodies would turn black like the one in front of them. These tree demons would become devourers, and would devour weak soul beasts to strengthen themselves. Their cultivation would increase at a faster rate. If they cultivated to 10,000 years, they would be able to grow eyes similar to humans, and the more eyes they had, the stronger they would be. According to legends, there was once a vicious beast that cultivated from an evil tree demon. It had many eyes, and was known as the Myriad Demon King. All of this information quickly flashed through Lan Xuanyu's mind. A tree demon that wasn't even 3,000 years old was relatively easy to deal with. The most simple point was that this guy couldn't leave its original location, and its roots couldn't leave the soil where it originally came from. This required a cultivation of 3,000 years to do. Since that was the case, this tree demon would naturally become a live target. Student U, be prepared. After we begin our attack, it will definitely counterattack. Cut off its branches, and you only need to protect Student Lin. Don't worry about anything else. Student Lin, Fireball, begin your attack. Lin Donghui nodded, and the brilliant sun above his head lit up. Under Lan Xuanyu's buff, the brilliant sun released a golden red radiance, and a fireball shot out, flying straight towards the 1,000-year tree demon. Fire-type soul masters countered all kinds of plant-type soul beasts. This didn't need to be explained, and everyone present understood. The fireball with a diameter of over 2 chi flew over. The tree demon immediately noticed it and immediately whipped out a dozen long branches towards the fireball. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere and the fireball exploded in the air, turning into a large area of flames. Although the tree demon managed to block the fireball, many of its branches were immediately ignited and quickly turned to ashes under the high temperature. The branches were originally part of the tree demon's body. Under the pain, the tree demon let out a scream. Immediately, hundreds of branches and vines grew rapidly and rushed towards Lan Xuanyu and the others from all directions. Lin Donghui was expressionless as he shot out fireballs one after another. Under Lan Xuanyu's buff, the huge fireballs were like a barrage of cannons. The tree demon had no choice but to use its branches to block the fireballs and prevent them from hitting its body. However, Lin Donghui's fireballs were extremely hot. In an instant, many of the fireballs exploded and a large area of branches were burned. As for the remaining branches that flew over, they were chopped off by Yu Tian's Mo sword. Not a single branch could land on Lin Donghui's body. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but secretly exclaim in admiration. Look at their coordination and look at their martial soul. They are indeed valiant. A powerful assault system battle soul master was indeed not afraid of any other type of soul master. Although Bing Tianliang's trio looked like 3 strong attackers, in reality, Bing Tianliang wasn't just strong individually. He also had the ability to act as a go-between. In a sense, he was both an agility system battle soul master and a control system battle soul master. This was the true reason why their team was so strong. The gate of summoning silently opened and a silver-patterned blue-silver grass coiled around it. In fact, Lan Xuanyu could have used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to try coiling around it, but for some reason, he still released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. In the next moment, a slender leg stepped out and Dong Xianxia walked out with sleepy eyes. Why did we enter the forest again? She was stunned when she saw the situation in front of her. Lan Xuanyu said, use the ice spear to shoot it through the gaps in the branches. Oh. Dong Xianxia glanced at him. As their eyes met, the two of them recalled the scene of them facing the 10,000-year sinister dark demon tiger together. Their hearts couldn't help but change. Dong Xianxia raised his right hand and an ice spear shot out like lightning. It drilled into the numerous branches at a tricky angle and headed straight for the 1,000-year tree demon's body. The tree demon was already flustered under the bombardment of so many fireballs. Dong Xianxia's attack was very accurate, and the ice spear immediately hit its body. Dong Xianxia snapped his fingers, and the ice spear exploded. The 1,000-year tree demon's body stiffened for a moment. How could Lin Donghui let go of such a good opportunity? He took a big step forward and unleashed his second soul skill. A huge pillar of fire shot out from the brilliant sun and went straight for the 1,000-year tree demon. Wherever he passed, the branches would turn into ashes. Just as the 1,000-year tree demon struggled out of the icy fog, it fiercely bombarded its body. Boom! Fire restrained wood. This was an innate restraint. Moreover, the strength of this 1,000-year tree demon was very ordinary. With less than 3,000 years of cultivation, it wasn't a match for this group of youths. Amidst the explosion, the tree demons suffered heavy injuries. Large swaths of the surrounding branches softened. Fireballs continued to shoot out, bombarding the tree demon's body and exploding into sparks. After a dozen or so seconds of bombardment, the 1,000-year tree demon finally turned into a ray of white light and disappeared into everyone's bodies. This included Dong Xianxia. At this moment, Dong Xianxia revealed a look of surprise. Spirit Ascension Platform? Men Lan Xuanyu nodded and said with a smile, "See, I always think of you when there's something good. Our 3 conditions last time, you owe me." Dong Xianxia rolled his eyes and disappeared into the gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu couldn't do anything about her and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Bing Tianliang still didn't have a chance to make a move, but when he saw Lan Xuanyu summon Dong Xianxia, he was greatly shocked. Previously, they had seen Dong Xianxia in the qualifiers. At that time, they thought it was another team from Douluo College. Only now did they realize that this person was actually summoned. That wasn't a soul beast, but a real human. To be able to summon a human, and a 3-ringed soul master at that, what kind of situation was this? This was already beyond the knowledge of Bing Tianliang and the others. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Bing Tianliang. This involves some very complicated things related to the laws of space, and I don't really understand it. Qian Lei and I worked together to produce this mutation. My friend came from Heaven Do planet. After listening to his explanation, Bing Tianliang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Lan Xuanyu was able to summon Dong Xianxia in front of him, but he didn't feel that this was stealing a portion of their Spirit Ascension platform's energy. Instead, he felt that this was a form of trust. This kind of strange summoning could definitely be considered a trump card. Lan Xuanyu didn't hold back in front of them, causing Bing Tianliang to have a better impression of him. At this moment, the 1,000-year tree demon's body was still burning, but what Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't see was that there was a purplish-black wooden spike in the tree demon's burning body. Before the flames could reach it, it had burrowed into the soil and disappeared. After discovering a 1,000-year soul beast, Lan Xuanyu didn't rashly venture deeper. Instead, he began to lead everyone to explore horizontally and search for soul beasts. This kind of soul beast with a cultivation of 1 to 2,000 years was the most cost-effective for them. With a team of 6, facing such a soul beast wouldn't be too much of a threat, and at the same time, they would be able to obtain a decent amount of benefits. The absorption of this energy ball just now was clearly much better than the absorption of the 100-year soul beast from before. After encountering soul beasts again and again, the 6 people's coordination became more and more tacit. Lan Xuanyu was in charge of overseeing, Qian Lei was responsible for summoning, and Bing Tianliang was responsible for filling in the gaps. The main fighting force was Yu Tian and Lin Donghui, and Lu Feng, who was responsible for sneak attacks from the side. By the time night fell, they had already killed dozens of soul beasts, including 7,000-year soul beasts. It could be said that their harvest was quite bountiful. The key point was that they had always been in peak condition. Even when they encountered a sneak attack from a 1,000-year soul beast, it was easily dealt with. Bing Tianliang, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui could clearly feel that entering the Spirit Ascension platform this time was much easier than the last time. The 3 of them were Assault-type soul masters, so their fighting strength wasn't a problem. However, their fighting style consumed a lot of their soul power. Soul masters who hadn't reached 7 rings and had their own soul core to quickly recover their soul power would have to meditate to recover. In the past, they would consume their soul power every time they fought, and after a certain amount, they would have to rest. With Lan Xuanyu in the middle, not only did he give them a sufficient boost, but he also maintained control of everyone's energy consumption and allowed them to evenly consume their soul power. This way, the recovery time needed was greatly reduced. Furthermore, with his boost, the soul power of the same level would be stronger, and their killing efficiency would be higher. With today's cooperation, the 2 sides had a tacit understanding, and the original hostility gradually disappeared. After all, they were all teenagers, so how could they bear a grudge? It's really boring to not be hungry in the virtual world. Otherwise, we could have roasted some meat. Qian Lei muttered as they sat on a small hill to rest. In here, they couldn't eat even if they wanted to. When the soul beasts died, they would turn into energy and merge into their bodies. There were no corpses for them to roast. Yu Tian curled his lips. No wonder you're so fat. So you're a foodie. Xianlei chuckled. It's the same as you who don't eat. You play with a big knife every day, so you must be good at chopping vegetables. Yu Tian rolled his eyes. Anyway, it's not a big problem to cut you. Do you want to try? Xianlei said, silly big blade, you're provoking me again. Let me tell you, if I'm lucky, you might not be able to do it. Yu Tian said, if you call me silly big blade again, I'll let you have a taste of my Mo sword. You two have been arguing all day, aren't you tired of it? If you really want to fight, hurry up and go to the side. Lin Donghui said unhappily. He liked peace and quiet, and his head hurt from the bickering between Xianlei and Yu Tian. The forest at night had always been the most dangerous, so Lan Xuanyu decided that everyone would take turns to rest. At this time, he, Bing Tianliang, and Lu Feng were resting, leaving Qianlei and the other two on guard duty. The importance of having 3 people on guard duty was that they could cooperate with each other and guard different directions. In a situation where there were many people, 2 groups of people were enough to rest. Qianlei said, okay, I won't lower myself to his level. Yu Tian said sarcastically, you don't dare, right? Qianlei snorted. Let's see who can get into Shrek Academy later. Let me tell you, I'm a man who rejected Shrek Academy's special recruitment. Special recruitment? You? Yu Tian said disdainfully. Qianlei said, what about me? Have you seen a summoning-type soul master like me? My strength isn't that great, but my martial soul is special. What's Shrek Academy's slogan? They only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Am I considered a monster? Can you summon a living person? Yu Tian and Lin Donghui looked at each other, unable to retort. Among Lan Xuanyu and the other 2, only Lu Feng's martial soul was relatively normal. This was the first time they had seen Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei's martial souls. Especially Qianlei's strange summoning technique. This fellow didn't have any fighting strength, but the earth dragon that he could summon wasn't weak at all. More importantly, it could also summon Dong Qianxiu. Today, Qianlei had summoned Dong Qianxiu 5 times. From the battle, it could be seen that if it was a one-on-one battle, Yu Tian and Lin Donghui might not be able to win against the girl. That girl's cultivation was about the same as theirs, but her martial soul and combat skills were stronger than theirs. It wasn't impossible for Qianlei to be specially recruited with such a strange martial soul. Then why did you reject the special recruitment? Lin Donghui asked curiously. Qianlei said proudly, because I can't bear to part with my brothers. Am I the kind of person who would abandon my brothers? What are they going to do without me? Naturally, I have to stay and help them. Yu Tian asked with a puzzled look, are you that important? Why don't I think so? Qianlei snorted, that's because you don't understand what it means to turn the tide. Let me tell you, Xianyu is the core of the team, and I'm the soul of the team. Will you die if you don't brag? Lu Feng, who was resting at the side, suddenly opened his eyes. He really couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't as if he couldn't hear the voices over here even if he was meditating. Listening to Qianlei bragging and talking about the soul of the team, he really couldn't take it anymore. Qianlei glanced at him unhappily, hurry up and meditate. Don't cause trouble. Yu Tian and Lin Donghui were stunned at first, but then they laughed. They immediately understood that there must be other reasons why Qianlei wasn't specially recruited. Lu Feng glared at Qianlei unhappily and went back to meditating. He couldn't tell others that Qianlei's summoning was actually unreliable, and that without Lan Xuanyu, he was basically a good-for-nothing. Dirty linen shouldn't be aired in public, Qianlei knew that his bragging had been seen through. He resentfully sat down and didn't say another word. Lin Donghui and Yu Tian didn't say anything either. The entire pitch-black forest suddenly quieted down. Only the faint sounds of insects and birds could be heard. The sky had completely darkened. It was deep into the night. Yu Tian sat outside, looking in the direction of the pitch-black forest. His eyes began to glaze over. He wasn't sleepy, but he felt a little bored just sitting there. Yu Tian. Lin Donghui's voice sounded. Yu Tian turned his head to look at him. He thought to himself, why is this taciturn guy taking the initiative to talk to me? He usually doesn't like to talk. Lin Donghui frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Yu Tian was stunned at first, but he immediately became vigilant. Lin Donghui's spiritual power was much stronger than his, and in the entire Ling Tian Academy, it was second only to Bing Tianliang. Naturally, his senses were sharper. "What's wrong?" Yu Tian asked softly as he looked around vigilantly. "It's too quiet." Lin Donghui frowned slightly. There were some sounds of insects and birds just now, but now, there's not even the rustling of the trees. Yu Tian hurriedly listened attentively. Indeed, everything around them suddenly became especially quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. Everything seemed especially quiet, as though they were in a world that was completely isolated from sound. And in the Soul Beast Forest, such a situation was almost impossible. There were too many creatures here, and no matter how big or small they would all make some noise. Even the wind blowing on the leaves should make a sound. "Wake them up?" Yu Tian pointed to the others. Lin Donghui made a prompt decision and nodded his head forcefully. The two of them hurriedly turned around and came to everyone's side. Qian Lei was already a little drowsy at this time, and seeing them return, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" Just as he asked this question, there was a sudden change. In the pitch-black forest, a huge black shadow suddenly flew towards them without warning. There was also a loud woo-woo sound in the air. Lan Xuanyu and Bing Tianliang opened their eyes almost at the same time. Yu Tian shouted, "Enemy attack!" He suddenly turned around and released his MO sword. A MO sword slash was slashed out and blocked the black shadow at the front. With a bang, the black shadow stopped, but even with Yu Tian's cultivation, he was still sent flying by the impact. Lan Xuanyu raised his right hand, and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around Yu Tian's waist and pulled him back. At the same time, he shouted, "Get down!" Everyone hurriedly crouched down. Streaks of black shadows shot past them like thick tree trunks. What's going on? Everyone, including Lan Xuanyu, was a little confused. At this moment, the woo-woo sound became even clearer. Everything around them seemed to become distorted. The place they found to rest was a hillside. Because the terrain was relatively high, the view was better, and it was convenient for them to observe their surroundings. But this was a forest after all, and there were many trees around the hillside. At this moment, these trees were actually uprooting from the ground and swaying as they rushed up the hillside. It looked like they were about to attack. They had already observed these trees, and they weren't soul beasts at all. They were just ordinary trees. What was going on? Student Lin, fireball attack in all directions. Ignite the battlefield first. Lan Xuanyu anxiously shouted. Lin Donghui didn't dare to be negligent. He released his brilliant sun, and fireballs flew in all directions. The tree trunks from before seemed to have come from these trees. At this moment, under the bombardment of the fireballs, many of the trees were ignited, and immediately illuminated the surroundings. With this illumination, they could see more clearly. The hundreds and thousands of trees in the surroundings seemed to have come alive. Some of the largest trees were even over 100 meters tall, and they swayed as they moved towards them on the hillside. "What do we do?" Bing Tianliang asked Lan Xuanyu anxiously. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Lan Xuanyu's mind raced, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. His expression changed drastically. "This is bad. Tree demon, it's a tree demon. To be able to control so many trees, it can only be a high-level tree demon. I think it's at the 10,000-year level." 10,000 year? 10,000 years, everyone's expression changed when they heard this word. A 10,000-year soul beast wasn't something they could fight against with their current level of cultivation. Even if Bing Tianliang was very confident in himself, this was still the case. Fighting against a 10,000-year tree demon was easier said than done. However, this was the outer region. Why would a 10,000-year soul beast come here and specifically target them? Could it be related to the 1,000-year tree demon today? Qian Lei said in surprise. Lan Xuanyu said, "It's very possible, but now isn't the time to judge this. We need to take the initiative and find the 10,000-year tree demon." Find the 10,000-year tree demon? Take the initiative to attack? Everyone's expression changed when they heard his words. Taking the initiative to find the 10,000-year tree demon, wouldn't that be courting death? At this moment, the surrounding trees were suppressed by the fireball and were temporarily restrained. The burning of the trees would also cause damage to other trees. The only good news was that these trees were burning very fiercely. As they turned into charcoal, they emitted a weak white light that flew towards everyone. Although a single tree didn't give a lot of energy, only around the level of a 10-year soul beast, there were many trees in all directions. In a short period of time, the burning of the trees gave them a decent amount of energy. Lan Xuanyu said, "A 10,000-year tree demon that can already mobilize so many trees is endowed with a fighting instinct. This means that the tree demon's cultivation is very likely higher than 10,000 years. If we passively take a beating here, we will only be besieged to death. If it wants to control so many trees to attack us, it must divide its spiritual power into many parts and inject them into these trees. When it's distracted, its consciousness won't be able to concentrate. If we can find it, we might be able to fight against it. If we can kill a 20,000-year tree demon, I'm afraid that all of our soul rings will directly rise to the 1,000-year realm." His adventurous spirit appeared at this moment, and this time, he didn't hesitate at all. Because if they continued to wait here, they would only be waiting for death. Since the 10,000-year tree demon launched such an attack, it definitely wouldn't be afraid of fire. Just as he said this, the surrounding trees indeed changed. The trees that were set ablaze were picked up by the trees behind them and thrown towards them. The burning trees covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot towards the hillside. How could there be any foothold on the hillside? This was not something they could withstand with their bodies of flesh and blood. Go! Classmate Bing, classmate Feather, and classmate Lin led the way. I assisted from behind. Qianlei was summoned to bring up the rear. Lu Feng will fill in the gaps, Lan Xuanyu said anxiously. At this time, in the face of danger, the entire team needed a backbone. Bing Tianliang asked himself honestly. He didn't know how to deal with the current situation. Since he didn't know how to deal with it, he might as well listen to Lan Xuanyu. Thinking of this, they leaped up without hesitation and quickly rushed in a certain direction according to Lan Xuanyu's instructions. Lan Xuanyu had already made a judgment in his heart. Under the siege of so many trees, it would be too difficult to rush out. This was because no one knew how thick the sea of trees was. Ordinary trees were not enough to harm them, but they were enough to exhaust them. It was enough to exhaust them to death here. Hence, the direction they chose to attack was towards the depths of the Soul Beast forest, which they had already observed beforehand. Assuming that the 10,000-year tree demon was attracted by the 1,000-year tree demon they killed, it would definitely come from the depths of the forest. The possibility of encountering a 10,000-year tree demon in this direction was the highest. Bing Tianliang took the lead. In the previous day of hunting soul beasts, he rarely made a move and had been conserving his energy. Furthermore, he had also rested previously, so he was now in his best condition. After this number 1 genius of Ling Tian Academy went all out, he immediately displayed his powerful strength. Streaks of electricity flashed around his body, causing his entire body to become slightly illusory. He rushed into the forest, and as long as the branches of the surrounding trees came in contact with his body, they would immediately explode into pieces. Bing Tianliang was like a human explosive, causing a series of explosions when he entered the forest. Fireballs flew out from above Lin Donghui's head and followed closely behind Bing Tianliang, widening the gap and allowing the people behind to pass through smoothly. Yu Tian's Mo sword slashed and cut through the thistles and thorns, moving forward quickly. Qianlei summoned a red armored dragon to follow behind. At this time, the red armored dragon was obviously not very useful because the trees were attacking from above. But there was nothing they could do about it. Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu stood on the red armored dragon's back and borrowed its speed to follow Yu Tian in front. Lan Xuanyu released 2 strands of blue-silver grass from his hands and wrapped them around Yu Tian and Lin Donghui, boosting them with all his might. Lu Feng's figure was faintly discernible at the back. His speed was fast enough, and with the silver moon wolf right arm bone, he was much more reliable. The white dragon spear was unsheathed and could always deflect the surrounding attacks that were threatening. The group of 6 directly killed their way into the forest and rushed forward quickly. At this time, it was as if they had rushed into a group of 10-year soul beasts. The surrounding trees were constantly being destroyed and energy was constantly flowing into their bodies. Although it was very weak, it was still very impressive after accumulating. But this time, Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to summon Dong Qianqiu, because in the following battle, they might only be able to summon Dong Qianqiu once. They had to use it at the most appropriate moment. When they decided to find the 10,000-year tree demon, Lan Xuanyu had already begun to plan their battle plan. Under normal circumstances, they would undoubtedly not be a match for a 10,000-year soul beast, even if they had more people. But there were no absolutes in this world. If they could create enough opportunities, a miracle might happen. And he had always been good at creating miracles. Everyone kept rushing forward, and in a short while, they had rushed out hundreds of meters. But after going deep, they realized that they were surrounded by enemies. All the surrounding trees were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at them. Thick tree trunks pressed down, and strips of paper lashed out. Although they were all very simple attacks, they were everywhere. What surprised Lin Donghui was that Lan Xuanyu was also condensing fireballs around him and continuously shooting them out. In terms of power, he was obviously inferior to him, but in terms of control, he was actually more exquisite than him. Lan Xuanyu's fireballs were always able to avoid the branches and directly bombard the tree trunks. Almost every fireball was able to bring back some of the energy from the trees that were killed. What kind of strange martial soul was this guy's? This thought appeared in the minds of Bing Tianliang and the others, but no one was in the mood to think about it at this time. Bing Tianliang was at the front, so he was naturally under the most pressure. But his ability to transform into lightning was really powerful. Trees were afraid of fire, but they were also afraid of lightning. For a moment, there were no trees that could stop him. Lan Xuanyu, are we still going to continue? It seems like there's no end. Lin Donghui turned his head and asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, continue. There won't be no end. Even if the tree demon mobilized a large number of trees, it would still surround us from all directions. No matter how strong its spiritual power is, it still has a limit. As long as we charge in one direction, we'll definitely be able to get out. When it feels that we're about to escape its control, its main body will probably appear. Student Bing, you have to be careful of the 10,000-year tree demon's sneak attack at any time. His last sentence was for Bing Tianliang to hear, but just as he shouted, Bing Tianliang in front of him let out a muffled groan. His body suddenly turned into countless streaks of lightning and scattered in all directions, then merged together and landed in front of Yu Tian. His face was obviously pale. Not far in front of them, an enormous purplish-black figure swept past. The surrounding trees suddenly stopped attacking them and parted to the sides, revealing an open space. Lin Donghui turned to look at Lan Xuanyu and thought to himself, it seems like Lan Xuanyu was right. 100 meters in front of them, a towering purplish-black tree appeared. Its enormous trunk was 100 meters tall and its branches drooped down. Everything within a 100-meter radius was shrouded in its purplish-black color. What was even more terrifying was that its enormous trunk had eyes, a nose, and a mouth that looked like a huge human face. At the bottom of the tree trunk were two thick branches that were 10 meters tall. It slowly moved forward, but it did not make the slightest sound. When it moved forward, many purplish-black roots would naturally drill out from the ground and wrap around its thick legs to help it stabilize its body. A 10,000-year tree demon. There was no doubt that this was a 10,000-year tree demon. They couldn't tell its exact cultivation, but Lan Xuanyu's previous judgment that it had a cultivation of more than 10,000 years was confirmed by everyone. Facing a 10,000-year soul beast, everyone's hearts couldn't help but be suspended. Lan Xuanyu took 2 steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly ice tree. The 10,000-year tree demon's body had a large number of branches dancing around. The tip of each branch had a faint purplish light that followed the rhythm of the whole body. It emitted a faint light that was particularly obvious in this night. However, when Lan Xuanyu's group appeared in front of it, the purplish light around it began to dim. The 2 purplish-black eyes on the 10,000-year tree demon's trunk emitted a dense chill as it suddenly looked in their direction. Act immediately. It's retracting its spiritual sense that is controlling the group of trees. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass in his left hand instantly curled up and wrapped around his palm. Then, he pressed his palm against the heavenly ice tree's back. Bing Tiandu naturally understood that he couldn't hesitate at a time like this. Hence, he shot into the air as his 4 soul rings flashed. His first soul ring shone as he unleashed his first soul skill, Lightning Fusion. Purple lightning instantly covered his entire body. Following that, his third soul ring lit up. His third soul skill, Lightning Flash. Bing Tianshu was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the 10,000-year tree demon's trunk. As his body flew at high speed, his fourth soul ring shone brightly, and the electric light around his body became more intense, making him seem like a ball of lightning with a diameter of more than 3 meters. This was his strongest fourth soul skill, Descent of the Lightning God. It was also this soul skill that had severely injured Lan Xuanyu. The heavenly ice tree unleashed 3 soul skills in a row. In addition to the enhancements given to him by Lan Xuanyu, he felt as if he had reached an unprecedented peak state. At this moment, he even gained a deeper understanding of lightning. While he was charging forward, Qianlei, who was beside Lan Xuanyu, had already opened his gate of summoning and wrapped his silver-patterned blue-silver grass around it. At the same time, Qianlei unleashed his second soul skill. A figure drilled out. It was the extremely powerful existence that he had prepared beforehand, the Emerald Demon Bird. For some reason, ever since the Emerald Demon Bird had eaten the ground fire Scarlet Dragon's brain, Qianlei had been able to frequently summon it with Lan Xuanyu's help. As long as it was summoned, it wouldn't copy other soul beasts. When the Emerald Demon Bird appeared, Qianlei only sent it a message, "There's good food." This good food was obviously referring to the 10,000-year tree demon. This was a 10,000-year soul beast. The Emerald Demon Bird's small blood-red eyes immediately saw the 10,000-year tree demon dancing with its branches. In terms of cultivation, the Emerald Demon Bird was only a 100-year soul beast. However, it quickly displayed its ferocious side as a soul beast killer to everyone. Facing the pressure of a 10,000-year soul beast, it didn't hesitate at all. It followed closely behind the heavenly ice tree and charged towards the 10,000-year tree demon. The Emerald Demon Bird was also an important reason why Lan Xuanyu dared to take the risk and take the initiative to attack. Lin Donghui, who had just condensed his brilliant sun and was releasing fireballs towards the 10,000-year tree demon, only saw a flash of jade light. A jade-green figure was about to catch up to the heavenly ice tree. They couldn't help but be shocked. After interacting with each other for a day, they recognized Lan Xuanyu's abilities. However, they only felt that he was a sufficiently strong and intelligent auxiliary-type soul master. They felt that Lan Xuanyu and the other two's true fighting strength wasn't that great. They didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu and the others actually had a trump card. What exactly was that jade-green figure? Was it that useless fatty's second soul skill? Whether it was Lin Donghui or Yu Tian, they both felt a chill run down their spines when that jade-green figure appeared. There was no doubt that it was an existence that could threaten their lives. In the next moment, Dong Qianqiu's slender legs stepped out of the gate of summoning. His long dark blue hair fluttered in the wind as he arrived beside Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, the heavenly ice tree's attack was already in front of him. It exploded towards the 10,000-year tree demon like a huge soul cannon. The 10,000-year tree demon let out a sharp whistle. Immediately, countless green dots of light rushed towards it from all directions. That was the life energy of the nearby trees. Plant-type soul beasts' strongest attribute was their life energy. This was also the origin energy that they relied on to survive and cultivate. Dozens of incomparably thick branches flew out like arrows and went straight for the heavenly ice tree. At this moment, the heavenly ice tree's formidable strength was fully displayed. In the brazen collision, the branches that the 10,000-year tree demon had shot out actually shattered one after another. However, the lightning on the heavenly ice tree's body was also quickly dissipating. Suddenly, a streak of purple lightning separated from the heavenly ice tree's body. It was as if another heavenly ice tree had appeared out of thin air. The electric current on his body suddenly scattered in all directions and bounced off a large number of branches. The purple lightning that separated from him brazenly pounced forward and directly arrived in front of the 10,000-year tree demon's trunk. Boom! Amidst a huge explosion, the 10,000-year tree demon's huge body trembled violently. just as Lan Xuanyu had predicted, because the 10,000-year tree demon had to control the trees in all directions, it had split off a lot of its spiritual sense. As a result, its ability to think had been affected quite a bit. The reason why it had controlled a large number of trees earlier wasn't just to attack, but also to find Lan Xuanyu's group. At this moment, it was withdrawing its spiritual sense and wasn't in its best state. Even Lan Xuanyu's group thought that the heavenly ice tree would be stopped. They didn't expect it to be so powerful. In that kind of situation, not only was it able to blast away the 10,000-year tree demon's attack, it was also able to launch a powerful attack. The 10,000-year tree demon's face was suddenly charred black from the explosion, and there were still streaks of lightning lingering around it. One could only imagine how powerful this attack was. But also at this moment, a green light flashed and directly arrived in front of the 10,000-year tree demon. Even with the cultivation of the 10,000-year tree demon, when it felt the aura of the emerald demon bird, it was so scared that it immediately closed its eyes. At the same time, the life energy that was converging from all directions instantly densely covered the trunk. Bang! The emerald demon bird flew up and turned into a green light that rose into the sky. However, the 10,000-year tree demon also let out a mournful scream. Not only was there a large hole in its eyelid that was hit by the emerald demon bird, there was also a purple-black liquid flowing out of its eyes. It was obviously seriously injured. The cooperation between the heavenly ice tree and the emerald demon bird actually produced an unexpected result. The surrounding fireballs had already landed on the 10,000-year tree demon's body, but the strange thing was that the 10,000-year tree demon's purple vines and branches didn't seem to be afraid of the flames and didn't burn intensely. The 10,000-year tree demon was seriously injured, so how could everyone let go of this opportunity? Lin Donghui suddenly raised his head and stared at the brilliant sun above his head. His third soul ring lit up. He raised his hands and threw the brilliant sun on top of his head away. The brilliant sun was like a meteor as it grew bigger in the air. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters and flew out. Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lin Donghui's waist. This was also his strongest attack. Lin Donghui asked himself. Even if his cultivation reached 4 ring, this was the standard of an all-out attack. Explode! The brilliant sun fireball arrived when the emerald demon bird was sent flying. The 10,000-year tree demon was heavily injured and was in the most painful state. Its branches fluttered in an attempt to intercept the fireball, but the temperature of the brilliant sun fireball was clearly incomparable to the previous ones. In an instant, as the flames burst forth, a large number of branches collapsed, and the brilliant sun fireball ruthlessly bombarded the tree trunk. Boom! Countless flames splashed out. The 10,000-year tree demon's huge body that was 100 meters tall suddenly curled up. In the blazing flames, its branches suddenly retracted inwards. This was its strongest defensive skill, and it could be said to be a life-saving innate skill called 10,000 branches return to 1. It could use its countless branches and vines to condense vitality to protect itself and heal injuries. Without a doubt, with the strength of Lan Xuanyu and the others, once it completed its strongest defense, no one would be able to defeat it. For the 10,000-year tree demon, its only loss was that it couldn't attack them for the time being. Now, Xianxia. Lan Xuanyu suddenly released the golden-patterned and silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Yu Tian and Lin Donghui. The two types of blue-silver grass wrapped around Dong Qianxiu at the same time. When Dong Qianxiu was summoned, Lan Xuanyu had already whispered to her. Dong Qianxiu looked at him with some hidden bitterness. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. When the deep blue color appeared, Yu Tian, Lin Donghui, and Qian Lei, who were beside Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu, felt as if their thoughts had stagnated. It wasn't a wonderful feeling, especially for Lin Donghui, who had just finished his attack and was of the fire attribute. He felt as if his body was about to shatter at this moment. Then, they saw a pair of huge, ice-cold, emotionless deep blue eyes appear in the deep blue world. A faint blue light blossomed. Martial soul fusion skill, deep blue gaze. Back then, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu relied on this move to freeze the sinister dark demon tiger. That dark demon tiger's cultivation, and Dong Qianlei's eyes, Qianxiu, and the others. The 10,000-year dark fiend tiger was already at the peak of the world of soul beasts, while this 10,000-year tree demon was only an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. If the dark demon tiger could be frozen temporarily, then there was no need to talk about this 10,000-year tree demon. The rapidly drooping branches suddenly froze, and the huge body of the 10,000-year tree demon was frozen in an instant. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu were like one body at this moment. Lan Xuanyu hugged Dong Qianqiu's limp body as he sensed the changes in the 10,000-year tree demon. Although this fellow's fighting strength was inferior to the dark demon tiger's, its body was too huge. As the deep blue gaze's range increased, its power would decrease, and it could only freeze it for a short period of time. Now's the time, attack! Lan Xuanyu shouted. Lin Donghui, Yu Tian, and Qian Lei, who were beside him, were clearly unable to complete their attacks. The heavenly ice tree, which had attacked at all costs to create an opportunity for the current situation, soared into the sky once again. His fourth soul ring shone once again, and he transformed into a huge ball of lightning, fiercely crashing into the frozen 10,000-year tree demon's trunk. Amidst the thunderous sound, a huge hole was blasted open in the 10,000-year tree demon's trunk. Bing Tianxu's body was also repelled. A silver light suddenly appeared at this moment, and a glaring 3-foot-long spear suddenly pierced into the trunk, all the way to the hilt. Lu Feng had been hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity. The Silver Moon Wolf's right arm soul bone and the White Dragon spear had completely broken through the 10,000-year tree demon's final defense. As for the dark green light, it silently flashed out at this moment and drilled into the gap, disappearing into the thick tree trunk. Squeak! An ear-piercing shriek came from the direction of the 10,000-year tree demon, and that sharp sound caused everyone to cover their ears. Following that, the deep blue color on the 10,000-year tree demon's body disappeared, and all of its branches suddenly straightened. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. Those branches shot out like arrows, and they actually broke apart on their own, shooting in all directions. Cracks began to appear on the 10,000-year tree demon's trunk, and it seemed that it would not survive. However, the branches that came flying over carried the last bit of strength of a 10,000-year soul beast, and it wasn't something that anyone could easily block. Yu Tian quickly moved to the front and waved his Mo sword, wanting to forcefully cut those branches. Bang! Just the first branch sent him flying. Lin Donghui, who was beside him, saw that the situation was not good, and quickly pressed the signal device that he had prepared beforehand. With a flash of light, he disappeared without a trace. The pain in the Spirit Ascension platform was 50%, and it was not a joke. Yu Tian was sent flying, and at the same time, he pressed the signal device and disappeared. Qian Lei saw that the situation was not good and was about to do the same thing, but he heard Lan Xuanyu shout, "Don't." Then, Qian Lei saw Lan Xuanyu suddenly turn around and use his back to block the flying branches. Blue-silver grass frantically flew out from his hands, forming a large net behind him. At the same time, a layer of light appeared on his body, and ice shields condensed behind him. In that instant, he had unleashed all the power he could muster. Boom, boom, boom. The blue-silver grass and ice shield shattered. Lan Xuanyu hugged Dong Qianqiu and fell forward, but he still protected Dong Qianqiu and Qian Lei, blocking the first wave of attacks. He clenched his teeth and hugged Dong Qianqiu with one hand and Qian Lei with the other. His feet moved strangely as he madly dashed forward. Pooh! At that moment, Qian Lei was shocked to see a branch pierce through Lan Xuanyu's chest. In that instant, Lan Xuanyu spread his arms to the left and right, so the branch that pierced through his chest did not touch Dong Qianqiu and Qian Lei. However, his body was dragged forward by the inertia of the tree branch. Lan Xuanyu's footsteps were still faster as he rushed forward into the forest. A figure then appeared behind them. He raised his white dragon spear and deflected the branches that were not that powerful. After throwing the white dragon spear, Lu Feng had already retreated to a safe distance and summoned the white dragon spear back into his hand. After dodging the first wave of the strongest branch attack, he finally came back in time to help. In the distance, Bing Tianshu, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashed rapidly in the forest, dodging the branches one by one. Although he was in a sorry state, he still managed to avoid them. Bing Tianshu clearly saw how Lan Xuanyu grabbed the two of them and retreated. That thick branch pierced through Lan Xuanyu's chest, but Lan Xuanyu's footsteps were still not slow. That was 50% of the pain he felt. This guy was really ruthless. At that moment, the 10,000-year tree demon's huge body finally shattered, turning into a ball of blazing white light that scattered in all directions. A part of the white light entered Bing Tianshu, who was closest to it, while the other part flew towards Lan Xuanyu's direction. Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianqiu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng were enveloped by the white light at the same time, and immediately felt a blazing aura spreading through their bodies. However, Lan Xuanyu was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and all the strength in his body seemed to have been sucked out by the pain in his chest. However, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He had finally succeeded. Furthermore, without Zhu Tian and Lin Donghui, there was no doubt that they would be able to share more energy. A jade-green light soared into the sky and let out an incomparably joyful cry. With a flash of light, it instantly appeared in front of Qianlei. Without waiting for Qianlei to react, the second soul ring on his body actually appeared on its own. Then, the emerald demon bird drilled into the soul ring and disappeared without a trace. It seems to have replicated itself? Qianlei was astonished. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Qianlei and Dong Qianqiu naturally fell to the ground as well. Due to being prepared for the second use of the deep blue gaze, Dong Qianqiu didn't faint this time even though all of her energy had been drained. Therefore, she personally saw Lan Xuanyu use his back to block the branches and everything he had just done. Why didn't he immediately send her back into the gate of summoning? When that ball of white light entered her body, she understood. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a strange call from within his body. It seemed to be affected by the ball of white light that had just entered his body. With a flash of light, a ball of golden light separated from his body and appeared in front of him. That ball of golden light looked somewhat illusory, but it was definitely real. It was a little golden monkey that was about a foot tall. That little golden monkey looked at the wound on Lan Xuanyu's chest and was clearly a little flustered as it squeaked something. However, Lan Xuanyu couldn't hold on any longer. He sent Dong Qianqiu into the gate of summoning that had been floating beside Qianlei and pressed the signal device himself. With a flash of light, he left the battlefield. That little golden monkey immediately turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared with him. Everything became grotesque, and the pain in his chest gradually disappeared. When he regained his senses, Lan Xuanyu found that his body was stiff and uncomfortable. His chest was also aching. Creak, the hatch slowly opened, and fresh air rushed in. Lan Xuanyu composed himself and sat up with difficulty. He subconsciously touched his chest. 50% of the pain was no joke. It was too obvious. "You're out too?" Lin Donghui and Yu Tian, who had already left their cabins, surrounded him. Lan Xuanyu forced a smile as he struggled to get up. "What a pity. That tree demon is dead." Lin Donghui and Yu Tian glanced at each other. Neither of them were soul masters who specialized in defense. Furthermore, they were the ones at the front, so the first wave of attacks was simply too powerful. At that time, unless he took the risk of being turned into a hedgehog by the tree branches, he would not be able to hold on until the tree demon was completely dead. "You got energy?" Yu Tian asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu rubbed his chest. Without waiting for him to speak, a staff member walked over. This is a ruthless person. He stubbornly refused to be transferred out even after being pierced by the tree branches. "Little guy, you have a bright future." There were uncertain dangers in the Spirit Ascension platform, so naturally, there were staff members from the Spirit Pagoda monitoring it. He had personally seen how these little guys had killed a 10,000-year soul beast. To be honest, this was an extremely shocking matter for the staff member. When the 10,000-year tree demon appeared in the outer regions of the elementary Spirit Ascension platform, the alarm had already sounded. This staff member had personally witnessed the entire process. Not only did these youngsters kill the tree demon, but they had also defeated it in a short period of time by relying on their explosive power. He simply could not believe it. These children were truly too strong. At this time, the three cabins beside them opened one after another. Qianlei, Lu Feng, and Bing Tianshu all woke up one after another. Big bang. Lin Donghui and Yu Tian hurried over and helped Bing Tianshu up. Yu Tian shot a glance at Bing Tianshu, revealing an inquiring expression. Bing Tianshu naturally understood that he was asking him if Lan Xuanyu had purposely tricked them so that he and Lin Donghui could not absorb the energy of the 10,000-year soul beast. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and Yu Tian was somewhat unwilling to give up. Bing Tianshu silently shook his head. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bing Tianshu suspiciously and said, "Why did you guys come out too? Could there be more dangers in the future?" Xianxia laughed. "You're not inside, so what else can we do inside?" Student Bing said that he wanted to discuss the follow-up matters with you, so we came out together. Furthermore, there was such a huge energy fluctuation in that area, and we had consumed a lot of energy. Student Bing said that there might be more powerful soul beasts coming later, so we might as well end the Spirit Ascension platform operation. Bing Tianshu walked in front of Lan Xuanyu and extended his hand. This cooperation was very pleasant. We are willing to continue working with you in the Mother Planet's assessment. Lan Xuanyu smiled and shook Bing Tianshu's hand. All right. Bing Tianshu's strength was indeed strong, and Lan Xuanyu had seen it clearly. It could be said that if it weren't for Bing Tianshu's tyrannical outburst, they wouldn't have been able to find the 10,000-year tree demon's weakness, let alone everything that happened later. Although deep blue gaze could freeze the 10,000-year tree demon for a moment, in that short period of time, they wouldn't have been able to kill it under normal circumstances. In the end, Bing Tianshu had played an extremely important role. If there was really a group battle in the later stages of the assessment, it would undoubtedly be a good thing to have such a powerful ally. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu liked Bing Tianshu's straightforward personality. This guy only pursued strength. Bing Tianshu's understanding of Lan Xuanyu had been raised to another level with the appearance of deep blue gaze. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu always gave people an unfathomable feeling. Every time you thought you knew all of his abilities, he would quickly reveal something new to you. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu's command, they might have directly pressed the button to lead the Spirit Ascension platform in the face of the 10,000-year soul beast. After all, this was an uncontrollable factor. Come, this is for you guys. You can't use it for half a year. After half a year, you can enter any Spirit Pagoda and enter the Spirit Ascension platform again. The staff member took out 6 tickets and handed them to each of them. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Uncle, why is this? The staff member smiled. According to the rules, in the elementary Spirit Ascension platform, 10,000-year soul beasts can only be found in the areas bordering the elementary and intermediate regions. This kind of situation shouldn't occur in the elementary Spirit Ascension platform, so this is your compensation so that you can enter again next time. However, there is one thing I need to tell you. Because you killed a 10,000-year soul beast in the elementary Spirit Ascension platform, I will need to report this matter. In the future, there might be staff members from the Spirit Pagoda contacting you. It won't be a bad thing, and they might even invite you to join the Spirit Pagoda. If you are willing to join the Spirit Pagoda, you might be specially approved to enter the Spirit Pagoda to study. The Spirit Pagoda was also on the Mother Planet and was also one of the Federation's top institutions of higher learning. It was almost second only to the Shrek Academy and had a history of almost 10,000 years. The 6 of them were naturally overjoyed. The tickets to the elementary Spirit Ascension platform weren't something that could be bought with money. It required connections, resources, and various other aspects to be able to obtain it. Tianluo College and Ling Tian Academy were both the strongest schools on Heaven Luo Planet, and they had paid a considerable price to send the 6 of them into the elementary Spirit Ascension platform once. It was extremely rare for them to be able to obtain another chance to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. For Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei, who only had 2 soul rings, it was even more significant. The 6 of them left the Spirit Pagoda together. Before parting ways, Bing Tianshu once again expressed his willingness to cooperate with Lan Xuanyu. After all, they would be taking a spaceship together to Douluo planet in a few days. After saying their goodbyes, everyone took their own transportation and left. Lan Xuanyu and the others naturally returned to the academy. The harvest from this trip to the Spirit Ascension platform was plentiful. Once they returned to the dormitory, the 3 of them couldn't wait to release their martial souls and check the changes in their soul rings. the coin of summoning popped out and the gate of summoning appeared. Xianlei didn't immediately summon his soul rings. Instead, he stared at his own body. 2 purple soul rings revolved around his body. Purple, 1,000-year. Yes, his 2 soul rings had already evolved to the 1,000-year realm. The energy given by the 10,000-year tree demon could only be described as plentiful. Even if it was divided among 5 people, each of them received quite a bit. Coupled with their previous accumulation, they immediately broke through. Lu Feng also took out his white dragon spear. It was exactly the same, with 2 purple soul rings that had also evolved to the 1,000-year realm. Previously, before they went to the Spirit Ascension platform, they had indeed thought of upgrading their soul rings to a higher level. However, going from 100-year to 1,000-year was a qualitative leap. They didn't know how many soul beasts they had to kill to reach that level, so they didn't have much hope. Now that they had completed the upgrade, how could they not be excited? Lan Xuanyu also released his golden-patterned and silver-patterned blue-silver grass. He raised his hands and 2 soul rings revolved around them. However, under the watchful eyes of Qianlei and Lu Feng, the 2 soul rings on his arms were no different from before. They were still yellow. What's going on? We've all upgraded, but why are your soul rings still at the 100-year level? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu with a face of astonishment. Lan Xuanyu calmly said, maybe it's because I have twin martial souls, so the upgrade of my soul rings requires more energy, so they're still at the 100-year level. Lan Xuanyu had already expected such a situation. Every time he absorbed energy in the Spirit Ascension plane, he could sense that the bloodline power in his gold and silver vortex had increased, and even his soul power had increased slightly. After absorbing the energy of the 10,000-year tree demon, Lan Xuanyu even felt the aura of his bloodline become more and more abundant, giving him a feeling of wanting to use a martial soul fusion skill. However, this energy didn't seem to be entering his soul ring. He already knew that his situation was different from others. When he first obtained his martial soul, his soul rings appeared directly, and he didn't fuse with any spirits at all. At first, it was white, but when his cultivation increased to 2 rings, it turned yellow. He knew very well what a yellow soul ring signified. 100 years. However, he didn't know where the age of his soul rings came from. It increased inexplicably, as if it increased with the increase of his soul rings. And now, the energy he obtained from the Spirit Ascension plane couldn't upgrade his soul rings, which was naturally within his expectations. Lan Xuanyu only wanted to know if the color of his soul rings would change after his cultivation increased to 3 rings, and if it would increase from the original 100-year level to 1,000-year level. After obtaining the yellow soul ring, his control over the water element had increased significantly, and this was indeed the effect of a 100-year soul ring. Looking at Lu Feng and Qianlei's 1,000-year soul rings, he was naturally very envious, but his own uniqueness didn't make him feel inferior. Moreover, he had something more important to do now. You guys step back a little. Lan Xuanyu indicated for Lu Feng and Qianlei to step back, then he focused his mind, searching for something in his body. Soon, he sensed that existence. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, the gold and silver vortex in his chest first contracted, then suddenly released. A ray of light suddenly shot out from his chest and landed in front of him. Qianlei and Lu Feng only saw a flash of golden light, and a small golden monkey appeared in front of him. The monkey was only a foot tall, and its eyes were filled with spirituality. As soon as it appeared, it immediately turned its head to look at Lan Xuanyu in a fawning manner, scratching its ears and cheeks. A pair of eyes blinked, and a golden light flickered. What's going on? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu in astonishment. Your spirit soul? I've never seen you release it before? Lan Xuanyu obviously knew that he didn't have a spirit soul, but he didn't explain. As his situation became more and more peculiar, more and more doubts arose in his heart. However, there were some things he couldn't say. Being different from the masses could be called a genius, but if it was too different, it was very likely that he would become a test subject. And it can be considered my spirit soul. It seems to have grown a little, so I released it to take a look. As he spoke, he waved at the little golden monkey. The little monkey jumped up with a swoosh and landed on his shoulder. It even gently scratched his head and let out a zhi-zhi sound with a fawning expression. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Through the communication on the spiritual level, he already knew the origin of this little monkey. It could be said that it came uninvited. It was the gold silk ape that fought together with him when he tricked Bing Tianshu and the others for the first time. In that battle, at the last moment, Lan Xuanyu used his martial soul fusion skill and perished together with Yu Tian. This gold silk ape, which originally belonged to the virtual world, actually chose to follow him by chance, then turned into an energy body and fused into his gold and silver vortex. It could also be said that it was directly absorbed by his martial soul fusion skill and was wrapped up to leave the Douluo world. When it came to the real world, it also became a part of his body. In a sense, it was indeed the same as a spirit soul, but the difference between it and ordinary spirit souls was that this gold silk ape didn't provide him with a soul ring. Instead, it was like a parasite in his body. From the virtual world to the real world, its original 3,000 years of cultivation naturally disappeared, and it became an existence similar to an embryo. It only preserved a little of its original spiritual sense and some of its talent. Lan Xuanyu absorbed a lot of energy that could nourish spirit souls and soul rings in the spirit ascension platform, and a portion of it was absorbed by this gold silk ape. Only then could it reappear and become an existence similar to a spirit soul. It was just that the current gold silk ape was still in its infancy and didn't even have the strength of a 10-year soul beast. It could be said that it was an uninvited and evil guest. Lan Xuanyu could feel that if he rejected it, he could directly drive it out of his body. But if he did that, because it didn't have a physical body, it would quickly disappear from the world and cease to exist. Only by relying on him and absorbing the power of his bloodline could it survive and evolve. Lan Xuanyu didn't have a good impression of this gold silk ape, but he felt that it was very smart and easier to communicate with compared to ordinary soul beasts. Although it was very weak now, it still had its memories. It told Lan Xuanyu that it still had the talent it had in the soul world, even the gold-eyed leopard's gold-eyed gaze ability. At that time, it felt that following Lan Xuanyu was the most promising choice, so it didn't hesitate to join him. What should I do? Should I expel it? If I expel it, this gold silk ape would die. This was also why it tried to curry favor with Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't think for too long before deciding to keep it. No matter what, it was still a life, and it was a life that crossed over from the virtual world to the real world. What did this mean? It meant that even if it was a virtual existence, it was still a body of energy in a certain sense. If he could bring the gold silk ape out, would he be able to use this method to bring an even stronger soul beast out of the soul world and make it his spirit soul? Not having a spirit soul was always a problem. If the Federation discovered that he didn't have a spirit soul in the future, the Federation would definitely suspect that he had hunted a real soul beast. And the Federation had already made a law that without permission, no one was allowed to hunt soul beasts. Hunting soul beasts was illegal. With the gold silk ape's cover, he could at least say that his soul skill was provided by it to those with 3 soul rings. Naturally, no one would suspect him. Furthermore, although the gold silk ape wasn't a particularly strong soul beast, it had the innate ability of the gold-eyed leopard and Lan Xuanyu's amplification, so it still had a certain level of strength. Furthermore, the gold silk ape also told Lan Xuanyu that because it was starting from scratch, its evolution would be different from before. It would have a connection with Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, and it would definitely be a beneficial evolution. In order to survive, it would naturally tell him everything it knew. Alright, you can go back first. With a thought from Lan Xuanyu, the gold silk ape was overjoyed and turned into a golden light before entering his chest. It was still very weak now, and it was hard to say when it would be able to help Lan Xuanyu in battle in the future. Lan Xuanyu silently gave it a name in his heart. To put it simply, he would call it Golden Demon. Your spirit soul doesn't seem too strong. But that's true, our spirit souls are also very weak. Anyway, it can provide us with suitable spirit rings. Let's go back and try out our spirit skills. Let's see how much our spirit skills have improved after reaching the 1,000-year level. Xianlei was eager to give it a try. What he was most excited about was that the Emerald Demon Bird had taken the initiative to return and replicate his second spirit skill. If it was willing to continue like this, it would be equivalent to his second spirit skill being replicated by the Emerald Demon Bird. Everyone knew how strong the Emerald Demon Bird was, and ordinary thousand-year soul beasts wouldn't be able to do well in front of it. With it around, Qianlei's strength could be said to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Even if it couldn't be compared to the heavenly ice tree, it wouldn't be inferior to ordinary three-ring spirit masters. "You're back?" At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open and Ji Hongbin walked in. When the three of them saw Teacher Ji, their faces fell. "Let's go. Time is of the essence. The mission is urgent. Pressure is your motivation. Since you've only lasted so long in the Spirit Ascension platform, it proves that you still need to put in more effort." Thus, for the remaining few days, everyone in dorm 333 began their miserable cultivation again. Ji Hongbin's special training lasted all the way until the day before they left for Shrek Academy. For the past 20 days, the three of them had been tortured to the point of muddle-headedness. First, they had been oppressed by the Great Demon King for 10 days, then the thrilling experience in the Spirit Ascension platform, and then the Great Demon King's oppression. As a result, Lan Xuanyu and the others had fallen asleep the moment they boarded the spaceship. They couldn't even remember how they had bid farewell to their parents. Only 4 people from Douluo College were heading to Shrek Academy: Ji Hongbin, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng. Along with them were the other 9 teams that had stood out in the qualifiers, which naturally included Bing Tianchu's team. When everyone boarded the spaceship, the Academy's foundation was revealed. Only the students from Tianluo College and Ling Tian Academy who had qualified sat in the second-class cabin. For the students from the other academies, even if they had qualified, they were in the ordinary cabin. The second-class cabin of the spaceship wasn't just a single seat. Instead, everyone had a space the size of a single bed, which was much more comfortable than the ordinary cabin. The spaceship successfully entered space and headed towards its destination. Ji Hongbin didn't extend his seat into a bed. He just sat there and listened to the 3 students' even breathing. His heart seemed to have gradually returned to that place. He had deep feelings for that place. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't been able to enter the inner courtyard, he even hoped that he would stay there for the rest of his life and never leave. That place was good, that place was beautiful, that place was her. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up from his dream, it took him a while before he gradually became clear-headed. Along with his breathing, the gold and silver vortex in his chest automatically revolved. The terrifying Demon King's oppressive training wasn't without reason. Coupled with his experience in the Spirit Ascension platform, he could clearly feel the power of his bloodline strengthening. Even his soul power had risen to rank 21. If he could cultivate at this speed during normal times, he felt that all his suffering was worth it. But he also knew that it was impossible. Ji Hongbin had said before that this method of squeezing out one's potential could only be used once in a certain period of time. And this method was invented by Shrek Academy, so they would definitely encounter it in the future. Now, he could only hope that this last-minute training would be effective in their future exams and allow them to enter Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu lay flat in his cabin and looked at the top of the spacecraft, slightly lost in thought. Their recent training had been too tough, and their potential had been continuously squeezed out. Although they had received large amounts of nourishment, the 3 of them were still unable to bear the burden. Lan Xuanyu was still all right. At this moment, Qianlei and Lu Feng's breathing was still very even. It was obvious that they wouldn't wake up for a while. Only after calming down could he truly summarize his gains and losses, especially his recent gains and losses. Ever since he had gone to Heaven Do Planet and raised his cultivation to 2 rings, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his abilities in all aspects had greatly improved. First, his soul rings had increased from 1 to 2, and his soul ring realm had increased from 10 years to 100 years. Then, he had gained the fire element. In all the previous battles, he had actually avoided using the fire element as much as possible, especially the combination of ice and fire. This was a trump card he had left for himself in the later stages of the exam. After attaining 2 rings, his blue-silver grass had undergone various changes, and his martial soul fusion technique had become his greatest trump card. At the same time, he and Dong Qianxiu had attempted martial soul fusion twice. Currently, Dong Qianxiu was the only one who could complete martial soul fusion with him. Lan Xuanyu wasn't sure why this was the case. Either Dong Qianqiu's bloodline was strong enough to withstand his amplification, or there was some other reason. Lan Xuanyu felt that if he had the chance in the future, he should try it with Bing Tianshu. Bing Tianshu was stronger, and his bloodline power shouldn't be weak either. He didn't know if he could martial soul fusion with him. If he could perform martial soul fusion with many people, then his martial soul's auxiliary ability would probably rise to a whole new level. Through martial soul fusion with Dong Qianqiu, Lan Xuanyu discovered that although he would also consume energy, the main consumption was still Dong Qianqiu's strength. Deep blue gaze drained her soul power, but Lan Xuanyu still had his own fighting strength. If he could martial soul fusion with many people, then it would be much easier to challenge those of a higher rank. In terms of space warship piloting, according to Teacher Yin, he had actual combat experience, so he wasn't considered bad even in Shrek Academy. With space warship piloting as his foundation, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to enter the Space Command Department. If he hadn't seen the scene of Prince Yu destroying a battleship in space by himself, Lan Xuanyu's heart would have already completely leaned towards the Space Command Department. However, he now had great expectations for his personal fighting strength. If he could really enter Shrek Academy in the future, then he would have to work hard on space warship piloting. At the same time, he should also start learning how to pilot mechas. After all, there was still a difference between mechas and fighter planes. In this aspect, Yin Tianfan had a series of plans for him, and he just had to follow his teacher's plan. Now, Lan Xuanyu felt that the biggest problem he was facing was his battle armor. Ji Hunbin said that after a battle armor master reached 3 rings, they could start trying to create their own battle armor, which was the most basic battle armor. And to create one's own battle armor, one had to at least be proficient in one of the battle armor forging, design, production, and repair. And now, Lan Xuanyu hadn't even learned a single one. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but he didn't have the time to learn in the elite junior class. He had to cultivate with Ji Hongbin and learn from Yin Tianfan at the same time, so how could he have the energy to learn the 4 supplementary courses of battle armor making? In this aspect, he had to immediately perfect it when he reached Shrek Academy. As for what he wanted to learn, he would see when the time came. Lan Xuanyu also hadn't figured out what he should learn. Battle armor was a must, and it was a proof of one's strength. The core of a duo mecha master wasn't a mecha, but a battle armor. A battle armor was a soul master's own armor, and a high-level battle armor could even be integrated into one's body. Once there was danger, it would immediately appear to defend and increase the defense. A soul master with a battle armor would have a straight increase in combat power. When piloting a mecha, even if the mecha collapsed, the battle armor would still have the power to fight again. And the combination of a battle armor and a mecha was a true duo mecha master. The Jinlong Moonsong and Silver Dragon Wulin figurines that Lan Xuanyu bought back then were the most gorgeous battle armor styles from 10,000 years ago. He also had a strong obsession with battle armor in his heart. But, 3 rings, when would he be able to reach 3 rings? Compared to the increase in his spiritual power, increasing his soul power was simply too difficult, and he had only reached rank 21 now. Lan Xuanyu was completely sure that his soul power was the weakest among all the students who applied for Shrek Academy this time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. His cultivation was already slow enough, and once he used a martial soul fusion technique, his soul power would drop. Although this would allow his gold and silver bloodlines to fuse better, he couldn't increase his soul power, and he wouldn't receive any support from the source. He also wanted to be an assault system battle soul master, like Bing Tianshu, to rush to the front and turn the tide. But he didn't have that strength. If he had the strength to rush to the front, who would be willing to support him? The only thing that was slightly more powerful was that martial soul fusion skill. To the point, his soul power to his soul power was increasing his soul power increase, but the problem was that his soul power to his soul power to increase of his soul to increase to his to a deeper level to soul power to his to be able to his soul power increased his meditation to him of his soul to himself to meditation to a deeper level. Bing 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 Tianto, to him, to be of Tianto the 2, to the, there, to be had, it to the point. Now that Bing Tianshu already had 4 rings, in a few years, when Bing Tianshu had 6 rings, would he be able to have 3 rings? The gap between them would only get bigger and bigger, and this would also become his biggest problem. If he could get into Shrek Academy, he must find a way to quickly increase his soul power. Otherwise, everything would be in vain, and in the future, he would only be able to develop in the Interstellar Command Department. Understanding this point, Lan Xuanyu's expression gradually calmed down. His whole body relaxed, and he recalled the various gains and losses in the previous combat assessments, summarizing the problems and areas where he performed well in command and battle. He suddenly realized that this feeling of self-reflection was very good. Recalling the details could perfect his train of thought, and also make his thinking more meticulous. At the same time, he understood himself better. While he was thinking, he didn't know when, but he naturally entered a state of meditation. Everything became quiet again. The spacecraft flew steadily in space, heading straight for the mother planet of the Federation. For the rest of the time, Lan Xuanyu had been meditating. Occasionally, he would wake up, eat something, go to the bathroom, and then continue meditating. Lu Feng and Qian Lei also woke up later. They didn't need to be reminded, as they also meditated every day. Everyone was racing against time to improve themselves in order to get into Shrek Academy. Sometimes, Lan Xuanyu even thought that their efforts wouldn't be in vain. Even if they didn't get into Shrek in the end, this experience would still be very precious to them. After an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a crisp beeping sound, the passengers woke up one by one, regardless of whether they were sleeping or meditating. Those who had been on the spacecraft knew that they were about to arrive at their destination. Lan Xuanyu sat on the edge of the bed and turned his head to look out the window. Suddenly, he saw an azure planet appear not far ahead. Of course, this not far was relative in space. A large part of the mother planet was covered by the ocean, and the three most important continents were the Federation's Douluo continent, the Starluo continent, and the Douling continent. It was said that the current Douluo continent wasn't the original Douluo continent. As early as 20,000 years ago, another continent called the Sun-Moon continent moved over and collided with the Douluo continent. There were very few human soul masters on the Sun-Moon continent, but they had inventions like soul tools and large amounts of rare metals. The collision of the two continents also brought about a war between the two races. It was also after that period of time that humans were reunited, and soul tools were also developed rapidly. In the process of human development, soul beasts became the most lamentable existence. Powerful soul tools helped humans greatly reduce the living space of soul beasts, causing soul beasts to be on the verge of extinction. The Federation was also established at that time. Later on, for some unknown reason, the Federation and soul beasts reached an agreement to coexist peacefully, and started to go all out for interstellar migration, which led to the current situation. Almost all humans had strong feelings towards the Douluo planet, and Lan Xuanyu was no exception. This was because Nanqing told him that he was born on the Douluo planet. This was his birthplace. The spacecraft was getting closer and closer to the Douluo planet. The place that looked like a planet from afar was constantly magnified in front of his eyes, and he could vaguely see various colors, mainly green and blue. Lan Xuanyu learned about the Douluo planet in school. Following the expansion of human interstellar migration, the number of humans living on the mother planet decreased greatly, allowing the entire planet to recuperate. The Federation vigorously promoted greening measures on the mother planet, to the extent that the entire three continents of the mother planet had more than 50% green areas, which was the highest among all the planets. In fact, no matter which colonial planet the humans were living on, they all hoped to return to the mother planet to live. But at the same time, the cost of living on the mother planet was the highest among all the planets. The mother planet. This was the place where he was born. For some reason, as they gradually got closer to this huge planet, Lan Xuanyu had a strange feeling in the depths of his heart. He really liked this place. The spacecraft trembled slightly, and the alarm sounded. All the seatbelts were retracted and fastened. They entered the atmosphere of the mother planet. Lan Xuanyu sat properly, and the soul power in his body circulated automatically to counteract the tremors from the spacecraft. He thought to himself, "Mother planet, I'm coming." Heaven Luo planet. In Lan Xuanyu's home. Our son went to the mother planet. I didn't expect that one day, my son would be qualified to enroll in the Shrek Academy. Nanqing leaned on her husband's shoulder. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, but more than that, there was a strong sense of longing and motherly love. Lan Xiang sighed. He originally came from there, and now he's just returning. Perhaps his brilliance has just begun to blossom. After all, he's different. Nan Chang's delicate body trembled slightly. She sat up straight and said, "Hubby, do you think our son's secret will be discovered? That's the Shrek Academy after all." Lan Xiang shook his head. So what if it's discovered? Our son hasn't done anything wrong. Ever since the Federation signed an agreement with the soul beasts to coexist peacefully. Ever since harming soul beasts was classified as an illegal act. Both parties have always maintained a very good relationship. For so many years, I've been researching our son's situation. According to my preliminary judgment, Xianxia, this child. Speaking up to this point, he paused for a moment, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it. Nanqing couldn't help but urge. Lan Xiang said, Xianxia was born from an egg. This is completely different from the way a normal human baby is born. We humans are viviparous. However, a human baby was born from that eggshell, and he looks exactly like us. All the tests show that he's a human child. Then, there's only one possibility. I think that one of his parents should be a soul beast, and it should be a soul beast with a cultivation of more than 100,000 years that can transform into a human form. And the other should be a human. Only then can a child like him be born. Nanqing widened her eyes in shock, but she was also involved in the research of ancient soul beasts. She immediately understood that what her husband said was definitely possible. Then what kind of soul beast do you think his biological parents are? I don't remember any soul beasts with gold and silver patterns. Nanqing said doubtfully. Lan Xiao forced a smile and said, I don't know either. This is what has always troubled me. I've been doing research on Xianxu's origins all this time, but I haven't been able to find any soul beasts that have similar characteristics to him. As for his martial soul, I was even more puzzled. It was actually blue-silver grass, but it had mutated veins. Could it be that his parents' martial soul was blue-silver grass? However, how could a soul master with a trash martial soul, blue-silver grass, combine with a powerful 100,000-year soul beast? I just can't think of anything. Nanqing said, then don't think about it. Anyway, all I need to know is that he is my son. It's my precious son. Anyway, if he goes to Shrek Academy, I'll be satisfied as long as he's safe. Yes, there shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. I hope he can pass the exam. If he can get into Shrek Academy, then he'll definitely have a completely different life. The spaceship slowly landed on Douluo planet's Douluo continent. Douluo continent was also where the Federation's capital was located. The Federation's capital was located in Douluo continent's largest city, Radiant City. The space center was also built here. Looking out the window, one's eyes were filled with greenery. Even the steel forest-like city seemed to be surrounded by greenery. Lan Xuanyu had seen all of this when they were slowly landing, and his eyes were clearly starting to get excited. The cabin door is about to open. Due to the dense aura of life on the mother planet, passengers, please be prepared. After the cabin door opens for 10 minutes, your seat belts will be removed. Please do not panic. The crew broadcast sounded. In the next moment, accompanied by a chi sound, the spaceship's cabin door slowly opened. At the same time, all of the air conditioning systems were switched to external circulation, and external air was introduced into the spaceship. A slightly fresh air came in, and everyone, including Lan Xuanyu, was invigorated. Everyone could clearly feel that there was an inexplicable existence that was immersed in their bodies. It was indescribably comfortable, and there was also an intoxicating feeling. This is life energy. Lan Xuanyu was shocked as he felt the changes in the air while looking out the window in surprise. No wonder everyone said that the mother planet was good. The life energy on the mother planet seemed to be a little too dense. Heaven Luo planet's environment was also very good, but at this moment, he only felt that the level of life on Heaven Luo planet seemed to be different from that of the mother planet. The air here was filled with energy, causing the gold and silver vortex in his body to rotate faster. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering, and following the rotation of the gold and silver vortex, it quickly absorbed the life energy in the air and injected it into his body. This feeling was just like when he usually ate rare ingredients. In just a dozen breaths, his entire body started to become slightly warm. Ji Hongbin sat behind Lan Xuanyu. He was also feeling the baptism of life energy from the mother planet. He was already used to all of this. The reason why he missed this place was because the life energy on the mother planet was the most important. Mingdu wasn't the place with the densest life energy, but it would be different when they reached the Shrek Academy. This life energy would have a certain effect on people who had just arrived at Douluo planet. They would need some time to adapt to it and it would become normal. It had a certain benefit to the human body. Even living on the mother planet for a long time had the effect of prolonging one's life. This was also the reason why the Federation's headquarters had always been set up here. But the mother planet could only accommodate a limited number of people. Once the number of people exceeded a certain amount, the life energy would decrease accordingly, and there wouldn't be such an effect. Therefore, the Federation strictly controlled the number of people living on the mother planet. Only the most outstanding people had the qualifications to live here, especially scientists, soul masters, and so on. In any society, there were more or less class distinctions. The only thing the Federation could do now was to make the promotion of classes as fair as possible. As long as you had talent and were willing to work hard, you could also climb to a high position with your own efforts. And many people's goal was to live on the mother planet. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that the price of a spaceship ticket from Heaven Luo planet to the mother planet was exorbitant, far surpassing the price of a ticket to Heaven Do planet. And this was because they were students of the Shrek Academy and had a special discount. Otherwise, the Academy might not even be willing to pay such a price. Ji Hongbin was reminiscing about his life here when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be some movement in front of him. As a powerful soul master at the level of an 8-ringed soul Douluo, his perception was naturally extremely sharp. He was surprised to find that the life energy around his precious disciple's body was much denser than the others. It was as if he was a whirlpool that was constantly absorbing the energy into his body. Affinity with life energy? Ji Hongbin immediately thought of this term. This was an extremely rare situation. Some soul masters had special physiques and innately had a strong affinity with life energy. If these soul masters had enough life energy to nourish them, regardless of whether it was their cultivation or their martial soul, it would be quite beneficial. There might even be a situation where their martial soul would undergo a benign mutation. Ji Hongbin didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu was actually such a rare human soul master. Although having an affinity with life energy didn't mean that he was strong, it was an absolute plus point for getting into the Shrek Academy. This was because among the 7 planets controlled by humans, there wasn't a planet with stronger life energy than Douluo planet. Having an affinity with life energy meant that in the future, he would improve faster than others in the process of cultivation. All along, Ji Hongbin was also worried about Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation. But now that he had an affinity with life energy, the problem was naturally solved. Ji Hongbin didn't disturb Lan Xuanyu. Instead, he focused on him and felt the changes in him. He quickly felt the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body temperature. This affinity was quite high. His qi and blood also became much more active. This was really good news. Compared to Lan Xuanyu, Qian Lei and Lu Feng also felt the life energy, but they were weaker. They were similar to ordinary soul masters. Bing Tianliang sat in the same row as Lan Xuanyu, 1 seat away. It was also his first time coming to Douluo planet. While feeling the changes in his body, he was surprised and looked towards Lan Xuanyu. In his mind, among all the students who came from Heaven Luo planet to participate in the semifinals, Lan Xuanyu was the one who deserved his attention the most. He saw that Lan Xuanyu's eyes were closed and he seemed to be enjoying it. His chest rose and fell slightly as he breathed. This guy was always different from the rest. 10 minutes passed quickly. The tightened seatbelt slowly loosened and the broadcast sounded again. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Welcome to Douluo planet, Douluo continent's Radiant City. Radiant City is the capital of the Federation and the political center of the entire Federation. This city has a long history of more than 20,000 years. Successive. Amidst the broadcast's introduction, the passengers got up one after another. They stretched their stiff bodies and began to take their luggage. The bigger luggage was in the spaceship. Lan Xuanyu and the rest didn't bring any big luggage. They were only here for the semi-finals. The children only brought some clothes. 2 sets of school uniforms and some underwear were enough. It was especially simple for boys. Ji Hongbin stood up and went to Lan Xuanyu's side. Lan Xuanyu just opened his eyes and blurted out, "So comfortable." Ji Hongbin lowered his head and asked, "How do you feel?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Especially rich life energy. It seems to be surrounding me and then seeping into my body. It's very, very comfortable. My whole body feels warm." As he spoke, he stood up as well. He did not feel the stiffness of sitting in a spaceship for a long time. His whole body felt warm, as if there was a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. It was indescribably comfortable. Even her eyes were brighter than usual. Ripples appeared on the surface of the blue lake. A rich aura of life was surging on the surface of the lake. In the center of this huge lake, there was an existence that was like a pillar that supported the heavens. It towered into the clouds, straight into the clouds. If one took a closer look, they would discover that it was not a building at all. Instead, it looked like a huge tree trunk that went straight up. It was hard to see how big the tree trunk was, but there was a faint green-gold glow on the brown tree trunk from time to time. Those greenish-gold lights would occasionally float up from the tree trunk, float to the water surface for a while, and then fly back to the thick tree trunk. The 10,000-year tree demon that Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen before was already huge enough. However, compared to this tree trunk that went straight up like the clouds and was at least 3,000 meters tall, it was like an ant. More importantly, the bottom part of the tree trunk was actually growing in the lake. Wang, at this moment, a strange buzzing sound came from the surface of the lake. Then, with the huge tree trunk as the center, a huge ripple suddenly surged up, instantly turning into a huge wave that spread out in all directions. At the same time that the huge wave appeared, a layer of dense greenish-gold light rain gushed out from the thick tree trunk. Those were fist-sized greenish-gold light balls. They were gushed out by the tree trunk, forming a large greenish-gold light cloud. They surrounded the tree trunk and released outwards, then contracted inwards, as if they were breathing. The originally blue waves also turned greenish-gold under their influence. They carried an unprecedentedly strong life energy and instantly rushed towards the lakeside. There were simple and unadorned buildings by the lakeside. At a glance, these buildings looked very old. They were simple and magnificent, without any traces of damage, only the wind and frost left behind by time. It could be seen how much effort was put into their construction. Seeing that the huge wave was about to engulf the buildings by the lakeside, suddenly, a layer of pale golden halo rose from the shore, completely blocking the huge wave. The huge wave that hit the pale golden halo immediately rolled back and collided with the waves that came after. For a moment, the huge blue lake surface suddenly seemed to be boiling rhythmically. What's going on? More than 10 figures flew down from the clouds, suspended above the violently surging lake surface. They were all shocked. One of the elders frowned, clasping his hands in front of his chest. A layer of pale green halo was suddenly released from his body. Some of the greenish-gold light balls in the surrounding air suddenly separated and hovered around his body, emitting an excited aura. What's going on with the eternal tree? What's going on? How could it suddenly set off a huge wave and spurt out such a strong life energy? This is simply like a tide of life, unprecedented. Yes. There doesn't seem to be such a situation in historical records. Could something have happened? But in these years, the Federation has been reducing all industrial pollution on the mother planet, planting trees and vegetation on a large scale in order to maintain the environment of the mother planet. In other words, to maintain the eternal tree. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a change in the energy of the planet. Everyone, don't worry, maybe it's a good change. Let's wait for Master Shu to sense it first. After a moment, the elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled look. I communicated with the life spirits. The only thing they gave me was joy, as if something good had happened to the tree of eternity. It shouldn't be a bad thing. It's obvious that the life energy has become richer. Now let's see if it will fall back later. Hearing his words, the others' expressions also relaxed. It's good that it's not a bad thing. The elder said in a deep voice. Contact the Federation headquarters and ask them to send us a copy of the latest satellite imaging, especially the energy imaging. See if there are any changes from space just now. Okay. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei followed Ji Hongbin and walked down from the spaceship. Bing Tianliang and the rest also got down from the spaceship under the lead of the teacher in charge. Very quickly, the other qualifying groups also gathered around. They came from Heaven Luo planet and naturally headed to Shrek Academy to participate in the assessment. According to the arrangement, they wouldn't stay in Radiant City and would directly transfer from the Space Center to Shrek City where Shrek Academy was located. If it were any other time, these children would have come to Douluo planet, to Radiant City where the Federation headquarters was located, and would be eager to take a good look around. But now, no one was in the mood. Not to mention that they were more or less nervous about the semifinals. More importantly, to them, the pilgrimage to Shrek City was the most important. No matter how good Radiant City was, how could it be compared to Shrek Academy? It was the absolute holy land in the hearts of all soul masters. Bing Tianliang glanced at Lan Xuanyu and took the initiative to walk to his side, saying, "The life energy here is so strong, it's really a suitable place for cultivation. I remember that your martial soul is a plant type, so you should be more sensitive, right?" Lan Xuanyu nodded. "That's right. The feeling here is really great. If I cultivate here, I feel that my speed of improvement will obviously increase. In a place where the origin energy of heaven and earth was obviously more abundant, a soul master's cultivation speed would naturally be faster." No wonder Dong Qianqiu said that those who came from Mother Planet to study at Shrek Academy were their biggest competitors. Learning and cultivating in such an environment from a young age would definitely result in twice the results with half the effort. Bing Tianliang said, "Then we'll work hard to stay." Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and smiled. "Why do I suddenly feel that your confidence isn't as strong as before?" Bing Tianliang said, "What about you? Do you have enough confidence?" Lan Xuanyu smiled. "It's alright. Anyway, my soul power is weak, so I'll just do my best." There were two groups on Ling Tian Academy's side. Other than Bing Tianliang and Yu Tian's group, there was also Liang Shuxi's group. At this moment, Liang Shuxi was beside Lan Xuanyu and looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. After all, it was Lan Xuanyu's group that almost made her lose her qualifications. After hearing his words, she couldn't help but say, "Over rank 20, I'm afraid the possibility of passing is not high." Lan Xuanyu glanced at her, and Liang Shuxi looked back at him without giving in. Lan Xuanyu just smiled. Looking at his smile, Liang Shuxi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but think, this guy's smile is really nice. It's already April, and I'm already confused. Please vote. As he grew older, Lan Xuanyu's figure gradually grew taller. Although he already had the appearance of a teenager, he was still as pretty as when he was young, and he was even more handsome now. His big eyes were reserved, and his outstanding appearance would naturally attract the attention of others no matter where he stood. Bing Tianliang glanced at Liang Shuxi. "Shuxi, we are allies." Liang Shuxi turned to look at him, and her eyes immediately became gentle. She obediently replied with an N, then lowered her head and didn't say anything else. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be secretly amazed. It seemed that Liang Shuxi and Bing Tianliang's relationship was indeed very close. Thinking of this, that beautiful face subconsciously appeared in his mind. He didn't know if she had reached Douluo planet yet. He could find an opportunity to summon her later and ask. According to the time, Dong Qianqiu should have arrived at Douluo planet and headed to Shrek Academy like them. There were a total of 300 people participating in the semifinals, and they were carefully selected from various large planets. Among them, Douluo planet had the most spots for the semifinals. Naturally, it was because the students here were more outstanding. Under the lead of the various teachers, everyone passed through the Space Center's passage and boarded a soul guidance plane. They only needed to take about 3 hours of flight to reach their destination. Perhaps it was because the spaceship had been boring for too long, but after boarding, these young people of the same age quickly became lively. They chatted with each other. Among them, many people's gazes would often land on Bing Tianliang and Lan Xuanyu. Bing Tianliang was the only four-ringed soul master in Heaven Luo planet, so he was naturally the focus of attention. However, Lan Xuanyu wasn't to be outdone either. He took first place in both the qualifiers and the qualifiers, and even suppressed Bing Tianliang. How could others not notice him? Although they were all from Heaven Luo planet, they were still competitors. With only 1 out of 10 places, as long as one person qualified, it meant that there would be one less place. Student Bing, how many people from your academy got into Shrek Academy last semester? Lan Xuanyu asked Bing Tianliang. Perhaps the teachers had purposely arranged for the two of them to sit together. On Lan Xuanyu's left was Qian Lei, and on Bing Tianliang's right was Liang Shushi. Bing Tianliang said, not a single one last year. Not even one? Lan Xuanyu looked at him in surprise. Bing Tianliang nodded and said, last year, no one from Heaven Luo planet made it. 21 of the 30 spots came from the mother planet, and the remaining spots were divided among several other planets. 3 years ago, a senior from our school got into Shrek. This is also the only one in Heaven Luo planet who has succeeded in the past 3 years. Lan Xuanyu always knew that it was difficult to get into Shrek Academy, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Moreover, from the data from Bing Tianliang, he could understand how strong the candidates from the mother planet were. They were so strong that it was abnormal. Bing Tianliang glanced at him and said, unless we are specially recruited, it's hard to say how many of us can get in this time. Lan Xuanyu said, even you don't have confidence? Bing Tianliang said, maybe a little. But if it's just me alone. Speaking up to this point, he paused for a moment. Although he didn't turn to look at Liang Shushi, Lan Xuanyu knew what he was hinting at from the reason why he came to look for him to cooperate. In other words, if Bing Tianliang couldn't get into Shrek Academy with Liang Shushi, would he give up? Moreover, there was still Yu Tian and Lin Donghui. This fellow was really, a little righteous. Let's work hard. Together. Who knows, maybe we can all get in. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. You're so confident. Where did your confidence come from? Liang Shushi couldn't help but say. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, if we don't even dare to think about it, wouldn't we have a chance? What we need to pray for now is that this year's assessment is as much team-oriented as possible. If it's all individual assessment, I'm afraid it'll be a little troublesome. Yes, I think so too. Bing Tianliang agreed with Lan Xuanyu's words. For their team, he was the strongest in terms of individual combat power. The 3 of them cooperated well, but they could still split up. Every year, those who got into Shrek Academy weren't all 4ing. After all, even on the mother planet, a 12-year-old 4ing wasn't common. And their biggest advantage wasn't Bing Tianliang, but Lan Xuanyu. Bing Tianliang was very clear that with just him, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui's strength, not to mention helping Liang Shushi get in, even the 3 of them might not be able to get into Shrek Academy. But if they had Lan Xuanyu, then it would be different. His support abilities were fully displayed in the Spirit Ascension platform, even better than the legendary 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Especially when he cooperated with Dong Qianqiu. It was simply shocking to Bing Tianliang. He understood that he couldn't block that martial soul fusion technique. With Lan Xuanyu, if it was a team assessment, a miracle could really happen. Don't forget, Lan Xuanyu's commanding ability was also extremely strong. Lan Xuanyu had already used his actions to prove to them that he was a person who was good at creating miracles. Bing Tianliang said in a deep voice, if the 7 of us can really get in, Lan Xuanyu, I'll give you my lucky draw. Your lucky draw? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Bing Tianliang said in surprise, don't you know? Every new student who enters Shrek Academy will have a chance to draw a prize from the Wheel of Fortune. Lan Xuanyu finally understood and couldn't help but be moved. The Shrek Academy was really generous. And Bing Tianliang was actually willing to give him such a precious opportunity. One could imagine how much he wanted to get into Shrek Academy with his teammates. But Lan Xuanyu also understood that Bing Tianliang had already excluded Liang Shushi's 2 teammates. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring them along, but there were only so many spots. There were a total of 30 spots, and they already had 7 of them. It would be wishful thinking for all 7 of them to get into Shrek Academy, let alone 9. Let's pray first, then work hard. The plane gradually quieted down. How many of the 30 young soul masters from Heaven Luo planet could get into Shrek Academy? Or none of them could get in? The results would be revealed soon. When the cabin quieted down, an invisible pressure also appeared. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and felt the constant warmth coming from his body. He seemed to have felt something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. The others seemed to have adapted to the rich life energy on Douluo planet, but he was the only one who always felt it. That rich life energy seemed to always be surrounding his body. He closed his eyes and tried to meditate. Soon, Lan Xuanyu shockingly discovered that his perception was right. Usually, when he cultivated, a portion of his soul power would be absorbed by the gold and silver vortex bloodline power in his chest. Although he didn't know what it was for, it was definitely related to the maintenance of his bloodline power. And when he arrived at Douluo planet, he started meditating. He clearly discovered that although the bloodline vortex would still absorb some of his soul power, it was much less than before. The life energy in the air seemed to have helped him to greatly supplement the energy required by the bloodline vortex. What did this mean? It meant that if he cultivated on Douluo planet, his cultivation speed would obviously be faster than on Heaven Luo planet. Although he still couldn't compare to the others, he was already much better than himself. Compared to the long journey of spaceflight, 3 hours was undoubtedly a short time. Someone shouted, "We're here, Shrek, it's Shrek." Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Regardless of whether they were sleeping or meditating, or even the teachers, they all opened their eyes at the same time and scrambled to look out the window. In the distance, clouds and mist curled up, and within those clouds and mist, they saw an existence that resembled a heavenly pillar that towered into the clouds. At the bottom of the heavenly pillar was a huge azure lake. Around the lake, there were densely packed buildings that radiated outwards in a ring around the azure lake. Between the buildings, there were all kinds of vegetation, and a little further away, there was a huge forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yes, this was a ring-shaped city, and at the same time, it was also a ring-shaped city in the middle of a huge forest. This was the #1 academy in the Douluo Federation, with a history of 30,000 years, and the holy land of all soul masters, Shrek Academy. That ring-shaped city was Shrek City. And the huge lake in the middle was called Sea God Lake. It was named in honor of the first existence of Shrek Academy to become a god, and also the leader of the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, Sea God Tang San. In the middle of Sea God Lake, the huge tree was called the Eternal Tree, and it was said to be the source of life for the entire Douluo planet. Ji Hongbin was also looking out the window, and his hands subconsciously clenched. His originally stiff expression didn't change much, but the depths of his eyes were filled with excitement. "I'm back, I'm finally back. Shrek, this is Shrek Academy, it's so beautiful." Liang Shushi grabbed Bing Tianliang's arm, and her big eyes were filled with excitement. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened as well. Looking down from the sky, Shrek Academy's scale was truly vast. That dark blue lake water was simply too shocking. What was even more shocking was the towering Eternal Tree. When he saw the Eternal Tree, he felt that he couldn't take his eyes off it, and an indescribable feeling of intimacy arose spontaneously. And the originally warm life aura in his body even became blazing hot, faintly causing his bloodline vortex to spin rapidly. Bing Tianliang and Qian Lei, who were sitting beside him, could feel the warmth radiating from his body. "Xianyu, are you all right?" Qian Lei asked in a low voice. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. The warmth in his body could only make him feel comfortable. The feeling of his whole body being nourished made him feel refreshed. Using the situation in Heaven Luo planet as a comparison, the bloodline vortex in his body was like a black hole that had to constantly devour energy to replenish itself. Food was the energy it devoured, which was why Lan Xuanyu ate so much. The soul power produced during cultivation was also the target of its absorption. But just as he arrived here, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his bloodline vortex's swallowing direction had changed. The abundant life energy here was replenishing it, causing the bloodline vortex's demand on him to greatly decrease. He had this feeling when he first arrived at Douluo planet, and now this feeling had become more and more obvious. His bloodline vortex no longer demanded from him, and it seemed that just absorbing the life energy in the air was enough to replenish itself. This was Shrek Academy. It was truly worthy of being the #1 academy in the Federation. Just the environment here was many times more suitable for cultivation than other planets. I must get in, I must get in. As long as he could stay here, everything would be different for him. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly became incomparably determined. The soul plane slowly descended, and the sea god lake below was blocked by buildings. It glided smoothly and landed. A pleasant voice sounded in the cabin, "Welcome, passengers, to Shrek City." Shrek City has a long history, and it has the famous #1 academy on the continent, Shrek Academy, in the Federation. To the east of Shrek City is the headquarters of the Spirit Pagoda. This is the well-deserved cultural center of the Federation. It is also the holy land that all soul masters yearn for. Yes, this was the holy land in the hearts of all soul masters. Everyone felt honored to be able to cultivate here. It was just that Shrek Academy only recruited 30 people every year. Although they recruited every year, and there were some exceptions occasionally, the total number of people was still very small. It was said that the total number of people studying at Shrek Academy at the same time did not exceed 300. As the #1 academy in the Federation, it was simply unimaginable that the number of people teaching was so small. But Shrek did this. According to legend, Shrek Academy's enrollment in the early years was much higher than this. No one knew when it started, but the enrollment was reduced. However, every student who was able to graduate from here was an elite of the Federation. When Lan Xuanyu and the other people from Heaven Luo planet got off the plane, their hearts were filled with a solemn feeling. Perhaps, this was the mentality of a pilgrimage. Everyone didn't even say a word. They just silently sensed and observed everything in the outside world. When they got off the plane, the first thing they felt was the fresh and moist air. The air carried the fragrance of plants and was refreshing and pleasant. It was neither hot nor cold, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The slightly moist air blew against their faces. The fresh air seemed to be able to soak into one's skin, and it was indescribably comfortable. Lan Xuanyu looked around. The style of the airport here was simple and unadorned. The layout was mainly green, and it was filled with a refreshing and pleasant feeling. There weren't too many gorgeous decorations, but it gave people a simple and elegant feeling that made people feel close to them. It made people unconsciously feel relaxed. Ji Hongbin walked in front. He was also looking at everything, but his eyes were filled with emotions. He subconsciously touched his face, as if to confirm something. When everyone got out of the airport, a soul guidance bus had already driven over. It was dark green with some patterns drawn with golden lines. Among them, there was a slightly strange head portrait that was the most eye-catching because it belonged to the Shrek Academy. It wasn't particularly beautiful, but it was filled with the flavor of history. This emblem had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The door opened and a person came out. Seeing this person, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. This was because he actually knew this person. Wasn't she the beauty from Shrek Academy, Ling Yi, who had guided them to participate in the qualifiers? Ling Yi naturally saw him too. She smiled sweetly at him. "Welcome to Shrek Academy, everyone. I represent the Academy and am in charge of the students from Heaven Luo planet participating in the semifinals. Please follow me on the bus. I also welcome the teachers from Tian Luo College." Ji Hongbin nodded at her and said, "Thank you." Everyone got on the bus. This Shrek Academy bus was very luxurious. Every seat was like a sofa, and there was a table in front with a bottle of pure water on it. It could accommodate 50 people at the same time. There were a total of 30 students. Including the teachers, there were less than 40 people. It was more than enough. As the bus started, many students couldn't help but look out the window. They really wanted to see this legendary city. It was said that around 10,000 years ago, the original Shrek Academy had been blown up once, and the current Shrek Academy had been rebuilt on the original site of the explosion. However, the scale of the Shrek Academy was much larger than before. Although ordinary documents didn't record what happened at that time, one could imagine that it was a devastating blow to the Shrek Academy. But even so, relying on its deep foundation, the Shrek Academy was rebuilt to its current scale and became a legend among legends. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Because the number of students recruited by the Shrek Academy was low, it led to more young soul masters flocking to it. Whether or not they could pass, everyone wanted to give it a try. What if they passed? It was very likely that they would reach the heavens in a single step. Ling Yi sat at the front and did not explain anything. The bus entered the street. There were quaint buildings on both sides of the street, and they gave off a very ancient feeling. These were not even buildings from 10,000 years ago. They looked like buildings from ancient times. Some of the buildings were especially eye-catching. Not long after the bus started moving, Lan Xuanyu saw something that caught his attention. It was a huge archway. Behind the archway, there was a large area of buildings that spread out in a circle to both sides. It was like an open arm, hugging something behind it. If Lan Xuanyu remembered correctly, that direction should be the Sea God Lake. When the bus stopped in front of the archway, he suddenly saw two big words on the archway. Tangmen. Tangmen? Was this the headquarters of Tangmen? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously sat up straight. He was not the only one. When everyone saw these two words, they all sat up straight and focused their attention. Wow, this is Tangmen? Tangmen headquarters. Xianxia gasped. He subconsciously leaned against the window with a face full of excitement. If the Shrek Academy was the #1 academy in the world, then the Tangmen was the #1 sect in the world. It deserved the title. More importantly, the #1 academy in the world and the #1 sect in the world were inextricably linked. Even the Federation government did not dare to offend them easily. In a sense, this vast Shrek city, which was probably even larger than the Federation's capital, Mingdu, was an autonomous city governed by the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. However, the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen had never spoken about it, nor did they participate in politics. They had always existed alone. They maintained their neutrality. The Tangmen seemed to have become a pure research organization, and the Shrek Academy was purely an academy that cultivated talents. They did not easily involve themselves in political struggles or any faction, even the military. It was also because of this that the Tangmen and the Shrek Academy had always had a transcendent status in the Federation. There were only a few organizations that could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The War God Temple and the Spirit Pagoda were more representative. Compared to the Tangmen and the Shrek Academy, the War God Temple was directly under the Federation's military. The Spirit Pagoda was relatively closer to the Federation because they dealt with sensitive products related to soul beasts, spirits, and soul masters. The bus drove for a long while before it finally passed through the Tang sect's territory. It continued onward, and soon entered the next cluster of buildings. Ji Hongbin straightened his back abruptly, and his eyes were filled with excitement and respect. Yes, they had arrived at their destination. The Shrek Academy was a gray building. Its style was simple and unadorned, and it occupied a vast area. It was even larger than the Tangmen. It was also an arc because it was built around the Sea God Lake. The ancient buildings were connected to each other, forming the outermost ring. The walls were dark green, but they were not oppressive. Instead, they were filled with nobility and warmth. On the dark green walls, there was a golden vertical line every 50 meters. They could not see the situation inside the academy, but it made them look forward to it. At this moment, Ling Yi, who was sitting in front, stood up. Everyone, teachers and students from Douluo College. We are about to arrive at the Shrek Academy. In a while, you will be arranged to rest in the Shrek Hotel that is responsible for reception. Tomorrow morning, the first test of the second round will begin. The content of the test is a physical examination. We will conduct a detailed physical examination on each of you, including a spiritual power examination. So, please have a good rest today and adjust your condition so that you can show your best tomorrow. The first round of the second round was actually as simple as a physical examination. This was completely different from what many people had expected. Whether it was the qualifiers or the qualifiers, they could only be described as thrilling. They were the absolute embodiment of actual combat. But now that he was here, he had become gentler? Was the second round really that easy? Of course, this was definitely just the beginning. No one knew what other tests there would be. When the soul bus drove through the solemn gates of the Shrek Academy, everyone subconsciously held their breaths. The dark green gates were made of intertwined green and gold metal. The gates were about 100 meters wide, and the highest point was close to 40 meters. This was definitely the largest gate Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. On both sides of the main gate, there was a small gate. Although they were called small gates, they were still more than 30 meters wide. In order to welcome their arrival, the Shrek Academy's main gate was wide open. Just this small detail was enough to make the Heaven Luo Academy students who came to participate in the semi-finals feel their blood boiling. At this moment, Ji Hongbin was slightly absent-minded. It was as if he had returned to the past. Back then, when he first came to the Shrek Academy, he was also like this. Now, he was finally back. That one step away had made him regret it for the rest of his life, and he had no choice but to leave. Even his most precious thing was left here. Now, he was back again, here again. One could imagine how he felt in his heart. He subconsciously clenched his fists. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Yes, I'm back. Although it's in this way, I finally have the courage to come back here. After the bus entered, it turned left. Not far away, there was a tall building. It was the Shrek Academy's exclusive hotel. After getting off the bus, under Ling Yi's lead, the group from Tianluo planet entered the hotel. This was a world of green and gold. It was elegant and comfortable. There weren't any extravagant decorations, but everything seemed so orderly and harmonious. More importantly, after entering the academy, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the life energy here was stronger than outside. It wasn't just him. This time, the other students felt it too. Some people's faces turned a little red. It was as if they were drunk on oxygen. The life energy was too strong, causing some changes in their bodies. It was soft, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. It was comfortable, but they couldn't exert any strength. The teacher settled the accommodation and then allocated the rooms. 2 people would share a room. Lan Xuanyu was assigned to a room with Ji Hongbin, while Lu Feng and Qian Lei stayed in another room. Ling Yi said, "Then please rest early. You can eat in the restaurant in the hotel directly. There's no need to pay any fees. The academy will take care of everything. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up at 8 a.m. for a physical examination. Please be prepared." After speaking, she gestured to everyone and turned to leave. As it was their first time here, everyone was filled with a sense of novelty. They couldn't help but look around. This hotel was huge. It looked like it could accommodate at least a few thousand people at the same time. They didn't know why the Shrek Academy, which only had 300 students, would have such a big hotel. Ji Hongbin patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Lan Xuanyu actually wanted to look around like the others, but after hearing Ji Hongbin's words, he could only follow the teacher to the room. They were arranged to stay on the second floor. The room wasn't too big. The decoration style was similar to the main hall, about 50 square meters. It was clean, tidy, fresh and comfortable. There was also a small balcony where they could see outside. "Teacher, can we go to see God Lake to take a look?" As soon as they entered, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask Ji Hongbin beside him. Ji Hongbin shook his head and said, "No. After coming here, without Shrek Academy's permission, we can't even leave the hotel. See God Lake is even more impossible. Only Shrek Academy's official students can go there. See God Lake has a very important position in Shrek Academy. Don't think that there are so many buildings surrounding See God Lake. In fact, those that can get close to See God Lake are all close allies of Shrek Academy, and they are definitely organizations with almighty existences. Even the Spirit Pagoda only managed to get a small area around See God Lake after applying for a long time." Lan Xuanyu said, "This place is so beautiful, and the life energy is so dense." Ji Hongbin closed the door and pointed to the sofa in the room, indicating for him to sit down. "I was just about to talk to you about this. When you just came to the mother planet, did you feel the changes in your body?" Ji Hongbin asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Yes, there are changes. It's like I've been absorbing the life energy, and it's very comfortable. Even my cultivation seems to be much faster than usual." Ji Hongbin revealed a happy expression and said, "You probably have a rare physique with life affinity, and you can naturally have an affinity with life energy. This is definitely a bonus in the Shrek Academy's application process." I asked you to come back with me immediately so that you can experience it one step further. You should have felt it, but after entering the academy, the life energy has become even denser. Ordinary people can't live in this kind of environment for too long, or else it will be harmful. There will be a situation where one's life energy is absorbed by the life energy. However, soul masters don't have this problem, and in this kind of environment, their cultivation speed will increase. And you, who have a physique with life affinity, have an even greater advantage in this kind of environment. By absorbing the life energy and transforming it into your own needs, it will have great benefits for your body's growth and even the growth of your soul power. Therefore, don't waste time, start meditating immediately, and do your best to adapt to the environment here. At the same time, use this environment to improve yourself, and develop your physique with life affinity as much as possible before tomorrow's physical examination. In the physical examination, there's a special section to check on this. Your soul power will definitely be at a disadvantage, so you need to rely on this to make up for it. Lan Xuanyu was a little regretful that he didn't get to see more of this place. Now that he heard the teacher's explanation, he understood that Ji Hongbin did it for his own good. He hurriedly nodded, walked to the bed, and sat down cross-legged, trying to meditate. Ji Hongbin walked to the window. Outside the window was the street outside the Shrek Academy. Because of the tall walls, he couldn't see much. However, ever since he came here, for some reason, he had a feeling of uneasiness. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he couldn't help but come. Lan Xuanyu didn't know the psychological changes in his teacher's heart at this time. At this time, he had already begun to silently feel his own body. With a spiritual power of more than 500 points, his soul force naturally began to circulate according to the mysterious heaven method. Gentle soul force flowed along his meridians, and his bloodline vortex naturally began to revolve as usual. Normally, the bloodline vortex would absorb a portion of his soul power as he cultivated. But at this time, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel the difference when he cultivated. Vaguely, he saw many fine green light spots in his spiritual world. These light spots were fine and dense, and they were absorbed into his body along with the rotation of his bloodline vortex. They naturally merged into his gold and silver vortex. This caused his bloodline vortex to become brighter. Lan Xuanyu could even see the faintly discernible rainbow-colored light at the core of the vortex even more clearly, as if it was guiding everything. And after this rich life energy was injected, the bloodline vortex seemed to dislike his soul force. It no longer absorbed his soul force to replenish itself like before. Instead, the bloodline aura was released vigorously under the stimulation of the life energy, causing his bloodline to flow faster. So much so that during the meditation process, his soul force circulation also sped up. The cultivation of soul force was originally raised by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The life energy here was so rich, and the life energy was the purest and easiest to absorb. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that he was a completely different person compared to when he was cultivating on Heaven Luo planet. In just a few minutes, the mysterious heaven technique had already completed one cycle, and he could clearly feel that his soul force had increased. This caused some changes in his mentality, and he subconsciously thought that if he wasn't in Heaven Luo planet back then and cultivated on the mother planet, he probably wouldn't have this level of cultivation. Maybe, he might even have the possibility of having 4 rings. This was really infuriating. No wonder the examinees on the mother planet were so strong. Guard your mind. Don't let your imagination run wild. Ji Hongbin's voice rang directly in his spiritual world, causing Lan Xuanyu to shudder. He hurriedly wiped away all the unnecessary thoughts in his heart and concentrated on cultivating. Ji Hongbin had been sensing the changes in his body, so how could he not feel it when his emotions fluctuated? But with his reminder, Lan Xuanyu quickly calmed down, and Ji Hongbin couldn't help but nod secretly. Although his disciples sometimes felt that Yin Tianfan had led him astray, he had to admit that Lan Xuanyu was indeed gifted, especially when it came to his mentality. He didn't know if it was because he had a good heart or something else. In short, no matter what situation he faced, he wasn't nervous at all. If it was someone else who was tormented by Yin Tianfan in the space warship simulation cabin, they would have broken down long ago. But not only did Lan Xuanyu endure it, he even had some achievements. In his opinion, this disciple's biggest problem was that he was too daring. Generally speaking, smart people were timid, but Lan Xuanyu was an exception, and he was full of adventurous spirit. This could be seen from his performance in the qualifiers and later in the qualifiers, as well as when the spaceship was robbed in space. He was a perfect example of the saying, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." Although being daring wasn't necessarily a bad thing, from Ji Hongbin's point of view, this wasn't steady enough and could easily lead to problems. But on the other hand, being daring could also lead to situations where riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. Unfortunately, this disciple of his was smart enough to succeed every time. In his previous performances, Lan Xuanyu was always able to avoid risks as much as possible, and the risks he took were calculated. Therefore, although he often took risks, he succeeded most of the time. Ji Hongbin hoped that when he matured in the future, he would be more steady. Many times, a momentary risk might lead to greater benefits, but it also meant greater risks. If one wasn't careful, they could lose everything. As he was thinking, Ji Hongbin looked at Lan Xuanyu with a gaze that gradually became surprised. This was because the dots of green light that appeared in Lan Xuanyu's consciousness also appeared in Ji Hongbin's perception. Ji Hongbin could clearly feel life energy pouring in from all directions in the room. How rich was this life energy that could appear in his spiritual world? This was already close to the level of Sea God's Lakeside. With Ji Hongbin's cultivation, if he wanted to cultivate, he could naturally guide this life energy. But the key point was that he didn't do anything. And what was his cultivation level? He was an 8-ringed soul Douluo. He didn't do anything because this life energy was guided by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was only a 2-ringed soul Douluo. This kid's affinity with life had actually reached such a level? This was very impressive. The other teachers didn't know the significance of staying in the Shrek Academy's guest house, but Ji Hongbin was very clear about it. Being able to stay here was in itself a kind of reward for the teachers and students who made it to the second round. The rich life energy in the Shrek Academy wasn't natural, but deliberately guided. Cultivating in this kind of strong life energy, whether it was breaking through or improving, would be extremely beneficial. It would also be helpful to one's own life energy. If one was good at using it, it wasn't impossible to even prolong one's life. Therefore, Ji Hongbin let Lan Xuanyu cultivate as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't get into Shrek, it could be considered a worthwhile trip. As for Lu Feng and Qian Lei, in fact, in his heart, the probability of getting into Shrek Academy was very small. They relied too much on Lan Xuanyu, and their own cultivation was too weak. The second round wasn't just a team assessment, but also a lot of individual assessments. It would be extremely difficult for them to pass the individual assessment, even if Lu Feng already had a soul bone. Therefore, he put all his energy on Lan Xuanyu to ensure that Lan Xuanyu had the highest chance of getting into Shrek. If he didn't have an affinity with life, he wouldn't even be optimistic about Lan Xuanyu. They only recruited 30 people every year. How many young soul masters were there in the entire federation? Getting into Shrek Academy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Among all the students in Heaven Luo Planet, Ji Hongbin felt that Bing Tianliang was the only one with confidence. As for the others, he didn't mention this because he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of these young people. In his opinion, Bing Tianliang wanted to join forces with Lan Xuanyu to bring his teammates and even his childhood sweetheart, Liang Shushi, into Shrek Academy to study. It was no different from a fool's dream. It was very childish. Was Shrek so easy to get in? Ji Hongbin walked to his bed and sat down. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't remain indifferent in the face of such rich life energy. If he could stay here for a few days, he would absorb it. It would be of great help to him when he broke through to become a 9-ring title Douluo in the future. Lan Xuanyu had never felt so carefree in his cultivation. Without the restriction of the gold and silver vortex, his cultivation could be described as a fish in water. In the beginning, it wasn't too fast, but with the continuous infusion of life energy, his bloodline vortex seemed to gradually fill up. The excess life energy naturally merged with his soul power, and the entire cultivation cycle of the mysterious heaven technique revolved at a high speed. It was simply many times faster than usual. With the nourishment of his bloodline aura, the gold and silver vortex's radiance was clearly getting stronger. Lan Xuanyu's entire body was somewhat blazing. Subtle changes were taking place gradually and subtly. His brain became more active, and his spiritual sea was clearly fluctuating, boiling, and even expanding. His body was also receiving the nourishment of his bloodline power. Whether it was his bones, meridians, or internal organs, they were all being nourished by his bloodline power. Using the word metamorphosis to describe Lan Xuanyu at this moment was the most appropriate. He was like a canal that had been dug long ago. Previously, there wasn't enough water, so it was difficult to irrigate. At this moment, countless amounts of pure water poured in, filling up the canals and beginning to irrigate them. After an unknown period of time, the bones in Lan Xuanyu's entire body suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds. His entire body seemed to have grown taller. On the surface of his skin, gold and silver veined patterns quietly emerged, and an indescribable aura burst forth. Ji Hongbin, who was sitting across from him, abruptly opened his eyes. Shock filled his face as he hurriedly raised his hands, and a gentle wave of soul power enveloped the entire room. He had no choice but to do so. This was the Shrek Academy. The sudden change in Lan Xuanyu's body, especially the bloodline aura fluctuations that caused even him to be bewildered, could be felt by many powerhouses here. The second round of examinations was about to begin, and he had the responsibility to conceal this for the students. He didn't expect that under the stimulation of life energy, Lan Xuanyu's body would actually evolve. He released a protective barrier, covering everything in the room. Only then did he focus his eyes on Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's upper body uniform had actually been torn apart by that burst of aura, revealing his sturdy upper body. Although he was only 12 years old and hadn't yet grown into an adult, the lines of his muscles were clearly smooth. At this moment, on the surface of his skin, his left arm was completely covered in silver-veined patterns, while his right arm was covered in gold-veined patterns. The two different colored veined patterns extended all the way to his chest. Moreover, they converged there, forming a faintly discernible gold and silver vortex. This vortex was continuously becoming more and more obvious, as if it was drilling out from within his body. The bloodline aura released from Lan Xuanyu's body was also continuously changing. Sometimes it was incomparably berserk, and sometimes it was filled with an indescribable noble might. The two interchanged, complemented each other, and often collided with each other. This caused Lan Xuanyu's expression to continuously change. Ji Hongbin's brows were tightly knitted. At this moment, he couldn't even interfere. This was because he didn't know what kind of bloodline this was. The human body's bloodline was a problem that even science couldn't solve. This was because even if it was passed down from father to son, because of external factors and hereditary factors, the bloodline would still be slightly different, even extremely different. Abnormalities could be found everywhere. Some became weaker, some became stronger. Therefore, from a certain point of view, among all the soul masters in the Federation, there were no two people whose bloodlines were exactly the same. Under this kind of situation, who would dare to help others adjust their bloodlines? Soul power could be adjusted, but bloodlines couldn't help. Only top-notch healing-type soul masters could rely on pure life energy to provide some assistance. Without a doubt, the changes that were happening to Lan Xuanyu's body were caused by him absorbing too much pure life energy. However, it seemed that this wasn't completely safe. Ji Hongbin's brows were tightly knitted. He was now somewhat regretful. He should have let Lan Xuanyu adapt a bit more before trying to absorb and cultivate. He didn't think that his body's reaction would be so big. Let alone him, even Lan Xuanyu himself didn't know what kind of state he was in. He only felt that after the soul power in his body was circulated to the extreme, the gold and silver vortex had already spun to a high speed that he couldn't control. Then, the power of his bloodline gushed out from the vortex, filling every corner of his body in an instant. In his body, it seemed as if something had broken. Then, from his limbs and bones, including his meridians, bones, and internal organs, a suction force was emitted, absorbing the power of his bloodline into every corner of his body. At this moment, a problem appeared. When his bloodline had awakened, he had encountered a huge problem. Two different bloodlines clashed against each other. If not for Teacher Nana's help at that time, he would have very likely exploded and died. Now, his bones, meridians, and internal organs were absorbing these two types of energy at the same time. However, when these two types of energy were absorbed into his bones, meridians, and internal organs, they didn't automatically form a vortex to harmonize with each other. Therefore, the collision began to occur. Lan Xuanyu felt as though his entire body was about to break apart, and he was in indescribable pain. He couldn't help but feel as if every part of his body was about to be torn apart. Ji Hongbin quickly saw where the problem was. This was because Lan Xuanyu's body had already begun to bleed from his pores, and his entire body began to tremble violently. The gold and silver vortex pattern on his chest also began to become clearer and clearer, gradually reaching the center. If Lan Xuanyu could speak right now, the thing he wanted to do the most would have been to shout for help. He couldn't control it anymore. Even with his 500 points of spiritual power, it was completely useless now. He could only watch as everything happened. His meridians seemed to have all shattered, and even his internal organs began to show signs of this. The blood that seeped out of his skin was actually only a very small portion. Because his skin was tough, it automatically sealed itself, preventing more blood from leaking out of his broken meridians. However, his entire body had already begun to swell. Ji Hongbin was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What should he do? What should he do now? Right at this moment, the gold and silver vortex on Lan Xuanyu's chest was finally completed. When the two colors of veined patterns finally intersected at the center point, a tiny rainbow-colored ray of light appeared. In an instant, everything around him seemed to quiet down. Ji Hongbin seemed to hear a faint dragon's roar in his ears. Yes, it was very faint, but he could clearly feel that this faint dragon's roar seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Even with his cultivation, he almost lost control of his mind at that moment, and was unable to maintain the protective barrier in the room. In the next instant, that rainbow light suddenly spread outwards, turning into a rainbow halo, and transforming Lan Xuanyu's entire body into a rainbow. The entire room became dazzling in that instant. It was extremely eye-catching. Lan Xuanyu only felt a bit of warmth spread from his chest. In just an instant, all of his pain was completely soothed. The gold and silver bloodline energies that had fused into his bones, meridians, and internal organs also calmed down in that instant. They each performed their own functions and left their own destinies to fate, and a faint layer of rainbow light appeared within them. The shattered meridians began to quietly reassemble. The raging blood slowly returned and directly drilled into the meridians. The internal organs that were on the verge of collapse once again became sturdy. The cracks in his bones that were full of cracks all became colorful. The gold and silver energies that had been violently colliding with each other also became colorful. They merged into the depths of his bones and silently disappeared. A series of crackling sounds rang out from Lan Xuanyu's body. The seven-colored light seemed to have only appeared for a moment and disappeared in a flash. However, the change that appeared on the surface of his skin was that all of the gold and silver veins had completely disappeared. Even the gold and silver vortex on his chest was the same. Everything seemed to have returned to normal at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's aura also seemed to have returned to when he had just started cultivating. If not for his tattered uniform, it would even feel as if nothing had happened. Ji Hongbin's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a bit. He could completely confirm that just a moment ago, his disciple had completed a bloodline mutation. The entire process had only taken a few minutes, but it could be said to be full of ups and downs. It was hair-raising. He clearly felt that his disciple was about to collapse. However, after that instant, everything had completely returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Was it good or bad? Would it mutate in a good direction or a bad direction? And at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's hands began to change. The first change was the fingernails on both hands. His left fingernail suddenly turned silver, while his right fingernail turned gold. Then, the fingernail quickly grew. The silver fingernail on his left hand was about 2 inches long, while the golden fingernail on his right hand was 3 inches long. Then, the fingernail actually began to twist together, turning into golden and silver sharp claws. From the base of the fingernail upwards, pieces of scales began to appear. The scales that appeared on his left hand were golden rhombus-shaped. Each rhombus-shaped scale looked plump and full of texture. There were clear ridges on top of it. The silver scales that appeared on his right hand were oval-shaped. There were faint wave-like veins on them. They looked much gentler, but there was a faint ripple of colorful light. The two different scales climbed from his fingers to his palms. Then, they drilled into his palms. It spread all the way to his elbows. Where? Following the appearance of these two scales, even with Ji Hongban's cultivation, he could faintly sense a strong sense of danger from Lan Xuanyu's body. But this should be a good mutation, right? Ji Hongban heaved a sigh of relief. He removed his protective barrier. This was the Shrek Academy. Outside, his 8-ring cultivation was considered quite strong. But in the Shrek Academy, what was an 8-ring cultivation? But the moment he removed his protective barrier, he suddenly felt a rich life aura burrowing out of the window, the cracks in the door, and even the walls. It all rushed in Lan Xuanyu's direction. The life aura that came this time was several times richer than before. It was to the extent that Lan Xuanyu's skin had a thin layer of green. Ji Hongban suddenly realized that he had made a wrong decision. When the life aura surged into Lan Xuanyu's body, his somewhat dispirited state immediately recovered. In other words, when he was undergoing the mutation of his bloodline, he had isolated himself from the outside life aura at the same time. And this life aura should be a positive help to him? This brat really made people worry. Ji Hongban suddenly felt a bit of a headache. He had taught many students, but Lan Xuanyu was the first. Lan Xuanyu didn't think so. When the 7-colored light spread, everything seemed to return to normal. His meridians, organs, and bones were reconstructed. Everything seemed to be a bit different from before. He wasn't too clear on what the difference was. He only felt that the gold and silver vortex that had returned to his chest seemed to be gentler than before. It had returned to its initial state, a state where it hadn't been strengthened by the life aura. In this state, Lan Xuanyu's aura calmed down. The life aura came again at this time. This life aura came at just the right time. Although his bones, meridians, and organs had been completely reconstructed, he felt as if he had used up all his strength. They were dry and even shriveled up. When this rich life aura arrived, it first filled his gold and silver bloodline vortex. Then, it immediately replenished every corner of his body, making him feel as if he had been rejuvenated. His entire body seemed to have inexhaustible strength. He could clearly feel that his spiritual sea had expanded by a large area. Although his eyes were closed, his perception of his surroundings had clearly increased by a lot. His entire body had a special feeling. How should he describe it? Lan Xuanyu's mind then appeared, awakening. Yes, it was as if his body had awakened. Gradually, his body was completely filled. He subconsciously moved. Everything was normal. He opened his arms and used all his strength to stretch his body. There was another series of bone-popping sounds. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that the blood in his entire body was indescribably smooth. It was really too comfortable. He opened his eyes and looked in front of him. Ji Hongban only felt that Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed with a colorful light, although it only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. However, he could clearly feel that this disciple of his seemed to have changed. He was indeed different. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his eyesight had greatly increased. Everything in front of him had become clearer. He was even surprised to find that the roots of Teacher Ji's hair seemed to be peeling, as if his skin had been damaged. It was very slight. If his eyesight hadn't greatly increased, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Teacher Ji. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly called out. How is it? Did your bloodline mutate just now? Ji Hongban asked somewhat anxiously. Then, he immediately came in front of Lan Xuanyu. He raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, feeling the changes in his body. Ji Hongban immediately realized that Lan Xuanyu's vital energy and blood were simply unbelievably abundant. When he placed his palm on Lan Xuanyu's body, he felt as though he was about to be repelled. There seemed to be an obvious increase in Lan Xuanyu's spirit power as well, as though he had been reborn. Just from this, he knew that there was no problem with Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu said, "It should be. I also don't know why it's like this. It's just a sudden change." At this moment, the scales on his hands had already quietly disappeared. Ji Hongban muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "I'll tell you about the changes in your body just now. You can think about it yourself." Then, he described the changes he had seen to Lan Xuanyu in detail. Lan Xuanyu listened in astonishment. Scales grew on my hands? This seemed to have happened in the past when he fought, but that was when the dual-colored blue-silver grass wrapped around his hands. The scales seemed to have drilled out from the grass and not his own body. This time, it really seemed to be different. Mobile phone M. OMNOADS-SIN81XNXNXNXNXN. Was this a good sign or a bad sign? Lan Xuanyu felt that it was definitely a good sign. At this moment, he only felt that his blood vessels were filled with energy, and even his soul power seemed to have increased by a lot. This was only about 2 hours of cultivation. If cultivating every day had such an effect, Teacher Ji, I want to try cultivating again. Lan Xuanyu's heart was burning with passion. After all, he was still young, and once he realized that he might be able to benefit greatly from cultivating in Shrek Academy, he couldn't help but want to continue. Ji Hongbin said, "You can try, but you have to be more careful, understand?" Lan Xuanyu calmed down and started meditating again. The abundant life energy was still pouring into his body, nourishing it. But Lan Xuanyu quickly realized that it was different this time. When the life energy poured in, not only did it enter his gold and silver vortex, but it also flowed into his limbs and bones and was completely absorbed by his body. The gold and silver vortex's rotation speed increased, but it was far from being pushed to a high speed in a short period of time like before. But it was undeniable that because of the abundant life energy, his soul power cultivation speed was still faster than when he was in Heaven Luo planet. However, there was no such change as before, which was similar to the change of destruction and reconstruction. Even so, Lan Xuanyu still entered a state of meditation, and when he woke up again, the sky outside was already dark. Ji Hongbin said, "Go and eat something. It's impossible for mutations to occur continuously. This is a normal situation." The reason why he only said it now was to let Lan Xuanyu experience the different changes himself, so that he would remember it more deeply. Lan Xuanyu naturally understood this logic at this time. Although he was a little unwilling, thinking about how much better it was compared to when he was in Tianluo College, he felt at ease. There were 2 restaurants on the first floor with different dishes. One was a buffet restaurant, and the other was for ordering. Lan Xuanyu was very confident in his appetite, so he naturally chose the buffet restaurant without hesitation. After entering the restaurant, he realized that the food here was actually made of rare ingredients. It wasn't any worse than what he ate in the elite junior class, and it was the food he ate during the final sprint. "Xianyu, you seem to have grown a lot taller." Ji Hongbin used his hand to compare the height difference between himself and Lan Xuanyu. Ji Hongbin himself was very tall. Previously, Lan Xuanyu could barely reach his chest. Now, however, Lan Xuanyu was clearly taller. Lan Xuanyu had already reached his neck. He had grown at least 5 centimeters taller. Moreover, his shoulders had widened a little. Even his muscles seemed to have swelled up a little. Originally, Lan Xuanyu could be described as beautiful. His face even had a bit of baby fat. However, after the previous mutation, he had begun to transform into a young man. He could be described as handsome. Lan Xuanyu lowered his head and looked at his school uniform pants. It seemed to be a little short. She grew in such a short time? "Teacher, should we call Lu Feng and Qianlei?" Lan Xuanyu asked Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin said, "They have already eaten. They went back to their rooms to cultivate. We can't miss a single minute of our time in Shrek." After protecting Lan Xuanyu twice and ensuring that he had stabilized, he naturally went to guide Lu Feng and Qianlei. He couldn't be too biased. "Teacher, I'll go get the food." "Go ahead." Lan Xuanyu excitedly began to eat. Then, he realized that his appetite seemed to be smaller than usual. Previously, after the huge consumption from the bloodline mutation, he thought that he would be starving. However, after eating 6 big plates of food, he was more or less full. "You ate less than usual? Don't worry about it. The life energy here is dense, and the origin energy of heaven and earth is abundant. Part of the energy that the body can absorb is absorbed from that. Naturally, you don't need too much food to replenish yourself. Moreover, Xianyu, 6 big plates is actually quite a lot." Ji Hongbin wanted to laugh. There were already a few groups of people looking at them. Not only from Heaven Luo planet, but also from other planets and schools. Students and teachers who came to participate in the second round. Everyone stayed here. Next, they would gather together for the assessment. After the meal, Lan Xuanyu wanted to look for Dong Qianxiu to see if she was here. However, when he thought about the physical examination the next day, Dong Qianxiu definitely wouldn't have any problems. It was better for him to prepare himself at the last minute. He immediately went back to his room to continue meditating. The next morning, everyone gathered in the lobby of Shrek Hotel. What surprised Lan Xuanyu was that not everyone came. Only the 30 people from Heaven Luo planet who participated in the second round gathered. They should be doing the physical examination separately. The person who came to pick them up was still Ling Yi. This beautiful counselor was always smiling. Lan Xuanyu wasn't sure if she was a teacher or a student. Ling Yi said, "Next, I will bring everyone to Shrek Academy's Physical Examination Center to complete your physical examination. The physical examination will be included in your results for the second round. But you don't have to worry too much. The physical examination doesn't mean everything, and it won't affect the other subjects in the second round. Shrek will give you a chance to fully display your abilities by passing the preliminaries and coming here." Hearing her words, many people present heaved a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that if they didn't pass the physical examination, they would be sent home without a chance to display their abilities. For example, Lan Xuanyu, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng all had this worry. After all, they didn't even have 3 rings. Among the 30 people, there weren't many who didn't have 3 rings. The 3 of them, plus the 2 students in Liang Shushi's group, and 3 other students. 8 of them had the lowest soul power. And among them, Lan Xuanyu's soul power was undoubtedly the weakest. Even Qian Lei and Lu Feng were now above rank 27. It feels so good to cultivate here. I obviously feel that it's faster than when I was in our academy. How's Xianyu? Why is he taller than me? Qian Lei noticed the change in Lan Xuanyu's height while talking to him. The difference was about 5 centimeters. It was too obvious. Lan Xuanyu smiled. I eat a lot. The food here is good, so I probably grew taller. At this time, everyone was nervous because of the upcoming physical examination, so Qian Lei didn't ask much. Please come with me. Teachers, please stay. Ling Yi said with a smile. Ji Hongbin patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and said in a low voice, do your best. Shrek Academy will never reject you because you're special. They will only let you leave because you're mediocre. Lan Xuanyu looked at him. Ji Hongbin nodded. I understand. Under Ling Yi's lead, everyone left the hotel. The bus was already waiting outside. That's right, even in the academy, they had to drive. Shrek Academy was simply too big. They got on the bus and started moving. Lan Xuanyu noticed that Bing Tianliang, who was sitting in the same row as him, didn't look too good. Bing Tianliang also noticed his gaze. He forced a smile and closed his eyes. The physical examination. This was something that Bing Tianliang didn't expect. Of course, he wasn't worried for himself, but for Liang Shushi. It wasn't that Liang Shushi's cultivation wasn't enough. Her 3-ringed cultivation was already considered outstanding. However, Liang Shushi's martial soul was relatively ordinary. Lan Xuanyu's soul power wasn't too strong, but his martial soul was very special. Furthermore, he had twin martial souls. These definitely added to his strength. However, Liang Shushi was too ordinary. Her teammates were even weaker. Under these circumstances, he didn't know if there was a chance to help her. Everyone was either nervous or excited. They were all different. With these thoughts in mind, they were brought to a spherical building by the soul bus. End of chapter 231. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.